In a world reminiscent of the Naruto universe, I have become Uchiha Yao, the acknowledged underachiever of my clan. The turmoil of the Nine Tails incident has just subsided, and the night of clan extermination looms near, yet I find myself incapable of resisting even the bullying within my own family. Until the system arrives. The ultimate clan system binds to me. Beginner's gift package, Chunin level chakra, a Sharingan with one tomo. As the bullies once again forcefully kick open my door, I shield my eyes and slowly rise to my feet. What did you just say? My crimson Sharingan begins to spin, and from this day forth, the fate of the Uchiha clan will be rewritten by my hand. Becoming an elder earns me the Mangekyō Sharingan. Reaching the position of clan leader grants me the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and Sage Body. Danzo? Slay him. The third Hokage? Step down. The Akatsuki? Recruit them. My ambition is to stand atop Uchiha Madara and strike down the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 1. Reborn in Naruto, starting as the Uchiha underachiever. Pain. A severe headache. Zhang Yao jolted upright, clutching his head with both hands, gasping for breath. An unfamiliar ceiling. A simple tatami room in this frail body. What on earth? Have I been transported? Zhang Yao was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he was a weary corporate worker, laboring tirelessly to meet project deadlines, ultimately collapsing in front of his computer from exhaustion. Now, he finds himself in a different world. Indeed, the life of a corporate drone is not valued at all. Before he could fully lament his brief and arduous existence, an influx of alien memories surged into his mind, delivering a jarring mental shock that nearly caused him to faint. Again, the original host's name was Uchiha Yao, a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, a newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. And then, nothing more, just fragmented images, shurikens missing their targets during training, disdainful gazes from peers, and the label of waste. With scarce chakra and feeble physical prowess, even the most basic body flicker technique was a struggle. Is this opening truly hellish? Zhang Yao, no, he should now be known as Uchiha Yao, could not help but curse inwardly. The original host had only managed to graduate from the Ninja Academy, thanks to the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident. That catastrophe claimed the lives of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and the Konoha shinobi suffered heavy casualties. To replenish their fighting force, the village's higher-ups relaxed graduation standards, allowing many underachievers like the original host to attain the title of genin. In terms of ability, the original host was undoubtedly at the bottom of the Uchiha clan, compounded by a timid personality. Thus, he often fell victim to bullying from a few delinquent youths within the clan. At that moment, bang! With a loud crash, the already dilapidated door was brutally kicked open. Blinding sunlight flooded in, causing Zhang Yao, who had long been shrouded in darkness, to instinctively squint. Three youths stood in the doorway, clad in Uchiha clan attire adorned with the fan emblem, their faces twisted into mocking smiles. The leader, named Uchiha Mo, sneered. Hey, our wasteful Yao has finally decided to crawl out of bed? I thought you might have perished in there. Uchiha Mo's tone dripped with unabashed derision. His two lackeys erupted in laughter. Mo, did you hear? He missed all 10 shurikens during target practice yesterday. Haha, what a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. He's even inferior to commoners. Perhaps he should just give up being a ninja and resort to begging on the streets. Zhang Yao's body instinctively shrank back, a manifestation of the original host's ingrained timidity and insecurity. He wished to retort, but found his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. His frail body was too weak. Though his soul was that of an adult, the body remained a coward. Seeing Zhang Yao's silence, Uchiha Mo's impatience grew. What? Have we struck a nerve, mute? Uchiha Mo loomed over Zhang Yao. Enough chatter. It's time for your protection fee. Where's the money? If you can't produce it, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. Protection fee? Zhang Yao's brow furrowed instantaneously. According to his memories, these thugs often extorted him under the guise of protection, which was nothing more than blatant extortion. I have none. Zhang Yao was no longer the submissive Uchiha Yao. Having been thoroughly exploited by his boss and clients in his previous life, he refused to be bullied by a bunch of children now that he had transmigrated. Not a chance. What did you say? Uchiha Mo appeared to have heard the greatest joke, his facial muscles twitching as he sneered. None? I think you're just itching for a beating. Before he could finish, Uchiha Mo lunged forward, roughly grabbing the fabric of Yao's shirt and yanking him off the bed. Bang! The frail body collided painfully with the cold wooden floor. It seems you don't understand the meaning of rules until you've seen a bit of color. Uchiha Mo raised his foot and mercilessly kicked at Yao's abdomen. Humiliation, rage, resentment. Why should I be punished simply for having just transmigrated? In my previous life, I succumbed to an untimely death, and now I must endure bullying? What have I done to deserve this? How infuriating. Is this the bullying starter pack I receive at the outset? Where's my golden finger? Where's my system? If it doesn't show up soon, I might just be beaten to death. Zhang Yao raged inwardly, just as Uchiha Mo's foot was about to descend. Ding! Detecting the host's strong will to survive and desire to change fate. Family growth system successfully bound. Detecting the host's current predicament. Beginner gift package being issued. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Yao's mind, more melodious than any sound he had ever heard. A system? My cheat has arrived. Zhang Yao's pupils constricted, a surge of ecstasy blossoming from within, dispersing all negative emotions in an instant. It arrived just in time. As the beginner's gift package materialized in his mind, an indescribable torrent of warmth enveloped his entire being. Zhang Yao's body was instantly filled with this newfound power. The previously negligible chakra surged wildly in an untamed manner. Every muscle, every cell in his body greedily absorbed this force. Chunin-level chakra. Zhang Yao could distinctly feel the transformative shift within himself, rising to the level of an ordinary Chunin. But that was not the end. Next, a searing sensation emanated from deep within his eye sockets, the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan awakening. The intense stimulation forced Zhang Yao to emit a stifled cry, his hands instinctively covering his eyes. Uchiha Mo's foot halted mid-air, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Stop with your theatrics. Uchiha Mo spat, though an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within him, sensing something was amiss. Moments later, Zhang Yao lowered his hands. The once black pupils had now been replaced by a mesmerizing crimson hue. A tomo spun gracefully around the pupil. From this moment forth, I am no longer the corporate drone Zhang Yao. I am Uchiha Yao. Uchiha shall become great because of me. The Sharingan. A single tomo Sharingan. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan has awakened completely at this moment. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. Uchiha Shigeru and his two lackeys wore expressions of smugness that quickly morphed into sheer astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. The Sharingan. How could this waste, the notorious underachiever of the entire clan, possibly awaken the Sharingan? Ignoring their shock, Uchiha Yao slowly rose from the ground, stretching his limbs and feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. Chakra flowed smoothly through his veins, as if it were his birthright. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, everything appeared utterly transformed. Uchiha Yao looked at Uchiha Shigeru and the others before him, his voice cold and unwavering. What did you just say? Chapter 2, Counterattack. The fury of Uchiha Yao. The astonishment on Uchiha Shigeru's face lasted only a few fleeting seconds before it was swiftly replaced by anger and jealousy. This waste? How could you possibly awaken the Sharingan? How dare he? How could this useless individual, who had always been beneath him, embody the symbol of Uchiha glory? It's merely a single tomo. Do you think that opening your eyes will change your worthless essence? Jealousy twisted Uchiha Shigeru's features. He would not allow a mere waste to flaunt his newfound power in front of him. Don't get too cocky. With a low growl, Uchiha Shigeru launched the first attack. His body lunged forward, right fist clenched, delivering a brutally straightforward punch aimed squarely at Uchiha Yao's face. With all his might, Uchiha Shigeru intended to knock this newly awakened waste back to his former self, making it clear who the true leader was. However, he was fast, but Uchiha Yao's eyes were even faster. Within the perspective of the single tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Shigeru's movements appeared as though they were played in slow motion. Too slow, akin to a snail. Uchiha Yao scoffed within, his body instinctively responding with perfect precision. Just as Uchiha Shigeru's fist was about to land, Uchiha Yao subtly shifted his body, evading the powerful punch with an almost imperceptible movement. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yao's right leg struck first, delivering a fierce kick to Uchiha Shigeru's left knee. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Uchiha Shigeru let out a pained scream as excruciating agony shot through his left leg, causing him to lose his balance and drop to one knee, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. One move. In just one move, the once arrogant Uchiha Shigeru was utterly defeated. His left leg was shattered. Shigeru, the remaining Uchiha Gon, and Uchiha Ken were taken aback by this sight. What in the world was happening? The waste known as Yao, who had always been bullied and dared not even breathe loudly. How could he become so formidable after awakening the Sharingan? Bastard! How dare you injure Shigeru? Uchiha Gon exclaimed, both shocked and furious. He quickly formed hand seals, aiming to unleash a jutsu and regain control of the situation. Yet, Uchiha Yao offered him no opportunity. As Uchiha Gon completed his seals, Uchiha Yao's Sharingan had already discerned his intentions. Is it fire release? Your hand seals are a chaotic mess, and your speed is woefully slow. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Yao also formed hand seals, but his speed surpassed Uchiha Gon's by more than double. He inhaled deeply, his chest visibly expanding, then exhaled forcefully. Whoosh! A fireball, over 2 meters in diameter and far larger and hotter than any he had ever practiced before, surged towards the clumsily sealing Uchiha Gon, radiating a searing heat. What? Uchiha Gon had barely completed half of his seals when he saw the enormous fireball racing towards him. Terror and despair etched across his face. He had no time to finish the jutsu, let alone evade. Boom! The blazing fireball engulfed him instantly. Ah! A chilling scream echoed as Uchiha Gon was thrown back. Crashing against the wall, his body charred and emitting the acrid scent of burnt flesh, rendering him unconscious on the spot. A swift defeat. Another swift defeat. Of course, Yao had deliberately controlled the output of his chakra. Otherwise, Uchiha Gon would have suffered far worse, likely reduced to a mere charred husk. The sole remaining Uchiha Ken was now utterly terrified, his face pale and his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Don't come any closer," Uchiha Ken stammered, his voice quaking with a hint of sobbing, devoid of any trace of his earlier bravado. Uchiha Yao approached him, looking down with a frigid gaze. "Who was it that just called me a waste?" Uchiha Ken trembled. "And no, it wasn't me. It was Shigeru. It was gone. I said nothing." Uchiha Ken babbled desperately, striving to absolve himself of any blame. "Oh." Uchiha Yao's tone was inscrutable. "And what about the protection fee?" There was no protection fee. There has never been a protection fee." With a thud, Uchiha Ken fell to his knees, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he fervently begged for mercy. "Yao, Lord Yao, we were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. We will never dare again. Please spare me. From now on, avoid me when you see me. Do you understand?" Uchiha Yao stated coldly. "Otherwise, every time I see you, I will strike." "Understood." "Understood." Uchiha Ken, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to Uchiha Shigeru's side, disregarding his cries of pain, and hoisted the unconscious Uchiha Gon, hastily retreating. Watching their frantic escape, the crimson hue in Uchiha Yao's eyes gradually faded, returning to their normal dark color. He exhaled a long breath, the tension in his body finally easing. Feeling the abundant power within him, an unprecedented sense of control washed over him. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Yao, shall no longer be the waste that is bullied. Ding. Host successfully countered the bullies, showcasing the dignity of the Uchiha clan. Family glory points 50. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel. Strength, early Chunin. Skills mastered. Body replacement technique, expert. Great fireball jutsu, expert. Sharingan 1 tomo. Family status, ordinary genin. Family glory points, 50. Overall, family prestige assessment. Genin level, initial. Warning. The Uchiha clan currently faces internal and external crises, with a significant risk of annihilation. Gazing at the system panel that emerged in his mind, Uchiha Yao's brow furrowed slightly. Family glory points? Overall family prestige assessment? It seems this system is not merely about enhancing my personal abilities. Uchiha Yao murmured, a strong sense of crisis surging within him as he recalled the events of the Naruto story from his previous life. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan was distrusted and ostracized by the higher-ups of Konoha, ultimately being forced into the village's corners, leading to their tragic annihilation. He certainly does not wish to become a victim of that tragic history. System, please provide me with a detailed description of your functionalities, Uchiha Yao silently thought. Chapter 3. An initial exploration of the system and the honor of the clan as the thoughts of Uchiha Yao swirled in his mind. The system's cold and mechanical notification echoed once more within him. The clan growth system is designed to assist the host in enhancing personal strength and reviving the Uchiha clan, thus restoring its honor. The core functions of the system are as follows. A translucent azure light curtain gradually unfolded before Uchiha Yao's eyes. At the top of the interface, the striking Uchiha fan emblem radiated a faint glow. Beneath the emblem, several primary module options awaited exploration. Uchiha Yao focused intently, directing his attention first to the initial module labeled Clan Overview. Clan Overview, Clan Name, Uchiha Clan Honor Points, 50 Overall Prestige Assessment, Chunin Level, currently. The Uchiha clan is suppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha, plagued by internal conflicts, and the morale is at an all-time low. Upon seeing the glaring Chunin level assessment, Uchiha Yao felt a heavy weight settle upon his heart. He was aware of the Uchiha's dire situation, yet he had not anticipated it had deteriorated to such an extent. Once the pinnacle of ninja clans alongside the Senju, now they had fallen to this state. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Yao forced himself to regain his composure. His consciousness traversed the void, selecting the detailed entries beneath Clan Overview. The light curtain shifted, revealing a stream of more detailed information. Internal faction analysis. Eagle faction, led by the Elder Council, advocates for a hardline stance against Konoha to reclaim power. Representative, Uchiha Hakudai. Risk assessment. Extremely high, prone to exploitation. Could provide Konoha with a pretext for action. Dove faction advocates for reconciliation with Konoha, seeking peaceful coexistence. Representative, Uchiha Shisui. Risk assessment, extremely high. Their naivety and compromise could directly lead the clan to its demise. Uchiha Yao regarded the system's unreserved evaluations with a wry smile. Though the words were harsh, they were undeniably truthful. The Eagle faction was overly reckless, while the Dove faction was excessively soft. Neither faction appeared capable of achieving meaningful results. After digesting the disheartening overview of the clan, Uchiha Yao shifted his gaze to the second module, Member List. Upon opening it, a lengthy string of densely packed names appeared, encompassing nearly all surviving Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Fagaku, clan leader, strength, Kage level, loyalty, 75, to the clan, 0, to the host. Uchiha Shisui, strength, Kage level, loyalty, 85, to the clan, leaning towards peace with Konoha, 0, to the host. Uchiha Yao's eyes swept across these resounding names, his heart a tumult of emotions. Fagaku, the clan leader, was a tragic figure with strength but lacking decisiveness. Shisui and Itachi, two prodigies who, in pursuit of ideals and peace, had unwittingly propelled the clan toward the abyss. Loyalty could indeed be measured separately. The distinction between loyalty to the clan and to me is intriguing. Uchiha Yao noticed that nearly every clan member's name was accompanied by a strength level and 2 loyalty values. Most members exhibited a commendable loyalty to the clan, generally above 70, yet their loyalty to him as the host was pitifully low, nearly all at 0, with some even in the negatives. This was hardly surprising, as the original host was merely an invisible figure within the clan, branded as a failure. Uchiha Yao found his own name within the list. Host, Uchiha Yao, strength. Early Chunin clan status. Ordinary Chunin system notification. The host has received a beginner's gift pack. The next rank-up reward can be claimed only after the host has been promoted to a formal member of the Uchiha Guard. A member of the Uchiha Guard? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Uchiha Yao's eyes. The Uchiha Guard served as the clan's enforcement agency within Konoha, ostensibly a law enforcement body, yet in truth, it was the core of Uchiha power. Joining the Guard would not only elevate his status within the clan and grant him system rewards, but it would also provide him access to the inner workings of the clan, thereby allowing him to gradually seize control over the entire clan. Next, Uchiha Yao opened the System Store Exchange module. A dazzling array of goods instantly materialized, overwhelming him with choices. From basic ninjutsu scrolls to insights into chakra nature transformation. From evolution potions for the Sharingan to various ocular techniques of the Mangekyō, and even the wood release techniques of the Senju clan were all available. Yet, without exception, these impressive items were accompanied by a long string of zeros indicating their honor point costs. With his current paltry 50 honor points, he couldn't even afford the most basic of military rations. It seemed clear that he needed to elevate his status, gain prestige, and earn honor points. Finally, his gaze settled upon the clan skill tree module. This was a vast, intricately branched diagram. At the base lay the Uchiha bloodline, extending upward into countless branches adorned with skill nodes. Enhancements to Sharingan awakening rates, improvements in chakra refinement efficiency, boosts to firestyle potency, acceleration in clan members' training speeds, and increases in clan business revenue were all present. However, at this moment, nearly all the skill nodes appeared gray, indicating their inactive status. Uchiha Yao's heart raced uncontrollably. This system was utterly revolutionary. It was not merely a means for him to grow stronger. It aimed to transform the entire Uchiha clan into a formidable war machine. If he could activate this entire skill tree, Uchiha Yao dared not imagine the extent of power the Uchiha clan would attain. Unifying the ninja world? That would be a mere trifle. Perhaps even having tea with Kagaya Otsutsuki on the moon would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Having comprehended the system's functions, Uchiha Yao exited the system interface, exhaling a long, deep breath. After the exhilaration came a moment of sober reflection. Progress must be made step by step. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. Uchiha Yao understood that his current strength rendered him no more than cannon fodder in the face of true power. Moreover, the predicament facing the Uchiha clan loomed like an insurmountable mountain, capable of crumbling at any moment. The suspicion and oppression from the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly that venomous snake, Shimura Danzo, who would stop at nothing for power, posed a constant threat to the Uchiha clan. Since I have arrived in this world and become Uchiha Yao, I shall never allow the tragedy of clan annihilation to repeat. The fate of the Uchiha shall be rewritten by me. Chapter 4, Subtle Tremors. Initial fame. The news of Uchiha Yao's triumph over Uchiha Shigeru and his companions spread among the younger generation of the clan. Some were astonished, others skeptical, while many merely watched with a sense of curiosity. After all, shedding the label of a failure was not an easy feat. Uchiha Yao paid no heed to the external commotion. He was acutely aware that in this world, where strength and ninjutsu spoke louder than words, mere rhetoric was insignificant in the face of tangible power. With his current abilities, he could manage a few genin, yet against the entire Uchiha clan, and indeed Konoha itself, he could barely make a ripple. Moreover, Uchiha Shigeru's parents were formal members of the guard, possessing considerable strength. The possibility of retaliation from the elders looming over him was a concern he could not ignore. As an orphan, without parental guidance or support, his only reliance lay in this system. Thus, before acquiring sufficient self-preservation abilities, it is paramount to cultivate one's skills discreetly. Uchiha Yao diligently made his way to the clan's public training grounds each day, engaging in the monotonous yet essential fundamentals of training: shuriken throwing, basic taijutsu, and chakra control. With the soul of an adult and a body enhanced by the system, Uchiha Yao made remarkable progress at an astonishing pace. In terms of shuriken throwing alone, he had evolved from missing all 10 throws to consistently hitting 7 or 8 targets without relying on his Sharingan. This achievement placed him among the top tier of his peers. Uchiha Yao intended to continue his training in silence, yet trouble always seemed to arrive uninvited. That afternoon, while Uchiha Yao practiced shuriken throwing in a corner of the training ground, a mocking voice called from behind him. "Oh, isn't that the newly recognized genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yao?" Uchiha Yao slowly turned around, his mind instinctively recalling the information about the speaker, Uchiha Yu, a cousin of Uchiha Sho, with strength approaching that of a Chunin. Clearly, he was here to confront his younger cousin. Uchiha Yao's expression remained impassive. "Is there something you need?" he inquired calmly. At that moment, one of Uchiha Yu's lackeys jumped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Uchiha Yao. "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you defeated Brother Sho. In front of Brother Yu, you're nothing." Another voice chimed in. "Exactly. I heard that your victory was merely a stroke of luck, and Brother Sho was careless. Why not face off against Brother Yu?" Uchiha Yu did not reprimand his lackey. Instead, he watched Uchiha Yao with keen interest, hoping to see a flicker of panic or fear on his face. Yet, Uchiha Yu was met with disappointment. Uchiha Yao's expression remained unchanged. "It was merely a stroke of luck," Uchiha Yao replied indifferently. "Luck?" Uchiha Yu scoffed, taking 2 steps forward, an aura of intimidation radiating from him. To kick Sho's leg and incinerate him with a single great fireball is not something that can be dismissed as mere luck. Uchiha Yu paused, his tone growing frosty. "I don't care whether you are genuinely strong or have resorted to unsavory methods. Today, I have come to measure your worth. Are you brave enough to spar with me?" A glint of coldness flickered in Uchiha Yao's eyes. In a clan that revered strength, retreat and timidity would only invite further bullying and endless troubles. To secure his peace, he must decisively subdue them, instilling fear with absolute power and etching into everyone's minds. I, Uchiha Yao, am not to be trifled with. Very well, Uchiha Yao replied without hesitation, readily accepting Uchiha Yu's challenge. The clan members, who had been training nearby, paused their activities, drawn to the commotion, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. In the center of the training ground, the two faced each other, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. Brother Yu, teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Show him our might. The lackeys urged from the sidelines. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Yu initiated the assault, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing several fireballs, encircling Uchiha Yao and cutting off his escape routes. This Phoenix fire technique, in both speed of execution and precision, vastly surpassed Uchiha Yu's previous half-hearted efforts. Feeling a surge of warmth in his eyes, Uchiha Yao activated his single Tomo Sharingan. Rather than meet the attack head-on, he focused his energy beneath him, moving with remarkable agility to evade Uchiha Yu's flames. What? Uchiha Yu's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated Uchiha Yao's agility. Before Uchiha Yu could react, Uchiha Yao closed the distance, delivering a simple yet rapid straight punch. This strike was faster than he could have imagined, imbued with terrifying force. Uchiha Yu was taken aback, raising his arms in a hurried attempt to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed as an overwhelming strength coursed through Uchiha Yu's arms, rendering them numb and causing him to stagger back, managing to regain his balance only after several steps. His arms trembled unnaturally, as if they might shatter. Uchiha Yao did not grant him a moment of respite. With a sudden surge of energy, he lowered his center of gravity and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Uchiha Yu's abdomen. Thud! Another resounding impact reverberated. Uchiha Yu's body curled up as he gasped for breath, saliva uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. He was sent flying backwards, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, a profound silence enveloped the training ground. All the Uchiha clan members watching were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had witnessed. With just 2 moves, Uchiha Yu, who was nearly at Chunin level, had been so decisively and utterly defeated. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted his leg, the crimson hue of his eyes fading back to a deep black. He approached the writhing Uchiha Yu, looking down at him from above. Shall we continue? His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Continue? With what strength? The agony in his abdomen left Uchiha Yu unable to even rise. Struggling to lift his head, he was met with Uchiha Yao's indifferent gaze. A shudder coursed through Uchiha Yu. The Uchiha Yao before him was no longer the easily manipulated fool he once knew. I concede, he managed to stammer. Uchiha Yao turned away, directing his gaze at the 2 lackeys who stood frozen in fear. Upon meeting his eyes, they trembled and rushed over, hoisting the barely conscious Uchiha Yu as they fled the training ground without a backward glance. After dealing with Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Yao resumed his training. Such provocations would likely continue in the future. However, they would serve to fortify his persona step by step, that of an awakened Uchiha genius. Ding! Host successfully repelled the provocateur, defending his dignity with thunderous might, showcasing the Uchiha clan's inherent dominance. Clan Glory Points, 35. Uchiha Yao's Attributes Panel, Strength, Early Chunin Skills Mastered, Body Flicker Technique, Expert, Great Fireball Technique, Expert. Sharingan, 1 Tomo, Clan Status, Ordinary Genin Clan Glory Points, 85 Overall Clan Prestige Assessment. Genin level 85 points of glory are still too few, Uchiha Yao mused. This display of power merely resolved a minor inconvenience. The true crisis lies in the fate of the entire clan. Uchiha Yao gazed towards the depths of the clan grounds, where the headquarters of the Uchiha Guard stood. To effect change within the Uchiha clan, one must first penetrate the core of power. The next objective is to join the Guard, using it as a stepping stone to gradually attain a higher status and identity. Chapter 5. Achieving the rank of Elite Chunin. As the days passed, the chatter surrounding Uchiha Yao on the training grounds diminished considerably. With a single decisive strike, he had incapacitated Uchiha Young, an accomplishment sufficient to silence the majority. Doubts? Disbelief? The evidence lay plainly before them. In the Uchiha clan, where strength reigns supreme, power serves as the ultimate testament. No one dared to call Uchiha Yao a waste of potential to his face anymore. Instead, they gazed upon him with a complex mix of awe and envy. Uchiha Yao remained unfazed. He dedicated every moment to his training, relentlessly extracting every ounce of potential from his body. His monotonous routine, though tedious, instilled a profound sense of security within him. Merely possessing the strength of a newly promoted Chunin was far from adequate. In a world where devastation was commonplace and battles akin to divine confrontations, such power rendered one unworthy even as cannon fodder. Uchiha Yao yearned to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. System, check the promotion rewards. In the stillness of the night, seated cross-legged on his bed, Uchiha Yao silently recited his thoughts. A brilliant blue light screen unfurled before him. Host, Uchiha Yao clan status, ordinary Genin next stage status, member of the Uchiha Guard, trainee, promotion reward, guard member mastery of all fire release techniques. Chakra capacity and physical qualities elevated to elite Chunin level. Upon reading the gleaming lines on the system panel, Uchiha Yao felt his breath momentarily catch. Mastery of all fire release techniques. Chakra capacity and physical qualities at the elite Chunin level. The Uchiha clan, renowned for its prowess in fire release, boasted this talent inscribed within their very blood. Should he fully harness this gift, his combat capabilities would undergo a transformative leap. More importantly, the strength of an elite Chunin. This would enable him to secure his position within the guard and perhaps even rise among its ranks. How can I expedite my entry into the guard? Uchiha Yao pondered deeply. According to Uchiha customs, clan members typically joined the guard upon graduating from the ninja academy. The original host had been too weak to even entertain the thought. However, this path was now imperative for him, and he needed to traverse it swiftly and steadily. It seems I must take a more proactive approach. A bold idea burgeoned within Uchiha Yao's mind. He would awaken the potential of the guard member status now. Although he had yet to officially join, the system had identified this as his next objective, indicating a clear pathway for advancement. Therefore, could he not, akin to a novice gift package, preemptively draw upon a portion of this power, providing him with critical assistance precisely when he required strength the most? This notion was audacious, but worth a trial. Uchiha Yao concentrated all his mental faculties and issued a command to the system. I choose to make joining the Uchiha Guard my singular goal and request a phase-based enhancement of strength. Ding. The cold notification sound from the system resonated, detecting the host's intense desire and urgent need for strength enhancement. Based on the potential demonstrated by the host, the system determines a high probability of successful entry into the Uchiha Guard. Assessment approved. Issuing the guard member preparatory strength enhancement package. Uchiha Yao's heart soared with elation. He had made the right gamble. In the next instant, all knowledge concerning fire release flooded his mind. From the most fundamental changes in chakra nature to an array of intricate hand-sealing techniques, the myriad secrets of fire release no longer remained cold. Lifeless words on scrolls but transformed into profound instincts, forcibly imprinted into the very depths of Uchiha Yao's soul. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. Boom. The chakra within Uchiha Yao surged dramatically. His physical attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving mastery of all fire release techniques. Congratulations, host, for elevating chakra capacity and physical qualities, with overall strength now reaching the elite Chunin level. Elite Chunin. Uchiha Yao suddenly opened his eyes wide, clenching his fists tightly. At this moment, even against an ordinary Jonin, I possess the strength to fight back. At the very least, I shall no longer find myself obliterated in an instant. Eager to validate his newfound power, Uchiha Yao vanished from his room and reappeared at an unoccupied training ground on the back mountain of the clan estate. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the turbulent chakra within, completing hand seals at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh. A colossal fireball, over 3 meters in diameter and solid as a miniature sun, erupted from his mouth with a roar. Boom. The resounding crash echoed. A rock, towering half a person's height, could not withstand even a moment before rapidly melting and vaporizing under the frightening heat, ultimately exploding. As the smoke cleared, a charred pit remained, the surrounding soil entirely vitrified, still emitting wisps of smoke. Remarkable. Uchiha Yao found himself astonished by the might of this great fireball. The same technique, executed with the strength of an elite Chunin and mastery over fire release, was exponentially more powerful than before. This was the true essence of the Uchiha clan's fire release techniques. With this strength, I shall thrive within the guard once I join. It was decided. Tomorrow, he would head to the Uchiha Guard headquarters to submit his application for membership. He aimed to enter the core power structure of the Uchiha clan in the shortest possible time. As for concealing his strength, the thought briefly flitted through his mind before he extinguished it without hesitation. Foolish. In a clan like the Uchiha, which reveres strength and venerates the powerful, hiding one's abilities is the most foolish of actions. Maintaining a low profile would only invite more trouble and scrutiny. It was only by demonstrating overwhelming, crushing strength and unmatched talent that he could silence all detractors. Only then would those harboring ulterior motives lack the courage to act upon them. Does a tree stand out among the forest, only to be battered by the wind? Then let this wind come with greater ferocity. I shall see whether I am destroyed by the wind, or if I shall burn this wind to ashes. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Uchiha Yao donned a crisp black outfit, emblazoned with a small Uchiha fan crest on his back, exuding vitality and possessing a gaze sharp as a blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly towards the Uchiha Guard headquarters. There, he would take his first step onto the stage of Uchiha power. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength, elite Chunin skills mastered, body replacement technique, mastery of all fire release techniques. Sharingan, 1 Tomo, clan status, ordinary Genin, guard preparatory, clan glory points. 85 clan overall prestige assessment. Genin level, novice, chapter 6. Application to join the Uchiha Guard. The Uchiha Guard headquarters stood as a magnificent structure in the heart of the clan estate, its black fan crest imposing under the sunlight. Uchiha Yao ascended the stone steps and entered the headquarters. The hall was awash with light, bustling with clan members clad in the uniforms of the guard. A young attendant responsible for reception raised his eyelids upon spotting Uchiha Yao. What do you want, kid? I am Uchiha Yao, here to submit my application to join the guard. Uchiha Yao produced a prepared application form from his pocket and placed it on the table. Uchiha Yao? The attendant hesitated momentarily, as if the name rang a bell. Suddenly, he recalled the boy who had recently incapacitated both Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Yu. He scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze now tinged with a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Taking the application, he briefly skimmed it. According to regulations, one must possess at least the strength of a Chunin to apply. I am aware of the rules, Uchiha Yao replied calmly. I am confident in my abilities and hope to earn an opportunity for an assessment. The attendant hesitated for a moment. To apply for an early assessment, a recommendation from a leader of squad captain level or above is required. Alternatively, you must demonstrate sufficient potential during the strength test. I choose the strength test. Uchiha Yao responded without a moment's thought. He had thoroughly inquired about the process before arriving. The so-called preliminary test was merely a formality, assessing chakra capacity and mastery of basic ninjutsu. For his current strength, it was child's play. Very well, follow me, the attendant said, rising to lead Uchiha Yao through the hall towards a small training ground designated for testing. Within the training area, a robust middle-aged man leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. Dressed in the attire of a squad leader, he exuded an aura of calm authority. Captain Tiewa, this boy is Uchiha Yao. Seeking to apply for an early assessment, the attendant said with utmost respect. Uchiha Tiewa slowly opened his eyes. Uchiha Yao? He murmured, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is he the one who has stirred quite a commotion in the clan recently? Indeed, Captain, Uchiha Yao replied, maintaining eye contact with Uchiha Tiewa, his demeanor unwavering. Uchiha Tiewa. Strength, Jonin, high tier, loyalty, 70, to the clan, 3, to the host. Kid, this assessment is no child-esque game. Uchiha Tiewa's voice carried a hint of pressure. If you've merely relied on a stroke of luck to defeat a few weaklings, I suggest you return home and play in the mud. The guard is not a place for just anyone. Whether it is luck or not, we shall find out, Uchiha Yao declared confidently. Haha, you have spirit. Uchiha Tiewa chuckled, unexpectedly amused, appreciating the young man's tenacity. Then let me see what qualifies you to say that. He gestured toward a chakra testing crystal in the center of the training ground. Pour your chakra into it. Uchiha Yao complied, placing his right hand on the cool surface of the crystal as chakra began to flow from him. Buzz. In the next moment, the crystal erupted with a blinding blue light. The intensity and range of the illumination far surpassed that of an ordinary Genin, even eclipsing many seasoned Chunin. Uchiha Tiehua's expression sharpened, surprise dawning upon his face. The chakra level was undoubtedly that of an elite Chunin. Such talent, even among the illustrious Uchiha clan, could be deemed exceptional. Impressive, Uchiha Tiehua nodded, his tone growing serious. Now show me your most proficient fire-style jutsu. Uchiha Yao inhaled deeply, his hands moving like shadows as he swiftly performed the necessary hand seals. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Roar. A fearsome dragon of flames erupted from Uchiha Yao's mouth. Soaring into the air, the fire dragon spiraled gracefully, unleashing a searing wave of heat as it accurately struck a distant metal target. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated. The steel target shattered into countless pieces, its edges glowing red and emitting wisps of smoke. This display of fire jutsu, in terms of power, form, and effortless control, was nothing short of perfection. Uchiha Tiehua's pupils contracted sharply. As a master of fire techniques himself, he recognized the remarkable caliber of Uchiha Yao's technique. This was not something an ordinary Chunin could manifest. The boy's understanding and mastery of fire jutsu transcended that of the vast majority of his peers. The attendant, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless. He had initially perceived Uchiha Yao as an arrogant youth, but it turned out he was a hidden prodigy. His strength was leagues beyond that of a regular member. The potency of his ninjutsu was simply overwhelming. Very well. Your strength qualifies you for the formal assessment. I approve your application. The assessment will take place 3 days from now. Specific arrangements will be communicated to you. Thank you, Captain Tiehua. Uchiha Yao said with a slight bow. Do not thank me. The guard only values strength. Uchiha Tiehua waved his hand dismissively. I look forward to the surprises you will bring in the formal assessment. A glimmer of genuine appreciation and anticipation shone in Uchiha Tiehua's eyes. For a clan to thrive, it needed a continuous influx of fresh blood, particularly from someone as gifted as Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao nodded, refraining from further words as he turned to leave the testing ground. The preliminary assessment was passed. What lay ahead was the true spectacle, the formal entry examination for the guard. As he walked, Uchiha Yao silently calculated in his mind. His recent performance had been dazzling, yet he was far from his limits. Should I temper my display during the formal assessment? The thought flickered briefly before being extinguished by his own resolve. Temper? Why should I temper my abilities? To avoid attracting the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha, particularly that old dog Danzo? Uchiha Yao paused briefly, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. How absurd. The remnants of his past life as a corporate drone still lingered, urging him to play it safe and develop in secrecy. But this was a brutal world of shinobi. The specter of annihilation loomed over the entire Uchiha clan, poised to strike at any moment. In such dire circumstances, to think of remaining low-key? The fate of a subdued existence was to become a lifeless corpse on the night of slaughter, just another statistic in Uchiha Itachi's ledger. He refused to die. Even less so, to perish like a worthless fool. In an instant, Uchiha Yao's thoughts crystallized with clarity. To remain low-key equated to mediocrity, to being inconsequential. A mere background character had no right to alter the fate of his clan. What power did he possess to confront the higher-ups of Konoha? With mere words? Ridiculous. Only by shining brightly. Only by showcasing unparalleled talent and strength could he become the most radiant new star of the clan, swiftly gaining status and influence. Only by wielding power can one consolidate the strength of the clan, influence the decisions of the patriarch, Fagaku, and confront the foolishness of the hawks and the naivety of the doves. As for Danzo's assassination attempts, what of it? Being targeted is certainly preferable to sitting idly by, allowing oneself and the entire clan to be slaughtered. The former entails a struggle for survival, while the latter guarantees annihilation. How to choose? Is that even a question? From this day forth, I, Uchiha Yao, shall strive to be the brightest star. I will demonstrate to all clansmen that the future of the Uchiha clan does not rest upon Itachi or Shisui, but with me. Of course, being ostentatious does not imply complete recklessness. It is prudent to conceal some of one's strength and trump cards. He aims to portray himself as a prodigious talent, a formidable warrior, capable of instilling despair in all his peers, a true Uchiha genius. That is sufficient. Danzo, third Hokage, a chilling glint flashed in Uchiha Yao's eyes. Just wait, this game of chess shall be played by me. Chapter 7. The Guard Exam. A display of brilliance 3 fleeting days had passed. The assessment venue for the Uchiha Guard had gathered numerous clansmen drawn by the news. Three solemn Uchiha Jonin occupied the judges' seats, with Uchiha Tetsuhan prominently among them. In the center sat the stern-faced elder, Uchiha Hakadai, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He was a revered hawkish elder known for his severity and impartiality. The last judge was Uchiha Shana, also a formidable Jonin within the guard. Silence. Uchiha Tetsuhan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping over the three applicants below. Today marks the special recruitment assessment for the Uchiha Guard. You three have applied, but the Guard does not harbor idlers. Only true elites shall remain. The assessment consists of 3 segments: physical combat, ninjutsu, and a practical simulation. Each segment will be scored, and only the highest cumulative score or particularly outstanding performance will secure a place. Do you understand? Yes. Uchiha Yao and the other 2 youths responded in unison. The other 2, Uchiha Kyochi and Uchiha Kid, were around 15 or 16 years of age and had some renown within the clan, their strength being that of average Chunin. The first segment, physical combat assessment. With Uchiha Tetsuhan's announcement, a robust and fierce-eyed Chunin from the guard stepped forward. Who shall go first? Uchiha Kyochi stepped up first. The 2 exchanged blows, and although Uchiha Kyochi launched a fierce assault, he appeared too juvenile against the experienced Chunin. After several exchanges, he was caught off guard and thrown to the ground. Uchiha Kyochi, score, average, Uchiha Tetsuhan calmly announced. Next was Uchiha Kid, whose performance was slightly better, managing to last a few more rounds before ultimately succumbing. His score was also average. Finally, it was Uchiha Yao's turn. Kid, show us your true abilities and don't waste our time. The Chunin grinned, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Uchiha Yao remained silent. He merely bowed slightly, adopting a standard Uchiha fluid-style stance. Begin. With Tetsuhan's command, the Chunin launched the first attack. He charged forward, delivering a rapid straight punch accompanied by a whirling wind towards Uchiha Yao. This punch carried 7/10 of his strength, enough to leave any ordinary Chunin flustered. In the instant the punch was about to land, Uchiha Yao subtly shifted his body, narrowly evading the blow. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick to the Chunin's supporting knee. The Chunin was taken aback, startled by the kid's quick reflexes. He hastily transitioned, retracting his punch for defense while raising his knee to block. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as a tremendous force surged from the knee, causing the seasoned Chunin to stumble back a step uncontrollably. What immense strength! He thought, astonished, instantly shedding any underestimation. Uchiha Yao, undeterred by his initial miss, pressed forward with relentless aggression. The Chunin grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he could not gain any advantage over Uchiha Yao. Outside the ring, Uchiha Kyochi and Uchiha Kid watched in disbelief. They had assumed Uchiha Yao to be merely a rumor-driven child, but his physical prowess was unexpectedly formidable. This was no mere child. He was evidently a seasoned master of martial arts. In the judges' seats, Uchiha Hakadai's murky old eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. Uchiha Shana's expression also revealed intrigue. This lad has indeed exceeded my expectations. Uchiha Tetsuhan observed the battle with a satisfied smile. The fight reached a fever pitch. The Chunin, frustrated by his inability to gain ground, exposed a slight opening. Now, Uchiha Yao seized the opportunity, surging forward. The Chunin, struck with terror, attempted to evade. But it was too late. A powerful punch landed squarely on the Chunin's chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain as he was propelled backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Yao withdrew his fist, stepping back, standing quietly. The outcome was clear. Uchiha Yao, physical combat assessment, score, superior. Uchiha Tetsuhan announced loudly. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered clansmen. Superior. Such a high evaluation. Uchiha Kyochi and Uchiha Kid's expressions darkened, as if they had swallowed a fly. This round, they were utterly overshadowed by Uchiha Yao's performance. The second segment, ninjutsu assessment. Uchiha Tetsuhan continued, demonstrate your most proficient fire release techniques, targeting the distant bullseye. We will score based on the power of the ninjutsu, its range, and the precision of chakra control. Uchiha Kyochi and Uchiha Kid stepped forward in succession, both performing the great fireball technique. The fireballs were decent in power, but their accuracy and form control were merely average. Their scores were slightly above average. At last, it was Uchiha Yao's turn. He approached the designated spot, inhaling deeply as his chakra began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuyin. The speed of his hand seals was dazzling. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from Uchiha Yao's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Dozens of fireballs struck the target at the same precise point. The sturdy metal target could not withstand even a second, shattering instantaneously, sending countless glowing metal shards flying in all directions. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was stunned by this flawless display of the Phoenix fire technique. Though merely a C-rank ninjutsu, its strength was not considered top tier. Its difficulty lay in the precise control of chakra and simultaneous manipulation of multiple fireballs. In a breathtaking display, Uchiha Yao unleashed the Phoenix fire technique, exhibiting an astonishing level of mastery in the quantity of fireballs, their trajectories, and pinpoint accuracy. This was no mere proficiency. It transcended the very definition of expertise. Is this truly Phoenix fire? Uchiha Kyo muttered in disbelief. Although he too possessed the Phoenix fire technique, the disparity between his skill and Uchiha Yao's was akin to a child playing with flames. From the examiner's platform, Uchiha Tiehu leapt from his seat, his eyes radiating an unmistakable blend of shock and elation. A monster. This boy is an absolute phenomenon. Even Uchiha Hakadai, with his typically stoic demeanor, displayed a rare flicker of emotion. In his long life, he had encountered countless Uchiha prodigies, yet none had wielded a C-rank fire jutsu with such breathtaking finesse at Yao's tender age. Yao was indeed the first. Uchiha Yao, ninjutsu assessment, score, special. Uchiha Hakadai proclaimed with authority. Special. Uchiha Yao listened calmly, a serene expression devoid of arrogance gracing his features. With a comprehensive mastery over all fire techniques, his understanding and control of fire jutsu had long surpassed that of the majority of jonin. The final segment, a practical combat simulation. Uchiha Tiehu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure before reseating himself. His gaze fixated on Uchiha Yao, simmering with fervor. Your opponent will be me. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Uchiha Tiehu, the captain of the guard and a well-established jonin, was about to engage in a practical simulation with a mere 12-year-old boy. Tiehu, are you serious? Even Uchiha Hakadai furrowed his brow. Rest assured, Elder, I know what I am doing. Uchiha Tiehu grinned. This boy shows great promise. I must personally assess his capabilities and gauge his true potential. As he stepped into the arena, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the space. Boy, unleash your full strength and let me see the extent of your potential. Uchiha Yao's gaze sharpened. To spar with a jonin? How fortuitous. He too wished to ascertain the level of his current prowess. Please, guide me. A crimson glow flickered in the depths of Uchiha Yao's eyes as the Sharingan activated. Chapter 8. Fierce battle with Jonin. Uchiha Tiehu in the center of the assessment arena. The atmosphere became palpable. Uchiha Tiehu, the captain of the guard and a renowned jonin, crossed his arms, surveying the young boy before him with keen interest. Uchiha Yao, though youthful, emanated a steadiness and sharpness that far exceeded his peers. Are you ready, boy? Uchiha Tiehu held no contempt for Yao's age. The earlier display of the Phoenix fire technique had firmly established Yao as a legitimate adversary. Ready when you are. Very well. No sooner had the words left his lips than Uchiha Tiehu's figure vanished from sight. How swift. The onlookers were left bewildered, having lost all trace of Tiehu. This was the speed of a jonin. Yet, within the realm of Uchiha Yao's Sharingan, despite Tiehu's incredible speed, his movements were not beyond comprehension. A devastating kick, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, came crashing toward him. This strike could shatter steel. Uchiha Yao instinctively leapt backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Impressive reaction. Uchiha Tiehu commended, yet he pressed forward, transforming his kick into a downward strike, his right leg descending like a battle axe toward Yao's head. With a swift push-off from the ground, Uchiha Yao retreated a few steps, establishing distance. In the blink of an eye, he performed hand seals with a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Uchiha Yao's mouth, roaring into existence. Child's play. Uchiha Tiehu scoffed, standing his ground against the oncoming inferno without flinching. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the two fireballs collided, creating a tremendous explosion. From the examiner's platform, Uchiha Hakadai's murky eyes flickered with intrigue. Boy, your fire techniques are commendable, but mere flames will not secure victory over me. With a hearty laugh, Uchiha Tiehu closed the distance once more. Uchiha Yao's expression remained inscrutable. In a battle against a Jonin, the contest lies not solely in the might of ninjutsu, but also in combat experience, the efficiency of chakra utilization, and the ability to control the battlefield. Chakra surged within Uchiha Yao at an unprecedented pace. The Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every nuanced movement of Tiehu. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A fire dragon, more solid and ferocious than before, roared forth from his mouth, surging toward Uchiha Tiehu with an overwhelming ferocity. Another fire technique? That same trick won't work on me. Uchiha Tiehu's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Roar. An even larger and more formidable fire dragon erupted from Tiehu, colliding violently with Yao's dragon. Boom. The two titanic flames intertwined in midair, clashing and consuming one another. The ferocious flames surged outward, the searing heat forcing the onlookers to retreat, their faces etched with astonishment. Can he truly stand toe-to-toe with Captain Tiehu's great dragon fire? Uchiha Kyo and Uchiha Kid were left speechless, their minds grappling with the overwhelming display of power. This level of combat far surpassed their comprehension. As the flames dissipated, Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Tiehu each took several steps back, maintaining their distance. A bead of sweat trickled down Uchiha Yao's forehead, his breath slightly quickened. Controlling such potent fire techniques demanded considerable chakra. Conversely, Uchiha Tiehu, while appearing unfazed, regarded Yao with an intensified seriousness. What a remarkable boy, to wield the dragon fire technique with such proficiency. Tiehu silently praised. Forgive me, Captain Tiehu. Uchiha Yao called out, once more initiating his assault. He understood that a protracted battle would not favor him. He must seek a swift resolution. Uchiha Yao propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, his kunai glinting ominously in the sunlight. Excellent. Uchiha Tiehu's eyes gleamed with battle fervor as he drew his own kunai to meet Yao's advance. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the arena as the two figures moved with blinding speed, their forms intertwining, sparks flying with each collision. Uchiha Yao exploited the full extent of his Sharingan's insight, clearly perceiving every attack and subsequent maneuver from Tiehu. Uchiha Tiehu's heart raced with increasing trepidation as he faced Uchiha Yao. Although Yao's martial arts were not as seasoned as his own, his battle instincts were nothing short of terrifying. Time and again, Tiehu's determined assaults were thwarted by Yao in ways that defied comprehension. Could this boy be a naturally gifted combat prodigy? Just as this thought flickered through Tiehu's mind, a crimson glow surged in Yao's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Tiehu unleashed a powerful downward slash, only for Yao to evade it with a deft sidestep, leaving Tiehu's center wide open. Now was the moment. Fire release, fireball. Uchiha Yao expelled a highly concentrated fireball from his mouth. Though modest in size, the chakra contained within was remarkably pure. The speed was akin to lightning. At such a close range, Uchiha Tiehu was utterly unprepared for Yao to unleash such an astonishing fire release in the midst of fierce close-quarters combat. He had no time to utilize the body replacement technique to evade. In a moment of desperation, he could only infuse chakra into his arms and cross them defensively before his chest, bracing for impact. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed. Uchiha Tiehu was sent reeling back several dozen meters. To his astonishment, he had been struck and injured. Uchiha Yao slowly exhaled a breath of fatigue, his chest gently rising and falling. That last fireball had nearly depleted the majority of his remaining chakra. Yet he had succeeded. Though this was merely a simulated battle and Tiehu had not even activated his Sharingan, the strength he exhibited was likely less than half of his true potential. Still, it was a resounding achievement that would reverberate throughout the Uchiha clan. Coughing, Uchiha Tiehu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression not one of anger, but rather a broad grin of exhilaration. What a remarkable young man. Ha! Uchiha Tiehu approached Uchiha Yao and clapped him heartily on the shoulder. From this day forth, you are a member of the Uchiha Guard. He turned to face the examination panel, his voice booming with authority. Real combat simulation, scoring, special class. 2 special class, 1 superior class. Uchiha Yao had undeniably crushed the assessment for the guard in an overwhelming display. In just half a day, The name Uchiha Yao had swept like a tempest throughout the Uchiha clan. Once considered a waste, Yao had now transformed into a prodigious talent that commanded respect. 3 days after the assessment concluded, Uchiha Yao donned the uniform of the Uchiha Guard, an emblem of power and glory. He was assigned to the first squad led by Uchiha Tiewa. Routine patrols, training, and resolving clan disputes filled his days with purpose and structure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yao's system panel underwent a significant transformation. Ding. The host has successfully passed the Uchiha Guard assessment, elevating status. Ding. The host has gained fame through battle, astonishing all. And the family's prestige has risen significantly, earning 300 family glory points. Ding. High-ranking members of the Guard, including Uchiha Tiewa, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Shana, have expressed high recognition of the host, greatly increasing loyalty. A series of notifications lifted Uchiha Yao's spirits. He opened the member list. Uchiha Tiewa, loyalty, 80, to the clan. 20, to the host. Uchiha Hakadai, loyalty, 90, to the clan. 15, to the host. Uchiha Shana, loyalty, 80, to the clan. 15, to the host. Following the assessment, the loyalty of certain high-ranking members of the Guard had notably increased towards him. This was an excellent beginning. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength, elite Chunin, chakra nearing the early stage of Jounin, mastered skills, body replacement technique, proficient, fire release techniques, mastered, Sharingan, 1 tomo. Uchiha fluid techniques, skilled, clan status, member of the first squad of the Uchiha Guard family glory points, 685 family overall prestige assessment, low Chunin, medium, due to the host's elevated status and increased glory points. There has been a slight improvement. Chapter 9, Border Mission, Elimination of Rogue Ninjas. The days since joining the Guard had swiftly passed, and Uchiha Yao had firmly established himself within the ranks of Uchiha Tiewa's first squad, thanks to his strength far surpassing that of his peers. Whether during routine patrols or sparring sessions, Yao's combat acumen earned him the respect of the seasoned members of the team. On this day, the atmosphere in the mission hall was notably tense. Uchiha Inawo, the vice-captain of the Guard, stood at the front, his expression grave. Urgent intelligence had arrived from the borders of the Land of Fire. A group of rogue ninjas, numbering around 10, had crossed the border and infiltrated the jurisdiction of Konoha. These individuals were exceptionally ruthless, having committed several heinous acts along their path, and their strength was not to be underestimated. The Hokage himself has ordered that our Guard must eliminate these scum within 3 days. Inawo's gaze swept across the squad leaders present, eventually settling on Uchiha Tiewa. Tiewa, this mission is entrusted to you and your first squad. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. Uchiha Tiewa responded without hesitation. Outside Konoha, amidst the dense forest, the first squad assembled, all clad in tactical gear, their expressions resolute. Listen closely. Uchiha Tiewa surveyed his team. Our target is a band of vicious rogue ninjas, not mere bandits, so stay alert. Yao, Tiewa turned to Uchiha Yao at the rear of the formation. Your task is to scout and provide long-range fire support. At a critical moment, I need you to breach their defenses with your fire release. Understood? Understood. The rest of you, form standard combat groups of 3, providing alternating cover as we advance. Move out. Yes. 10 figures swiftly scattered, racing towards the area where the rogue ninjas were last reported. This marked Uchiha Yao's first official mission requiring collaborative teamwork since joining the Guard. The group moved with remarkable speed, darting through the treetops. As dusk descended, Uchiha Tiewa, leading the way, suddenly raised his hand in a signal to halt. The team quickly concealed themselves behind a thicket of dense bushes. Ahead lay a concealed valley, a flickering campfire illuminating the shadows of figures, with raucous chatter faintly audible. Uchiha Tiewa's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. The intelligence was incorrect. There were at least 20 individuals below. A team member whispered, "Captain, what should we do? They outnumber us. Should we request backup?" Uchiha Tiewa resolutely shook his head. "If we fall back now, we will surely be detected. Moreover, the terrain here is not favorable for a frontal assault." After a moment of contemplation, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "We will wait until nightfall. We shall launch a night raid. For now, conceal yourselves under the cover of darkness." With the moon obscured and winds howling, a shadow stealthily navigated through the shadows of the towering trees. Uchiha Yao looked up. Not far away, perched on a branch of a massive tree, a rogue ninja sentry leaned against the trunk, yawning in boredom, completely unaware that death was drawing near. You are the one. In the dim light, a glint of coldness flashed through Uchiha's eyes as he subtly moved his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens were released, tracing 3 barely perceptible arcs of frost in the night sky, forming a triangular formation that sealed off any possibility of evasion for the enemy. The sentinel, sensing the chilling light before him, instinctively opened his mouth to sound the alarm. But it was too late. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed simultaneously. The throat, the heart, the forehead. 3 fatal points were accurately pierced by the shurikens. The faint sound of the body hitting the ground was completely drowned out by the wind. Almost simultaneously, the subtle sounds of clashing weapons emerged from 2 other directions, quickly fading into silence. The 3 hidden sentinels at the valley's perimeter were swiftly eliminated in under 10 seconds. An impressive feat. Everyone, heed my command. Uchiha Tetsuhan's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent palpable. We will launch a simultaneous assault from 3 directions. Yao. Position yourself well and unleash the most extensive fire jutsu you can muster. Disrupt their formation completely. The rest, follow my signal and reap them at the fastest speed. Yes. With Tetsuhan's order, the team members charged towards the rogue ninja encampment from 3 different directions. Enemy attack. A shrill cry shattered the valley's tranquility. The camp of rogue ninjas erupted into chaos as they scrambled for their weapons. At that moment, Uchiha Yao stood atop a high point, his hands deftly performing a series of complex hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, dozens of blazing fireballs, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, rained down upon the most densely packed area of the rogue ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dense explosions erupted. The sounds of screams, curses, and clashing weapons transformed the entire valley into a battlefield of carnage. Uchiha Yao's Phoenix fire technique, with its terrifying coverage and precision, thoroughly disrupted the rogue ninja's formation, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Kill! Uchiha Tetsuhan roared, charging forward. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, his katana glinting ominously in the firelight, each swing inevitably spraying a torrent of hot blood. The other guards, like tigers among sheep, unleashed a bloody massacre on the chaotic battlefield, their Sharingan providing unparalleled insight. Just as victory seemed assured, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Take down that Uchiha leader. A fierce shout echoed. 3 exceptionally powerful figures suddenly sprang from the tumultuous crowd, targeting the foremost Uchiha Tetsuhan. These rogue ninjas were all elite jonin. Even more alarming was their impeccable coordination, their ruthless angles of attack swiftly sealing off all retreat routes for Uchiha Tetsuhan. Captain, be careful, a guard exclaimed, attempting to rush to his aid, but was ensnared by several reckless rogue ninjas, unable to extricate himself. Seeking death, the strongest rogue ninja leader grinned wickedly, his long blade wrapped in a sharp wind chakra, striking down towards Uchiha Tetsuhan's head. Uchiha Tetsuhan attempted to evade, but found himself flanked by the kunai and chains of the other 2 rogue ninjas. There was no escape. In a moment of desperation, fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A chilling command rang out. Roar. A massive, menacing fire dragon charged at the 3 rogue ninjas. Their expressions changed drastically. To take it head-on, they would undoubtedly be injured. The trio had no choice but to abandon their perfect opportunity for a sneak attack and retreat hastily. Boom. The fire dragon exploded where they had just stood, the raging flames sweeping outward, scorching the ground into a charred ravine. Uchiha Tetsuhan seized the moment to escape his predicament. Yao. That last great fire dragon was as powerful as my full strength. This kid has grown stronger. The 3 rogue ninja leaders steadied themselves, astonished and enraged by Uchiha Yao's prowess. Where did this brat come from? How dare he disrupt our plans? Judging by his age, that last jutsu must have drained all his chakra. Indeed, let us take him down first. In an instant, they exchanged glances and reached a consensus. 2 of them circled back towards Uchiha Tetsuhan, while the strongest leader dashed forward like a fleeting shadow, menacingly targeting Uchiha Yao, unaware of his own demise. Observing the swiftly approaching enemy, Uchiha Yao snorted coldly, his gaze devoid of fear. Uchiha Yao lifted his head, locking eyes with the rogue ninja leader's frenzied gaze. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Though possessing merely a single Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Yao's spiritual power exceeded that of ordinary individuals. And combined with the perfect mastery of the Sharingan bestowed by the system, the Genjutsu he unleashed was formidable. The rogue ninja leader, charging at full speed, suddenly came to an abrupt halt within 5 meters of Uchiha Yao. His face remained contorted in a fierce expression, yet his eyes instantly lost all luster, becoming hollow and bewildered. Chapter 10. Annihilating the Rogue Ninjas. Uchiha's name resurrected. The fierce battle within the valley shifted drastically due to Uchiha Yao's unexpected Genjutsu. Who was Uchiha Tetsuhan, the battle-hardened leader of the guard team? Though he was taken aback by Uchiha Yao's impressive Genjutsu, his combat instincts were ingrained in his very being. Requiring no deliberation, eliminate them. Uchiha Tetsuhan surged forward, targeting the entranced rogue ninja leader. Thud! A line of blood shot forth. The rogue ninja leader, caught in the Genjutsu, had no time to scream before Tetsuhan's sharp katana swiftly severed his neck. His head soared into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom, boom. The remaining 2 elite rogue ninjas watched in horror as their leader was dispatched in an instant. Before they could regain their composure, they were met with a relentless barrage of attacks from Uchiha Tetsuhan and the other guards. With the aid of the fierce flames propelled by the wind, the 2 were swiftly engulfed. The battle concluded rapidly. The air was thick with the scent of blood and charred flesh. Uchiha Yao leaped down from the rock, landing steadily. Uchiha Tetsuhan strode over to him with purposeful strides. Yao. Tetsuhan extended his large hand, giving Uchiha Yao's shoulder a hearty pat, the force considerable. Well done, kid. You're too kind, Captain. Uchiha Yao replied with a light smile. His demeanor humble. This poise, undisturbed by praise or criticism, earned Uchiha Yao higher regard from Tetsuhan and the other members. For one of such youth to possess such strength, yet remain unassuming, his future was undoubtedly boundless. The formidable blaze of the dragon, now unleashed, rivals even my utmost effort. Furthermore, that illusion technique effortlessly annihilated a seasoned Jonin without a flicker of resistance. Even if the opponent were to underestimate us, achieving such prowess is enough to dominate 99% of the Chunin within our clan. Uchiha Yao offered little explanation. The system had bestowed upon him perfect mastery over the Sharingan, transcending all norms. Clear the battlefield. Then, return to the village. Uchiha Tiehu commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Following this intense life and death struggle, Uchiha Yao could distinctly sense the chakra within him being pushed to its limits, only to experience a new refinement as his control over the Sharingan became increasingly adept. Ding. Team mission. Eliminate the rogue shinobi. Due to the emergence of 3 Jonin, the mission's rank has been elevated to A class, has been completed. The host has performed exceptionally well during the mission, playing a decisive role, and has earned family honor points, 200. Current family honor points, 735. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. An A-class mission, yielding 200 honor points, quite a satisfactory reward. More importantly, this battle would elevate Uchiha Yao's reputation within the guard, taking it to unparalleled heights. This was crucial for his future control over the guard, and indeed, the entire Uchiha clan. Upon returning to Konoha, Uchiha Tiehu did not dismiss the team, but instead led Uchiha Yao directly to the headquarters of the guard to report the mission details to Vice Captain Uchiha Dao. After listening to Tiehu's comprehensive account of the battle, especially when he heard of Yao's use of illusion to immobilize a Jonin, thereby altering the course of the entire confrontation, Dao's usually stern visage betrayed a rare look of incredulity. Are you certain you are not exaggerating, Tiehu? I hope you aren't attributing all the credit to your junior merely to support him. Dao's sharp gaze scrutinized Uchiha Yao intently. Vice Captain, I assure you on my honor that every word is true. Uchiha Tiehu asserted resolutely, his demeanor grave. Had it not been for Yao's intervention, our first team would have likely suffered severe casualties. Uchiha Dao fell into silence, fixating on Uchiha Yao for a prolonged moment before finally nodding in satisfaction. Uchiha Yao, you have performed admirably. The guard will remember your contributions. It was merely my duty, Uchiha Yao replied, bowing slightly with humility. Exiting the headquarters, Uchiha Tiehu clapped Yao's shoulder with vigor, laughing heartily. Youngster, you have truly made a name for yourself. Even Vice Captain Dao now regards you with newfound respect. I dare say none in the guard will dare to underestimate you henceforth. Uchiha Yao merely smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning. His ambitions extended far beyond mere recognition within the guard. In the days that followed, Uchiha Yao shone brilliantly during border missions, heroically rescuing the first team from peril. And news of his exploits rapidly spread throughout the Uchiha Guard. The Uchiha clan reveres strength and honors the formidable. For true prodigies, they spare no admiration and accolades. Uchiha Yao's reputation soared, reaching unprecedented heights within the clan. The once ridiculed waste has now become a figure of awe and reverence, especially among the younger generation. Simultaneously, the data on Uchiha Yao's system panel began to increment slowly due to his rising prestige. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength, elite Chunin, chakra nearing the initial stages of Jonin. Mental fortitude comparable to Jonin, overall combat capability at the threshold of Jonin, mastered skills, body technique, proficient, fire release ninjutsu, mastery of all techniques, Sharingan, one tomo. Significantly heightened perceptive ability. Uchiha fluid technique, proficient, clan status. Ace member of the Uchiha Guard's first team, extremely high reputation within the clan, family honor points. 885 overall clan prestige assessment. Low Chunin, high, due to the host's increased prestige and honor points. Clan cohesion has slightly improved. In the stillness of the night, Uchiha Yao gazed at his panel. His strength as an elite Chunin had indeed improved markedly, yet it was still far from sufficient to seize control of his destiny and alter the Uchiha clan's fate of annihilation. He needed to ascend to the level of a Kage. Only then could he sit at the table and become a player in this grand game. Chapter 11. Promotion to team leader, status elevated once again in the span of merely a month. The name Uchiha Yao transformed from that of an unnoticed waste to a budding talent, and now, to a celebrated prodigy within the guard. His rapid ascent was astonishing. Days later, at the guard headquarters, Uchiha Yao stood before the notice board, his gaze fixed upon a freshly posted announcement. Guard Team Leader Selection Assessment Notification, a team leader. Indeed, this was precisely what he required. A higher status meant greater authority, more resources, and richer rewards from the system. Only by climbing higher could he access the core of the Uchiha and truly commence his plans. Yao, are you here to check the notice as well? A robust, booming voice resonated from behind him. Uchiha Tiehu's large hand clapped firmly on Uchiha Yao's shoulder. What do you think? Interested? Uchiha Yao responded with a question of his own. Does the captain believe I should be interested? Haha, you rascal. Uchiha Tiehu laughed heartily. If you aren't interested, then those fellows have even less right to be. I've already signed you up, no dawdling. Thank you, Captain. Uchiha Yao turned to express his gratitude to Tiehu. Perform well, and don't disgrace me. Let those old-timers see the genius emerging from our first team. 3 days later, at the central training ground of the guard, Uchiha Do, Uchiha Shana, and another senior guard member, Uchiha Shien, sat side by side on the platform as chief examiners, their expressions grave. Below, 6 candidates stood in a line. Apart from Uchiha Yao, the other 5 were seasoned Chunin from the guard, all over 20, battle-hardened, and exuding a steady aura. The first event is practical combat. Uchiha Dahu announced loudly. Fates will be drawn to determine opponents, with winners advancing. The drawing of lots concluded swiftly. Uchiha Yao's first opponent was a seasoned Chunin named Uchiha Foam, known for his formidable physical prowess and mastery of fire release techniques, holding considerable renown within the guard. As Uchiha Foam stepped onto the stage and glanced at the youth before him, who stood a head shorter, he spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Yao, I have heard much about your reputation. I hope you are not merely a name without substance. I look forward to our match. Please, was Uchiha Yao's succinct reply. Begin. The moment Daha's command fell, Uchiha Foam sprang into action. He would not grant this young man any chance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full power. A massive fireball, over 2 meters in diameter, surged forth, accompanied by a searing heat wave, hurtling towards Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao's form shifted abruptly. A lingering shadow remained in place, while its true form had already appeared several meters away, flawlessly evading the frontal assault of the fireball. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yao's hands moved with lightning speed to complete a series of hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of fireballs, each the size of a fist, shot forth from Uchiha Yao's mouth. These fiery orbs encircled Uchiha Q from all directions, sealing off every possible escape route. What? Uchiha Q's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly executed several backflips, narrowly dodging the majority of the fireballs. Yet, Uchiha Yao's control over the phoenix fire was astonishingly precise. Sizzle! A fireball grazed the edge of his clothing and arm, leaving a trail of burnt fabric and a sharp sting. Such rapid hand-seal execution. Is this truly the phoenix fire? The level of control is simply unfathomable. Outside the arena, knowledgeable spectators were utterly stunned. Uchiha Q steadied himself, his gaze towards Uchiha Yao shifting from seriousness to sheer astonishment. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Q formed hand seals, launching a highly compressed crimson fireball towards Uchiha Yao. This technique boasted greater power and speed. A single Tomo Sharingan activated. Just as the fireball was about to strike Uchiha Yao, he abruptly sidestepped, evading the incoming blaze. Seeing this, Uchiha Q also activated his own bloodline limit, manifesting a similarly single Tomo Sharingan. In the next second, both vanished from their original positions. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed wildly in the arena. Two figures moved like lightning, continuously intertwining, kunai clashing against kunai, sending sparks flying in all directions. Although both possessed a single Tomo, Uchiha Q's development was evidently inferior to Uchiha Yao's. In Uchiha Yao's vision, every movement of Uchiha Q was crystal clear. In the midst of their rapid exchanges, Uchiha Yao keenly seized upon a brief moment of vulnerability caused by Uchiha Q's overexertion. Now is the time. Uchiha Yao's body sank, and his right leg lashed out fiercely towards Uchiha Q's side. This is bad. Uchiha Q's Sharingan caught the impending strike, yet his body was unable to react in time. Thud! A dull thud resonated. Uchiha Q felt an overwhelming force strike his waist, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his mouth as he soared through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground several meters away, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Everyone stood agape, staring at the young man who slowly retracted his leg, their minds blank. Moments later, thunderous cheers and gasps erupted. My goodness! Senior Q was defeated in a single move. Incredible! Is this truly a Chunin? This physical prowess, this strength, this battle instinct. The ensuing combat segment transformed entirely into Uchiha Yao's personal showcase. Like a raging tide, sweeping away all in its path. No opponent could withstand his might for even 30 seconds. Whether in taijutsu or fire release, he exhibited overwhelming superiority. In the combat assessment, Uchiha Yao received a flawless score without question. The second task involved tactical analysis. Uchiha Jin personally posed a scenario. Spies from a rival nation were detected on the outskirts of Konoha, suspected of carrying vital intelligence, requiring the candidates to devise a capture plan. Several candidates presented conventional strategies. When it was Uchiha Yao's turn, he pondered briefly before proposing a plan that astonished all three examiners. Firstly, block the main routes and gradually tighten the encirclement. Secondly, deploy an elite reconnaissance team to pinpoint the spy's exact location without alerting them. Once located, a direct assault was inadvisable. The value of the intelligence outweighed all else. Send in members skilled in Jinjutsu for silent infiltration, using illusion to control the situation. This was the optimal strategy. If the Jinjutsu failed or the spies proved too powerful, a coordinated strike must ensure a swift and decisive capture, leaving one alive for interrogation. Simultaneously, establish a second defensive line to prevent any accomplices from providing assistance or using special techniques to escape. Uchiha Yao's logic was clear and methodical, accounting for all possible outcomes. The three examiners nodded in agreement. Uchiha Jin even applauded in admiration. This young man not only possessed exceptional strength, but also a remarkably sharp mind, a born leader. In tactical analysis, Uchiha Yao again achieved full marks. The final task was Jinjutsu dispelling. The renowned Jinjutsu expert, Uchiha Shana, personally took the stage. Uchiha Yao, are you prepared? Please. Uchiha Shana's gaze sharpened, an invisible force of ocular power enveloping Uchiha Yao. Jinjutsu, shifting mirage technique. This was a Jinjutsu capable of overwhelming its victim with countless illusions, leading them to lose their way amidst endless attacks and ultimately succumb to mental collapse. Uchiha Yao's single Tomo began to spin rapidly. He perceived a brief flicker in his surroundings as numerous Uchiha Shana, armed with kunai, rushed towards him from all directions. "Break," he uttered. A surge of chakra pulsing within him. An unrivaled mental force erupted forth. Crack. The illusions before him shattered instantaneously. The entire process, from falling into the Jinjutsu to breaking free, took no more than 3 seconds. Uchiha Shana, known for his unchanging, icy demeanor, now displayed an unmistakable look of shock. Even ordinary Jonin would struggle to dispel his shifting mirage technique so swiftly. Just how powerful is this boy's mental strength? The assessment concluded, and the results were beyond doubt. Uchiha Inahoko rose from his seat and approached, his voice booming as he announced, "In this team leader selection, Uchiha Yao, with a perfect score in all 3 categories, ranks first. Effective immediately, he is promoted to team leader of the Uchiha Guard, assigned to the 3rd squad, and may select 3 team members at his discretion." Chapter 12, System Reward, Double Tomo Sharingan, and the complete basic lightning release techniques. Uchiha Yao sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. The room was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the cold glow of the moonlight streaming through the window. With his eyes gently closed, he delved deep into his consciousness. Ding! The cold sound of the system notification resonated on cue. "Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to team leader of the Uchiha Guard. Rating, significant promotion. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, on receiving a substantial reward." Uchiha Yao's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. A team leader. This position is considered a middle management role within the Guard, granting him genuine authority. The phrase significant promotion indicated that this reward would undoubtedly be remarkable. Reward 1. Evolution of the Sharingan to Double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yao felt a chilling and powerful surge of ocular energy forcefully invade his eyes. It was searing, painful. An indescribable agony erupted from the depths of his eyeballs. Uchiha Yao's body trembled violently, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. In the depths of his pupils, a singular magatama spun at an astonishing speed. It was being torn, stretched, and split apart by an invisible force. After an indeterminate period, this agonizing sensation of tearing gradually subsided. "Congratulations, host, you have evolved your Sharingan, the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Insight significantly enhanced. Copying ability greatly enhanced. Illusion techniques slightly enhanced. Illusion resistance significantly enhanced." Uchiha Yao abruptly opened his eyes. Whoosh! The entire world transformed within his vision. If the 1 Tomo Sharingan rendered the world in high definition, then the 2 Tomo Sharingan thrust it into slow motion and ultra-clear mode. This was the power of the 2 Tomo. Uchiha Yao murmured to himself, excitement flickering in his eyes. Yet, the surprises were not over. Reward 2. Mastery of Lightning Release Chakra. The system's notification echoed once more. No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than a radically different chakra energy abruptly manifested within Uchiha Yao's body. This chakra was imbued with a ferocity, sharpness, and an ability to pierce through everything. It flowed in harmony with the original fire release chakra within him, yet remained distinctly separate. ZZZZT. Uchiha Yao's fingertips involuntarily crackled with faint blue arcs of electricity, emitting subtle explosions in the air. "Congratulations, host, you have attained mastery of Lightning Release Chakra. Your understanding and application of Lightning Release Ninjutsu has reached a proficient level. Bonus, Comprehensive Guide to Lightning Release Basics, C rank to B rank." In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into Uchiha Yao's mind. Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, Lightning Release, Lightning Body Flicker, Lightning Release, Earth Flicker, Lightning Release, Lightning Clone, countless hand signs, chakra manipulation techniques, and practical applications of Lightning Release Ninjutsu were instantly absorbed, comprehended, and integrated by Uchiha Yao as if they were innate knowledge. Lightning Release. A brilliant light ignited in Uchiha Yao's eyes. In the world of Hokage, Lightning Release is renowned for its unparalleled penetrating power and speed of attack. Kakashi Hitachi's Chidori, Sasuke Uchiha's Kirin. All are top-tier killing techniques that instill fear within the ninja realm. Uchiha Yao suppressed his excitement and attempted to channel the newly born, ferocious lightning release chakra within him. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, concentrating the chakra within his palm. ZZZZT. A dazzling sphere of blue lightning surged within Uchiha Yao's palm, swirling and compressing. Is this form? A thought flashed through Uchiha Yao's mind like lightning. Chidori. Although it was merely a prototype, its form was highly unstable, and its power far from the true level of Chidori. Yet, this technique of transforming lightning release chakra into a heightened form was undeniably the foundation of Chidori, combined with the insight of the two-tomo Sharingan for high-speed thrusting. Uchiha Yao's breath quickened slightly. This reward from the system was tailor-made for him. The two-tomo Sharingan perfectly alleviated the visual constraints during high-speed thrusts. The explosive and area damage of fire release, combined with the penetration and speed of lightning release, would make his combat methods far richer and more unpredictable. Furthermore, the fire release chakra and lightning release chakra within him could be further developed. Composite ninjutsu? Uchiha Yao's thoughts stirred. If he could perfectly merge fire release and lightning release, the rewards for his promotion to squad leader were truly bountiful. The two-tomo Sharingan, mastery of lightning release chakra. These two rewards had undeniably facilitated a qualitative leap in Uchiha Yao's strength. System, display my attribute panel, Uchiha Yao silently commanded. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength, special Jonin mastered skills, mastery of all fire release techniques, mastery of lightning release chakra, complete mastery of lightning release basics below B rank. Sharingan, two-tomo. Chidori prototype, unrefined, family status, captain of the Uchiha Guard family honor points, 885 points family overall prestige assessment, low ninja, high. Gazing at the refreshed attribute panel, Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction. Special Jonin. This level of strength could be considered a true backbone within the current Konoha. Especially as the Uchiha clan faced widespread oppression and the younger generation struggled, a 12-year-old special Jonin like him was an extraordinary anomaly. However, it is still insufficient. The excitement in Uchiha Yao's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound calm. It was far from enough. He was acutely aware that after the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan's circumstances would only grow increasingly dire. The suspicions from higher-ups, the village's exclusion, and the lurking threat of that old dog, Danzo, all conspired to push the Uchiha towards the abyss of annihilation. He must strengthen himself at an accelerated pace, stronger than anyone else, strong enough to crush all schemes, strong enough to trample those so-called Konoha higher-ups beneath his feet. The combination of lightning release and fire release must be expedited, and Chidori must be perfected as well. Uchiha Yao began to contemplate his upcoming training regimen with a clear mind. He understood that his rapid growth would inevitably attract attention, especially from Danzo. His rise could very well provoke that old dog's targeting or even assassination, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, hesitation only leads to a quicker demise. Only absolute power is the fundamental basis for survival. He must attain the strength to overturn the chessboard before the night of clan extinction arrives. Otherwise, all would be mere empty talk. Chapter 13. Forming the Foundation. The establishment of Uchiha Yao's team today marked the day when Uchiha Yao, as team captain, would select his first batch of members. In a solemn conference room at the guard headquarters, a thick paper list lay neatly before Uchiha Yao. It meticulously documented all the available genin and regular chunin within the guard. According to the regulations of the guard, newly promoted team leaders could choose 3 members from this list to form their own specialized team. A staff member from the guard stood respectfully nearby, ready with paper and pen to record Uchiha Yao's selections. Captain Yao, here is the list of all eligible members. Please take your time to choose. Uchiha Yao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the paper list without immediately flipping through it. His consciousness had already delved deep into the system interface within his mind. Family member list of virtual list, visible only to Uchiha Yao, slowly unfurled. Unlike the paper list, every name on the system list was clearly marked with 2 crucial core values: potential value and loyalty. This was Uchiha Yao's true basis for selecting team members. He seeks to assemble a core team, utterly loyal to him and completely within his control. Those so-called geniuses, if their loyalty falters or if they harbor ulterior motives, are not only of no use to him, but may also become ticking time bombs at his side. Uchiha Yao's fingers gently tapped on the table as his gaze swiftly scoured the virtual list. Following the usual selection process from that list would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, making it exceedingly difficult to find someone truly suitable. However, with the system at his disposal, everything would become simple and efficient. The list gradually glided before him. Soon, several names captured Uchiha Yao's attention. Uchiha Rin, potential value, 75, above average, loyalty, 95, absolute trust. Remarks: female, 15 years old, Chunin, specializing in physical techniques, resilient character, not eloquent. Due to her collateral lineage, she is undervalued within the clan and lacks resources. She holds profound admiration for the formidable strength exhibited by the host during the assessment. Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Yao's gaze sharpened slightly. A loyalty rating of 95. This was nearly the highest loyalty among all the clan members on the list. Furthermore, her specialization in physical techniques, resilient nature, and commendable potential were noteworthy. Most crucially, her collateral lineage and lack of recognition meant that, with sufficient acknowledgement and resources, her loyalty would become unshakable. A promising candidate indeed. Uchiha Yao resolved to continue his search. Uchiha Zhe. Potential value, 70, average, loyalty, 90, high recognition. Remarks: male, 16 years old, Chunin, specializing in illusion techniques, meticulous mind, moderate chakra capacity, slightly introverted, and greatly admires the host's displayed strength during the assessment. This one is also commendable, Uchiha Yao nodded. His proficiency in illusion techniques could compensate for the team's control shortcomings. A loyalty rating of 90 also placed him within the realm of total trust. Lastly, the final candidate, Uchiha Kai, potential value, 68, average, loyalty, 92, admiration and respect. Remarks: male, 15 years old, Chunin, specializing in strength-based physical techniques. Straightforward and honest personality, average talent in ninjutsu. He greatly reveres the host's formidable physical prowess. Uchiha Kai, with his strength-based physical techniques and honest nature, boasts a loyalty rating of 92. Although his potential value is the lowest among the three, his reliability and straightforward character often lead to the most thorough execution of orders. Moreover, with the system's potential enhancement feature, his potential is not set in stone. Excellent. It is these three individuals. Had he adhered to the conventional standards for selection, they might not even qualify for consideration. Yet, Uchiha Yao's focus lay on their loyalty, malleability, and that yearning to rise above the ordinary. I have made my choice. Uchiha Yao lifted his head, ceasing the rhythmic tapping of his fingers upon the table, and spoke to the bureaucrat with a calm demeanor. Oh, so soon? The bureaucrat appeared momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that Captain Yao would deliberate throughout the afternoon. After all, this was a significant undertaking in forming his own team. Just these three individuals. The bureaucrat gazed at the names, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. These three were merely the most ordinary members of the guard team, possessing almost no presence, and their task ratings were unremarkable. Rin and Kai were even still Chunin. Captain Yao chose them? Was there a mistake? Shouldn't he select those with greater strength and renown, like Uchiha Yenhua or Uchiha Mei, both of whom were key figures in the clan's training programs? Already achieving upper-tier Chunin status, and even nearing special Jonin? What did it mean to select these three misfits? Captain Yao, are you certain about these three? The bureaucrat asked, unable to suppress his confusion. Absolutely. All right. I shall register this immediately and notify them to report. The bureaucrat dared not inquire further, quickly bowing his head to record the details before hastily departing. The news swiftly circulated within the guard team. The newly appointed prodigy team leader, Uchiha Yao, had chosen 3 ordinary members to form his team. Countless individuals were left astonished and perplexed. What? Captain Yao selected Rin and Kai? Those 2 perennial Chunin? And what about Uchiha Zhe? Although he is a Chunin, his capabilities are rather modest, and his demeanor is painfully dull. I thought he would select Uchiha Yen and the others. It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. What was Captain Yao thinking? Was he diminishing his own stature? Some young ninjas, who had initially held high hopes for Uchiha Yao and even desired to join his team, felt a twinge of disappointment. In their eyes, his choices seemed a waste of talent and opportunity. However, Uchiha Yao remained indifferent to the external whispers. A bunch of fools. They do not comprehend what is most vital for a team. It is not fame or superficial strength. It is control. It is absolute obedience. What he requires are 3 blades that he can wield, directing them with precision, not 3 geniuses with their own agendas. Rin, Zhe, and Kai, while currently lacking in strength, possess exceptional loyalty and considerable potential. With the assistance of the system, he has complete confidence in molding them into an elite team in the shortest possible time. Before long, Three slightly anxious and awkward figures appeared at the conference room door: Uchiha Rin, Uchiha Ja, and Uchiha Kai. Upon receiving the notification, they had thought they were hearing things. Captain Uchiha Yao had chosen them to join his team. It felt like a dream. Even now, standing at the conference room entrance, their hearts raced uncontrollably. Reporting to Captain Yao, Uchiha Rin, Zhi, Kai, has arrived to report, they stated in unison. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept across their faces. From this day forth, you are members of my Uchiha Yao team. Yes, Captain. The three responded in unison, their voices significantly louder than before, now laced with an undeniable excitement. I do not concern myself with your past, nor with how others perceive you. Uchiha Yao slowly rose from his seat, striding toward the three. Since you have joined my team, the first thing you must remember, and the most crucial, is... Before he could finish, Uchiha Yao's eyes suddenly sharpened. A formidable aura emanated from him, pressing down on the three and nearly robbing them of their breath. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Was this the captain's strength? Merely his presence rendered them incapable of even contemplating resistance. That is, absolute obedience to my commands. My words are the law. Within my team, no questioning or defiance is permitted. Can you abide by this? Uchiha Yao demanded sternly. Yes. Three individuals were awestruck by the terrifying aura that enveloped them, instinctively straightening their chests and roaring back in response with all their might. Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction, gradually retracting his overwhelming presence. The trio felt as if a great weight had been lifted, gasping for air as their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This small team would serve as the foundation for his future control over the Uchiha clan. Establishing authority was the essential first step. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, a week of special training will commence. I expect to see a completely transformed team after 1 week. Dismissed. The three dared not delay. Respectfully bowing once more before leaving the conference room, their hearts filled with awe and anticipation. Chapter 14. Painting Dreams for Team Members. Skillfully managing the squad in the exclusive 7th training ground of the Guard Corps, three somewhat uneasy figures stood before Uchiha Yao. This marked the first official assembly of Uchiha Yao's team. Rin, Zhi, and Kai were all filled with trepidation. They had never imagined that as inconspicuous figures within their clan, they would be chosen by this rising genius. The sensation was utterly surreal. Uchiha Yao's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, slowly swept over the faces of the trio. Excellent. From today onward, you are members of my Uchiha Yao squad. Yes, Captain. The three instinctively straightened their chests and responded in unison. Uchiha Yao paused, his tone becoming more serious. Since you have joined my squad, the first and most important thing you must remember is absolute obedience to my commands. In my squad, my word is law. Any task, any action, my orders are beyond question, beyond disobedience, and beyond hesitation. Even if it means risking your lives, you must execute without hesitation. Can you do that? The last 3 words thundered in the minds of the trio. They had no doubt that if they dared to utter a word of dissent, this young captain would unhesitatingly expel them from the squad. Yes, they replied in chorus. Uchiha Yao slowly withdrew his imposing aura. Rinja and Kai immediately felt a release of pressure, instinctively gasping for breath as their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. This young captain was far more formidable and domineering than they had imagined. Excellent. Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction. Observing the lingering fear in their expressions, he shifted his tone, softening his demeanor. Of course, I, Uchiha Yao, never shortchange my own people. I have formed this squad not to merely pass time in the Guard Corps, nor to turn you into cannon fodder. My goal is to make this squad the strongest elite team within the Uchiha clan. I want each member to possess strength that surpasses their peers, even exceeding what you once thought possible. The three abruptly lifted their heads, disbelief flashing in their eyes. The strongest elite team in the Uchiha clan? Is that even possible? Just with them, who were so inconspicuous within the clan. As long as you are loyal to me, train diligently, and fulfill your tasks. Uchiha Yao discerned their doubts and continued, I will personally guide your training, providing you with the finest resources, enabling you to grow at an unprecedented pace. Anyone can paint grand dreams, but the dreams that Uchiha Yao paints are guaranteed to come to fruition. To bolster his persuasiveness, a crimson light flickered in Uchiha Yao's eyes. 2 tomo began to slowly rotate in his pupils, emanating an eerie yet powerful aura. The double tomo Sharingan. Uchiha's pupils suddenly contracted, exclaiming in shock. Rin and Kai stood frozen in place. The double tomo. In today's Uchiha clan, only a few can awaken the Sharingan. And to do so at such a young age, only a handful of geniuses could achieve that. How old is Uchiha Yao? Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. With a crackle, Uchiha Yao slowly raised his right hand, and a dazzling blue arc of electricity erupted from his palm. The violent and swift lightning chakra condensed into a highly compressed sphere, radiating a terrifying energy wave that instinctively made the trio's hearts race. This is lightning release. Uchiha adjusted his glasses, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its fire release. Members possessing other elemental chakra are already rare. Yet, someone like Uchiha Yao, wielding lightning release to such a terrifying degree, was unheard of. Captain, you are also proficient in lightning release. Uchiha Kai stammered in astonishment. Double Tomo Sharingan, powerful physical techniques, mastery of fire release, and now wielding such formidable lightning release. What other trump cards does this young captain possess? Uchiha Yao smiled faintly, retracting his Sharingan and the lightning from his palm. This is merely a portion of my strength. As long as you follow me, in the future, you too will have the chance to reach greater heights. Uchiha Yao observed the flushed faces of the three, knowing his objective had been achieved. First, establish authority, then bestow favor. Initially, he would intimidate them with absolute strength and dominance, and then entice them with a bright future and attainable benefits. With this combination, Uchiha Yao was confident that he had them firmly in his grasp. Fear would yield obedience, while hope would foster fervent loyalty. Starting tomorrow, we will commence a week of integrated training. Uchiha Yao issued his first order. The training content will be personally devised by me. The intensity will far exceed your expectations. I hope to see a disciplined team, one that adheres to commands and is filled with aspirations for the future after 1 week. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. The three responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Excellent. Now dismissed. Assemble here promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. The trio bowed deeply, watching them depart. Uchiha Yao felt a swell of excitement. My first squad. System, assess their loyalty. Beep. Assessment complete. Uchiha Rin. Loyalty 96, absolute trust. Slight increase. Uchiha Zhe. Loyalty 94, high recognition, slight increase. Uchiha Kai. Loyalty 95, admiration, significant increase, not bad. Uchiha Yao nodded slightly. Kai, the earnest one, had the fastest increase in loyalty, nearly catching up to Rin. The foundation of this team had already been established. Next, it was time to mold them into true elites. Chapter 15, the first team training. Attempting to develop Chidori and fusion ninjutsu the following morning, at dawn, the 7th training ground welcomed today's trainees. Uchiha Rin, Uchiha Zhe, and Uchiha Kai stood straight as arrows. When Uchiha Yao appeared at the training ground punctually, their bodies instantly tensed. Captain, Uchiha Yao nodded. It appears that you all have a good sense of time. Splendid. Without any superfluous words, Uchiha Yao directly addressed the matter at hand. Today's training is divided into 2 parts. In the morning, we will focus on basic physical conditioning and chakra control. In the afternoon, we will engage in specialized enhancements and team cooperation exercises. Before we commence, please report your respective chakra affinities. Uchiha Rin stepped forward first. Reporting, Captain. I possess fire affinity chakra and lack any other attributes. Uchiha Zhu adjusted his glasses. Reporting, Captain. I too have fire affinity chakra and excel in Jinjutsu. Lastly, Uchiha Kai scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Reporting, Captain. I only possess fire affinity as well. Indeed, as expected from the Uchiha clan, fire affinity is standard. Excellent. The morning training regimen is quite simple. Uchiha Yao paused for a moment. Everyone, wear a 20-kilogram weight and run 50 laps around the training ground. Those who cannot finish will forfeit lunch. What? Uchiha Kai's lament echoed. 20 kilograms. 50 laps. This training volume is several times greater than what we endure in the guard squad. Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Zhe also changed expressions. Uchiha Yao shot a cold glance at Kai. Is there a problem? And no. Kai jolted, instantly swallowing back all complaints. Hastily shaking his head as he obediently donned the heavy-weighted vest. Begin. With Yao's command, the three commenced their arduous run, their heavy footsteps echoing like a march through hell. Uchiha Yao did not remain idle. He supervised their training while concurrently focusing on his own cultivation. His primary attention was directed towards the development of his newly acquired lightning release techniques and the fusion of fire and lightning chakra properties. Chidori. Uchiha Yao extended his right hand, palm facing upward. ZZZZT. A dazzling blue electric light rapidly coalesced and compressed in his palm, emitting a piercing shriek. The tumultuous lightning chakra, under Uchiha Yao's impeccable control, continually morphed in form, striving to attain an unparalleled penetrative force. However, such a highly variable jutsu demands an extraordinarily precise control of chakra. Uft! A soft sound erupted as the lightning in Uchiha Yao's palms suddenly dissipated. Still lacking a bit of refinement, he mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Although the system had granted him mastery over lightning chakra attributes and an extensive knowledge of lightning release techniques, the Chidori, being an A-rank jutsu, could not be mastered instantaneously. It requires the practitioner to possess exceptional chakra control and the physical fortitude to withstand the terrifying strain of high-speed thrusts. It seems, aside from the fusion of chakra properties, the enhancement of physical capabilities must not be neglected. Uchiha Yao inhaled deeply and attempted to condense the lightning chakra once more. Time ticked by. On the track, the three's footsteps grew increasingly labored. As the midday sun blazed fiercely, they barely completed 50 laps, as if they had emerged from the depths of water. Kai crossed the finish line last, his legs buckling, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for breath. Rest for 10 minutes. Then we will proceed with chakra control training. Uchiha Yao's icy voice rang out once more. The three, on the verge of tears, could only drag their nearly broken bodies to the shade to recover. Captain, you must be a demon, Kai weakly complained, feeling utterly depleted. Shut up. Rin shot him a glare. Do you wish to remain a mere lowly ninja, looked down upon by others? Kai shrank back, refraining from further protest. 10 minutes later, chakra control training commenced. Climbing trees and walking on water, the most fundamental of exercises yet the most demanding in terms of basics. Under the strain of their exhausted physical conditions, executing precise chakra control became exponentially more challenging. Uchiha Yao observed coldly from the sidelines, occasionally offering sparse guidance. In the afternoon, Uchiha Yao tailored a notably rigorous training regimen according to the strengths of the three. Upon seeing their tasks, their faces turned pale. This was no longer rigorous. It was sheer self-torture. However, confronted with Uchiha Yao's undeniable gaze, they could only grit their teeth and begin a new round of torment. While instructing his teammates, Uchiha Yao did not relax in developing his own abilities. Standing at the center of the training ground, his hands flew through seals with blinding speed. 2 different chakra properties were forcibly extracted from within him, compressed, and fused before him. Fiery crimson flames and chaotic electric arcs repelled each other, yet were violently merged, forming an exceedingly unstable energy sphere. Boom! A sphere of fiery red flames and dazzling blue arcs shot forth from his hands, violently striking a distant training dummy. The dummy, crafted from special materials, could not withstand even a second, instantly shattering into pieces. Impressive power. A glimmer of delight flickered in Uchiha Yao's eyes. The potency of this fused jutsu was already approaching the upper limits of B-rank techniques. Let us call it the Rain Dan. Uchiha Yao casually named this newly developed technique. Although still somewhat crude and requiring stability enhancements, it was undoubtedly a promising start. The three, deeply engrossed in their rigorous training, were startled by the tremendous explosion, instinctively halting their actions to gaze in shock at the source of the blast. When they beheld the shattered dummy, still emitting smoke and electric arcs, they were left utterly speechless, their minds blank. A monster, was the thought that simultaneously surged through their minds. With such a powerful captain, they could not afford to lag behind his teammates. Kai let out a fierce roar, gripping his blade with both hands, summoning every ounce of strength to strike the wooden post once more. Rin and Ja gritted their teeth, diving back into their hellish training. The high-intensity training persisted throughout the day. As night fell, Rin, Ja, and Kai practically crawled away from the training ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Uchiha Yao observed their disheveled figures with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Chapter 16, 100 Loyalty Achieved. Uchiha Rin Awakens Potential. The devilish training regimen had continued uninterrupted for 3 full days. Uchiha Rin, Uchiha Ja, and Uchiha Kai, from their initial groans of despair and feeling utterly broken, had now learned to endure with gritted teeth. Their willpower and physiques underwent unprecedented refinement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yao's cultivation never wavered. He extended a hand. Within his palm, a tempestuous blue electric arc danced wildly, compressing and emitting a sharp shriek. As the development of Chidori approached stability, although still distant from true mastery, it possessed considerable power. Furthermore, the previously developed composite technique, Randan, continued to be refined and improved, with its potency steadily increasing. On that afternoon, after the physical training concluded, Uchiha Rin leaned on her knee with one hand. Sweat trickling down from her hair tips, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath. Throughout these 3 days of hellish training, she could distinctly feel that the bottleneck that had troubled her for so long was gradually loosening. "Rin, come here," Uchiha Yao's indifferent voice called out. "Yes, Captain." Rin dared not slack off in the slightest. She suppressed the soreness in her muscles and immediately jogged to Yao's side. "Your progress is swift," Uchiha Yao observed her, a rare glimmer of approval in his eyes. "However, it is still insufficient." With a shift in tone, Uchiha Yao continued. "I will now impart to you an advanced technique of Uchiha fluid style that will enable you to unleash greater strength and speed in an instant. Pay close attention." As his words fell, Uchiha Yao slightly lowered his stance, and his entire aura abruptly transformed. He personally demonstrated the technique for Rin, meticulously breaking down every detail from the twisting of his waist to the force exerted through his ankles and the instantaneous eruption of chakra in specific muscle groups. Uchiha Rin widened her eyes, watching intently. She thought to herself, "Captain, how generous he is to impart such invaluable secrets of physical technique without reservation." The sensation of being valued, anticipated, and entrusted with high hopes felt truly delightful. At that moment, a system notification resounded in Uchiha Yao's mind. Loyalty of Uchiha Rin to the host has reached 100, utterly devoted. Congratulations, host. Family member Uchiha Rin has achieved full loyalty, meeting the conditions for potential activation. Would you like to activate Uchiha Rin's potential? Note, the first activation of potential will consume 500 family honor points. Uchiha Yao was taken aback. Rin's loyalty had actually reached 100. He stifled his internal excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued explaining the essentials of the physical technique to Rin. Once he had thoroughly conveyed every detail of the advanced technique, Uchiha Yao waved his hand. "Practice by yourself over there. I want to see results in half an hour." "Yes, Captain." Rin nodded earnestly and turned to the side to begin her solo practice. Uchiha Yao's gaze remained fixed on her as he silently commanded the system. "System, activate Uchiha Rin's potential. Confirm the consumption of 500 family honor points to activate Uchiha Rin's potential. Confirm." A surge of formless yet profound power instantly emanated from Uchiha Yao, enveloping Uchiha Rin, who was practicing the physical technique. As she threw her punches, Rin's body trembled suddenly. She felt an inexplicable wave of warmth coursing through her, akin to an electric current. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed her eyes, only to be replaced by an unprecedented clarity. The once obscure techniques of exertion now appeared vividly in her mind, as though she were innately aware of them. As Uchiha Rin sensed the surging power within her and the sudden clarity regarding the physical techniques, disbelief painted her features. Instinctively, she attempted to execute the series of techniques that Uchiha Yao had just taught her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind from her punches whistled, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. Her movements flowed with several times the fluidity of before. The strength and speed had escalated to an entirely new level. Many high-difficulty maneuvers that had previously seemed impossible were now executed with effortless precision. Ding! Activation of Uchiha Rin's potential successful. Physical talent significantly enhanced. Chakra affinity slightly increased. Overall physical attributes greatly strengthened. The system's notification echoed in Uchiha Yao's mind. What just happened? I feel as if I have suddenly gained insight. Uchiha Rin exclaimed in delight as she gazed at her hands, then turned her confused gaze toward Uchiha Yao. Captain, Uchiha Yao revealed a cryptic smile. This is the result of your diligent training. Your body is adapting to greater strength, and your talent is gradually awakening. From today onward, your training intensity will double. Yes, Captain. Though Rin did not fully comprehend what had transpired, she could distinctly sense her newfound strength, a leap in power. Everything undoubtedly related to the captain. At that moment, her trust and admiration for Uchiha Yao reached an unparalleled pinnacle. On the other side of the training ground, Uchiha Zhe and Uchiha Kai had already noticed the changes in Rin. Rin seems to have suddenly become much stronger, Kai exclaimed, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, stammering slightly. Uchiha Zhe abruptly adjusted his glasses, lost in thought. The physical techniques Rin had just demonstrated were undeniably more powerful in terms of strength, speed, and technique than merely minutes ago. This astonishing rate of progress was utterly illogical. Could it be the captain's doing? Both of them instinctively turned their gazes toward Uchiha Yao, who stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Uchiha Yao paid them no heed. His consciousness was immersed in the system interface, examining Uchiha Rin's transformed attributes. Uchiha Rin, post-potential activation, potential value, 85, upper tier, originally 75, loyalty, 100, utterly devoted, strength assessment. Chunin, specialized in physical techniques, mastered skills. Uchiha fluid style, proficient. Advanced exertion techniques, mastered. Basic fire release, beginner. The potential value had directly increased by 10 points, elevating from mid-tier to upper tier. The strength assessment had leapt from an ordinary genin to a Chunin level, specializing in physical techniques. This potential activation function was indeed extraordinary, and this was merely the beginning. Uchiha Yao's gaze slowly swept over Uchiha Zhe and Uchiha Kai, who were similarly filled with yearning. As long as your loyalty also reaches 100, you too can achieve this. Uchiha Yao mused internally. The future holds great promise. Chapter 17. A Grand Vision. The team's first real combat mission. The envious and jealous glances were impossible to disguise. Uchiha Yao took in the expressions of Zhou and Kai, silently chuckling within. This was precisely the effect he desired. A living, breathing success story was far more persuasive than any hollow promise. You have all witnessed Rin's progress. Her remarkable improvement in just 3 days was not merely due to my guidance. More importantly, Uchiha Yao paused, his keen gaze sweeping over the two. It is her absolute loyalty to me and this team. Both Zhou and Kai shuddered simultaneously. My unique training method can maximize an individual's potential. But the prerequisite is that this person must possess sufficient loyalty to me. Do you understand my intentions? The minds of Uchiha Zhe and Uchiha Kai buzzed with realization. So it is. The captain indeed possesses a secret method capable of unlocking potential. In that moment, the intensity of their gazes towards Uchiha Yao transformed into fervent admiration. They held no doubt regarding the veracity of Captain Yao's words. After all, Rin's astonishing transformation was vividly evident before their eyes. Captain, I comprehend, Uchiha Kai exclaimed first, his dark complexion flushing with excitement. I, Uchiha Kai, shall pledge unwavering loyalty to you from this day forth. I also beseech you for an opportunity to grow stronger. Uchiha Zhe adjusted his glasses, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, Rest assured, Captain, I shall demonstrate my loyalty through my actions. Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Remember, opportunities are always bestowed upon those who are prepared and deserving of trust. With that, Uchiha Yao ceased further discourse and resumed his training. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhe and Uchiha Kai, invigorated as if electrified, immersed themselves into even more rigorous and fervent training. After a week of intensive training, they were nearing the conclusion of their preparation. It was time to put their skills to the test in a practical mission. Today marked the day of their real-world assignment. In the 7th training ground, Uchiha Yao observed the revitalized spirits of his 3 team members and spoke solemnly. The mission objective: to eliminate the band of wandering warriors entrenched at the border of the Land of Fire. The task was classified as a C rank. But intelligence suggested that the leader possessed formidable strength and posed a certain level of danger. Upon hearing of the real-world mission, Rin, Zhe, and Kai felt a surge of vigor, their eyes brimming with combat fervor. After a week of grueling training, they were eager to test their abilities in actual combat. This would be the first official mission since the formation of their team. Uchiha Yao surveyed the faces of the 3. My requirements are clear. Not only must we successfully complete the mission, but we must also achieve it without any casualties, and showcase our team's coordination and strength with utmost efficiency. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. The trio responded in unison. At the border of the Land of Fire, 4 figures darted through the dense forest like agile leopards. Captain, according to the intelligence, the lair of the wandering warriors should be located in a valley 3 kilometers ahead. Uchiha Zhe lightly leaped onto the trunk of a large tree, landing gracefully beside Uchiha Yao, and reported in a hushed tone. Uchiha Yao nodded, unfurling a simple map and marking a few points with his kunai. Rin, you will be responsible for the frontal assault, swiftly eliminating the sentinels at the valley's entrance, and then charge into the valley to draw the main force's attention. Yes. Rin's response was crisp and decisive. Zhu, you will maneuver around the western cliff and position yourself at their camp's flank. Once Rin engages, look for an opportunity to deploy your Jinjutsu and disrupt their formation. Understood. Zhu adjusted his glasses. Kai, you and I will coordinate the central route and execute the decapitation strategy. Yes, Captain, Kai exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. The three took their orders and stealthily advanced towards the target area. Soon, the entrance to the valley came into view. Uchiha Yao crouched behind a thicket, signaling to Rin and Zhe with a simple gesture. Engage. Who goes there? The wandering warriors at the valley's entrance were caught off guard, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before they could draw their swords, Rin surged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger. She ducked beneath a descending blade, driving her elbow into the jaw of a warrior. A crack echoed. Without pausing, she spun and delivered a powerful kick, striking another warrior's knee with a fierce gust. Another thud resonated. Within mere breaths, the 5 wandering warriors at the entrance lay incapacitated, entirely devoid of combat capability. Intruders! Intruders! The valley erupted with panicked cries. Dozens of armed wandering warriors rushed out from various tents, shouting in a frenzy. Now's the time. Zhe, having already concealed himself on the western cliff. Uchiha Zhe immediately formed hand seals. His position was optimal, allowing him to encompass most of the camp within his view. Jinjutsu Mirage Technique. An invisible wave of ocular power enveloped the confused warriors below. My sword has turned into a snake. Watch out. The ground is shifting. The afflicted warriors were thrown into chaos, their perception of reality distorted as they flailed their weapons indiscriminately, even attacking their own comrades. Well done, Zhe, Uchiha Yao called out. Though Zhe's Jinjutsu was still in its infancy, it was more than sufficient to handle these weak-willed, ordinary warriors. Kai, follow my lead. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 figures surged towards the largest tent in the center of the valley amidst the turmoil. Who dares seek death? A burly one-eyed man, clad in a menacing mask and wielding a massive sword, charged out of the tent, directly confronting Uchiha Yao and Kai. This man was the leader of the warriors. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Yao wasted no time, unleashing a colossal fireball from his mouth. The one-eyed man roared, muscles bulging as he attempted to withstand the attack with his sword. Boom! The gigantic fireball struck him with tremendous force. As the flames dissipated, the one-eyed man was left charred and lifeless. The leader is dead. Flee! Witnessing their leader's swift demise, the remaining wandering warriors were immediately engulfed in terror. Their fighting spirit shattered, and they began to scatter in panic. However, Uchiha Yao would not allow them to escape. Lightning release, lightning ball. Uchiha Yao swiftly formed hand seals, launching several blue lightning balls, infused with lightning chakra. Zap! The warriors struck by the lightning balls fell to the ground, their bodies convulsing in paralysis. Look at this! Uchiha Kai shouted, surging forward, wielding his sword to decisively eliminate the remaining warriors who still dared to resist. The battle concluded in mere minutes. Secure the area and tally the captives. Uchiha Yao issued commands. Yes, Captain. The trio responded in unison. The mission was successfully completed. This nascent team had begun to show signs of independent capability. Chapter 18. Attention from Uchiha Fagaku. Uchiha Yao led his team to obliterate the band of wandering warriors with remarkable precision. Not only did they annihilate all resisting foes with overwhelming force, but they also returned unscathed with all looted goods and villagers. Inside the guard unit, various discussions have arisen regarding the Uchiha Yao squad, particularly among those members of the guard who had trained alongside him or were his seniors. Many of them had previously mocked Uchiha Yao as the least competent among them. Who could have anticipated that within a mere few months, Uchiha Yao would surpass their expectations to such an extraordinary extent? Even more astonishing is the rapid advancement of his squad members, especially Uchiha Rin, who, having joined Yao's team just days ago, has made remarkable strides in her abilities. Additionally, Zhou and Kai have also shown significant improvement, capturing the attention of many. At the Nange River Shrine, the moonlight was crisp and cold. 2 figures stood side by side. Recently, The atmosphere within the clan had grown increasingly oppressive. Uchiha Shisui spoke. Concern etched upon his brow. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, contemplative. By the way, have you heard about Uchiha Yao? Shisui shifted the topic. A flicker of thought crossed Itachi's eyes. Yes, I have heard some rumors. Perhaps he will emerge as another genius of the Uchiha clan, following in our footsteps. Shisui murmured softly. The discord between the clan and the village weighed heavily on Shisui, and he felt that this sudden genius might be able to join him in fostering peace. Despite the rumors and attention from various factions within the clan, Uchiha Yao remained vigilant rather than complacent. A tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. Seated cross-legged in his room, Uchiha Yao maintained a calm demeanor. Revealing too much strength too soon may not be advantageous, especially in this sensitive period when the Uchiha clan faces internal and external challenges. Always under the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups, any overly brilliant genius might become a target for Danzo and his ilk. Nevertheless, these rumors were not entirely without merit, as they significantly heightened Uchiha Yao's standing within the clan. Moreover, the image of a genius would fundamentally aid Uchiha Yao in attaining a higher status and acquiring greater resources. As Uchiha Yao delved into his consciousness, he noted, ding, significant increase in host's reputation detected, enhancing family influence. Family honor points, 140. Current family honor points, 1025. Observing the steadily rising family honor points on the system panel, Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he reviewed his attribute panel. Uchiha Yao Strength, Associate Jonin, Peak. On the verge of breakthrough, skills mastered. Proficient in all fire release techniques, adept in lightning release chakra attributes, mastery of basic B-rank lightning techniques. Initial understanding of some A-rank techniques, Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, enhanced insight, replication, and illusion capabilities, Chidori, A-rank technique, preliminarily mastered, power nearing full version, Raiji no Tsubasa, B-rank composite technique. Power nearing A-rank, partial basic techniques hidden, clan status, Uchiha Guard team leader, possesses team structure. Significantly elevated clan reputation, family honor points, 1025 overall clan prestige assessment, Genin level, very high. Due to the host's elevated status, strengthened core team capabilities, and enhanced clan reputation. Family influence has significantly increased, yet a qualitative change remains distant. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha Guard headquarters, in the clan leader's office, Uchiha Fagaku sat at the helm, holding a summary report concerning recent guard missions. Lately, the skepticism and suppression from Konoha's higher-ups toward the Uchiha clan had become increasingly palpable, casting a shadow over the entire clan. As the clan leader, he felt a heavier burden than anyone else. His gaze slowly traversed the report, and upon reaching the mention of Uchiha Yao's squad, his finger paused slightly. Uchiha Yao, Fagaku murmured the name. He had heard some whispers about this young clan member. Initially, he had performed unremarkably in the Ninja Academy, even earning the title of the least competent. Yet, within mere months, he had transformed into an acclaimed genius of the Uchiha, rising with remarkable speed. Fagaku set the report down and addressed the door with a grave tone. Tetsuhira. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Tetsuhira appeared at the office entrance. Clan leader. Tetsuhira respectfully bowed. Fagaku regarded Tetsuhira and inquired, "What is your opinion on Uchiha Yao?" Tetsuhira pondered briefly before responding, reporting to the clan leader, "His mind is steady, and his actions are decisive. He is a rare talent." Tetsuhira's evaluation was exceedingly high. "I believe his future accomplishments are boundless." Oh, Fagaku was not surprised by Tetsuhira's high praise. His rise has indeed been swift, he noted. However, rapid growth may not necessarily be a boon, especially in these sensitive times. Upon hearing this, Tetsuhira felt a chill run through him. He understood the clan leader's concerns. The Uchiha clan now navigated a precarious path. Any slight disturbance could provoke suspicion and repression from Konoha's higher-ups, while Uchiha Yao's formidable rise could boost clan morale. It could also render him a new target for those in power, providing yet another excuse to suppress the Uchiha. "I comprehend the clan leader's concerns," Tetsuhira replied, lowering his head. "However, I believe the Uchiha clan is in dire need of capable and resolute young individuals like Uchiha Yao. Endless patience and concession will only embolden them further. We, the Uchiha, must assert our voice and demonstrate our strength." Tetsuhira consistently advocated for the Uchiha to adopt a firmer stance in safeguarding their interests and dignity, representing the hawkish faction within the clan. Uchiha Fagaku fell into a prolonged silence. He was well aware that Tetsuhira spoke the truth. Yet, as the leader of the clan, he had far more to contemplate than Tetsuhira. The future of the Uchiha clan and the lives of thousands weighed heavily on his shoulders. He could not afford to take reckless risks. A single erroneous decision could plunge the entire clan into an abyss of despair. I will continue to monitor Uchiha Yao. Fagaku finally spoke after a long pause. You must also keep a close watch on his movements and report any anomalies to me promptly. Yes, clan leader. Tetsuhira bowed in acknowledgement and slowly exited Fagaku's office. The office returned to silence, leaving Uchiha Fagaku alone in the shadows, his expression obscured and inscrutable. Chapter 19. The Dark Gaze of the Ninja World, the Threat of Shimura Danzo. In Konoha Village, the sun shone brightly. Beneath the facade of tranquility, a sinister will quietly operated in the unseen shadows. At the root base, Shimura Danzo sat upon a cold stone seat, his bandaged right face betraying no emotion. Below him, several root ninjas, adorned with animal masks, knelt on one knee. Uchiha Yao's voice, rough like gravel, resonated in the vast underground space. A ninja codenamed Dark Crow immediately bowed in response, reporting to Lord Danzo. The latest intelligence from the information department indicates that this individual not only possesses exceptional personal strength far beyond his peers, but also leads a team whose members have made remarkable advancements in a short period. Another ninja, codenamed Owl, added, according to the intel, Uchiha Yao has mastered a composite ninjutsu of lightning and fire, rated as upper B level and even nearing A level. Composite ninjutsu? Danzo's single eye narrowed suddenly, a dangerous glimmer flashing within. A mere child of the Uchiha clan has managed to fuse lightning and fire to such an extent? Humph, the wicked Uchiha. After a moment's contemplation, Shimura Danzo slowly raised his hand and issued an order. Conduct a comprehensive covert investigation on Uchiha Yao. We must scrutinize his daily training, mission execution, interactions with clan members, and even his dietary habits. I demand a detailed report outlining every conversation he has each day, including their contents. Understood, Lord Danzo. Several root ninjas flickered and vanished into the shadows. At Training Ground 7, Uchiha Yao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent as he observed two individuals engaged in an intense sparring match. Huh! Uchiha Kai yelled, wielding his great sword with force, accompanied by a whistling wind. In the face of this powerful strike, Rin's expression remained unfazed. She slightly tilted her body, narrowly evading the sword's edge. In the next moment, Rin closed the distance and drove her elbow sharply into Kai's face. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Uchiha Kai winced, momentarily halted in his movement. Well done. Uchiha Yao remarked from the side. Rin, your progress is commendable. Your body, having awakened its potential, can now keep pace with your reaction speed. Kai, your strength is sufficient. But you are too straightforward and lack adaptability. Combat is not merely a contest of brute force. Uchiha Kai covered his face, grimacing as he stepped back. Yes, Captain, I understand. After enduring a grueling training regimen, especially witnessing Rin's transformative progress, Kai and Ja had reached a point of complete obedience to Uchiha Yao's orders. Uchiha Yao nodded in approval. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. His extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to detect several extremely subtle fluctuations of chakra. Surveillance. The term root flashed through Uchiha Yao's mind. Yet, his face remained impassive, as if completely unaware of the watchful eyes upon him. All right, today's training ends here. Return and reflect on today's shortcomings. Yes, Captain. Rin, Ja, and Kai responded in unison, dragging their weary bodies as they helped each other leave the training ground. Uchiha Yao remained alone, his gaze instantly turning icy. As expected, I have drawn the attention of that old dog, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Yao thought to himself. Shimura Danzo, a man whose hands are stained with blood in pursuit of the so-called foundation of Konoha. He is one of the direct instigators of the Uchiha clan's impending tragedy. The final confrontation between Uchiha Yao and Shimura Danzo would inevitably be a fight to the death, with no room for negotiation. I just didn't expect him to act so quickly. Upon returning to the headquarters of the guard team, Uchiha Yao entered his office alone. His consciousness sank deep within his mind. System. Family growth system activated. Detected that the host is under secret surveillance by Konoha's upper echelons, Shimura Danzo. Threat level, medium. Uchiha Yao began to rapidly devise a countermeasure. Firstly, the training regimen for the team must be adjusted. In addition to the regular strength enhancement training, counter-surveillance, anti-tracking, and specialized covert operations training must be prioritized immediately. Secondly, Uchiha Yao needed to utilize the system to counteract the surveillance from Root. System. Can you shield or interfere with Root's chakra perception of me and my team? Affirmative. Consuming 100 family honor points. You can purchase a low-level chakra fluctuation confusion halo, personal version. Consuming 500 family honor points. You can purchase a mid-level chakra fluctuation confusion halo, team version, which can effectively interfere with perceptions below the Jonin level. Mid-level team version, purchase. Uchiha Yao said without hesitation. Purchase successful, 500 family honor points consumed. Remaining family honor points, 525. An invisible wave spread from Yao, silently extending and precisely enveloping Rin, Zhe, and Kai, who had already returned home. The three remained completely unaware. Meanwhile, the Root ninja responsible for surveillance detected an anomaly almost simultaneously. A ninja tasked with monitoring Uchiha Rin noticed that her chakra fluctuations had been consistently clear and stable. However, just moments ago, that chakra signal suddenly seemed to be veiled in a thick fog, rendering it indistinct and elusive. What is going on? He shook his head and concentrated again. Indeed, although he could still roughly ascertain the target's location, the precise and detailed chakra characteristics had completely vanished. Was it an illusion? He felt uncertain. A similar situation occurred among other Root ninjas monitoring Yao's team members. Report to Dark Crow. Target Uchiha Zhe's chakra signal appears abnormally vague. Report to Dark Crow. Target Uchiha Kai's chakra signal is distorted, unable to be accurately locked. One encrypted report after another swiftly aggregated to the team leader via Root's unique communication method. Soon, this peculiar report reached the innermost depths of the Root base. Arriving before Shimura Danzo. In the office, Uchiha Yao slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Danzo, this is just an appetizer. The real game has only just begun. Chapter 20, 1 against 3, defeating 3 elite Chunin in a siege. Danzo's surveillance kept Uchiha Yao in a state of constant vigilance. The darkness of the ninja world is no idle threat. The deaths of White Fang and the tragedies surrounding Nagato, as well as the Uchiha clan's massacre, are inextricably linked to that old dog, Danzo. At this moment, only by controlling the Uchiha clan could Uchiha Yao truly possess the leverage to contend with Konoha's upper echelons. Soon, an opportunity for advancement presented itself. The Konoha Guard team was set to conduct an elite Chunin selection examination. This assessment was not open to all ninjas of the clan, but specifically targeted young ninjas already serving as squad leaders within the Guard team who had recently excelled in their missions. Naturally, Uchiha Yao's name was included in the list of invitees for the assessment. During this examination, Uchiha Fagaku, as the clan leader, presided prominently at the head of the table. Beside him were Uchiha Teiho and several other highly respected Uchiha Jonin elders. With Fagaku's presence, the significance of this examination was evidently high. After all, elite Chunin are the reserve force for the future leadership of the Guard team. Uncertain as to who might emerge victorious this time, whispers filled the air regarding the formidable prowess of Uchiha In, Uchiha Huaha, and others. Moreover, Uchiha Yao was said to possess considerable strength, having previously repelled Captain Tiehua. In the audience, discussions abounded, with gazes from all directions directed towards Uchiha Yao, reflecting curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and envy alike. Uchiha Yao remained unfazed by the attention. Soon, Uchiha Tiehua stepped forward to announce the assessment rules. The evaluation was divided into 2 segments, a 1 versus many combat scenario and a demonstration of ninjutsu development. During the combat phase, each candidate was required to withstand an assault from a team of 3 seasoned Chunin from the Guard unit for 10 minutes without being defeated, or to vanquish their opponents to pass. The majority of candidates succumbed under the onslaught of the 3 Chunin, with only a select few managing to endure the full 10 minutes. Next up was Uchiha Yao. He strode confidently into the arena. From the supervisory bench, Uchiha Fagaku's gaze fell upon Yao, filled with anticipation for this rising star of the clan. The assessment commenced. At Tiehua's command, the 3 senior Chunin examiners swiftly formed a triangle, closing in on Uchiha Yao. Their coordinated attack unleashed a barrage of ruthless techniques: fire release, phoenix fire technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. To block Uchiha Yao's escape route. As the attacks converged from various angles in perfect harmony. At the moment they were about to strike, 2 crimson dots ignited within Yao's eyes, and 2 dark tomo began to spin. The 2 tomo Sharingan activated. Yao's form flickered, deftly evading the ninjutsu onslaught. What? The 3 Chunin's pupils contracted, clearly astonished by Yao's speed and reflexes. Gasps erupted from the audience. Uchiha Yao's 2 tomo Sharingan, an extraordinary reaction speed, left everyone in awe. But it wasn't over. One Chunin, enraged, lunged forward. Kunai aimed directly at Uchiha Yao's throat. Instead of retreating, Yao advanced, his left hand darting out like lightning to seize the opponent's wrist, twisting it with a slight force. Crack! A faint sound of dislocated bone echoed. The Chunin grunted, dropping his kunai to the ground. In the next moment, a swirl of searing flames and violent lightning manifested in Yao's right palm. Lightning fire palm. Boom. The palm struck the Chunin's chest. The intense surge of lightning fire chakra erupted instantly, causing the Chunin to spew blood and fly backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. One strike. Merely one strike had incapacitated a seasoned Chunin. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by Uchiha Yao's decisive and formidable display of skill. Was this the power a Chunin could wield? Such a potent ninjutsu. The other 2 Chunin, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, realized that the youth before them was not someone they could easily subdue. Together, do not give him an opportunity. They exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their most powerful jutsu. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The wind fueled the flames, conjuring an even larger fire dragon that roared toward Uchiha Yao. Faced with this combined assault, comparable to B-rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Yao remained unfazed. He swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning Release, Chidori Stream. Crackling blue electricity enveloped him, transforming him into a human blade of lightning. Break! Yao shouted, charging directly into the oncoming fire dragon. The ferocious clash of lightning and flames erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds. To the astonishment of all, Uchiha Yao, enveloped in the Chidori stream, tore through the fire dragon with sheer force. Sparks flew, and lightning flickered. Yao emerged unscathed from the fragmented flames. Impossible. The Chunin who had unleashed the fire jutsu gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Uchiha Yao appeared before him as if teleporting. Yao's palm had coalesced a rapidly spinning chakra sphere. This was his newly developed technique, the lightning fire spiral sphere, a fusion of the Rasengan and lightning and fire chakra. Boom! The lightning fire spiral sphere struck the Chunin's abdomen with devastating force. The terrifying rotational and explosive power unleashed instantaneously. The Chunin could not even utter a scream before he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the wall of the training ground and leaving behind a web of cracks, his fate uncertain. In an instant, all 3 seasoned Chunin had been defeated by Uchiha Yao. The entire training ground was shrouded in silence. All eyes regarded the composed youth in the center with a mix of awe and disbelief. Chapter 21. Unlocking Family Skills. Unleashing potent amplification abilities, what was anticipated to be an evenly matched and thrilling battle had turned into a one-sided display of dominance. The 3 seasoned Chunin were no match for Uchiha Yao. It was clear to the high-ranking officials of the guard unit that Uchiha Yao had already attained the strength of a Jonin. Uchiha Yao had flawlessly passed the practical assessment. Uchiha Tiahua announced loudly. Next was the ninjutsu development demonstration. Uchiha Yao showed no signs of holding back, once again demonstrating his newly developed lightning fire spiral sphere. This time, he targeted a massive rocky target set in the corner of the training ground. Without reservation, he unleashed his full strength. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The incredibly hard rock target was left with a vast, charred crater, its edges still smoldering with traces of lightning and fire. The power of the lightning fire spiral sphere had evidently reached the threshold of A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank ninjutsu. It bore a resemblance to the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. Yet Yao's was a fusion of fire and lightning attacks. He had independently developed an A-rank ninjutsu. At the tender age of 12, he had independently created an A-rank ninjutsu. What extraordinary talent was this? With the assessment results leaving no room for doubt. Uchiha Yao had undeniably triumphed with overwhelming superiority in the elite Chunin examination. This assessment not only granted Uchiha Yao the title of elite Chunin in the guard unit, but also qualified him to participate in certain decision-making processes within the unit. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to the rank of elite Chunin in the Uchiha guard unit, significantly elevating your status and prestige within the clan. Reward granted, 48,000 family honor points. Personal chakra significantly enhanced, promotion to Jonin level. Physical strength further amplified, Jonin level. Uchiha Yao's gaze turned towards Uchiha Fagaku, whose expression was one of complex emotions. My aspirations extend far beyond mere ambitions. Lord Fuyue, are you prepared to embrace the advent of a new era? After the gathering, Uchiha Yao exchanged a few pleasantries with Tiehu before returning to his chamber, sitting cross-legged on the floor to explore the new functionalities of the system. Uchiha Yao silently intoned. A pale blue luminescent screen suddenly unfurled before him. His gaze fell upon the system panel. Host, Uchiha Yao. Status, Elite Chunin of the Konoha Guard. Strength, Jonin, entry level. Family honor points, 51,525 points, over 50,000 honor points. The family skill tree has been activated. Has it finally been unlocked? He clicked on the family skill tree module. A complex skill tree, akin to a star map, materialized before Uchiha Yao. Countless nodes densely populated the chart, most shrouded in a shadowy hue, while only the topmost branches glimmered faintly, indicating their unlockable status. Bloodline enhancement, ninjutsu inheritance, resource management, clan member development. Each branch represented a formidable avenue that could fundamentally elevate the Uchiha clan's heritage. Uchiha Yao's focus zeroed in on the bloodline enhancement branch. This, indeed, is the essence of the Uchiha. Without hesitation, he selected the first node under bloodline enhancement. Skill name, Basic Chakra Affinity Enhancement. Skill effect, grants all Uchiha clan members with a loyalty rating above 70 a permanent, slight increase in chakra affinity, enhancing their chakra refinement speed by 5. Unlock cost, 10,000 family honor points. Would you like to unlock 10,000 honor points? For merely a basic skill, the cost is exorbitant. Yet, in Uchiha Yao's eyes, it is immensely valuable. This does not merely benefit him alone. It bestows a collective boon upon the entire clan. A speed enhancement of May 5th seemed trivial, but for a vast clan, the cumulative effect would yield a staggering improvement over time. Unlock. Uchiha Yao silently resolved. Ding. Consume 10,000 family honor points. The skill Basic Chakra Affinity Enhancement has been successfully unlocked. All Uchiha clan members, with loyalty above 70, have had their chakra affinity enhanced, increasing their chakra refinement speed by 5. From the center of Uchiha Yao's room, an invisible, warm ripple quietly emanated, enveloping the entire Uchiha clan grounds in an instant. Concurrently, within a training room of the guard, Uchiha landed a powerful punch upon a wooden post, sweat soaking his hair. Yet, at that moment, he paused, a look of perplexity crossing his face. What is happening? Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Kai, resting nearby, opened their eyes simultaneously. Did you feel that? Rin furrowed her brow. Just now. It felt like refining chakra has become slightly easier. Me too, Kai exclaimed, springing to his feet, incredulous. Though subtle, I am certain it is no mere illusion. My chakra flow seems to have quickened. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment and confusion. This sensation resembled a once-blocked river that had been subtly widened, allowing the water to flow more smoothly. They were unaware of what had transpired, but they knew this change heralded immense fortune for them. This, indeed, epitomizes the system's true marvel, the capacity to cultivate strength en masse, enhancing the potential of the entire Uchiha clan at the genetic level, rooted in their bloodline. Moreover, this enhancement is reserved solely for those loyal to the host, effectively preempting the emergence of treachery. In any large clan, there will inevitably arise members who betray or sow discord. The most notorious example is Uchiha Itachi, while his strength is undeniable. The very hand that wielded the blade against the entire Uchiha clan is not the kind of individual Uchiha Yao seeks. To have such a system's enhancement applied to him would be a waste of sentiment. Uchiha Yao's gaze returned to the resplendent skill tree chart. Following Basic Chakra Affinity Enhancement, the next skills available were Sharingan Awakening Rate Enhancement, Eye Power Nurturing Speed Increase, and Fire Style Talent Enhancement. Each skill stirred a tempest of excitement within Uchiha Yao. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully quelled his inner exhilaration and began to devise a calm strategy. The path ahead requires steady development, preparing for even graver challenges. Chapter 22. The olive branch extended by the Hawk faction. Uchiha Yao's stunning performance in the elite assessment of the guard has drawn considerable attention from the entire Uchiha clan. Independently developing an A-rank ninjutsu, overwhelming 3-season Chunin in unison. This achievement is enough to silence most prideful Uchihas. Even the third Hokage summoned Uchiha Yao personally to commend and encourage him, fervently promoting his will of fire, attempting to instill a sense of allegiance. In contrast, Uchiha Yao remained indifferent. He was neither Shisui nor Itachi. After concluding his conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Yao received an invitation from Tiehu. In the office of the vice-captain of the guard, Tiehu remarked, "Yao, your performance in the elite assessment has truly brought great honor to our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Tiehu looked at Yao with admiration. Uchiha Yao slightly inclined his head. "Vice-Captain Tiehu, you flatter me. I merely did what was expected of me." "No. Your contributions have far exceeded all our expectations." Uchiha Tiehu's smile diminished. "Yao, you must understand, our Uchiha clan's position in the village is far from favorable." Uchiha Yao comprehended. He recognized the discussion had shifted to the crux of the matter. Tiehu continued, "After the Ninetales incident, the village's upper echelon has grown increasingly suspicious and wary of us. The power of the guard has been systematically eroded, and our clan grounds have been relocated to the village's periphery, essentially a form of confinement." Uchiha Tiehu's tone brimmed with palpable dissatisfaction and anger. "And Brother Fuyue, he always overthinks, hesitating and yielding in hopes of garnering the village's trust. But what has this yielded? Only intensified oppression. We Uchihas are one of the founding families of Konoha. We possess the most formidable bloodline limit in the ninja world. Why must we endure such unjust treatment?" As Tiehu spoke with increasing fervor, veins bulged upon the back of his hands. Uchiha Yao maintained his silence, understanding that the Hawk faction was testing his stance. At this juncture, maintaining a neutral position was prudent. Aligning too early with either faction would not benefit Uchiha Yao's advancement. To Uchiha Yao, whether Hawk or Dove, they are fundamentally Uchiha. Their ideologies merely differ. His ultimate aim is to unify both factions, consolidating the strength of the entire Uchiha clan, rather than allowing them to deplete one another as Fuyue had done. The united Uchiha clan is indeed the strongest. After a considerable time, the fervent emotions of Iron Fire began to subside. "Yao, you are still young, yet your strength and talent have already attested to your extraordinary nature. I wish to hear your perspective on the future of our clan." After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yao spoke slowly. "Deputy Captain Iron Fire, I believe that the honor and interests of our clan surpass all else, whether one belongs to the Hawkish or Dovish faction. The ultimate aim should be the prosperity and strength of the Uchiha clan. As to how we can achieve this goal, history has repeatedly shown that dignity and status are never attained through compromise and retreat, but are fought for and defended with iron and blood, with absolute strength. I shall only make choices that are most beneficial to our clan. Any force that obstructs the rise of the Uchiha, whether from within or outside the village, shall become my enemy." Uchiha Yao. Yao's declaration not only conveyed a resolute stance, but also refrained from making a definitive alliance, leaving himself ample room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, Iron Fire was initially taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with delight. "The honor and interests of our clan surpass all else," he muttered. Unlike his elder brother Fagaku, who was indecisive and endlessly sought peace, Uchiha Yao's ideology was precisely what the Hawkish faction needed. "Yao, with your words, I am reassured." Iron Fire resumed his seat, his tone becoming more amiable. "In the future, should you require any assistance in the guard team, do not hesitate to ask. I, Uchiha Iron Fire, shall lend you my full support." Uchiha Yao smiled gently. "Thank you, Deputy Captain Iron Fire." He understood that his words had successfully garnered the trust of Uchiha Iron Fire. The system's notification confirmed Yao's judgment. "Excellent. The Hawkish faction has been successfully engaged," he mused. To seize control of the Uchiha clan within a short span, relying solely on his own strength would prove insufficient. He needed allies and supporters. Uchiha Iron Fire and the Hawkish forces behind him were undoubtedly the most favorable targets to pursue at this stage. However, he could not entirely abandon Fagaku. Uchiha Yao pondered internally, yet his conservative mindset was deeply entrenched. Changing it would be exceedingly challenging. It would be wiser to first accumulate power and gradually undermine his influence within the clan, ultimately taking his place. Within the Uchiha, while the hawkish faction acted with fervor, they lacked a true leader who could command respect and possessed sufficient wisdom and cunning. Uchiha Ironfire was valiant but lacked strategy. As for the elderly hawkish elders, they were remnants of a bygone era. While they could rally support, they lacked the audacity to lead the Hawks. As for Uchiha Yao, armed with an understanding far beyond his era and the unparalleled advantage of a clan growth system, he was absolutely confident that he could lead the Hawks and the entire Uchiha clan toward a more glorious future. Just as Uchiha Yao began to accumulate prestige within the clan and establish preliminary connections with the hawkish faction, an urgent mission from the Konoha Intelligence Department arrived at the guard team. The mission explicitly named Uchiha Yao, the newly promoted elite Chunin, as the leader of the team assigned to execute it. An A-rank mission from the Intelligence Department? They are specifically calling for Yao? What a jest! Yao had only just been promoted to elite Chunin. While his strength was formidable, A-rank missions were no trifling matter. Furthermore, as it was an Intelligence Department mission, it typically involved confidential matters and special tactics, making it even more challenging than an ordinary A-rank task. Within the guard team office, numerous veteran members expressed their concerns and confusion regarding the assignment. Uchiha Yao took the mission scroll and began to read it attentively. Mission level, A-rank. Mission objective, capture the rogue medical ninja, Yabuki Saburo, and retrieve the S-rank forbidden medical technique documentation he possesses. Mission description, Yabuki Saburo, secretly an elite spy from the Root organization, possesses extensive knowledge of Konoha's core medical techniques and Root intelligence. He defected 3 days ago and is currently untraceable. This individual has exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities and may be armed with special combat techniques. Capture him alive. If he resists fiercely, lethal force is permitted, but ensure that the forbidden technique documentation is neither leaked nor damaged. Assigned team, Uchiha Yao's team, mission initiator, Konoha Intelligence Department, special approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing Yabuki Saburo's name, Uchiha Yao raised his brow slightly. Special approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen? It seems the Hokage can hardly contain his impatience. A blatant test of Uchiha Yao's strength and attitude. Chapter 23. Capturing the rogue ninja from Root. Uchiha Yao accepted the mission. Rin, Zhe, and Kai looked grave upon learning the mission details. An A-rank mission was a first for them. Captain, since Yabuki Saburo is a high-level spy from Root, his strength is surely formidable, Uchiha Rin analyzed. And being a medical ninja, he might even use poison. Uchiha Yao nodded, indeed. Therefore, this operation requires utmost caution. Follow my lead. Understood, Captain. The three responded in unison. Based on the clues provided by the Intelligence Department, Uchiha Yao's team swiftly departed from Konoha, pursuing the direction in which Yabuki Saburo might have fled. Yabuki Saburo's counter-surveillance skills were exceptionally refined. The traces he left behind were exceedingly faint, and he frequently changed directions, even setting up misleading traps. Were it a typical pursuit team, they would likely have been outmaneuvered long ago. However, unfortunately for him, he encountered Uchiha Yao, who possessed a system. He was heading towards the border of the Land of Fire, with his destination being the Land of Grass. Uchiha Yao quickly discerned the intentions of his target. The team traveled swiftly, tracking for approximately half a day. Suddenly, Uchiha Yao, who was leading the way, raised his hand abruptly, signaling the team to halt. Something's amiss. His gaze fixed on a dense thicket ahead. Captain, what is the matter? Uchiha Kai asked warily. The air is toxic. Uchiha Yao activated his Sharingan. Clearly perceiving that the air within the thicket was permeated with a barely detectable, faint purple chakra particle. Everyone, hold your breath. Take the antidote pills in advance, and envelop yourselves in chakra to isolate the poison. Yao immediately commanded. Rin, Zhe, and Kai did not dare to delay and promptly complied. It seems we've been discovered. Uchiha Zhe said solemnly. No, he has intentionally lured us here. Yao's gaze sharpened. This was the battlefield he had chosen. No sooner had he spoken than several shimmering sunbon shot forth from the forest. The projectiles aimed directly at the vital points of the team members. Moreover, the tips of the sunbon were coated with a ghostly blue poison. Be careful, Uchiha Kai shouted, instantly positioning himself at the forefront, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Clang, clang, clang. Several poisoned sunbon were deflected by the armor on his arms. Yet, a few grazed his skin, leaving behind faint traces of blood. "Kai!" Rin exclaimed in alarm. "I'm fine." Kai grinned, though his complexion was slightly pale. "Humph, quite the reflexes," a voice drifted from the depths of the thicket. Following that, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, clad in a gray cloak and wearing glasses that obscured half of his face. None other than Yabuki Saburo. The loyal hounds of Konoha are indeed relentless. Ieyasu Saburo cast a cold glance at Uchiha Yao and his companions. "Ieyasu Saburo, surrender and return to Konoha with us. Perhaps you may be granted leniency. Return to Konoha? To be discarded like refuse?" Ieyasu Saburo scoffed. "I am not that naive." With swift hands, he formed a series of seals. Illusion technique, poison mist enchantment. A dense, violet-hued poison mist began to emanate from Ieyasu Saburo, rapidly enveloping the surrounding area within several dozen meters. Simultaneously, a peculiar mental disturbance spread forth. This was not merely a toxic gas attack, but a composite ninjutsu infused with illusionary techniques. Those who inhaled the mist would not only succumb to physical poisoning, but also face mental disarray. Such trivial skills. Uchiha Yao snorted disdainfully. Fire style, great fireball technique. He unleashed a colossal fireball from his mouth, its scorching flames swiftly dispersing a significant portion of the poison mist. However, in that instant, Ieyasu Saburo's figure materialized behind Uchiha Kai, wielding a gleaming surgical knife aimed directly at his back. "Kai, beware of behind you," Uchiha Rin urgently warned. Kai, having previously inhaled a small amount of poison, found his reflexes dulled. The surgical knife was mere moments from piercing his flesh. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. A dazzling bolt of blue lightning shot forth from Uchiha Yao's hand, its speed far surpassing Ieyasu Saburo's expectations. With a precise strike, the Chidori pierced Ieyasu Saburo's right shoulder. "Ah!" Ieyasu Saburo gasped in pain, stumbling as the knife fell from his grasp. Such swift lightning. He clutched his injured shoulder, eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful Uchiha brat possessed such formidable strength. "Je! Subdue him!" Uchiha Yao commanded. "Understood." Uchiha Je quickly formed seals. Illusion technique, binding chains. "Damn it, just a mere brat's illusion." Ieyasu Saburo gritted his teeth. Just as Uchiha Rin prepared to approach and fully restrain him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "If I cannot escape, then let us descend together into hell." A manic smile suddenly spread across Ieyasu Saburo's face. The chakra within him began to surge in an unnatural reverse flow. A purplish-black gas erupted from his pores, quickly engulfing his entire being. The surrounding flora withered and decayed at an alarming rate beneath this noxious vapor. "No, he intends to self-destruct with the poison." Uchiha Yao's complexion changed. If such a level of toxin were to erupt, their small team of 4 would scarcely escape unscathed. "Fall back." Uchiha Yao decisively shoved Rin away. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, flaming dragon song technique. A massive dragon composed of high-density flames roared forth from Uchiha Yao's mouth. The toxic fumes clashed violently with the raging flames, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh and a nauseating stench. Lightning style, ground walk. Uchiha Yao pressed his hand to the ground, unleashing a torrent of raging lightning that spread across the earth, ensnaring Ieyasu Saburo within the inferno. Ultimately, Ieyasu Saburo lay charred and breathless upon the ground, entirely devoid of the will to resist. "Captain, are you unharmed?" Rin, Je, and Kai approached cautiously. "I am fine," Uchiha Yao replied, shaking his head, his complexion somewhat pale. The continuous exertion of large-scale ninjutsu had significantly drained his chakra. "Bring him along. We shall return to the village." The mission has been successfully completed. An A-rank task, the capture of a high-ranking rogue ninja from the roots, with 0 casualties. Perfectly accomplished. The higher-ups in Konoha would surely reassess Uchiha Yao's capabilities. This marked the emergence of yet another rising star in the Uchiha clan, following in the footsteps of Shisui and Itachi. Chapter 24, Crisis, Danzo's Assassination Order, the elite assassination squad from the Root strikes. The Root base remained as cold and dark as ever. Shimura Danzo listened intently to his subordinate's detailed report regarding Uchiha Yao, his expression growing increasingly grim. Ieyasu Saburo fell to the hands of a mere 12-year-old brat? According to intelligence, Uchiha Yao had exhibited remarkable control over both fire and lightning release techniques during combat. successfully suppressing Ieyasu Saburo's toxic explosion while his team members demonstrated exceptional cooperation, all at the level of Chunin, reported one of the root ninjas. Danzo's expression darkened further upon hearing this. His growth rate is alarmingly swift, beyond my expectations. The flawless execution of a composite ninjutsu, a rank task. This Uchiha Yao is no longer simply noteworthy. He represents an uncontrollable variable. He has become a thorn in my side before even fully spreading his wings. Should he be allowed to continue his ascent, he will surely become a significant threat in the future. A murderous intent gleamed in Danzo's eyes. No longer can I afford to wait. Danzo spoke slowly. Convey my orders. Dispatch an elite assassination squad from the roots, and ensure that Uchiha Yao is eliminated discreetly. Remember, execute it cleanly without leaving any evidence pointing back to the roots or to me. Yes, Lord Danzo. Several root ninjas swiftly took their leave. As the sun set, painting the sky in a splendid hue of orange-red, Uchiha Yao and his team successfully completed yet another B-rank mission, having eradicated a band of robbers terrorizing merchant caravans. The intensity of their continuous tasks left them feeling somewhat fatigued. Finally, we can return and rest properly. Uchiha Kai stretched, smiling. This time, let us disband and take a week off, Uchiha Yao suggested with a grin, observing the weariness etched on his companions' faces. Wonderful. Long live the captain. I must indulge in a few days of lazy sleep. Uchiha Rin exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, warning, warning, a lethal threat has been detected. Hostile target, Shimura Danzo's elite assassination squad from the roots, 3 Jonin, one of whom is an elite Jonin. Threat level, extremely dangerous. The alarm within his mind blared like thunder. Uchiha Yao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Enemy attack. Uchiha Yao roared, issuing a warning. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of kunai and shuriken, glinting with deadly intent, rained down upon them from all directions. Scatter. Form a formation. Uchiha Yao commanded sharply. Despite their shock at the sudden assault, years of training had instilled a deep-seated camaraderie within Rin, Zhe, and Kai, allowing them to react instantaneously. The trio swiftly dispersed, forming a rudimentary defensive formation back-to-back. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out like a symphony of steel. Uchiha Yao's gaze turned icy. His Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing the trajectory of each incoming projectile. He wielded his kunai with precision, deflecting each deadly attack. It's from the roots. Uchiha Yao's heart sank. The situation was dire. If they weren't careful, they might perish here today. Danzo has truly underestimated me. A chilling resolve filled his eyes. At the moment when the first wave of concealed weapon attacks was barely repelled, the surrounding scenery underwent a bizarre transformation. The once clear forest began to twist and blur. Countless illusory figures surged from all directions, charging toward them. It was an illusion. Uchiha Zhe let out a low exclamation and immediately attempted to dispel it. However, the level of this genjutsu was remarkably high. Uchiha Zhe failed to break free and was struck by a backlash, spitting blood instantly. Watch your step. Uchiha Rin suddenly cried out. They noticed that the ground beneath them had unknowingly turned into a muddy swamp, hindering their movements. Following that, several figures emerged from the ethereal shadows, targeting Rin, Zhe, and Kai with clear intent. The objective was unmistakable, to eliminate the members of Uchiha Yao's team first. Bastards! Uchiha Yao shouted furiously. How could he tolerate his teammates being harmed before his eyes? Raijin Spiral. In an instant, a chakra sphere of intertwining red and blue formed in Uchiha Yao's palm and violently struck the distorted space of the illusion. Fire release, flame dragon song technique. Boom. The furious chakra erupted. The powerful shockwave forcefully tore a massive opening in the intricate composite genjutsu. The true scene revealed itself. The 3 root ninjas were all Jonin. The leader, wearing a wolf-faced mask, emanated chakra fluctuations that distinctly marked him as an elite Jonin, far surpassing an ordinary Jonin in strength. Humph, impressive reaction. You managed to break my 4 purple flames mist genjutsu. The elite root ninja with the wolf mask scoffed coldly. You 3, retreat immediately. I will hold them off. Uchiha Yao commanded without hesitation. It was clear that given the strength of his 3 teammates, even the slightest negligence could lead to their demise. He could not afford to be distracted. Only by ensuring their retreat would he have a chance, whether to fight or to escape. Captain, we will stay with you. The 3 spoke in unison. Obey the order. Retreat. They are all Jonin. Your strength is insufficient, and staying will only divert my attention. But Captain, Uchiha Rin wanted to say something more, but was immediately silenced by Uchiha Yao's shout. Hurry and evacuate. Only when you are safe will I have a chance to escape. If you stay, you will all perish here together. Upon hearing this, the three teammates ceased their hesitation and swiftly leaped toward the trees. This ends here. Uchiha Yao. The elite root ninja with the wolf mask quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The ground beneath Uchiha Yao transformed into a vast area of quicksand, a powerful suction threatening to engulf him. Simultaneously, the other two root Jonin moved in from the left and right, surrounding Uchiha Yao. He found himself deeply ensnared. Faced with the combined assault of three Jonin, one of whom was an elite, Uchiha Yao felt an unprecedented pressure. So this is the elite of the roots. They truly live up to their reputation. Yet, Uchiha Yao felt no fear whatsoever. You think you can kill me, Uchiha Yao? You are not worthy. Uchiha Yao's murderous intent surged, and the double tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Today it is you who shall die. Come forth, root scum. Chapter 25. Forcefully activate lightning release chakra mode to eliminate root Jonin. Uchiha Yao understood that at this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. He must unleash his strongest power and resolve this battle swiftly. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. Though merely a rudimentary form, the after effects were considerably severe, yet this was the only glimmer of hope. Ah! Uchiha Yao let out an uncontrollable roar of fury. The lightning chakra within him began to surge like never before. Crackling blue electricity erupted from his body, coiling around him like countless furious serpents. A tingling sensation accompanied by intense pain coursed through him. Uchiha Yao's entire being shimmered with arcs of electricity. He instantly expanded, his streamlined muscles slightly bulging, brimming with explosive power. Lightning release chakra mode, rudimentary form. Forcefully activated. This was a state Uchiha Yao had developed after mastering Chidori. Combining his understanding of the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode from his past life with his own insights into lightning release. Though still in its infancy and far from the perfection and strength of the true lightning release chakra mode, it was enough for Uchiha Yao to unleash power beyond his limits at this moment. In this state, the extreme speed paired with the Sharingan's dynamic vision would be the key to Uchiha Yao's turnaround. What? The elite root ninja with the wolf mask and the other two root Jonin's pupils dilated sharply. They sensed an exceptionally dangerous aura emanating from Uchiha Yao. This level of chakra eruption was far beyond what a 12-year-old boy should possess. Die. Uchiha Yao's figure left behind an afterimage. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, instantly breaking free from the yellow spring swamp's confines and charging directly at the elite wolf-faced Jonin. His speed was unfathomable. Lightning release, Chidori. Uchiha Yao unleashed his most powerful strike against the strongest elite Jonin. The wolf-faced elite Jonin was struck with terror. Uchiha Yao's speed was too rapid, leaving him no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yao was upon him. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound echoed. Uchiha Yao's formidable lightning ninjutsu crashed against the crossed arms of the wolf-faced elite Jonin. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. The wolf-faced elite Jonin let out a chilling scream, his body hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing through several large trees along the way. With a single strike, he severely injured an elite root Jonin. The extreme speed prevented this elite root Jonin from mounting any effective resistance. The other two root Jonin, witnessing this, were struck with horror and hurriedly retreated, creating distance from Uchiha Yao. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Is this little brat a monster? Next. It is your turn. Uchiha Yao's cold voice resonated like a death sentence. He transformed once more into a streak of blue lightning, rushing toward one of the root Jonin. That Jonin was paralyzed with dread, desperately unleashing ninjutsu to defend himself. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. But at this moment, Uchiha Yao's speed, power, and reflexes had reached an entirely new height. The ninjutsu could not touch Uchiha Yao at all. Yet, Uchiha Yao had already closed the distance, and his taijutsu strikes landed on his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, that root Jonin was forced to retreat repeatedly under the torrential onslaught of Uchiha Yao's attacks. After the most powerful initial strike, Uchiha Yao's attack intensity slightly diminished, yet it remained ferocious and powerful. Ultimately, Uchiha Yao seized upon a flaw in his opponent's defense, delivering a fierce Raijin spiral directly to their chest. The seasoned Jonin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his sternum caved in, and in an instant, he was sent flying. Uncertain of his fate, in the blink of an eye, 3 elite members of the Root organization had faced 1 death and 1 severe injury, leaving only a solitary Jonin, now utterly terrified, abandoning the mission in a desperate bid to flee. Attempting to escape, it was too late. A chilling glint flickered in Uchiha Yao's eyes. Lightning release, Chidori. At an unparalleled velocity, only an afterimage of Uchiha Yao remained at the spot. The Root Jonin had managed to distance himself from Uchiha Yao, but he was no match for the latter's speed enhanced by the lightning release chakra mode. Before the Jonin could even react to defend himself, the Chidori in Uchiha Yao's hand pierced through his back and erupted from his chest. The Jonin's body stiffened, and he slowly toppled over, his eyes filled with regret and terror. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. Uchiha Yao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of his internal energy. The nascent form of lightning release chakra mode imposed a tremendous strain on his body. At that moment, Uchiha Yao was engulfed in pain, his chakra nearly exhausted. He swiftly deactivated the lightning release chakra mode. Despite the agony coursing through him, he immediately formed hand seals, unleashing fire release once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, the other 2 Root ninjas were not yet entirely extinguished. To prevent any last-minute retaliation, Uchiha Yao opted for a long-range execution of fire release. The elite Jonin wearing a wolf mask emitted a desperate scream as the massive fireball engulfed his entire being. He struggled to rise, but within moments, only remnants remained. Once the final blow was dealt, Uchiha Yao could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. This sudden ambush by the Root assassination squad had been perilous. A moment's inattention could have resulted in death. Uchiha Yao was relieved that he had not revealed his trump card. It was solely due to the element of surprise afforded by the lightning release chakra mode that he had bested them. Had they known of his capabilities and sent a multitude of elite forces to encircle him, even the activation of the lightning release chakra mode would not have prolonged his survival. After a brief recovery, Uchiha Yao, gritting through the pain, concealed the signs of battle and leapt towards the direction where Rin and the others were retreating. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength, Jonin, can reach elite Jonin combat power in an explosive state, but with severe side effects, skills mastery, proficient in all fire release techniques, mastery of all A rank and below, initial understanding of certain S rank techniques, proficient in lightning release chakra attributes, mastery of all A rank and below, Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, Chidori, A rank technique, perfectly mastered, lightning fireball, A rank composite technique. Lightning Fire Spiral, A rank composite technique. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, nascent form, significantly enhances speed and strength for a short duration, but imposes great strain on the body with intense chakra consumption. Family status, Elite Chunin of the Uchiha Guard Family Honor Points, 47. 825 points, gained a small amount of honor points from eliminating Root ninjas. Overall Family Strength Assessment, Genin level, extremely high. Chapter 26. An Oath of Loyalty. Team loyalty at 100 as night enveloped the Uchiha clan's domain. In Uchiha Yao's room, he sat cross-legged, gradually channeling chakra to guide the medicinal properties to mend his damaged veins and muscles. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes, which glimmered with a chilling murderous intent. Danzo, had it not been for his explosive emergence, forcibly activating the incomplete nascent form of the lightning release chakra mode, he would have likely become a cold corpse by now. That feeling of teetering on the brink of death ignited an unprecedented yearning for power within Uchiha Yao, a fervent desire to seize control over his own fate. After about a week of recuperation, Uchiha Yao's injuries had largely healed. He promptly summoned Rin, Zhe, and Kai. Please, take a seat. Uchiha Yao gestured for them to sit. It was time to elucidate the details surrounding the recent attack. The 3 nodded gravely. The assailants were from the Root organization, under the jurisdiction of the Konoha elder Danzo. This attack is merely the beginning. The plight of our Uchiha clan in Konoha is far more dire than you can imagine. Uchiha Yao paused, briefly recounting the village's suspicions and oppression towards the Uchiha following the Nine-Tails incident. as well as the potential threat of clan extermination. Though he did not explicitly mention the word extermination, he hinted at the peril facing their existence. Upon hearing this, Rin, Zhe, and Kai were struck as if by lightning, their faces turning pale. Although they were part of the Uchiha, they had only heard whispers of the injustices faced by their clan, never anticipating that their situation had deteriorated to such a critical level. How could this be? Rin questioned, her voice trembling. She had always believed the Uchiha to be the strongest clan in Konoha. How could those in power treat us this way? During the Third Great Ninja War, how much blood did we shed for the village? How many clan members sacrificed their lives? Uchiha Kai's eyes glowed crimson. Captain, is what you say true? Are we really? He could not bring himself to utter the dreadful word. What I speak is merely a softening of the harsh reality. Thus, we have no retreat. To survive, to see the Uchiha clan rise once more atop the ninja world, we must become stronger. Strong enough to crush all enemies. Strong enough to establish new rules. Beep. Uchiha Kai's loyalty to the host has reached 100. Fervent admiration. Beep. Uchiha J's loyalty to the host has risen to 100. Life and death together. Detecting Uchiha Kai's loyalty has reached 100. Meeting the special conditions for potential activation. Detecting Uchiha J's loyalty has reached 100. Meeting the special conditions for potential activation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yao's heart stirred. Kai and Zhe had both achieved full loyalty simultaneously. Captain, from this moment on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Uchiha Kai suddenly knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty to Uchiha Yao. Captain, so shall I. Zhu and Rin also knelt in unison. Excellent, Kai and Zhe. I acknowledge your loyalty. Next, I shall awaken your potential, allowing you to enhance your strength like Rin. Uchiha Yao did not hesitate and directly selected Uchiha Kai for potential activation on the system interface, confirming the consumption of 500 family honor points to activate potential for Uchiha Kai. Confirm. A wave of imperceptible energy instantly radiated from Uchiha Yao, enveloping Uchiha Kai. Crack. Crack. The bones within Uchiha Kai's body emitted a series of sharp cracking sounds. His muscle fibers visibly strengthened and thickened at a remarkable pace. His already robust physique now exuded an explosive sense of power. Beep. Uchiha Kai's potential activation successful. Constitutional talent significantly enhanced. Strength and defense greatly increased. Chakra amount slightly increased. Kai, already proficient in physical techniques, experienced a comprehensive enhancement in physique, strength, and defense, propelling him to the rank of advanced Chunin. With further training, he could elevate to the level of an elite Chunin. Huh. Uchiha Kai let out a low growl. His fists clenched tightly as a formidable aura erupted from his being. What an astonishing display of strength. Captain, I am somewhat at a loss for words, exclaimed Kai, filled with excitement. Did you feel that? Uchiha Yao smiled faintly. This is merely the beginning. He turned to Uchiha Zhe. Zhe, it is your turn. With Kai's successful demonstration as a precedent, Uchiha Zhe's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yao once again expended 500 points of family honor to stimulate Uchiha Zhe's potential. An invisible wave enveloped Uchiha Zhe. Unlike Kai, Zhe's body did not undergo significant external changes, but an unusual wave of mental energy emanated subtly from his brow. Ding! Uchiha Zhe's potential activation successful. Illusionary talent significantly enhanced. Mental strength moderately increased. Chakra control precision improved. In that moment, Uchiha Zhe's understanding of illusions reached an entirely new dimension. Captain, Zhe's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill. I feel that my comprehension of illusions has transformed completely. Excellent. Uchiha Yao nodded with satisfaction. Kai, Zhe, your metamorphosis is merely the beginning. Uchiha Yao gazed at the two, his eyes filled with expectation. In the future, you shall grow even stronger. Chapter 27. The creation of S-rank ninjutsu. Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Days later, a routine high-level meeting of the Uchiha clan convened in the central assembly hall of their clan territory. Clan leader Uchiha Fagaku presided over the meeting. Below him sat the elders of the Uchiha clan and the core leadership of the guard team. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Uchiha Taihua suddenly spoke up. Leaders and elders, I have a proposal. Recently, Uchiha Yao has exhibited extraordinary performance in the guard team, demonstrating strength and leadership far beyond his peers. I believe that we should grant such a prodigy greater authority and resources to cultivate more young clan members. It was evident that the hawkish faction aimed to win over Uchiha Yao, seeking to consolidate power in his hands and secure his complete allegiance to their cause. At this moment, Uchiha Xian, an elder from the dovish faction, snorted coldly and interjected, "Tiahua, your assertion is misguided. Uchiha Yao is indeed impressive, but he is only 12 years old. At such a tender age, he is still unfit for significant responsibilities. I believe we should wait a few more years before promoting him. Elder Xian, your perspective is flawed." The crowd turned to see Uchiha Yao, who had risen from his previously unassuming position at the back. Uchiha Yao had attended the meeting, but due to his limited experience, he had remained in a discreet corner. "Elder Xian, times have changed. Our Uchiha clan faces formidable external foes and internal conflicts. The shadow of the Nine Tails turmoil has yet to dissipate. The suspicion and wariness from the village's upper echelons towards us grow day by day. The fangs of the root have reached out to us on more than one occasion. In such circumstances, if we do not break from convention and elevate genuinely capable young individuals who can bring hope to our clan, what future awaits us? Shall we continue to be marginalized, confined to a corner of the village, struggling for survival?" Several young high-ranking members of the guard team revealed deep agreement in their eyes. Having long harbored dissatisfaction with the clan's conservative policies, Uchiha Yao's words undoubtedly resonated with their sentiments. Seeing this, Uchiha Tiahua seized the opportunity and echoed, "Yao is right. Leaders and elders, our clan is in dire straits. We must seek change. We must provide opportunities for our youth. I propose that Uchiha Yao be responsible for part of the training in the guard team. With his abilities, he can significantly enhance the overall strength of our younger generation." Elder Xian attempted to retort, opening his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. All eyes turned to Uchiha Fagaku, the clan leader, who held the final decision. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Fagaku finally spoke. "Yao's strength is indeed impressive." Fagaku acknowledged Uchiha Yao. Tiahua's eyes brightened. "However, training clan members is no simple task. It requires not only strength, but also experience and management skills." Fagaku's tone shifted. "Very well. There is an unused training ground within the clan. Let Yao take charge of it. Allow him to select a group of individuals and assess the results. If he truly cultivates talent, we can consider expanding the scale and entrusting him with additional training responsibilities. Thank you for your trust, clan leader." Uchiha Yao bowed slightly. "I shall not disappoint the mission." In the following days, Uchiha Yao utilized the system to conduct a loyalty assessment on all eligible members of the guard team. Only those with loyalty to the clan above 70 and personal loyalty above 60 were selected for his training camp. Ultimately, Uchiha Yao chose 20 qualified guard team members to join the training camp, regrettably informing those with insufficient loyalty that they were not selected. Uchiha Yao devised a series of training plans, with Lin, Jia, and Kai taking turns overseeing basic drills, while he devoted more energy to the development of his own ninjutsu. The training ground was in disarray. The ground was riddled with varying depths of craters, some charred at the edges, while others still crackled with faint arcs of electricity. Uchiha Yao panted, sweat soaking his dark hair, several strands clinging to his forehead. "It's still not enough," Uchiha Yao murmured, his brow furrowed. Ever since mastering the nature transformations of lightning and fire release, Uchiha Yao had been striving to achieve a higher-level fusion of these two chakra attributes. The clan's growth system allowed him to purchase advanced theories concerning chakra nature fusion. Yao silently recited in his mind, deducting 5,000 family honor points. Instantly, a torrent of profound theories, far exceeding conventional knowledge within the ninja world, surged into Yao's mind. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, absorbing this invaluable knowledge while continuously simulating various fusion schemes in his mind. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Uchiha Yao opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. Uchiha Yao extended his right hand, palm facing upward. ZZ. A faint blue lightning release chakra first manifested. Whoosh. Following closely, a vivid red fire release chakra surged forth, radiating astonishing heat. Now is the moment. Yao's gaze intensified as he controlled the two types of chakra, initiating a complex, arcane rotation in his palm, compressing them. The output ratio of the chakra, the rotation speed, and the compression force all had to be controlled with utmost precision. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh sound of energy friction erupted as the two chakra attributes clashed violently in his palm, threatening to explode at any moment. Beads of sweat trickled down Uchiha Yao's forehead. His complexion paled slightly due to the immense chakra consumption. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Uchiha Yao could sense that he was so close, just a fraction away from breaking through that barrier. Coalesce for me. Uchiha Yao let out a fierce roar, and the chakra within him surged forth without reservation. A peculiar humming sound resonated. The lightning and fire chakra in Uchiha Yao's palm, upon reaching a certain critical point, miraculously stabilized. Instead of repelling one another, they intertwined and fused perfectly. This amalgamation formed a blazing white energy sphere, within which flickered hints of lightning. The aura emanating from this energy orb was far more terrifying than mere lightning or fire techniques. Success! A glimmer of joy flashed in Uchiha Yao's eyes as he sensed the immense power contained within this sphere. He attempted to propel this energy forward along the trajectory he envisioned. Lightning fire dragon breath. Roar. It resonated like a dragon's cry. The blazing white energy sphere instantly transformed into a robust pillar of light, interwoven with countless delicate electric serpents, roaring forth. Its might had reached the threshold of S-rank ninjutsu. Just as Uchiha Yao reveled in the power of his self-created technique, an unforeseen change occurred. A piercing pain radiated from Uchiha Yao's right hand, followed by a strong sensation of numbness. His entire right arm seemed to lose sensation in an instant, uncontrollably hanging down. Was this backlash? Was the power too overwhelming for his body to momentarily withstand? Nevertheless, this only served to validate the strength of the lightning fire dragon breath. An S-rank ninjutsu had been successfully developed. It seemed further optimization of chakra's flow and enhancement of his body's adaptability to this fused energy was essential. His physical strength must also keep pace. Chapter 28. Promotion to Jonin. Activation of the 3-Tomo Sharingan at the headquarters of the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Yao submitted a gilded application to the personnel department. A Jonin examination application? At the age of 12? The middle-aged Uchiha clan member responsible for registration nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing Uchiha Yao's name on the application. Uchiha Yao, the newly risen genius of the clan, had only recently gained fame, and now he was attempting to challenge the Jonin rank? Truly, such a terrifying talent. A genius, no, a prodigy. The middle-aged Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim. It is well known that although the Uchiha clan produces many geniuses, the standards for Jonin examinations are notoriously stringent throughout Konoha. Uchiha Yao, however, remained unfazed. A higher status meant that the system could unlock more rewards, allowing him to accumulate family glory at a swifter pace, hastening the revival of the Uchiha clan. This was the true objective of Uchiha Yao. 3 days later, at Konoha's third training ground, the area had already been cleared, and several seasoned Jonin with steady auras and sharp gazes stood around, their expressions serious. They were the examiners for this assessment. Uchiha Fagaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, was also present. Uchiha Yao. The ripples caused by this name within the clan had even compelled the clan leader to take notice. Promotion to Jonin examination. Encircled by a Jonin and 3 elite Chunin, he must endure for 10 minutes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the leading Jonin and 3 elite Chunin immediately formed a formation, swiftly surrounding Uchiha Yao at the center. Without any probing, all 4 launched their attacks simultaneously. Kunai and Shuriken, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sealed off all of Uchiha Yao's escape routes from 3 cunning angles. Uchiha Yao did not flinch. He blocked the incoming Kunai and Shuriken and charged straight toward the leading Jonin. Fire release, great fireball technique. The leading Jonin reacted swiftly. Seeing Uchiha Yao rushing in, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fire release aimed at Uchiha Yao's face. Wind release, great breakthrough. Uchiha Yao dodged with a swift roll, only to encounter a Chunin's wind attack. However, his reflexes were exceedingly rapid, and the wind technique barely grazed the hem of his clothing. Truly, the Jonin examination was conducted with remarkable synergy. But this is where it ends. Lightning fire dragon breath. Uchiha Yao quickly formed seals. This was the most powerful S-rank lightning ninjutsu he currently mastered. A torrent of blazing white energy, infused with the ferocity of thunder and the searing heat of flames, erupted from his palm. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the training ground. Danger! It is an S-rank ninjutsu. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth wall. The surrounding examiners, witnessing the spectacle, joined the fray. desperately employing Earth Release to counter Uchiha Yao's S-rank ninjutsu. Crack. Dozens of earthen walls shattered in response. Yet, the residual power of the lightning fire dragon breath remained extraordinarily potent. The foremost examiners were simultaneously knocked back by the immense force, landing awkwardly on the ground, their chests heaving as they temporarily lost their combat ability. One strike, merely one strike, had incapacitated several experienced Jonin examiners. Hiss. Such power in a technique at this age. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Prototype. Uchiha Yao shouted, and a layer of crackling light blue lightning enveloped his body. At that moment, his speed surged to an astonishing degree. Zap! Yao's figure transformed into a blur of lightning, instantly sending the remaining 3 elite Chunin flying. Yet another instant kill. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, the chief examiner cast a deep glance at Uchiha Yao and spoke with a complex tone. Your physical techniques, combat intuition, and application of ninjutsu have far surpassed the standard for ordinary Jonin. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yao dissipated the lightning surrounding him. Uchiha Yao had undeniably passed the Jonin examination with overwhelming superiority. After the assessment concluded, Uchiha Yao returned alone to his residence and claimed the system rewards for his promotion to Jonin. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion. Current position, Konoha Jonin. Promotion rewards distributed. 1. Evolution of the Sharingan to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. 2. Skill mastery of lightning release. Chakra mode, initial mastery. The system's notification rang clearly in Yao's mind. In an instant, an indescribable pain surged from the depths of Uchiha Yao's eyes. It felt as if countless needles were viciously stabbing his eyeballs. Uchiha Yao let out a muffled groan and instinctively closed his eyes. Within his blood-red pupils, the original 2-Tomo began to spin at an astonishing speed, merging and splitting. Finally, when the agonizing sensation receded like a tide, Uchiha Yao slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils floated 3 pitch-black and profound Tomo. The 3-Tomo Sharingan. Activation. The entire world, through Uchiha Yao's eyes, became unprecedentedly clear and sharp. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a fallen leaf 100 meters away. Simultaneously, a pure chakra surged within Uchiha Yao like a flood unleashed. His comprehension and application of lightning release, chakra mode, had also instantly elevated several tiers. If the previous prototype merely hinted at the threshold, now he had truly stepped through that grand door. At this moment, Uchiha Yao firmly stands at the pinnacle of the elite Jonin level. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel strength. Jonin, elite Jonin, mastered skills. Proficient in all fire release techniques, adept in lightning release chakra. Sharingan, 3-Tomo, combined ninjutsu, lightning fire dragon breath, S-rank, lightning fire spiral, A-rank peak, special status, lightning release chakra mode family status. Leaf Village Jonin, elite captain of the Uchiha Guard, chief coordinator of the Uchiha Elite Training Camp, spiritual leader of the young Uchiha generation, a focal point of the hawkish faction, family honor points, 57, 500 overall family strength assessment, Chunin level, top tier. Core members approaching Jonin level, with immense potential for growth. Chapter 29. Meeting the Hawk Elder, Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Yao has been promoted to Jonin. The hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan is exhilarated. Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha lineage. Unlike Uchiha Shisui, who, being a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, leans towards the higher-ups of the Leaf Village and embodies a natural pacifist stance, or Uchiha Itachi, son of the clan leader Uchiha Fagaku, who, influenced by his upbringing, also favors the village's elite and even joined the Umbu. Uchiha Yao stands apart. He is not tied to any faction and possesses the potential to unite. Should he align with the Hawks, he might truly uphold their banner and realize their long-standing aspirations. The day following his promotion, a few figures kneel outside Uchiha Yao's home. Leading them are Uchiha Shigeru, Uchiha Gon, Uchiha Ken, and Uchiha Yu. Behind them stand several middle-aged Uchiha, their faces ashen, the elders of their clan. The atmosphere is painfully oppressive. Foolish wretches, what are you still doing there? One elder suddenly kicked Uchiha Shigeru in the back, bellowing, "Hurry and bow to Lord Yao and apologize." Uchiha Shigeru stumbled forward, his forehead striking the cold stone path with a thud. The sound echoed ominously. The 3 behind him shuddered in fear and quickly followed suit, bowing deeply. Lord Yao, we were mistaken. We failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. We implore your magnanimity and seek your forgiveness. We shall not dare again. Their cries for mercy mingled with the sounds of their bows. Uchiha Yao stood inside, expressionless, observing this scene. Not long ago, these individuals had flaunted their power before him. Now, they knelt like dogs, tails between their legs, pleading for mercy. This is power. This is status. Uchiha Yao felt no stirrings within. The world of shinobi is inherently realistic and cruel. Seeing Uchiha Yao's lack of reaction, the leading elder's heart raced, and he forced a smile more grotesque than tears. He cautiously produced a thick stack of cash from his robes and presented it with both hands. Lord Yao, this is a small token of goodwill from these youngsters, a total of 3 million ryo. Please, do accept it. Each note represented a substantial sum. Uchiha Yao's gaze fell upon the stack of cash. He extended his hand, and the elder, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly placed the money into Uchiha Yao's palm. Begone. Uchiha Yao coldly uttered. Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord Yao. Thank you, Lord Yao. The elders, as if hearing divine music, hastily pulled the trembling youngsters up and scurried away. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Yao received a private meeting invitation from Elder Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Hakadai is one of the most senior and influential representatives of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan. Known for his resolute character and sharp tactics, he has long advocated for the Uchiha to adopt a more assertive stance in the Leaf Village to secure greater power and status. The meeting took place at Hakadai's private residence, in an elegantly simple tea room. Yao, please sit. Elder Hakadai, clad in traditional dark Uchiha robes, sat cross-legged. Though aged, his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. Hakadai personally poured a cup of fragrant tea for Uchiha Yao. Thank you, Elder Hakadai. Uchiha Yao nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Do not mention it. Hakadai set down the teapot, his eyes fixed intently on Yao, filled with unabashed admiration. I have heard of your performance upon your promotion to Jonin. Well done. Your mastery of lightning release chakra mode and the formidable S-rank combined ninjutsu, truly remarkable talent. It has been long since our Uchiha clan has seen a prodigy of your caliber. Yao, you are the hope for the resurgence of our Uchiha clan. Elder Hakadai spoke with fervor. Uchiha Yao lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip as he listened quietly. He understood that Elder Hakadai's intentions extended beyond mere compliments. Yao, at such a young age, possessing such strength and insight, you must have your own views on our Uchiha clan's current predicament in the village. Uchiha Hakadai paused, a flicker of dissatisfaction and helplessness crossing his eyes. That Fagaku fellow, alas, he is too weak. Since the Nine-Tails incident, the higher-ups in the village have become increasingly suspicious and oppressive towards our Uchiha. The power of the guard has been repeatedly diminished. Our clan's territory pushed to the village's outskirts, and our clan members are even monitored by the Umbu during their travels. You have seen all this, have you not? Yet Fagaku only knows how to retreat and compromise. Does he think that will lead to peaceful coexistence? It is sheer folly. Compromise will only make them see us as weak and easy to bully, further marginalizing our status. Elder Hakadai grew more agitated as he spoke. We Uchiha are one of the founding fathers of the Leaf Village. We possess the powerful Sharingan bloodline limit. How much blood have we shed for the village? How many clan members have sacrificed their lives? Why should we endure such unjust treatment? The Uchiha clan needs a leader who is tougher and more resolute. A leader who can guide us out of this predicament and secure genuine dignity and power in the Leaf Village. The meaning behind Elder Hakadai's words was unmistakable. If Uchiha Yao were to join the hawkish faction, they would fully support him, even propelling him to the position of clan leader. The atmosphere in the tea room grew subtly tense. Uchiha Yao listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Only after Elder Hakadai finished speaking did Uchiha Yao slowly set down his teacup. Elder Hakadai, I comprehend your words. In my view, whether it be the hawks or the doves, their ultimate aim is the continuation and development of the Uchiha clan. The honor and interests of the family supersede all else. For now, I do not wish to prematurely take sides. However, I do resonate with the hawkish ideology. The weak can only hope for the mercy of the strong. The Uchiha should not compromise as we do now. Compromise occurs once or countless times, and our clan's current predicament is a consequence of Fagaku's repeated concessions. Elder Hakadai gazed intently at Uchiha Yao, as if attempting to fully understand this young man. After a long while, he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Well said. The eighth elder was exceptionally pleased with Uchiha Yao's response. This young man was more astute, ambitious, and audacious than he had anticipated. He was not a mere hot-headed youth easily swayed, but a genuine pragmatist capable of independent thought and daring to take action. Such individuals are poised to become the true leaders of the hawkish faction, perhaps even the future leader of the entire Uchiha clan. Ding. System notification. The eighth elder's level of attention towards the host has significantly increased. System notification. The eighth elder's loyalty towards the host has seen a slight rise, 30. The sound of the system's notification echoed in Uchiha Yao's mind. Following this conversation, he resolved to consciously exhibit a sense of vigilance and dissatisfaction towards the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly Tsunade and the Root, in order to resonate with the sentiments of the hawkish faction and deepen his connection with them. Of course, Uchiha Yao would never become a pawn for anyone. Confident in his extraordinary abilities, paired with the unparalleled growth system of his clan, he was certain that he would ultimately earn the willing allegiance of all hawkish members and use that as a springboard to seize control of the entire Uchiha clan. Yao, you are a clever child. The smile on the eighth elder's face remained undiminished. I believe that the future of the Uchiha will surely shine brightly in your hands. Your praise is excessive, Uchiha Yao humbly replied. The two conversed for the entire morning before Uchiha Yao took his leave from the eighth elder's residence. Both parties achieved their respective goals through this meeting. Uchiha Yao was set to gain the support of the hawkish faction, while they had ascertained his attitude, recognizing that his stance leaned towards their ideology. Just as this discussion concluded, Uchiha Yao received another invitation from the representative of the dovish faction, Uchiha Shisui. This was the change brought about by his rise in strength and status. Uchiha Yao had now become the object of pursuit for both the hawkish and dovish factions. Chapter 30. The innocent Uchiha Shisui in a secluded lakeside of Konoha village. The fading rays of the setting sun cast shimmering reflections upon the lake's surface, surrounded by lush greenery and the melodious chirping of cicadas, enveloping the area in a tranquil summer ambience. Uchiha Shisui, renowned in Konoha for his incredible technique, stood quietly by the water's edge, a paragon of talent within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yao's figure appeared silently a short distance behind him. Shisui-senpai, I apologize for keeping you waiting. His voice shattered the tranquility of the moment. Shisui slowly turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yao, you have arrived. I have heard much about your recent accomplishments, your promotion to Jonin, mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, and even the development of S-rank ninjutsu. Truly remarkable. Uchiha Yao, remaining modest, responded, they are but trivial accolades, hardly worth mention. He scrutinized Shisui before him. I invited you out today to discuss the future of our clan. Shisui stated directly, his smile fading slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. The future of the clan? Uchiha Yao raised an eyebrow. What insights do you have, Shisui-senpai? Shisui took a deep breath. Yao, your talent and strength are without question. You are the hope for our clan's future. However, I fear that some of your methods may lead the clan into perilous waters. He paused before continuing. I have always believed that the Uchiha are part of Konoha. We should strive to contribute to the village, coexist peacefully, and dispel the higher-ups' misunderstandings and fears of us, rather than blindly pursuing confrontation. I understand that the hawkish elders have great expectations for you, hoping you will lead the Uchiha to claim our rights through more aggressive means. But Yao, have you considered the consequences of a complete rupture with the village? What fate would await the Uchiha, having witnessed the aftermath of the Ninetales incident? Shisui felt the growing rift between the clan and the village, sensing the subtle mistrust and wariness from the higher-ups. He yearned for peace, for the Uchiha to genuinely integrate into the Konoha family. Shisui-senpai, I can comprehend your ideology, Uchiha Yao replied. But have you considered on what foundation this so-called peaceful coexistence is built? Is it upon the mercy of others? Or is it built upon our subservience, groveling for their favor? Uchiha Yao retorted without hesitation. Where does the higher-ups' wariness of the Uchiha stem from? Why has it never dissipated? We have been pushed to the village's periphery, our guards' authority undermined, our clansmen monitored. Are these actions truly for the sake of peace? Forgive my candor, Shisui-senpai, but the peace you speak of is merely an illusion, a self-deception. Without absolute strength as a foundation, peace will forever remain a plaything of the powerful. Only by becoming strong enough that no one dares to harbor any ill intentions towards us, can we attain true peace? Shisui opened his mouth, seemingly about to counter, but found himself at a loss for words against Uchiha Yao's assertions. For these were stark, bloody truths. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Shisui's eyes suddenly narrowed without warning. Uchiha Yao felt the scenery before him momentarily blur, and in the next instant, he found himself in a completely different setting. The sun shone brightly, birds chirped melodiously. Konoha village thrived, with villagers displaying radiant smiles of happiness. The Uchiha clansmen mingled closely with other villagers, children laughed and played together, while the members of the guard patrolled every corner of the village, held in respect and affection by all. It was an extraordinarily harmonious and beautiful scene, a vision of the Uchiha and Konoha coexisting perfectly, flourishing together. However, this illusion lasted for less than 2 seconds. In Uchiha Yao's eyes, 3 pitch-black tomos suddenly manifested and spun rapidly. "Break," he uttered softly. The illusion before him shattered like a broken mirror, dissipating into nothingness. The lakeside remained unchanged, the sunset was still the same. What an exquisite genjutsu! And it appears to be of the Mangekyō Sharingan caliber. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Uchiha Shisui. Seeing Uchiha Yao so effortlessly dispel his genjutsu, Shisui's eyes reflected a hint of uncontainable astonishment. The genjutsu employed, though not at full strength, was certainly not something an ordinary jonin could easily perceive or unravel. Uchiha Yao had managed to break free in an instant. Moreover, Uchiha Yao possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. "It seems, Yao, your strength surpasses the rumors," Shisui remarked with a wry smile, retracting the hint of his ocular prowess. He wished for Uchiha Yao to witness the future he envisioned. "Shisui-senpai, you flatter me," Uchiha Yao replied calmly. "Your ocular techniques are indeed impressive." He refrained from mentioning the Mangekyō for now. The timing was not yet right. Shisui gazed deeply at Yao. "Yao, I know that the paths we choose may differ. However, I still hope that we can both strive for the future of our clan. Perhaps one day, we may find a common ground." Uchiha Yao nodded in agreement. "I concur. Regardless of the path ahead, the interests of the clan shall always take precedence." Although Shisui leaned towards a more pacifist ideology, even bordering on naivety, his unwavering loyalty and protective spirit towards the clan were beyond question. Furthermore, Shisui's prowess should not be underestimated. Until there is absolute certainty, Uchiha Yao has no intention of driving Shisui completely to the opposing side. An ally like Uchiha Shisui, who possesses a Mangekyō Sharingan, even if only temporarily, would be invaluable. "Then I shall not disturb Senior Shisui in his appreciation of the scenery," Uchiha Yao remarked before vanishing in a swift motion. By the lakeside, only Shisui remained, gazing contemplatively in the direction Yao had departed, lost in thought. Uchiha Shisui murmured softly, "Will you be the hope of the Uchiha, or a calamity?" However, as a pillar of the Uchiha's pacifist faction and a key figure in potentially unifying the clan's strength, he must make his own choice. Chapter 31. Promotion to Captain. The Third's indoctrination of Itachi 2 weeks later, under the auspices of the hawkish 8th Elder and numerous hawkish members, Uchiha Yao was jointly recommended. With the unwavering support of the hawkish faction, Uchiha Yao was promoted from squad leader to captain of the middle division. The position of captain already conferred considerable power, granting him control over the deployment of 12 squads, alongside the 20 members from the former training camp and some logistical personnel, effectively placing nearly 100 individuals under his command. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful promotion to captain of the Uchiha Guard. Ding! Host's exceptional performance has earned a reward of 80,000 clan glory points. A series of system notifications resonated within Uchiha Yao's mind. 80,000 glory points. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Coupled with the glory points he had previously accumulated, his total clan glory points had reached an unprecedented height of 260,000. Clan glory points, 260,000 ding. Detection indicates that the host's reputation within the Uchiha clan has reached a new pinnacle. Ding. The host's demonstrated strength, exceptional leadership skills, and unwavering loyalty to the clan have significantly increased the loyalty of some previously neutral Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Shana, loyalty increased from 40, neutral, to 75, respect. Ding. Some originally radical members of the Uchiha hawkish faction have expressed strong agreement with the host's pragmatic and assertive ideology, resulting in a substantial increase in loyalty. Uchiha Hakadai. Loyalty increased from 65, observing, to 88, supportive. Indeed, strength and strategy are the finest instruments for winning hearts. The system filtered a list of clan members whose loyalty had reached over 85 and possessed the potential of a Jonin. Ding. Screening complete. A total of 8 clan members meet the criteria. Upon reviewing the names on the list, Uchiha Yao nodded. He expended some glory points to precisely enhance the chakra levels, mastery of ninjutsu, and Sharingan potential of these 8 clan members. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, as the captain of the Umbu and the eldest son of Uchiha Fagaku, bore an unimaginable burden. The rapid rise of Uchiha Yao, along with his approach, instilled a sense of unease in Itachi. Yao's ascent was perceived as beneficial for the Uchiha, or so his father had told him. However, Itachi held a different view. Beneficial? The belief that sacrifices of some clan interests were necessary for the peace of the village, which Itachi adhered to, stood in stark contrast to Uchiha Yao's unabashed clan supremacy ideology. What if Lord Yao could ensure the clan's survival while maintaining the village's stability in another manner? Is all that I bear truly necessary? Itachi had privately reported Uchiha Yao's situation to his father, Fagaku. Itachi continued to observe him, but remember, do not intervene lightly. Shisui, do you believe Yao's path is viable? Itachi sought Shisui's counsel in the training grounds. Yao's ideology is overly radical, Itachi stated solemnly. Should he sever ties with the village's higher-ups, the Uchiha would face utter annihilation. Shisui sighed gently. Itachi, we all know that the higher-ups of Konoha have never ceased to be wary of the Uchiha. This wariness peaked after the Nine-Tails incident, resulting in the clan's isolation and the reduction of the guard's power. Peace cannot be achieved solely through one-sided concessions. His voice bore a hint of fatigue. Yao's path may indeed be perilous. What if the ultimate outcome is the destruction of the Uchiha? Pain filled Itachi's gaze. Shisui placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder. We all wish to avert the worst outcome. Should it come to that, I will do everything in my power to prevent it. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a pipe emitting wisps of smoke in his hand. He gazed out at the night scenery of Konoha, his expression contemplative. Itachi, you have arrived. Hiruzen's voice carried the warmth of a venerable elder. Uchiha Itachi entered the office and respectfully bowed. Lord Third, please have a seat. Hiruzen gestured towards a chair at the desk. Itachi sat down, aware that every time the Third summoned him, it signified an important matter. Recently, what are your thoughts on the movements of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen cut straight to the point. Itachi's heart tightened. He understood the Third's intent. The rise of Uchiha Yao and the increasing activity of the hawkish faction must have drawn the vigilance of the village's higher-ups. The hawkish influence within the clan had been on the rise, and Uchiha Yao's personal influence was expanding rapidly. Itachi reported his observations, noting that Yao acted decisively, resonating the discontent with the village's elite among the clan members. Hiruzen took a gentle puff of smoke, exhaling a thin wisp. Yao's growth is indeed remarkable. He paused, his tone becoming significantly more grave. However, the power of the Uchiha clan is ultimately a part of Konoha. Any attempt to sever ties with Konoha or threaten its stability is intolerable. The Third's words directly addressed Uchiha Yao's clan supremacy ideology. I know you have always strived for peace between the village and the clan. Hiruzen's voice softened. You possess the finest bloodline and wisdom of the Uchiha, along with an awareness that surpasses your peers. After a brief pause, Hiruzen locked eyes with Itachi. The peace of Konoha is hard-earned. It was bought with the lives and blood of countless ancestors. The Uchiha, as an essential part of Konoha, have also made significant contributions to the village's establishment. The Third's voice deepened, tinged with sorrow. However, as time passes, the rift between the Uchiha and the village has grown ever wider. Following the Nine-Tails incident, this rift reached its apex. The Third leaned forward slightly. Itachi, do you understand? Should the Uchiha clan incite rebellion, all of Konoha will be plunged into chaos. The Fourth Shinobi World War may even be precipitated by this. Itachi, you are the only one in the Uchiha who can see the larger picture and make the right choices. You possess the resolve to safeguard Konoha's peace, as well as the determination to protect your brother. For the sake of the village, for your brother Sasuke, and for all innocent civilians, you must make a choice. Guarding Konoha, protecting Sasuke, this has become an unshakable belief in the life of Uchiha Itachi. I understand, Lord Third, Itachi's voice was slightly hoarse, yet his gaze was exceptionally resolute. Exiting the Hokage's office, the night breeze swept past, leaving Itachi's heart feeling icy. Then let me bear all of this. He gazed at the vibrant Konoha, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Chapter 32. The Eye of Stagnation. Kotoame Tsukumi. The night was cool. At the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, in a secluded tea room seldom visited, the flickering candlelight illuminated two figures. Uchiha Yao sat upright, calmly savoring the fragrant tea in his cup. Opposite him was Uchiha Shisui, the clan's acknowledged genius, renowned for his swift and tranquil demeanor. Unlike his usual gentle and sunny disposition, Shisui now bore an unmistakable hint of fatigue and concern. Yaokuin, the recent turmoil within the clan due to your actions is quite considerable. Shisui set down his teacup, his tone gentle yet weighted. The reformation of the guard and the establishment of the elite training camp have unsettled some of the more traditional clan elders. Uchiha Yao replied, unsettled? Is it because their interests have been disturbed, or because they fear the potential for change that the Uchiha could bring? Shisui let out a bitter smile. Perhaps both. I understand your determination to strengthen the clan, but are some methods not too radical? Radical? Uchiha Yao countered, in an environment surrounded by wolves. The meekness of sheep only invites swifter demise. Shisui, do you not understand? The higher-ups in Konoha's administration have never ceased their suspicion of the Uchiha. Shisui fell silent for a moment, then gazed at Uchiha Yao. Yaokuin, I believe that as long as we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, there exists a possibility for peaceful coexistence between the village and our clan. He paused before continuing. My eyes may provide some assistance in this matter. They possess a unique power that can subtly alter a person's thoughts, guiding them toward a more peaceful path. Uchiha Yao's hand holding the teacup faltered slightly. Alter a person's thoughts? Is this not akin to Kotoame Tsukumi, the so-called strongest genjutsu from my previous life? Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan. Oh, altering thoughts? Uchiha Yao feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. What an extraordinary ability. Shisui, are you suggesting that you can use this power to influence Lord Third Hokage or Elder Danzo? Shisui gently shook his head. This power is not meant to manipulate hearts, but to safeguard the peace of Konoha. I hope it can dissolve the misunderstandings held by the higher-ups and allow the Uchiha to truly integrate into the Konoha family. Safeguarding the peace of Konoha? Uchiha Yao set down his teacup. Do you truly believe that such a power alone can foster enduring peace? Can altering a person's thoughts eradicate deeply ingrained prejudices? Can it resolve the inevitable conflicts arising from power structures? Is this so-called peace merely a transient compromise, an illusion? Shisui was left momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, only to let out a heavy sigh. My power has its limitations. It cannot change everyone's will, especially those whose beliefs have solidified. Uchiha Yao understood. Shisui, you are too naive, or perhaps too kind-hearted. Your formidable Kotoame Tsukumi, in the eyes of that cunning old fox Danzo, is not a beacon of hope for peace, but rather a tool to be exploited and seized. Your fate may be even more tragic than depicted in the original narrative. A profound sense of crisis surged within Uchiha Yao. He knew that Danzo would never overlook those eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Yao's mind. By all logic, he should caution Shisui to be wary of Danzo, perhaps even suggest an alliance against him. Yet, such actions were not in Uchiha Yao's nature. If Shisui's sacrifice was unavoidable, then its value must be maximized. Shisui, I admire your intentions, Uchiha Yao began slowly. But you must understand that placing hope in the goodwill of others or in some miraculous ability is perilous. The true guardians of our clan must wield absolute power that we control ourselves. Your eyes are indeed powerful, but if misused or coveted by those with ill intent, they could bring even greater calamity upon the clan. This statement served less as a warning and more as a subtle admonition. Shisui trembled slightly at the words, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes, only to be replaced by deeper concern. He recognized the truth in Yao's words, but his inner convictions prevented him from easily relinquishing his beliefs. Uchiha Yao chose not to elaborate further. He had already sown the seeds of doubt. The next steps would depend on Shisui's own choices. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yao silently activated the family growth system. Search for skills or items related to mental control defense, or countermeasures against eye techniques. Searching for eye technique skills or items related to defense against Kotoame Tsukumi. System notification, searching. Relevant skill nodes found. 1. Mental barrier. Max immunity to mental attacks from abilities such as Kotoami Tsukumi and Tsukuyomi. Required glory points. 200,000. System. Immediately consume my glory points to acquire the skill Mental Barrier. With the deduction of 200,000 glory points, a virtual mental barrier manifested deep within Uchiha Yao's consciousness. Now, he could rest assured. With this divine skill, Shisui's Kotoami Tsukumi would be rendered completely ineffective against him. From now on, whether it be Shisui or Danzo, should they attempt to employ Kotoami Tsukumi to alter his will, they would ultimately fail and become the jesters of their own designs. Uchiha Yao could not guarantee that he would be entirely immune to attacks from Kotoami Tsukumi in the future, so it was prudent to take precautions. Although 200,000 glory points was a substantial amount, the ability to gain immunity from Kotoami Tsukumi was undoubtedly worth it. Shisui, thank you for your hospitality today. Uchiha Yao rose to take his leave. The road ahead is long. I hope you can consider the survival of our clan more deeply. Shisui silently nodded, watching Uchiha Yao depart. The candlelight in the tea room flickered gently, casting long shadows that highlighted his solitude. As Uchiha Yao walked along the chilly street after leaving the tea room, his gaze was icy. Shisui, you are ultimately a living sacrifice to the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups. If that is the case, let your Kotoami Tsukumi become the first lever for me. Uchiha Yao, to shift the entire ninja world's paradigm. Future adversaries would not be limited to Danzo alone. There were also Nagato of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, the Moonai clan, and the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Yao took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Many challenges lay ahead. For now, he would ensure that the Uchiha stood at the pinnacle of Konoha, becoming the undisputed foremost ninja clan. Chapter 33. The ambush on Uchiha Yao. Deep within the root base of Konoha, in a dark and damp room, the light illuminated Shimura Danzo's shadowy face. Uchiha Yao? Danzo murmured softly, a chilling malice flickering in his lone eye. The latest intelligence revealed that Uchiha Yao had successfully been promoted to the captain of the guard. Just 2 weeks prior, he had been elevated to Jonin, and now he had ascended to the rank of captain. The hawkish faction has lent its full support. That detestable Uchiha brat cannot be allowed to live any longer. He must be eradicated swiftly to prevent future troubles. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, not bothering to conceal his murderous intent. Should Uchiha Yao fully mature and take control of the Uchiha clan, it would pose a significant threat to Konoha and to his roots. Dispatch the order. Danzo growled into the shadows, mobilizing 3 elite teams, crows, weasels, and snakes, comprising a total of 9 jonin. From the darkness, a figure silently emerged, kneeling on one knee. The target, Uchiha Yao? This operation must succeed at all costs. He must be killed, and bring back his Sharingan. Yes, the shadow acknowledged the command and quietly melted back into the darkness. Among the 9 jonin were exceptional experts skilled in assassination, tracking, and combined attacks, with 3 team leaders being elite jonin. Such a formidable lineup could contend even against shadow-level powerhouses. He could not believe that a mere Uchiha Yao could escape from such an intricate web. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yao was on his way back to Konoha after returning from the Land of Cats. Until now, he had never contracted a summoning beast, and his trip to the Land of Cats was to bind a ninja cat as his summoning creature. Though the combat capabilities of a ninja cat were not particularly strong, it could relay crucial information in emergencies, making it a common choice among the Uchiha clan members. Ding. Lethal threat warning. The system has detected multiple high-intensity killing intents rapidly approaching. Warning. Warning. Target locked. Host Uchiha Yao. Threat level. Extremely dangerous. As Uchiha Yao was running along the treetops, he immediately halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Could it be that Danzo's old dog has sent someone to assassinate him again? Was the last lesson not enough? His 3-tomo Sharingan activated, its powerful insight spreading out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding darkness. They were indeed the most elite root ninjas under Danzo. No words were wasted, no probing remarks made. The moment the 9 root ninjas appeared, they unleashed a thunderous, lethal assault. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Jinjutsu, dark passage technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Their coordination was impeccable, evidently honed through countless rehearsals. This sudden, Deadly onslaught was enough to leave any Jonin flustered, potentially leading to instant demise. However, Uchiha Yao was no ordinary Jonin. He was indeed being taken seriously. Without a hint of panic, Uchiha Yao swiftly retrieved a special talisman from his ninja tool pouch. This was the concealment talisman he had exchanged for in the system shop. Without hesitation, he injected chakra into it. Buzz! A peculiar wave surged forth. In the next moment, Uchiha Yao's figure and chakra presence vanished from the perception of the 9 root ninjas. What? The leading root ninja, codenamed Crow, exclaimed in surprise. Their attacks missed entirely. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, a chilling voice echoed behind the leftmost root ninja. Looking for me? The root ninja's body bristled with fear as an overwhelming sense of crisis surged from within. Without a second thought, he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Uft! Lightning release, Chidori. With a full force strike, Uchiha Yao's arm pierced through his back in an instant. The root ninja looked down in disbelief at the arm protruding through his chest, his eyes filled with reluctance. The 10-second concealment effect of the talisman was enough to alter the course of battle in such a high-intensity confrontation. A decisive kill. 1 Jonin eliminated. An ambush. Damn it. How could he evade our perception? The remaining 8 root ninjas reacted swiftly, immediately changing direction, unleashing an onslaught of ninjutsu and weapons upon Uchiha Yao like a torrential storm. Uchiha Yao snorted coldly, his feet crackling with lightning as he unleashed the full power of his lightning release chakra mode. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The kunai in Uchiha Yao's hand clashed violently against the short blades of several root ninjas, producing a jarring metallic screech. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, capturing the movements of his enemies. The root ninja codenamed Weasel, agile and cunning, lunged at Uchiha Yao with a poisoned blade aimed at his throat. Uchiha Yao's eyes narrowed as his 3-tomo Sharingan precisely tracked the trajectory of the attack. His body arched back at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the poisoned blade, while simultaneously launching a lightning release, Rasen Shuriken, which struck Weasel squarely in the chest. Boom! Weasel was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground, grievously injured. In an instant, 2 of the 9 elite root Jonin had been eliminated. Jinjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. One of the remaining root Jonin retreated from the fray, casting a Jinjutsu to disrupt Uchiha Yao, attempting to create an opportunity for his teammates to severely injure him. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated Uchiha Yao's strength. A futile endeavor. Uchiha Yao barked coldly, his 3-tomo spinning rapidly. A pure wave of Jinjutsu chakra surged forth, washing over the opponent like a tidal wave. Jinjutsu rebound. Ugh. The root ninja who cast the Jinjutsu let out a piercing scream, instantly collapsing in a daze. An eye for an eye. It is time to end this. Uchiha Yao's figure surged toward the remaining 6 root ninjas. Lightning flickered, and flames erupted. Lightning fire dragon breath. Lightning fire Rasen Shuriken. The ferocious power of lightning and fire rampaged within the confined space. Cries of agony, the shattering of weapons, and the sounds of mangled flesh echoed relentlessly. This was a slaughter without suspense. No mercy required. Uchiha Yao's chakra surged wildly within him, empowering him to unleash powerful ninjutsu time and again. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel. Strength, Peak Jonin, combat capability approaching shadow level. Skills mastered. Ninjutsu, Fire Release Ninjutsu, mastered. Lightning Release, Chidori, mastered. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, mastered. Lightning Fire Dragon Breath, S-ranked. Lightning Fire Rasen Shuriken, A-ranked limit. Bloodline limit, 3-tomo Sharingan. Clan status, Captain of the Uchiha Guard Team. Clan strength value, Clan honor value, 30. 000 loyal clan members. Approximately 160. Core team loyalty at 100. Loyalty of some hawkish and neutral clan members increasing due to Yao's impressive performance. Overall clan strength assessment, Jonin level power. Chapter 34. The annihilation of root Jonin. The mighty Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao's chest heaved violently. The brilliance of his lightning release chakra mode no longer as chaotic as at the outset, now appearing somewhat dim. Fresh wounds oozed blood, staining his garments. The desperate counterattack of the dying root Jonin had indeed left several injuries on Uchiha Yao. In this moment, Uchiha Yao was far from the unstoppable force he had been at the beginning of the battle. Yet, Uchiha Yao remained tense, his Sharingan, adorned with the iconic 3-tomo. fixed firmly upon the last 3 remaining elite shinobi of the root. From an impressive cadre of 9, only 3 now stood. One of them, a snake, had previously attempted to cast an illusion, only to suffer grievous injuries. At this moment, his bloodshot eyes were clouded with tears, his breath labored, clearly at the end of his strength. The other 2, codenamed Dog and Wolf, leaned against each other, gasping for air, their trembling hands clutching their weapons, their gazes filled with dread. This monster was undoubtedly a true abomination. Dog's voice trembled with profound despair. They had believed that with their 9 elite shinobi dispatched, the mission was virtually guaranteed success. How could a mere 12-year-old Uchiha brat pose such a threat? Yet now, they were reduced to 3, hunted down by Uchiha Yao. They were the sharpest blades in Danzo's hand, having executed countless assassination missions and faced formidable adversaries. Never had anyone, not even the strongest of foes, been able to decimate their elite squads so swiftly and decisively as Uchiha Yao had. The remaining 3 root ninjas had entirely lost their will to fight. They exchanged glances, silently communicating. Retreat, split up, quickly escape, and relay the information about Uchiha Yao back to Lord Danzo. Trying to flee? Uchiha Yao bellowed. It's too late. He could not allow any of them to escape. He could not let Danzo gain any intelligence about him. The lightning chakra within him surged once more, forcibly activating his lightning release chakra mode, propelling his speed to its zenith, transforming him into a mere blur as he instantaneously closed in on Dog, who attempted to flee. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Uchiha Yao's right hand coalesced with blinding lightning, effortlessly piercing through Dog's back. Ugh! Dog's body stiffened abruptly. Wolf, snake, flee. I will hold Uchiha Yao. This was his last utterance left in the world. Even with his chest pierced, he attempted to grasp Uchiha Yao, only to be kicked away. Life swiftly drained from his eyes as he succumbed. The next target was Snake. With his eyes damaged, he was hindered in movement and could hardly escape. In mere moments, Uchiha Yao appeared before him. Curse it! I will fight you to the death. Snake let out a desperate roar, brandishing his short blade for a final counterattack. However, as a solitary figure, and with his injuries, his last-ditch effort posed little challenge to Uchiha Yao. In a brief exchange of taijutsu, Uchiha Yao seized upon a flaw. With a swift and intimate approach, his kunai traced a cold arc, accurately slicing through Snake's carotid artery. Ugh! Blood gushed forth like a fountain. How can I fall here? Lord Danzo. Snake clutched at his neck, collapsing weakly to his knees, his eyes filled with boundless regret, ultimately bowing his head in defeat. The final target, the root shinobi codenamed Wolf, had vanished from Uchiha Yao's sight. Yet, with the aid of the system, there was no way this assassin could evade him. System has updated target location. A cold notification echoed in his mind, clearly indicating the direction in which Wolf had fled. To think one could escape from someone with a system was sheer folly. Uchiha Yao moved, following the guidance provided by the system, pursuing at great speed. Soon, at the edge of a relatively dense forest, Uchiha Yao caught up with Wolf. The suffocating aura of death loomed closer behind him, filling Wolf with dread, his heart turning to ice. He realized he could not escape. This Uchiha Yao was like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Wolf halted, choosing not to futilely flee any longer. He abruptly pulled from his clothing a specially crafted scroll lined with explosive tags. Uchiha Yao, even if I die, I will take you down with me. He intended to detonate all the explosive tags, ensuring mutual destruction. The force of such an explosion would be capable of razing everything within 100 meters. Just as he was about to activate the scroll, Uchiha Yao moved with swiftness beyond his own. With one hand, Uchiha Yao precisely seized Wolf's wrist, while the other hand clutched his throat. Mutual destruction? You are not worthy. My life belongs to no one, not even the sage of 6 paths. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Wolf's wrist was crushed, the special scroll tumbling to the ground. His throat was mercilessly crushed by Uchiha Yao. Ugh! Wolf's eyes brimmed with despair and unwillingness, ultimately fading into silence. The battle concluded here. Surroundings lay in disarray, broken trees, overturned earth, and the air thick with the pervasive scent of blood. All 9 elite root shinobi were annihilated. As Uchiha Yao deactivated his lightning release chakra mode, the blinding lightning dissipated from his form. He gasped heavily, each breath igniting a sharp pain in his lungs. The prolonged high-intensity combat had drained him immensely. Though he bore no life-threatening injuries, his muscles were severely strained, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. However, the most crucial fact remained. Uchiha Yao had survived. Moreover, he had effortlessly dispatched 9 elite root shinobi. Such losses would surely weigh heavily on Danzo, even with his extensive resources. Uchiha Yao lifted his gaze towards the direction of Konohagakure, fury blazing in his eyes. Danzo, await your demise. Your time is near, and no one shall save you. Not even the Sage of Six Paths. Mark my words. Chapter 35. Uchiha Yao, the youngest elder of the Uchiha clan. In the depths of the root's base in Konoha, the same dim room lingered, casting an even darker shadow over Shimura Danzo's face. The air was thick with a stifling tension. What did you say? Danzo sprang from his seat. Total annihilation? Kneeling before him was a root ninja responsible for relaying information. He trembled uncontrollably, his head bowed deeply, unable to meet Danzo's predatory gaze. Reporting to Lord Danzo, the teams of Crow, Weasel, and Snake, totaling 9 elite shinobi, have all gone dark during their mission to hunt Uchiha Yao. Based on subsequent investigative teams' findings at the scene and analyses of residual chakra, they have likely all perished. The informant's voice dwindled to a near whisper by the end. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Danzo slammed his palm onto the table before him. Boom. The sturdy wooden table shattered instantly. 9 elite shinobi. Such a formidable lineup should have been capable of executing S-rank missions and even restraining some of the relatively weaker Kaga-level foes. How could they have been completely wiped out? And their target was merely a 12-year-old Uchiha brat. Is it truly possible that Uchiha Yao possesses such strength? In Toanzo's voice, a hint of doubt emerged for the first time. Although he had previously elevated Yao's threat level, deep down, he still believed that with the power of the root, he could easily eradicate it. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. At the age of 12, Yao had already slain all the elite Jonin under his command. Just the thought of waiting a few more years sent shivers down Toanzo's spine. Immediately, at any cost, he must uncover all intelligence regarding Uchiha Yao. His combat style. How did he manage to defeat 9 Jonin? Toanzo barked orders from the shadows, his murderous intent now reaching its zenith. Uchiha Yao must die, at any cost. This tremendous threat must be snuffed out in its cradle. In truth, Toanzo was acutely aware that since Uchiha Yao could retaliate against 9 elite Jonin, his current strength had likely crossed the threshold of being a Kaga-level shinobi. This was no longer within the realm of Jonin. Kage and Jonin were entirely different entities. A Kaga-level powerhouse at such a young age, and from the Uchiha clan. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Toanzo. He had always been dedicated to weakening and suppressing the Uchiha, yet they continued to produce prodigies. This Uchiha Yao, perhaps even more monstrous than the inherently gifted Shisui and Itachi, might very well become another Azura of the shinobi world. Toanzo wearily sank back into his chair. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha estate, Uchiha Yao sat cross-legged, wrapped in layers of bandages, his chakra gradually flowing to heal the wounds inflicted in battle. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with a chilling light. Scenes of fierce combat with the root ninjas replayed in his mind. Toanzo, Uchiha Yao whispered the name, his tone laced with unmasked murderous intent. Compromise? Retreat? In the face of absolute malice, these notions appeared utterly ludicrous and powerless. Only strength. Only absolute. Overwhelming power could instill fear and reverence in those lurking in the shadows. Uchiha Yao summoned Rin, Zhe, and Kai. At any cost, gather detailed intelligence about the root base, its personnel composition, and operational patterns. Yes, Lord Yao. Ding. The host has encountered a deadly assassination attempt from the root and successfully retaliated against all invading enemies. Ding. The host's desire for vengeance against Shimura Danzo has reached its peak. Vengeance target, Shimura Danzo, a malignant tumor of the shinobi world, guilty of heinous crimes. Completion conditions, completely eradicate Shimura Danzo and his root organization to eliminate a significant threat to the shinobi world. Task rewards, substantial family honor points, significant enhancement of system privileges. Shimura Danzo, a malignant tumor of the shinobi world? The system has summarized it quite aptly. Danzo, your demise is imminent. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Under Uchiha Yao's vigorous training, several clan members awakened their Sharingan in the training camp. Furthermore, the 20 original team members, mostly elite Chunin with a few possessing Jonin strength, had all advanced to elite Chunin status through Uchiha Yao's guidance. One devoted follower, due to a loyalty rating of 100, was elevated from Chunin to Jonin. In the dead of night, at the Uchiha clan's Elder Assembly Hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Uchiha Yao, clad in black attire, entered the hall with a stern expression. All eyes were fixated upon him. Today, the gathering of the elders was to appoint a new elder. Uchiha Fagaku, seated in the main position, announced this news. After internal discussions within the Elder Council and public nomination from the clan, Uchiha Yao was nominated as a candidate for elder due to his remarkable contributions and undeniable strength. Do any elders have objections? Fagaku's gaze swept across every elder present. The hawkish elders naturally expressed full support, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, some of the previously ambivalent and even discontented dovish elders remained silent, recognizing that Uchiha Yao's current reputation and power could no longer be easily challenged. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke the silence. I support Uchiha Yao as a family elder. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Itachi's uncle, Uchiha Idan, a dovish elder with considerable influence. He had always advocated for peaceful coexistence with the village and had been critical of the hawkish faction. Yet now, he stood up first to express his support for Uchiha Yao. Everyone's gaze turned in astonishment towards Uchiha Idan. Although I do not agree with overly aggressive methods, I understand what the Uchiha clan needs today. Uchiha Yao possesses formidable strength, along with sufficient strategy and courage, qualities that are vital for the current Uchiha. Even Uchiha Yao himself was somewhat surprised by the clarity of this seemingly conservative elder. Uchiha Idan's endorsement dispelled the last flicker of hesitation among the other dovish elders. Ultimately, with overwhelming support, Uchiha Yao officially became the youngest elder in the history of the Uchiha clan, gaining greater authority and access to more clan resources. Thank you for your trust, esteemed elders. Uchiha Yao nodded slightly to the assembly. Now that I have become an elder, I shall devote myself entirely to the future of the clan. Thus, Uchiha Yao officially ascended to the position of elder. His prestige within the Uchiha clan now surpassing that of Shisui and Itachi, making him the youngest elder and the most powerful prodigy of the current Uchiha. Chapter 36. The Elder Meeting, Unyielding Interrogation of Many Elders. At the Uchiha clan's Elder Assembly Hall, today marked Uchiha Yao's inaugural attendance at the meeting as a hawkish elder. Uchiha Fagaku sat in the main position, assessing the youngest elder with an inscrutable expression. The majority of the other elders were also discreetly observing the young Uchiha elder. Uchiha Yao disregarded the gazes upon him and walked straight to his designated seat. Ahem. An older hawkish elder, Uchiha Yen, cleared his throat. Yao, today is your first time attending an elder meeting. According to tradition, new elders are required to share their views on the future development of the clan. Uchiha Yao slowly scanned the faces of every elder present. My perspective is quite simple. The Uchiha, whether hawkish or dovish, faces numerous issues. If this continues, the ultimate fate of the Uchiha clan will only lead to extinction. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Impudent. A hot-tempered hawkish elder slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Uchiha Yao, veins bulging on his forehead. Uchiha Yao, what do you mean by that? Are we, these old-timers who have toiled for the clan, not as clear-sighted as a mere boy like you? What gives you the right to utter such words? The other hawkish elders displayed their displeasure, voicing their agreement with sharp rebukes directed at Yao's audacious demeanor. They had anticipated that Uchiha Yao would acquiesce to their sentiments, offering diplomatic platitudes to solidify unity within the hawkish faction and to show respect to these senior figures. However, to their astonishment, Uchiha Yao, upon speaking, aimed his criticism at the entire Uchiha decision-making body, including the very hawkish elders who had supported his ascent. Unfazed by this, Uchiha Yao continued. Firstly, the Hawks are blindly radical, devoid of any long-term strategy. They only know how to clamor for confrontation. Yet they possess no plan for gradually encroaching upon the power of the Leaf Village's upper echelons, for uniting all possible allies, or for countering an impending comprehensive backlash. Their zeal resembles nothing more than impotent fury. Secondly, the doves are weak and complacent, deluding themselves into believing that compromise will secure peace and disarm the suspicions of the Leaf Village's leaders, failing to see that their apprehensions and murderous intent towards us have never waned. Such constant retreat will only render the Uchiha situation more precarious, ultimately leading to a slow demise akin to a frog in boiling water. Thirdly, the entire clan is information deprived, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. They are content with the meager intelligence network of the guard, woefully ignorant of the true cards held by the Leaf Village's leadership and the dynamics of the various major families within the village. Fourthly, the training system is antiquated, and resource allocation is inequitable, wasting the talents of our clansmen. They continue to employ training methods that are decades old, resulting in outrageously inefficient practices, with genuinely talented clansmen receiving insufficient focus while mediocre talents monopolize substantial resources. The faces of the hawkish elders turned ashen, as if they had swallowed a fly. The doves were equally embarrassed. In that moment, within the expansive conference hall, the numerous elders, including the clan leader Uchiha Fagaku, found themselves at a loss for counterarguments. For Uchiha Yao spoke nothing but the truth. That's easy to say. Uchiha N, suppressing his fury, let out a cold snort, attempting to salvage some dignity. Do you think we are unaware of these issues? The clan has long been plagued by deep-rooted problems. Can they be resolved with mere words? Moreover, you are so young. With no management experience and no background in handling complex affairs, what gives you the authority to convince us that you can do better? Another cautious dove elder spoke up. Elder Yao, while your thoughts have merit, they are overly radical and may accelerate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, placing the clan in an irretrievable peril. Should mishandling occur, the consequences would be dire. Uchiha Yao rose, locking eyes with Uchiha N. Just because the problems have persisted for so long, does that grant us the luxury of inaction? Can we merely stand by and watch our clan slide into the abyss? And as for peril, when has the Uchiha not been in peril? From the policies of the second Hokage to the current suspicions and oppression from the third Hokage, have we not walked on eggshells every day? Is the current situation of chronic decline, where we are at the mercy of others and our clansmen see no hope, not perilous? As for angering the Leaf Village's upper echelons, they have long poised their blades at our throats. Our retreat will only embolden them to take further advantage. The Uchiha must undergo reform, a thorough and comprehensive reform. As the atmosphere in the conference hall reached a breaking point, with several elders unable to restrain themselves and preparing to retaliate once more, an unexpectedly robust voice pierced the tension. Uchiha Hakadai, the most formidable elder of the Hawks, suddenly spoke up. I stand in support of Elder Yao. Uchiha Hakadai took a deep breath. A few days ago, Elder Yao privately approached me, presenting a detailed plan regarding the Uchiha's development over the coming years, as well as projections of the clan's fate under various strategies. Regardless of the Hawks' radicalism or the Dove's concession, they will ultimately face a grim conclusion. That fate projection and development plan was a result of meticulous analysis and simulation combining the clan growth system with various variables inputted by Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Hakadai's stature within the clan is formidable, and his endorsement instantly shifted the atmosphere in the conference hall. Those hawkish elders who had previously harbored dissatisfaction with Uchiha Yao's radical rhetoric were now compelled to reassess this young man and contemplate the deeper significance of Hakadai's words. The Dove elders opted for silence, refraining from further comment. Uchiha Fagaku remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Since Elder Yao's reform proposal has garnered the approval of Elder Hakadai and pertains to the future fate of our clan, we may proceed with preliminary attempts. However, Yao, you must understand that this power also entails immense responsibility. Should your reforms fail or lead the clan into a more perilous situation, you will bear all consequences. Uchiha Yao met Fagaku's scrutinizing gaze. I understand. Ultimately, Uchiha Yao's reform proposal received preliminary approval from the Elder Council. Henceforth, this youngest Uchiha elder would initiate the clan's preliminary reforms. Chapter 37. Establishment of a dedicated Elder Guard. Uchiha Yao sat within his residence, closing his eyes as his consciousness delved into the system interface. System, filter the list of Uchiha clansmen aged under 20. With loyalty not less than 80, trainable, potential rated B or above, and those who deeply yearn to alter their fate and grow stronger. Beep. Filtering conditions confirmed. Commencing scan of the entire Uchiha clan. Beep. A total of 37 clansmen meet the criteria. List generated. Please review. Before Uchiha Yao appeared a detailed list. Ultimately, he narrowed it down to 12 names. These 12 individuals, predominantly young Chunin and Jinin who had previously excelled in the guard but had not been utilized due to their backgrounds and origins, possessed talent, strength, and a fervent desire to change their destinies. Uchiha Yao intended to form a dedicated elder guard. delegating trivial matters to this exclusive team and sparing himself from attending to every detail. Uchiha Yao's rise had been swift, and his foundation insufficiently solid. These 12 would serve as the core team he nurtured for himself. After selecting the candidates, Uchiha Yao did not immediately summon them to announce the establishment of the guard. To ensure their unwavering loyalty, merely holding the title of elder and issuing commands would be insufficient. In the following days, Uchiha Yao personally and secretly met with these 12 chosen young clansmen. In his capacity as elder, he engaged in heartfelt conversations with them, or rather, a form of brainwashing accompanied by grand visions. Most of them hailed from humble beginnings, having faced scorn within the clan, and had never anticipated such attention and expectations from an elder. In the end, under Uchiha Yao's grand vision, the loyalty of these 12 individuals surged to over 90. Uchiha Yao's Elder Guard was officially established. The system activated an elite custom training mode for these 12 individuals. Beep. Elite custom training mode confirmed. Based on the unique talents and potential of the members of the Guard, along with the strategic needs of the host, a customized training plan has been devised. The training plan is now complete. It is advised that the host immediately lead the Guard members into intensive training. Uchiha Yao, accompanied by his newly formed 12-member Guard, silently departed from the clan's territory and arrived at a secluded valley on the outskirts of Konoha village. Uchiha Yao surveyed the 12 individuals before him. From this day forth, this shall be your training ground. A grueling 3-month regimen awaits. I will personally guide you, pushing your potential to its utmost limits. Physical techniques, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, combat experience, and teamwork will all undergo rigorous refinement. My sole demand is this: become stronger. Become the sharp blade in my hand. Yes, Elder Yao. The 12 members of the Guard roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. In the days that followed, the 12 members of the Guard embarked on arduous training. Soon, the loyalty of some members reached 100. Uchiha Yao promptly enhanced their potential. With a role model in place, the remaining members also became unwaveringly loyal to Uchiha Yao, gradually achieving maximum loyalty. Uchiha Yao expended a significant amount of family honor to conduct in-depth potential development for each Guard member. Notably, one member named Uchiha Kenji awakened the Sharingan during a training exercise, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he manifested a 2-tomo Sharingan, showcasing remarkable talent. While training the Guard members, Uchiha Yao also initiated minor reforms within the security team, dismissing the elderly and infirm and assigning more suitable logistical roles. He promoted several individuals with high potential and loyalty, especially those who demonstrated unwavering dedication to him, into key positions. Time flew by. The 3-month intensive training finally concluded. When the 12 Guard members emerged from the valley once more, 10 of them had reached the pinnacle level of elite Chunin. Among them, Uchiha Kenji had even attained the rank of Jonin, and another member named Uchiha Shinichi had advanced from elite Chunin to Jonin. Most importantly, half of the 12 had awakened their bloodline limits under Uchiha Yao's potential activation. These 12 were the first true core forces forged by Uchiha Yao himself. Excellent. Uchiha Yao regarded the transformed 12 with satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be the personal guards of Uchiha Yao, the Uchiha 12 guards. We vow to follow Lord Yao unto death. The 12 knelt on one knee, their voices harmonious and their presence commanding. Notification: detecting a significant increase in the strength of all 12 members of the Elder Guard under the host. Guard member Uchiha Kenji has reached Jonin level, loyalty 100. Reward: 5,000 family honor. Guard member Uchiha Shinichi has reached Jonin level, loyalty 100. Reward: 5,000 family honor. The remaining 10 Guard members have all achieved elite Chunin peak level, loyalty 100. Average reward: 4,000 family honor each. Total: 36,000. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel. Strength, quasi-shadow level skills mastered. Ninjutsu, mastery of all fire release techniques. Lightning release. Chidori, mastery. Lightning release. Chakra mode, mastery. Lightning fire dragon breath. Lightning fire spiraling sphere. Concealment seal, consumable. Jinjutsu, basic Sharingan Jinjutsu. Advanced Jinjutsu release. Counter Jinjutsu. Bloodline limit, 3-tomo Sharingan. Family status: Uchiha Elder, Hawk Faction. Family strength value: family honor, 280,000 number of loyal clansmen. Approximately 170, core members at 100 loyalty, guard members at 100 loyalty, Hawk faction members have notably increased loyalty. Overall family strength assessment, Shadow level reserve force, capable of challenging Shadow level strongholds, increasing number of Jonin, with elite Chunin generally possessing Jonin strength. Chapter 38. The death of Shisui is inevitable. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling the smoke. Outside the window, Konoha village appeared peaceful and serene under the glow of the setting sun. This tranquility was bought with countless sacrifices and filth. In the future, perhaps the name Uchiha Shisui will be added to that list. Just moments ago, Uchiha Shisui, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, renowned for his unparalleled speed, had visited him in secret. He confessed a secret to the Hokage that could overturn the entire ninja world's understanding. Kodoame Tsukumi, a technique capable of permanently altering another's will without their awareness. The most potent Jinjutsu. Lord Third, I am willing to use my Kodoame Tsukumi to change our clan leader Uchiha Fagaku's mind, persuading him to abandon any thoughts of a coup and lead the Uchiha to reconcile with the village. For the survival of the Uchiha clan, and for the peace of Konoha, Kodoame Tsukumi. Such a terrifying ocular technique. It could silently change a person's will. If utilized against an enemy, it would be an unparalleled weapon. But what if it were used against one's own? Against the Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly fathom. This power was far too dangerous, far too uncontrollable. It should not be wielded by any individual, especially not an Uchiha. As Shisui left the Hokage office with a sense of ease and hope, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished without a trace. In its place was an unprecedented sense of trepidation. Mito Minyan, Narashikaku. He immediately summoned the two advisors. Soon, the two elders of Konoha appeared in the Hokage office. Hiruzen, what is the urgency? Mito Minyan inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted Shisui's revelation regarding Kodoame Tsukumi in full detail. What? Kodoame Tsukumi. Mito Minyan and Narashikaku were both taken aback. As high-ranking officials of Konoha, they were aware of some secrets surrounding the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, they had never heard of such a formidable ocular technique. Hiruzen, this matter is of utmost significance. Narashikaku's expression turned grave. Such power must not be allowed to reside within an Uchiha. It is far too dangerous. Mito Minyan echoed, indeed. The Uchiha clan is already notoriously unruly. If they gain the ability to manipulate hearts at will, the consequences would be dire. Mito Minyan and Narashikaku exchanged glances. Hiruzen, are you suggesting that Shisui must disappear? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was devoid of emotion. Those eyes must not remain in the hands of an Uchiha. But Shisui is fiercely loyal to the village, and he possesses great strength, holding significant prestige within the Uchiha. If we move against him, it may cause hesitation for Narashikaku, Mito Minyan cautioned. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Sentimentality. In comparison to the safety of Konoha, the life of one Uchiha prodigy is of little consequence. We can easily fabricate an excuse of a mission gone awry or orchestrate his defection. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, this matter is best handled without our direct involvement. Danzo may indeed be a suitable candidate. Danzo, they harbor considerable apprehension towards his methods. His insatiable desire for the Sharingan is well known to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked nonchalantly, and his subordinate, Root, is most adept at handling such unsavory tasks. We merely need to casually disclose the information regarding Shisui's possession of Kodoame Tsukumi to Danzo. The rest shall be left to him. Mito Kaze cleared his throat. Hiruzen, time is of the essence. Having made this decision, we must act swiftly. Tsurugi Kamachi interjected, I will handle matters on Danzo's end. Hiruzen's tone remained tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. It was as if deciding the fate of a genius ninja were merely a trivial matter. I shall have the Umbu compile detailed intelligence regarding Kodoame Tsukumi, ensuring it reaches Danzo's desk at the opportune moment. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Mito's eyes. This way, even if an inquiry arises later, it will not implicate us. Tsurugi added. Hiruzen nodded slightly, picking up the Hokage hat from the table and brushing off the non-existent dust. Shisui is a clever boy. Yet regrettably, he is too idealistic. He remains oblivious to the true nature of power. A hint of wistfulness colored Hiruzen's voice. Konoha does not require an uncontrollable genius, nor do we need the eyes that can arbitrarily alter one's will in the hands of the Uchiha. This is for the sake of the village. Mito and Tsurugi exchanged glances once more. Indeed, everything is for Konoha. This rationale suffices to overshadow all else, including conscience and the lives of innocents. Then, we shall await news. Mito rose to his feet. Tsurugi followed suit, choosing not to elaborate further. Some things need not be said in full. Hiruzen reignited his pipe. Inhaling deeply, his gaze settled upon the colossal visage of the first Hokage carved into Hokage rock. Senju Hashirama, the man who once dreamed of true understanding and peaceful coexistence among all ninja villages. Oh, First Lord, your dream from those years past remains ever so distant. Hiruzen murmured to himself. Sometimes, to safeguard this hard-won peace, one must resort to extraordinary means. At that moment, an Umbu appeared silently behind the third Hokage. Kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, speak. Hiruzen did not turn. Regarding Uchiha Shisui, the Umbu reported that after leaving the Hokage office today, he did not return directly to the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen's brow subtly arched. Oh, where did he go? He went to the memorial stone. The memorial stone? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. What business does Shisui have there? Is he seeking guidance from the departed ancestors due to his uncertainty about the Uchiha's future? Or has he sensed something? Although Shisui is wise, he is still young and inexperienced. He retains the purest trust in Konoha and the Hokage. Continue monitoring him. Yes. The Umbu vanished once more, as if they had never been there. Danzo, I hope you will appreciate this splendid gift. The night gradually enveloped Konoha. In a hidden corner of the village, deep within the base of Root, Shimura Danzo, that elder of Konoha who walks in shadows, scrutinized a recently delivered confidential report with his unbandaged eye. The contents of the report were simple, consisting of just a few phrases. Uchiha Shisui, Mangekyō Sharingan, Kodoame Tsukumi, capable of permanently altering the will of others. Kodoame Tsukumi. Danzo whispered the name. A genjutsu that can permanently change another's will. This power is tailor-made for him. Should he possess those eyes, Danzo's breath grew heavier. Someone. From the shadows, several Root ninjas emerged silently, each exuding an aura of chilling silence. Relay the order. Closely monitor every movement of Uchiha Shisui. I want his every detailed movement path. Yes. The Root ninjas swiftly departed, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Danzo slowly rose, moving to the window to gaze at the pitch-black night sky outside. Shisui, your eyes will soon belong to me. The downfall of the Uchiha may well begin with you. Meanwhile, in Konoha, before the memorial stone, Uchiha Shisui stood quietly, the evening breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. His gaze traversed the familiar yet unfamiliar names inscribed on the stone, those noble souls who sacrificed their lives for the village and their clan. He extended his hand, gently caressing the cold surface of the stone. Ancestors, I, Uchiha Shisui, will soon bring true peace to our clan and village. His voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. The third Hokage has promised his support. With my Kodoame Tsukumi, I will undoubtedly alter the thoughts of the clan leader and prevent that foolish coup. A smile of relief spread across Shisui's face. Little did he realize, he had already been marked for death. He was oblivious to the fact that the Hokage he trusted had completely sold him to Danzo. The night in Konoha remained profound. A tremendous storm was quietly brewing within this somber darkness, a tempest potent enough to alter the destinies of countless lives. Chapter 39, Danzo's Scheme, the Eye Theft Plan. In the damp and shadowy depths of Konoha, at the headquarters of Root, Danzo emitted a chilling laughter. This figure lurking in the shadows of the ninja world was now in an exuberant mood. Uchiha Shisui, with his Mangekyō Sharingan, capable of controlling and altering wills, soon. All of this shall belong to him. That old fool Sarutobi finally did something astute. Danzo had long coveted the power of the Sharingan, that bloodline limit deeply rooted in his veins, which had driven him to obsession. Especially the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan, which Danzo yearned for more than anything. Though Danzo had implanted numerous ordinary Sharingan into his arm, which enhanced his strength and granted him multiple lives, allowing him to utilize Izanagi in critical moments, it still paled in comparison to the true Mangekyō. He would even willingly exchange all the Sharingan in that arm for a pair of Mangekyō. The vision and insight provided by ordinary Sharingan, along with their subtle perception of chakra, had already reached heights unattainable by ordinary ninjas. However, the unique techniques contained within the Mangekyō were the true powers capable of altering the tides of battle, even reshaping the world. And now, the opportunity had arrived, a once-in-a-lifetime chance laid unexpectedly before Danzo. Uchiha Shisui, acclaimed as the strongest genius of the Uchiha, the man known for his instantaneous body flicker, had voluntarily revealed the secret of his Kodoame Tsukuyomi to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Danzo's eyes, this was a clear path to self-destruction, an exceedingly foolish act. Foolish. Naive. Danzo let out a cold snort, revealing such a crucial trump card so easily, especially at a time when the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was so tense, was akin to offering one's neck to the guillotine. However, Shisui's naivety played right into his hands. Such immense power should not be wielded by an Uchiha, whose emotions are volatile and easily swayed by familial ties. The Uchiha clan is inherently marked by obsession and madness. The deeper their love, the stronger their hatred. Once engulfed in extreme emotions, the power of the Sharingan can run rampant. This has been a proven fact throughout history. Entrusting an Uchiha with the Genjutsu of Kodoame Tsukuyomi, a technique capable of manipulating the will of others, is akin to handing a child a sharp blade without a safety mechanism. These eyes should belong solely to me. Shimura Danzo. Danzo firmly believed that only someone like himself, who had cast aside all personal emotions and devoted everything to the foundation of Konoha, could truly harness the value of Kodoame Tsukuyomi. Only he, Danzo, was worthy of such power. At this moment, a vivid vision of the future unfolded in Danzo's mind. With Kodoame Tsukuyomi, he could easily alter the will of the feudal lord, directing the resources of the Land of Fire to flow endlessly towards Konoha. He could even discreetly manipulate the Kages of the other 4 great ninja villages, ensuring they made decisions most favorable to Konoha during the Kage Summit. In due time, Konoha would reach unprecedented heights under his command. The unification of the ninja world would no longer be an unattainable dream. Danzo promptly summoned the most elite core members of the root. A faint ripple in the air was almost imperceptible. Yamanaka Fu, an elite of the Yamanaka clan, whose perception and mental techniques surpassed all others en route. Oil Girl Toko, a peculiar member of the Oil Girl clan, whose nano-level poison was the deadliest weapon in the dark, excelling in both assassination and defense. They were Danzo's sharpest fangs and his most trusted right and left hands. Relay my orders. Danzo's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Effective immediately, initiate the highest level of surveillance on Uchiha Shisui. Yamanaka Fu, you will personally lead the operation. Yes, I want to know Shisui's every movement, whom he meets daily, where he goes, and what he eats. I require precise knowledge of his daily itinerary, the individuals he converses with, the content of those discussions, and even the slightest change in his facial expressions. No detail must be overlooked. Once the opportunity arises, inform me immediately. Shisui's eyes will undoubtedly be mine. Danzo paused, a more sinister glint flashing in his singular eye, adding, remember, the operation must remain clandestine. Once the eyes are acquired, swiftly disseminate rumors within the village. Spread word that Uchiha Shisui, dissatisfied with his family's treatment in the village and harboring resentment towards Konoha's higher-ups, has secretly defected to the enemy. We must make everyone believe that Shisui is a traitor to Konoha. Erase all his achievements and positive influence within the village. Let Shisui become a disgrace to the Uchiha clan and a criminal in Konoha. In this way, even if the Uchiha clan wished to defend Shisui, they would be rendered speechless by the label of traitor. The villagers would, out of loathing for a traitor, overlook Shisui's past merits. Yamanaka Fu and Oil Girl Toko felt a chill rise within them. Having long navigated the shadows, executing various sordid tasks, assassinations, interrogations, sowing chaos, they were accustomed to life and betrayal. Yet, at this moment, they could not help but feel a shiver creeping up from their feet. Lord Danzo, what a ruthless scheme. Truly befitting the darkness of the ninja world. This was an intention to completely nail Uchiha Shisui, a once promising genius and pride of the Uchiha clan, to the pillar of shame, ensuring he would never rise again. This was a far crueler fate than mere physical elimination. Your wisdom is unmatched. The two spoke in unison, their voices laced with profound respect. Danzo's methods were indeed merciless. Shisui's body flicker technique was incredibly swift, making it impossible for ordinary ninjas to even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. This operation must succeed without fail. No mistakes were permitted. Toko. Select the most elite assassination squad, equipped with specialized poisons that counter the Sharingan, as well as the sealing scroll left by Orochimaru. Once the barrier is activated, deliver a lethal strike immediately. The barrier team must ensure the barrier remains strong enough to contain him for at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds will suffice. Shisui must find himself unable to escape. For this mission, there's no need to deploy all members. Only choose those who harbor the deepest biases against the Uchiha, possess the highest loyalty, and are the strongest elites. This will maximize the chances of avoiding leaks. Although Root is under my complete control, I cannot guarantee the loyalty of every member. Human hearts are the most complex entities in this world. Additionally, this ensures that they execute commands without a shred of hesitation or wavering. When dealing with the Uchiha, any sympathy or hesitation could be fatal. Those ninjas who harbor prejudice against the Uchiha will act more decisively. They will not be bound by the trivialities of so-called camaraderie. This was the insight Danzo had gleaned from decades of cultivating tools. As for the newly appointed Uchiha elder, Uchiha Yao, a flicker of caution crossed Danzo's solitary eye. Uchiha Yao's strength was unfathomable, and his actions were ruthless and decisive, presenting a considerable challenge even for Danzo. The speed at which Uchiha Yao had risen was astonishing, catching Danzo somewhat off guard. The two failed assassination attempts had heightened Danzo's wariness towards Uchiha Yao to an all-time high. Without absolute certainty, Danzo would not easily confront Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao, a variable that had unexpectedly emerged, disrupted Danzo's extensive plans regarding the Uchiha. A mere young upstart. What can he do, even with some strength? Danzo quickly suppressed that twinge of apprehension. What does it matter if he possesses some power? Once I acquire Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Yao will be of no consequence. Even if Uchiha Yao possesses Kaga-level strength, he will have no choice but to obey in the face of Kotoeme Tsukumi. What Danzo did not realize was that Uchiha Yao had long been prepared, spending a staggering amount of family honor points to exchange for the skill of mental barrier, rendering Kotoeme Tsukumi ineffective against him. In the face of my meticulously planned eye-snatching operation, even if Uchiha Yao sensed something amiss, it would be too late to intervene. Danzo considered his plan flawless. No matter how strong Uchiha Yao was, he could not be at Shisui's side at all times. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could strike decisively. Once he obtained Kotoeme Tsukumi, his power would soar once more. Danzo could feel that power beckoning to him. The might of Kotoeme Tsukumi was sufficient to bridge the gap in hard power between him and other Kaga-level shinobi. More importantly, that power of will manipulation was far more terrifying in political struggles than mere destructive capability. At that point, neither Uchiha Yao nor Sarutobi Hiruzen would stand a chance against him. The position of Hokage is due for a change. This individual has coveted it for far too long. From the moment the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, chose Sarutobi Hiruzen over him, this seed was sown. Decades of patience and accumulation have all been for this moment. Yet, Uchiha Shisui remains blissfully unaware of it all. He continues to naively trust the higher-ups of Konoha, believing in the peace he strives to uphold. Shisui's innocence will ultimately cost him dearly, as he will pay the most harrowing price with his life and his eyes for this naivety. Today, Shisui ventured to the Hokage building, lingering for about half an hour. After the target departed, he proceeded to the third training ground to practice alone, without unusual contact with anyone. Intelligence continuously flows into Danzo's hands, who remains vigilant, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 40. The final warning to Shisui. The third training ground is shrouded in dense foliage. A sound of slicing air resonates as a kunai pierces through layers of branches, striking the trunk of a distant tree with pinpoint accuracy. Uchiha Shisui's figure darts through the forest at high speed, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages. Too swift for the human eye to capture. Body flicker technique. Shisui eventually halts, his chest rising and falling gently with each breath. His meeting with the third Hokage ignited a flicker of hope within him. Using Kotoeme Tsukumi to prevent the Uchiha coup is the only method he can conceive to avert bloodshed among his comrades and clan. I must believe in Lord Hokage. The Uchiha and the village are on the brink of peace. Shisui whispered to himself. This is not solely for the Uchiha. It is for the entire village. Believe? Do you trust Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the cold position known as Hokage? A voice, without warning, emanated from the shadows behind Shisui. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, and he whirled around, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, the Mangekyō Sharingan awakening in an instant. Uchiha Yao stood quietly there. Elder Yao? The crimson patterns in Shisui's eyes gradually faded. Your body flicker technique has indeed become swifter, Shisui. Uchiha Yao stepped forth from the shadows. Yet, your vigilance is disappointingly lacking. Shisui's brow furrowed slightly. Elder Yao, I do not comprehend your meaning. The air carries an unsettling scent. The stench of decaying roots, and the unmistakable, nauseating malice lurking beneath. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept across the seemingly empty forest. Some eyes have been fixated on you. Shisui's heart raced, and he heightened his sensory abilities to their peak. Moments later, he shook his head, perplexed. I have not detected any unfamiliar chakra. Perhaps it is the Umbu dispatched by Lord Hokage to protect me. Umbu? Uchiha Yao let out a faint laugh. Do you think they are Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen, or root nurtured by Danzo? Danzo. Shisui's expression grew increasingly complex. He understood all too well Danzo's deep-seated prejudice and hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Elder Yao, you are overthinking it. I have reached a consensus with Lord Hokage, Danzo. Danzo would not hesitate to gouge out your eyes. Uchiha Yao interrupted Shisui's words directly. Originally, Uchiha Yao had no intention of meeting Shisui. However, it would be inhumane not to offer a warning to this Uchiha prodigy. If, after the warning, Shisui still meets his destined end, then Yao would have nothing to say. It would all be Shisui's choice. Shisui, placing your hopes on the mercy of others is the most foolish act in this world. This is not mercy, it is trust. For the first time, Shisui's emotions exhibited a palpable fluctuation, his voice rising in intensity. The rift between the Uchiha and the village has reached this point precisely due to a lack of fundamental trust over the years. I must do something to change this lamentable situation. So you intend to offer your own eyes, even your life? Kodo Amatsukami is an immensely powerful force. Revealing it entirely to Sarutobi Hiruzen is akin to presenting a fresh piece of meat to a starving wolf. Shisui's body trembled violently. No, Lord Hokage is not that kind of person. Shisui awakened. Do you truly understand the third Hokage? Do you think Danzo is unaware of your Kodo Amatsukami? Do you genuinely believe Sarutobi Hiruzen can completely suppress him? Do not be naive. They are merely two sides of the same coin. No, Shisui instinctively retorted. Lord Hokage promised. Promises are worthless in the face of absolute power. Uchiha Yao's voice bore a profound weariness. It is futile to persuade Shisui. Stand down, Shisui. Leave Konoha immediately. There is still time. Leave Konoha? Shisui stood in bewilderment. This option had never appeared in his life. If you do not depart, you will only become the first senseless sacrifice. Your death, your eyes, will only hasten the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Shisui fell silent. Rationality told him that Elder Yao's words were the harsh truth. Yet, the fervent belief burning deep within him made it impossible for Shisui to accept what Uchiha Yao said. He could not evade, nor would he ever evade. Upon witnessing the struggle and near obsession in Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Yao seized his persuasion. Some paths can only be understood by personally walking to the edge of the cliff, realizing there is no way forward. Since you have made your choice, Uchiha Yao slowly turned away. Then remember this, if the path ahead is a cliff, do not hesitate, turn back. If there is no retreat left, then take your enemy with you and leap together. In an instant, Uchiha Yao vanished from sight. Shisui stood alone for a long while, unmoving. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the ominous premonition swirling in his mind. Ultimately, Shisui chose to believe in the will of fire, to have faith in the third Hokage, who is hailed as the hero of the hidden leaf. There must be no mistake. Shisui composed himself and walked in the opposite direction of the Uchiha clan. He sought solace by the riverside of the southern Hegawa, hoping the cold river wind would clear his mind of distractions. Additionally, Shisui had arranged to meet Itachi there. In the dim, damp underground, a root ninja knelt on one knee. Reporting to Lord Danzo, the target has departed from the third training ground. During this time, he had a brief encounter with Uchiha Yao, with the conversation lasting about 10 minutes. Danzo's bandaged eyes suddenly opened wide, radiating a terrifying light. Uchiha Yao. He actually appeared. What did they discuss? It was too distant to overhear, but it was evident that the target's emotions exhibited considerable fluctuations. Following the meeting, Uchiha Yao departed on his own. The appearance of Uchiha Yao is a significant variable outside Danzo's plans. Did Uchiha Yao sense something? Will he issue a warning to Shisui? Upon heeding the warning, will Shisui alter his original plans and turn against the village? Where's his target now? He is currently journeying alone towards the direction of the South Hegawa. South Hegawa. A remote place that becomes desolate as night falls provides an ideal location for an ambush. The opportunity is at hand, fleeting and ephemeral. If Shisui truly believes in Uchiha Yao's warning, then after tonight, such a perfect chance may never arise again. It is time to gamble. Let us wager on Shisui's naive idealism prevailing over Uchiha Yao's forewarnings. Shisui has neither returned to the Uchiha clan's territory nor sought refuge at the Hokage building, signifying that he remains unsuspecting. Convey my orders. All teams, proceed immediately to the designated location. The barrier unit must swiftly seal off all escape routes along the banks of South Hegawa. Remember, I only desire his eyes. Yes, in a flash. The figures of root ninjas vanished from sight. Danzo rose slowly, approaching a vast wall adorned with a detailed map of Konohagakure. His finger pressed heavily upon the location of South Hegawa on the map. Shisui, for the future of Konoha, I bid you farewell. Chapter 41. Shisui under attack. Yao's cold observation. Uchiha Shisui traversed through the interwoven shadows of the trees at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This night, Shisui had arranged to meet his dear friend, Uchiha Itachi, at the cliff's edge of South Hegawa. Danger was looming ever closer. Whoosh! Dozens of shuriken, gleaming coldly, completely sealed off all paths for Shisui to advance, retreat, or evade. This is bad. An ambush. Shisui's heart plummeted, and his muscles tensed to their utmost. In a flash, Shisui executed a maneuver that defied the laws of physics, narrowly slipping through the gaps between the shuriken. Body flicker technique. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yao, through the system's alerts, became aware of Shisui's peril. It appears you have indeed walked towards your end, Shisui. Yao sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was Shisui's fate. Yao chose not to intervene. He had already offered Shisui a chance to choose. Yet Shisui opted to trust the third Hokage. Shisui's demise would shatter the unrealistic fantasies of the Uchiha Dove faction. For Yao, this presented an excellent opportunity to consolidate the Dove faction. Mercy? Sympathy? In the harsh world of shinobi, these are merely epitaphs for the weak. He, Uchiha Yao, is neither a saint nor a savior. Ding. Detection of the host's current mindset and behavioral patterns aligns with the hidden strategic mission, coldly observing the fire, a sacrifice of the era, triggering its conditions. A virtual screen appeared before Uchiha Yao, displaying in real time the events unfolding at the cliff of South Hegawa. Returning to Shisui, atop the earthen wall, dozens of figures wearing various animal masks quietly emerged. Root. Shisui's heart sank to the depths of despair upon recognizing their identities. They truly dared to lay hands on him. Uchiha Shisui, Danzo Shimura, leaning on a cane, stepped out from the shadows, flanked by two root ninjas. Lord Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Shisui forcibly suppressed the surging anger within and bowed respectfully to Danzo. What does it mean? You need not understand, little Uchiha, Danzo replied, gazing greedily at the Uchiha before him, who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. You must realize, those eyes are not meant for you. For the sake of Konoha, surrender them. No sooner had he spoken than Danzo's bandaged hand swiftly struck out, launching a surprise attack on Shisui. Shisui reacted swiftly, but at such a close distance. Danzo's shuriken grazed his arm. A searing pain coursed through him, leaving him feeling powerless as he immediately utilized the body flicker technique to retreat. Danzo's shuriken was poisoned. Attack. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. Earth barrier. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as massive earthen walls erupted from the earth, swiftly enclosing him in a formidable square prison, trapping Shisui at its center. Dozens of root ninjas descended upon Shisui from all directions without hesitation. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Damn it! Shisui roared, the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly as an overwhelming power surged forth, far surpassing that of an ordinary Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan activated. Susanoo. A torrent of green chakra erupted from within him, rapidly coalescing around his form to manifest as a colossal skeletal warrior wielding a spiraling sword. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ninjutsu rained down violently upon Shisui's green Susanoo. However, the sheer number of root ninjas was overwhelming. While Susanoo's defensive capabilities were extraordinary, the root ninjas were unable to inflict effective damage. Yet, Shisui's chakra was not infinite, and compounded with the poison, his condition was deteriorating rapidly. Desperation filled Shisui's heart. In such a relentless onslaught, he would ultimately be worn down to nothing. He had to break through. Heavenly deity. He placed his final hope in his most potent Jinjutsu, attempting to seize control of Danzo and dismantle the siege. However, a cunning smile appeared on Danzo's wrinkled face, as if he had anticipated this very move. Not a chance. A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes as a root ninja adorned with a bird mask swiftly formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, dark pursuit technique. An eerie wave of chakra spread instantly, and Shisui felt his vision darken, the light of the world snatched away, plunging him into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Although Shisui, harnessing the might of the Mangekyō Sharingan, nearly broke free from the Jinjutsu's grasp in a mere tenth of a second. That fleeting moment of visual deprivation was lethal for a top-tier ninja. Body replacement technique. The figure of Yamano Kaze emerged from the right, employing the secret technique of the Yamano clan. Shisui felt a powerful and domineering mental force, like a steel needle, attempting to invade his mind and seize control of his body. Get away, Shisui roared once more, unleashing the full might of his Mangekyō's power to forcibly dispel the invading spiritual energy. However, this exertion further drained his chakra. The intense battle accelerated the spread of the poison. Shisui could barely maintain his Susanoo any longer. Haha, Uchiha Shisui, your struggles are in vain. Danzo's right eye, which should have been concealed by bandages, now gleamed with a scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. Izanagi, Danzo intoned, as the three-tomo instantly lost all their brilliance, turning a dull gray. The figure of Danzo suddenly materialized before Shisui. With a swift motion, a hand wrapped in layers of bandages lunged violently towards Shisui's right eye. A piercing pain surged through every nerve in Shisui's body, causing him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Warm blood mixed with tears gushed forth from his hollow right eye socket. Staggering backward, Shisui collapsed heavily onto the ground, instinctively covering his bleeding right eye with his hand. Just as Danzo was about to reach for Shisui's remaining left eye, a thunderous voice cried out, "Stop!" A figure, like a bolt of black lightning, suddenly intervened. It was Itachi Uchiha. With a furious roar, Itachi's eyes spun with the three-tomo, granting him no time to react as he launched himself towards Danzo with the speed of a shadow. Dozens of shuriken and kunai flew from Itachi's hand at various angles, aimed directly at Danzo and all the root ninjas surrounding him. Humph, the Uchiha brat, coming one by one to their demise. Danzo scoffed, yet he dared not underestimate the threat, quickly retreating. The root ninjas promptly moved forward, forming ranks to counter Itachi's torrential assault. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly as the two forces clashed. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Itachi unleashed several fireballs, creating a chaotic inferno that obstructed the movements of the root ninjas. The chaos lasted but a fleeting second. Yet for Itachi, that was more than sufficient. Seizing the moment, he flickered and appeared beside Shisui, lifting his gravely injured friend into his arms. Shisui, hold on. We must go. Without a hint of hesitation for battle, Itachi activated his body flicker technique to its utmost, continuously utilizing fire techniques to force a path through the encirclement of root ninjas. Lord Danzo, there's no need to pursue them. Danzo gazed at the direction in which the two vanished, his bandaged face betraying no emotion. Slowly, he opened his left hand, revealing a freshly extracted Sharingan, still warm with blood. His objective was halfway achieved. Send the word down. Uchiha Shisui attacked the Hokage advisor with intent to defect and has committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Let this message spread throughout the village before dawn. Chapter 42. The Awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan. At the cliff's edge of South Hichuan, the night wind howled. The moonlight cast long shadows of Itachi Uchiha and his friend Shisui. Shisui, are you all right? Itachi called out anxiously. The air was thick with the scent of blood. In excruciating pain, Shisui slowly opened his remaining left eye. Itachi. Shisui's voice was laced with weakness. It's too late. It's all in vain. No, it's not too late. We must find evidence to expose Danzo's crimes. How dare he, as an elder of Konoha, commit such acts? A faint, self-mocking laugh escaped Shisui's lips. Perhaps, just as Elder Yao had said, Shisui finally grasped the weight of those words. Yet it was all too late. Itachi, it's already too late. My existence has become the fuse ready to ignite a conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Danzo will slander me as a defector, and the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly sever ties with the higher-ups for my innocence. At that point, civil war will be unavoidable. This was the outcome Shisui dreaded most. The peace he had pursued throughout his life was ultimately thrust into a deeper abyss due to his naivety. This was the last thing Shisui wished to witness. Itachi, I must die. Only by taking my own life can I temporarily quell this turmoil. No, there must be another way. Itachi roared, unable to accept his friend's resignation. It's over. Shisui gazed at Itachi, his eyes filled with regret. I still believe in the will of fire. That this village is merely tainted at its roots, too deeply corrupted. Itachi, do not let hatred blind you. You alone can stop this. He pointed to his remaining left eye. This eye is something Danzo and all those ambitious souls would go to any lengths to possess. I cannot allow it to fall into their hands, nor can I let it become the source of our clan's destruction. In a moment of horror, Itachi watched as Shisui gouged out his remaining left eye. Blood flowed profusely through his fingers. Shisui, you. Itachi's mind went blank. Shisui seemed impervious to the pain as he mustered his final strength to place the Mangekyō Sharingan into Itachi's cold hand. I entrust this eye to you. Promise me. You will stop the coup within our clan. Use it to protect Konoha, to safeguard the name of Uchiha. I beg you. Losing his sight, Shisui's world descended into eternal darkness. Yet on his face, there was a smile of liberation. Thank you, Itachi. It is truly a blessing to be your friend. With that, he exerted his last ounce of strength to push away from Itachi's embrace. His body fell like a kite with severed strings, plummeting into the unfathomable abyss below. No. Itachi's pupils dilated to their utmost limit in that fleeting moment. Shisui, Itachi watched helplessly as his best friend, a brother-like figure, was swallowed by the raging river below. No trace remained. Why? Why did it come to this? An indescribable agony surged from the depths of Itachi's eyes. 1 drop. 2 drops. Warm liquid cascaded from the corners of Itachi's eyes. It was not tears. It was blood. 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. Itachi's crimson Sharingan began to undergo a tumultuous and painful transformation. The 3 black tomo spun rapidly, elongating and warping until they intertwined to form a new, bizarre pattern resembling a 3-bladed shuriken. The Mangekyō Sharingan. At the cost of his friend's life and blood, this eye, emblematic of a curse and supreme power, finally awakened. Itachi collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha Yao's residence, candle flames flickered gently. Before Uchiha Yao hovered a virtual screen visible only to him, displaying in real time everything occurring at the cliffside of South Sichuan. From Danzo's emergence to the siege by Root, from Shisui's desperate struggle to the loss of his right eye, and finally to Shisui entrusting his left eye to Itachi before resolutely jumping off the cliff. As Shisui's figure vanished into the darkness of South Sichuan, Yao slowly closed his eyes. The system screen dissipated as well. Power. In this brutal ninja world, so-called mercy, compromise, and the fantasy of peace are mere luxuries for the weak. Only absolute power. Only power capable of crushing all can dictate one's fate and govern the lives and deaths of others. Talent allows one to trample the entire world beneath their feet. In this moment, deep within Uchiha Yao's heart, the yearning for power reached its zenith. It was a pure, unrestrained desire for strength, liberated from all emotional shackles. A resonant hum reverberated. This intense craving unleashed powerful waves, causing Uchiha Yao's eyes to undergo a transformation. His vision began to warp and blur, as a searing pain overwhelmed him. Unable to bear it, Uchiha Yao instinctively pressed his hands tightly against his eyes. He could distinctly feel the 3 tomo Sharingan within his eye sockets spinning at an astonishing speed, merging into something greater. After several moments, an overwhelming ocular power, magnitude stronger than before, erupted from Uchiha Yao's eyes. After a long while, as the agonizing pain gradually subsided, Uchiha Yao slowly lowered his hands from his eyes. His pupils were no longer the simple 3 tomo. Instead, they had transformed into a pair of magnificent kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? Truly magnificent. Beep. The system detected that the host witnessed the tragic demise of Uchiha Shisui, experiencing an intense emotional impact and profound dissatisfaction with his own lack of strength, thus fulfilling the stringent awakening conditions for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Beep. Host Uchiha Yao has successfully awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Beep. Due to the host's independent awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan through sheer will and emotional turmoil, Along with the exceptional compatibility of the ocular technique's characteristics with the host's personal traits and soul essence, the host receives a special enhancement: extreme ocular adaptability. Extreme ocular adaptability. The host's control over his kaleidoscope ocular power increases by 300, while ocular energy consumption decreases by 30. Additionally, the burden on the body and the rate of visual deterioration from the kaleidoscope Sharingan decrease by 50. Splendid, an unexpected boon. Not only has he awakened the kaleidoscope, but the system has also granted him a remarkably practical special enhancement. Chapter 43. Testing the kaleidoscope techniques. Uchiha Yao understood that excessive use of the kaleidoscope before attaining the eternal form could risk blindness. However, with this extreme ocular adaptability, the side effects are directly reduced by 50, and the control speed is increased by 300, saving a significant amount of time in developing the kaleidoscope's abilities. The ocular techniques accompanying the kaleidoscope, as well as the divine Susanoo, could be swiftly mastered, particularly the Susanoo, which requires considerable time to reach its complete form. With this accelerated ability, Uchiha Yao felt confident he could master both the kaleidoscope techniques and the Susanoo in a short period. Uchiha Yao stood before a mirror, which reflected his current visage. His face remained angular and defined, yet his eyes had undergone a complete metamorphosis. No longer were they the simple three tomo encircling a dark pupil. Instead, they were now a pair of commanding kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Left eye, temporal rewind. Right eye, technique amplification. These are the unique kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Yao. Temporal rewind is not a mere rewind. Uchiha Yao sensed that this eye harbored the most basic yet direct interference with the laws of time. He then focused on his right eye. Technique amplification is a straightforward and potent enhancement. Any ninjutsu in his hands would experience an unfathomable increase in power. For instance, while others might only incinerate a tree with a fire technique, he could potentially engulf an entire forest in flames. Uchiha Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within that surged from the sudden increase in power. Now was not the time to revel in strength. The urgent task was to familiarize himself with and master this newfound power, converting it entirely into his combat prowess. First, he would test the capability of his left eye. Temporal rewind. With a flicker of thought, Uchiha Yao concentrated on his left eye. The three sharp scythe-like patterns began to spin rapidly at his command. He retrieved a kunai and made a small incision on his arm. Rewind, he exclaimed. The scythe patterns in his left eye abruptly halted, followed by a surge of immense ocular power. A wave of invisible force emanated from Uchiha Yao's body, instantly expanding outward. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The cut on his arm miraculously healed as if it had never existed. The chakra and stamina expended from the awakening also returned to their full state. In mere moments, Uchiha Yao's physical condition had returned to an unprecedented peak. Is this the power of temporal rewind? Uchiha Yao's eyes glimmered with astonishment. This was not merely a simple healing technique. It restored his state to a flawless moment in the past. Though this rewind was not without limitations, Uchiha Yao sensed that this extraordinary skill could only be used once within a day under the current circumstances. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinarily potent life-saving technique. In battle, as long as Uchiha Yao still drew breath, he could instantly return to peak condition through temporal rewind and re-engage in the fight. Just imagine the despair of an enemy who, after exhausting their strength, suddenly witnesses Uchiha Yao restored to full vitality. Moreover, as Uchiha Yao's ocular power intensified and his understanding of his abilities deepened, he would eventually be able to extend the range and duration of his rewinding, even affecting others. With space revered and time reigning supreme, the kaleidoscope techniques infused with the power of time hold astonishing potential for development. What terrifying scenes might unfold? Next, he would explore the right eye's technique amplification. Uchiha Yao made his way to the courtyard, directing his focus to his right eye. A surge of ocular power emanated from it. Fire style, grand fireball technique, he shouted, unleashing the gathered chakra with fervor. A fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled toward the wooden post. This was Uchiha Yao's most basic fire technique, its power rather unremarkable. But as the three spiral patterns in his right eye began to whirl at an astonishing speed, technique amplification activated. A breathtaking transformation occurred. The once ordinary fireball, during its flight, began to compress inward in a bizarre manner rather than expanding outward. The color of the flames shifted from a mundane orange-red to a blazing platinum hue. The temperature surged dramatically, and the energy contained within escalated exponentially. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, far surpassing any previous grand fireball. A violent shockwave, accompanied by a torrid blast of heat, swept outward in all directions. The entire courtyard trembled violently under the impact. Uchiha Yao instinctively raised his hand to shield himself against the oncoming heat. As the dust settled, the wooden post had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. Is this still the Great Fireball technique? The power it exhibits rivals that of certain advanced B rank and even low-level A rank fire release ninjutsu. In the eyes of Uchiha Yao, sheer ecstasy surged forth. Technique amplification. As the name suggests, it enhances the potency of ninjutsu. Furthermore, this amplification is not merely an increase in chakra volume. It fundamentally alters the very essence of the ninjutsu. Compression, purification, amplification. It endows the ninjutsu with terrifying destructive capability. What if technique amplification were applied to lightning release? Uchiha Yao's forte lies in lightning release, particularly his self-created lightning fire dragon breath and the perfected lightning release chakra mode. If these techniques were further empowered by technique amplification, Uchiha Yao could scarcely fathom the horrific level of power they would attain. He suppressed his immediate impulse to experiment. His courtyard was simply too small for such potent ninjutsu. The lightning fire dragon breath could be set aside, but the lightning release chakra mode could be tested. Uchiha Yao promptly activated the lightning release chakra mode. Upon employing technique amplification, the speed and strength already augmented by the lightning release chakra mode surged once more. This amplification, Uchiha Yao estimated, enhanced his abilities by at least 30%. Crackle. The lightning enveloping Uchiha Yao's body ceased to violently expand outward and instead contracted inward, closely adhering to the surface of his skin. The hue of the lightning shifted from a blinding bright blue to a profound dark purple. The rate of chakra consumption escalated to an alarming degree. A swift resolution was imperative. As this thought emerged, Uchiha Yao's body reacted instinctively before his mind could catch up. He merely intended to move from one end of the courtyard to the other. Whoosh! There was no sound, no process. In the blink of an eye, he was suddenly standing before the wall, several meters away. Due to the overwhelming speed, Uchiha Yao's body maintained a forward-leaning posture, one hand instinctively pressing against the wall. Crack! The sturdy wall crumbled like tofu, yielding to Uchiha Yao's touch and forming a deep pit marked by cracks. Uchiha Yao slowly turned to glance back at where he had stood moments before. The ground there had split and cracked, creating a small indentation as a result of his instantaneous burst of power. Is this the lightning release chakra mode under technique amplification? This is not mere speed. This is teleportation. In battle, his enemies would be unable to even perceive his movements. After the initial thrill came an abrupt wave of pain. Uchiha Yao immediately deactivated technique amplification and the lightning release chakra mode. In less than 10 seconds of activation, he had nearly drained 1/3 of his chakra. More critically, the strain on his eyes was immense. The previous Great Fireball technique had only slightly consumed his ocular power. But the lightning release chakra mode not only demanded a substantial amount of chakra, but also roughly half of his visual capacity. This was a true trump card, to be utilized only in dire circumstances. However, if paired with technique amplification, its sustainability would be maximized. After testing the capabilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Yao surveyed the marks of destruction in his courtyard. One was a large crater from the Great Fireball, and the other was the fissures left by his teleportation. It seemed that he would need to arrange for repairs tomorrow. Uchiha Yao let out a wry smile. Chapter 44. The Dove Faction Surrender, integrating the Hawk and Dove factions. The sky was just beginning to brighten. A thin veil of morning mist enveloped the entire Uchiha clan territory. Have you heard? Lord Shisui. The village announcement claims he attacked Lord Danzo and committed suicide out of guilt. How could that be? Lord Shisui would never do such a thing. Uchiha Shisui has died. This news struck like a hammer to the hearts of every Uchiha clan member. For the Hawk faction, it was a wave of fury, a further testament to the upper echelon's shamelessness. For the Dove faction, it felt as if the very earth had collapsed beneath them. Inside the residence of Elder Uchiha Inn, the atmosphere was heavy. Several esteemed elders, who had long advocated for peaceful coexistence with the village, wore expressions of deep sorrow. The warmth and composure they once exuded had vanished, replaced by profound fatigue, palpable despair, and a hint of anger from being deceived. Suicide out of guilt. Elder Uchiha's parched lips trembled as he repeated those 4 words. What a ridiculous accusation. That boy Shisui was raised before our eyes. He loved this village more than anyone else and yearned to protect peace. Another elder slammed his fist against the tatami mat, producing a dull thud. We believed in the 3rd Hokage, trusted in the so-called will of fire, but what did that yield us? Surveillance, suspicion, isolation. Now, they have mercilessly eliminated our most outstanding genius, the only one who could serve as a bridge, Shisui. The path of peace has always been a farce. They had pinned all their hopes on Uchiha Shisui. These Dove faction elders naively believed that as long as Shisui remained, this genius, favored by the 3rd Hokage and known for his instantaneous body technique, would provide a chance for reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village. However, reality dealt them a resounding slap. Shisui's death was clearly no accident, but a premeditated murder. The village's upper echelons had ruthlessly severed all their illusions. Silence. A prolonged silence. What shall we do now? Finally, one elder voiced the question that everyone was hesitant to ask. What else can we do? The path is already cut off. Ahead lies the slaughtering blade of the Konoha higher-ups, and behind are the pent-up flames of rage from the Hawk faction within the clan. The Dove faction finds itself in a perilous predicament. Perhaps there is still one path left. Elder Uchiha slowly raised his gaze, scanning each person present. Elder Yao. He struggled to utter the name. Uchiha Yao, the young man who had risen to prominence with thunderous methods. The new leader of the Hawk faction, who had even instilled fear in the clan head, Fagaku. The elders present exchanged glances, their expressions becoming profoundly complex. They had once scoffed at Uchiha Yao's radicalism and dominance, believing he would lead the Uchiha into an abyss of despair. Yet, looking back now, it was clear they were the true fools. For someone drowning, even a red-hot iron could serve as the only lifeline. Approach him? Would he accept us, these old fools? Elder N, are we truly willing to entrust the future of our clan into his hands? Elder Uchiha gradually stood, his gaze growing resolute. We have no other choice. Either we perish like Shisui, abandoned by the higher-ups, bearing the stigma of our demise, or we relinquish our foolish fantasies and pride to seize this last opportunity. At the very least, Uchiha Yao fights for the survival of the Uchiha. At last, the elders of the Dove faction resolved that Uchiha would lead several core elders to the residence of Uchiha Yao. It appeared that Uchiha Yao had anticipated their arrival. As he stood alone in the courtyard, Uchiha's gaze fell upon the large crater created by last night's massive fireball and the cracked walls not far away. The elders involuntarily narrowed their eyes at the sight of such astonishing devastation. Being seasoned jonin, they could discern that this destruction was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjutsu. Do you have something to discuss, elders? Uchiha Yao inquired. Uchiha took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Uchiha Yao. Elder Yao, he addressed. Although the elders behind him were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow suit. This was a gesture of respect for the strong, as well as a submission to reality. We have come to a realization. The death of Shisui has unveiled the true nature of our village. The so-called cohabitation of peace is merely self-deception. From this day forth, we, the Dove faction, pledge our allegiance to Elder Yao and will heed your every command. Uchiha raised his head, his gaze fervent as he looked at Uchiha Yao, his tone carrying a final plea. We implore you, Elder Yao, to seek a path of survival for the Uchiha and provide us with assurance of peace. Peace. Uchiha Yao shook his head, speaking without mercy. Elders, you still do not comprehend. True peace is never secured through verbal promises, nor is it obtained through pleas. Shisui is the prime example. His compromises and concessions yielded what? His own demise and a greater crisis for our clan. Peace is founded on equality established by absolute power. It is only when your fist is strong enough to deter any treachery from your enemies that you earn the right to discuss it. Uchiha Yao said no more. He merely regarded the elders before him in silence. As they fell into contemplation and struggle due to his words, Uchiha Yao's eyes slowly closed, then opened suddenly. A terrifying pressure of ocular power enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. They gazed up in horror at Uchiha Yao's eyes. They were no longer the familiar three-tomo Sharingan. They were the Mangekyō Sharingan, The terrifying ocular power contained within those eyes surpassed their wildest comprehension. In the face of this strength, their proud, three-tomo Sharingan appeared as mere fireflies in comparison to the full moon. They finally understood what Uchiha Yao meant by absolute power. This was assurance. Beep. Detected a collective surrender from the core members of the Uchiha Dove faction, resulting in a significant increase in family cohesion. Family honor value, 50,000. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission Eagle-Dove Convergence. The internal integration of the family has reached 70. Reward, family honor value, 100,000. Increased maximum number of loyal clansmen. Uchiha Yao's attribute panel, strength, shadow level, beginner, mastered skills, ninjutsu, mastery of all fire release techniques, proficient in lightning release, Chidori, perfected lightning release, chakra mode, lightning fire dragon breath, lightning fire Rasengan, taijutsu, mastery of Uchiha style taijutsu jinjutsu, basic Sharingan jinjutsu, advanced jinjutsu release, jinjutsu rebound, bloodline limit, Mangekyō Sharingan, dojutsu, Mangekyō Sharingan, left eye, temporal rewind, right eye, technique amplification. Family status, Uchiha Elder, joint leader of the Eagle and Dove factions. Family honor value, 290,000. Number of loyal clansmen, approximately 250. Core members loyalty at 100, guard members loyalty at 100, significant loyalty increase among most members of both factions. Overall family strength assessment, near shadow level pinnacle. Chapter 45, the puppet master of the Uchiha clan, Fagaku. Deep within the Nanha shrine of the Uchiha clan. In a secret chamber that was seldom opened, flickering candlelight illuminated the space. On either side of the room, two distinct groups sat. On the left, the Eagle faction elders led by Uchiha Hakadai, and on the right, the core of the Dove faction led by Uchiha An. Cough. At last, Uchiha In of the Dove faction could no longer suppress a cough, shattering the suffocating silence. Elder Yao, we have gathered today not to dwell on the past, but to clarify our future. Future? Scoffed an elder from the Eagle faction with blatant derision. Isn't our future already severed with the death of that boy Shisui? This statement caused Uchiha Un and the other Dove faction elders to visibly darken in expression. Shisui was a genius, Uchiha Yao remarked. His loyalty and love for the village were unparalleled. Yet, his death also proved a crucial truth. Uchiha Yao surveyed each elder present. In the eyes of Konoha's upper echelons, a compliant, non-threatening Uchiha is the ideal Uchiha. Uchiha lives are expendable, akin to mere tools, easily discarded when deemed unnecessary. Enough. Uchiha In growled. We understand. We recognize our errors. No, Uchiha Yao shook his head. This is not merely a matter of right or wrong. It is a question of survival strategy. Will we continue to be a blade that can be broken and discarded at any moment, or will we choose to become the hand that wields the blade? Dictating our own destiny, Uchiha Yao stood and began to pace slowly in the cramped chamber. We must reclaim all that rightfully belongs to the Uchiha, glory, status, and dignity. Well said. One elder from the Dove faction still expressed doubt. But what grounds do we have? The animosity between the Eagle and Dove factions runs deep, and our internal strife is unending. How can we unify? Quite right. Uchiha Yao halted and turned towards him. Unity cannot be achieved through mere words. It requires action. Uchiha Yao then looked at Uchiha An. Elderin, although your Dove faction may not excel in combat, over the years, you have planted numerous spies throughout the village to navigate the upper echelons. Uchiha In trembled in shock, gazing at Uchiha Yao in disbelief. This was their faction's greatest secret. Their means to gauge the winds of change among the higher-ups and safeguard their interests, now laid bare by Uchiha Yao. Without waiting for a response, Yao turned to Uchiha Hakadai. Elder Hakadai, your Eagle faction commands the core strength of the guard, controlling over 90% of the clan's training resources. The most elite warriors of our clan are in your hands. Uchiha Hakadai nodded. It was an undeniable fact. Now, I propose a family resource sharing plan. Uchiha Yao's voice resonated with authority. From this day forward, Elder In's intelligence network will provide the most accurate directives for Elder Hakadai's guard. Furthermore, the training grounds must be open to all clansmen, including those younger members of the Dove faction whom you deem weak. Additionally, the Eagle faction must send elite jonin to mentor the younger generation of the Dove faction. Uchiha Yao continued to announce further decisions. From this day forth, Uchiha Nagi and Uchiha Hikari shall join my elder guard as vice captains. Upon the utterance of these words, an uproar erupted among the Dove faction. Uchiha Nagi and Uchiha Hikari are rare young talents within the Dove faction, despite their formidable abilities. They have long been marginalized from the core of power due to factional disputes. Now, Uchiha Yao has unexpectedly elevated them to the most pivotal positions beside him, such as the magnitude of trust and resolve. Elder Yao, Uchiha Yen, trembled with excitement, his lips quivering. I do not seek to erase the distinctions between the Hawk and Dove factions. Uchiha Yao's voice resonated once more. The Hawks possess their sharp talents, while the Doves possess their vision. What I desire is a complete Uchiha. For the future of our clan, we must cast aside our past prejudices. In the past several years, the clan chose to endure. Some viewed this as compromise, others as weakness. Yet, I see it differently. I believe it was a means to buy time for our clan, to accumulate strength. It is precisely this prolonged period of dormancy that has led us to this moment, one that can fundamentally alter our fate. Ultimately, everything requires absolute power as its foundation. Uchiha Hakadai looked at Uchiha Yao and inquired, Yao, you have depicted a grand vision for us. Can you lead us to realize it? What grounds do you have to confront Danzo and the entirety of the Leaf Village's upper echelons? All eyes immediately refocused on Uchiha Yao. This was the final and most crucial question. Uchiha Yao smiled. He slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Buzz. No longer were there 3 ebony tomo. In his left eye were 3 sharp sides, and in his right, 3 spiraling vortexes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Legend has it that this supreme ocular technique of the Uchiha clan can only be awakened after enduring the utmost pain of losing a loved one. In Uchiha Hakadai's eyes, astonishment transformed into fervent admiration and joy. He had not chosen wrongly. Indeed, he had not chosen wrongly. These eyes are the greatest assurance of the Uchiha's resurgence. This is the absolute power Uchiha Yao spoke of. In that instant, as all present beheld those eyes, their last shred of doubt evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented conviction and fervor. From this day forth, we, the undersigned, pledge our allegiance to Elder Yao. Uchiha Hakadai bowed his proud head in fealty. We are willing to risk life and limb for Elder Yao, without hesitation. Uchiha Yen followed suit, leading all Dove faction members in a profound bow. In the secret chamber, for the first time, the 2 factions unitedly swore allegiance to a single individual. Uchiha Yao retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated. From this moment forth, Uchiha Yao became the de facto leader of this vast clan. It is time for a change in the position of clan leader, Uchiha Fagaku. Next, Uchiha Yao's goal is to oust Uchiha Fagaku, compelling the current clan leader to abdicate, thus assuming the rightful mantle of leadership over the Uchiha clan. Chapter 46. The kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fagaku in Uchiha Fagaku's residence. Within his study, the tea on the table had long turned cold, devoid of warmth, mirroring Uchiha Fagaku's present state of mind. As the leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Leaf Village's guard, he should have been the most authoritative figure within this clan territory. Yet now, Uchiha Fagaku felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Authority was slipping away. The death of Shimizu shattered the last illusions of the Dove faction and broke the tacit understanding between Uchiha Fagaku and the village's upper echelons. What further confounded Uchiha Fagaku was Uchiha Yao's subsequent actions, swift and unstoppable. Uchiha Yao's dominance exceeded Uchiha Fagaku's expectations. In a matter of days, Uchiha Yao employed methods that Uchiha Fagaku had never imagined, even dared not to envision, to forcibly unify the long-feuding Hawk and Dove factions. On the surface, the Uchiha still regarded him as clan leader, yet Fagaku knew that the true voice now belonged to the elder named Uchiha Yao. He, the clan leader, was being rendered powerless. No, it should be said that apart from a few loyal confidants, Uchiha Fagaku had been entirely excluded from the power center of the Uchiha clan. It was laughable that even now, deep down, Uchiha Fagaku harbored illusions about the village and the 3rd Hokage. Is it not absurd? Yet, this was Uchiha Fagaku's mindset. He felt that matters had not yet escalated to the point of irrevocable conflict, that there still remained room for reconciliation. Perhaps the 3rd Hokage would provide the Uchiha with a way out, allowing relations to ease. However, Uchiha Yao's demonstrated strength, coupled with his increasingly fervent influence within the clan, shattered Uchiha Fagaku's fantasies. In this environment, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village would only become more strained. Uchiha Fagaku convened the elders and loyalists aligned with his faction to discuss strategies. Lord Fagaku, one elder attempted to speak, only to let out a long sigh. His murky gaze filled with despair. The other elders and confidants lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Fagaku's eyes. The majority of the younger generation within the clan now looked up to Elder Yao as their exemplar. Even Elder Yin and Hakadai had chosen to side with Elder Yao. The remaining elders could only resign themselves to sighing. The morale had long since dissipated. Fagaku understood that these former allies were not disloyal. They were simply afraid. The majority of the clan's power had fallen under Uchiha Yao's control, rendering any resistance futile. Furthermore, Uchiha Yao's formidable strength made any form of defiance seem pale and laughable. His position as clan leader was now precarious. No, I cannot remain passive any longer. Fagaku took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fagaku was unwilling to witness the Uchiha clan's complete rupture with the Leaf Village, spiraling into the abyss of war. Entrusting the clan's fate to such a radical and domineering youth. That sensation felt akin to handing over a razor-sharp blade to an unpredictable child. At that moment, a loyal member of the Guard presented a dossier. It contained recent mission reports from the Guard and a family financial summary. The document clearly stated, since the implementation of Uchiha Yao's efficiency optimization pilot program, the completion rate for D and C level tasks within the clan has risen by 20%. The conflict resolution efficiency in the patrol areas of the Guard has increased by 35%. The monthly profits of the family-owned shops have notably surged compared to the previous month. Most critically, the casualty rate of clan members dispatched on missions has dropped to its lowest point in nearly 5 years. These tangible figures evidenced the correctness of Uchiha Yao's leadership. The clan had indeed reaped benefits. Uchiha Fagaku sought to refute this, yet found himself devoid of any rationale. He realized that what remained for him was merely to wait for the moment of confrontation to arrive. Night. Uchiha Fagaku gazed at the fan-shaped family crest on the wall, a symbol of Uchiha's glory. Deep within his eyes, 3 black tomos slowly revolved. To confront or to retreat, Uchiha Fagaku found himself in a dilemma. Confrontation would necessitate the use of his most concealed trump card to forcibly suppress the turmoil instigated by Uchiha Yao in the name of the clan leader. The cost of such an action would be severe. The family would inevitably fracture, brothers would turn against each other, and blood would flow like a river. A Uchiha embroiled in internal strife would, in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha, appear increasingly vulnerable and easily manipulated. Ultimately, he might reclaim authority, but what would be gained would be a family left in tatters, gravely wounded. Uchiha Fagaku would become the sinner of the Uchiha clan. What of relinquishing his position? Entrusting the future of the Uchiha to that young man, whom he could not fully comprehend, could avert civil war and preserve the clan's strength. Yet, Uchiha Yao's radicalism and autocracy all but ensured a catastrophic clash with Konoha. This too would be war and a descent into the abyss. The tragedy that Uchiha Fagaku had sought to evade throughout his life seemed inescapable. Fagaku's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to years past, the Third Shinobi World War. Cold rain mingled with warm blood, and beneath his feet lay countless corpses and severed limbs. Fagaku, run, a dear friend, also a teammate of Uchiha Fagaku, stood resolutely before him, taking a fatal blow meant for him. Why? Why must you do this for me? Because you are the captain. You are the future of the Uchiha. Blood gushed from his friend's lips as life swiftly ebbed away. Survive, carry the hope of our Uchiha. Those once radiant eyes lost their luster forever. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and hatred surged through Uchiha Fagaku's being. A piercing pain struck him. The 3 tomo in his vision spun wildly, elongating and merging. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened, born from the death of his friend, a testament to Uchiha Fagaku's helplessness. From that day forth, he harbored a profound aversion to war, a deep-seated fear. He concealed his eyes, never revealing them to anyone. The flickering candlelight in his study cast shadows as Uchiha Fagaku slowly closed his eyes. To employ these eyes against Yao would be akin to pushing the clan into the quagmire of civil war, replaying the tragedy he most despised. Uchiha Fagaku could not bring himself to do it. Yet, to do nothing, to watch Yao lead the clan into war with the entirety of Konoha. Was it not the same as pushing them towards that fate himself? This thought lingered incessantly in Uchiha Fagaku's mind. Chapter 47. Uchiha Yao vs. Itachi. The Clash of Kaleidoscopes. The waters of the Naka River shimmered coldly under the moonlight. Uchiha Itachi stood alone on the shore. Following Shisui's death, tensions escalated. Uchiha Yao had risen forcefully, consolidating the factions of Hawk and Dove with a near-tyrannical demeanor, twisting the entire Uchiha into a single entity. This should have been a positive development, yet Uchiha Itachi felt fear. For the direction Uchiha Yao pointed toward was not one of reconciliation. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village had grown increasingly tense, with war looming on the horizon. This was in direct opposition to everything he and Shisui had sought. Itachi resolved not to remain passive any longer. His figure melded into the night, reappearing outside Uchiha Yao's courtyard. Itachi, Elder Yao. Itachi emerged from the shadows, the moonlight illuminating his handsome yet melancholic features. Elder Yao, you are leading the clan toward destruction. Hearing this, Uchiha Yao shook his head in resignation. I had thought Shisui's death would make you see reality clearly. It is precisely because I see clearly that I cannot allow you to continue down this path. Itachi stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on Uchiha Yao. Such a standoff would only cause the village and clan's conflicts to erupt fully, resulting in rivers of blood. With no one spared. Peace. Uchiha Yao laughed. The peace you speak of is merely a facade, built on the charity of Konoha's higher-ups. What I pursue is the true dignity earned by the Uchiha through their own strength. Uchiha Itachi could not agree with this sentiment. This was not dignity. It was arrogance leading to hell. If this is your answer. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted, no longer concealing his intent, as a powerful aura radiated from him. Then let us prove it through strength. If I win, Elder Yao, I implore you to abandon this radical approach and join me in seeking a path of coexistence with the village. Itachi held absolute confidence in his awakened kaleidoscopic powers. He believed he possessed the ability and the right to correct this misguided course. Uchiha Yao regarded Itachi without surprise, a hint of amusement evident in his eyes. Very well. In a desolate valley outside the village, the two faced each other, an invisible killing intent clashing in the air. In the next moment, they moved simultaneously. Swish! The sharp sound of kunai clashing echoed through the empty valley. In their eyes, the three black tomo spun rapidly, capturing every subtle movement of the other. The exchange of taijutsu was as swift as lightning. Uchiha Yao's attacks were bold and powerful, each punch and kick infused with tremendous force. In contrast, Itachi's movements were graceful and fluid, always managing to dissipate the force with minimal cost and seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Bang! After a brief exchange of blows, Itachi was pushed back several meters, his arms slightly numb. In terms of physical prowess, Uchiha Yao's strength and reflexes seemed to suppress Itachi. Realizing he could not win in close combat, Uchiha Itachi swiftly created distance, performing hand seals with great speed. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The massive fireball he expelled carried a scorching wave, nearly illuminating half the valley. Uchiha Yao stood firm, unflinching, and formed seals of his own. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The two fireballs collided mid-air, erupting with a deafening roar. Amidst the violent gusts, numerous shuriken crackling with lightning pierced through the smoke, targeting Itachi's vital points. Lightning style, thousand birds. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply as he activated the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the deadly barrage. Just as he regained his footing, he hesitated no longer, his hands moving even faster to form seals. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, sealed off all of Uchiha Yao's escape routes from various angles. Among the fireballs, shuriken glinted with cold light. Yet, a mocking smile crept upon Uchiha Yao's lips. Zzz. Uchiha Yao's body was enveloped in a violent blue lightning storm. Lightning release, chakra mode. Faced with the rain of fire, Uchiha Yao flickered and transformed into an afterimage, effortlessly weaving through the gaps between the fireballs. The lethal projectiles could not even graze the hem of Uchiha Yao's clothing. Itachi's expression grew more grave. He had not anticipated the opponent's speed could reach such heights. Itachi took a deep breath, channeling more chakra. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A roaring fire dragon surged forth, embodying the ferocity to incinerate all in its path, hurtling towards the blue lightning. Too slow, Itachi, a cold voice echoed in his ears. Itachi barely managed to cross his kunai before him. Boom. An irresistible force struck, propelling Itachi like a cannonball, crashing him against a distant mountainside, debris scattering around him. Before he could catch his breath, the blue lightning drew near once more. Itachi could only awkwardly evade using body flicker technique and substitution technique. With each dodge, the devastating attacks left deep gorges or spiderweb-like cracks in their wake. Uchiha Itachi had been thoroughly suppressed. Give up, Itachi. Uchiha Yao stood some distance away, the lightning around him dissipating slowly. You cannot defeat me. Leaning against the wall, Itachi slowly rose, coughing up blood. Yet a tragic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Then allow me to show you my true potential. Itachi suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were no longer the three-tomo Sharingan. 3 pitch-black blades encircled the crimson pupil, slowly rotating, exuding an aura of ominousness and calamity. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Do you see this, Elder Yao? Itachi's voice carried a confidence that suggested he commanded everything. Is this your foundation? Uchiha Yao interrupted him, disappointment evident in his tone. His expression bore no trace of astonishment. Do you think you are unique? In disbelief, Itachi watched as Uchiha Yao's eyes slowly closed, then snapped open abruptly. Buzz. A pressure of ocular power, deeper and more terrifying than Itachi's, swept through the valley like a tsunami. It was also a kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is impossible. Itachi's breath stilled at that moment. The trump card he had once revered, the power he believed could alter everything, now seemed laughable before his opponent. No, I refuse to believe it. Extreme shock morphed into a frenzied, killing intent. Tsukuyomi. Itachi's left eye's kaleidoscope pattern rapidly constricted, pouring all his ocular power into it. He aimed to obliterate Uchiha Yao's will with this most potent mental assault. Your mental prison is ineffective against me. Uchiha Yao stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Itachi's body trembled violently, blood trickling down from his left eye. Tsukuyomi was dispelled? No, it was not dispelled. It was outright immune. Uchiha Yao had not been affected by Tsukuyomi at all. How could this be? Itachi could not comprehend. Previously, Uchiha Yao had exchanged for the skill mental barrier to resist Kotoeme Tsukumi, a skill specifically designed to immunize against the genjutsu attacks associated with the kaleidoscope. Both Shisui's Kotoeme Tsukumi and Itachi's Tsukuyomi fell within the immunity range. Therefore, Uchiha Yao had nothing to fear from Itachi's Tsukuyomi assault. Fear crept into the heart of this once invincible genius for the first time. Amaterasu. Itachi let out a final roar, the kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye spinning rapidly. A cluster of pitch-black flames manifested around Uchiha Yao, blazing fiercely. These were the eternal flames that could consume even fire itself. Yet, Uchiha Yao remained unmoved. Boom! A colossal, suffocating chakra erupted from Uchiha Yao's being. A massive energy skeleton, shimmering with lightning, rose from the ground, enveloping him. The black flames of Amaterasu were effortlessly kept at bay by this enormous energy form. Susanoo. And it was not the first stage. This was the second stage of Susanoo. Itachi could summon Susanoo as well, but he could only invoke the first form's skeletal structure at present. He faced utter defeat. The chakra of the kaleidoscope rapidly drained. His vision began to blur, and his body swayed precariously. Ultimately, Itachi could only weakly kneel upon the ground, despondently relinquishing all resistance. Chapter 48. Uchiha Yao's Reform of the Guard. After defeating Itachi, Uchiha Yao tossed a remark to take care of himself and turned away, ignoring Itachi. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee. The fatigue of his body paled in comparison to the collapse within his heart. He had lost. Thoroughly lost. Tsukuyomi had been rendered immune. The indomitable black flames of Amaterasu had been easily isolated. Why? Itachi's body trembled uncontrollably. He had also activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. He had endured the ultimate pain of losing a dear friend. Why was the gap between him and Elder Yao so insurmountable? Itachi raised a hand to cover his bleeding left eye. Was this the difference in potential? Itachi had always believed himself a genius at the pinnacle, capable of shouldering everything and correcting the path of his clan's errors. Yet reality delivered a crushing blow. In the face of absolute power, his so-called enlightenment, along with his promise to Shisui, seemed so pale and laughable. Take care of yourself. Days later, a high-level meeting of the Uchiha clan was convened once more. The atmosphere was starkly different from the previous standoff between the Hawk and Dove factions. Once distinctly divided elders now sat with composure. Uchiha Yao sat quietly. becoming the invisible center of the entire meeting room. Uchiha Fagaku occupied the main seat, appearing as an outsider. "Ladies and gentlemen," Uchiha Yao began, "I have summoned you today for a singular purpose. The training model of the guard needs an overhaul." An elder from the Dove faction, relying on his seniority, could not help but furrow his brow and interject. "Elder Yao, the guard has adhered to the existing model for decades, maintaining village security effectively. Why the sudden upheaval?" His words represented the lingering concerns of some Dove faction members. They had submitted to Uchiha Yao's strength, but still harbored an instinctual fear of severing ties with the village. Uchiha Yao did not directly counter him. Theoretical debates were meaningless. "I trust more in facts and data." Uchiha Yao's gaze swept over the elder. "I propose we conduct a practical drill. Let the results speak for themselves." Uchiha Yao turned to the door, gesturing outward. Moments later, 12 figures entered the conference room. They were indeed Uchiha Yao's elder guard. The two leading figures were Uchiha Kenji and Uchiha Shinichi, radiating the unmistakable aura of seasoned jonin. The 10 individuals behind them, though young, exhibited chakra refinement levels that were nearly on par with jonin. Fagaku's pupils constricted slightly. The elders present held their breath. They were aware of Uchiha Yao's guard strength, but they had not anticipated such a rapid ascent to this level. The content of the drill was simple. The voice of Uchiha Yao resonated once more. He simulated the infiltration of root ninjas into the clan's territory, harboring nefarious intentions. "My guard will confront them. A mixed squad of 20, selected from the security team, will include 5 elite jonin. 12 against 20, with 5 of them being jonin." An elder gasped in disbelief. It seemed utterly absurd. The elite of the security team were no ordinary adversaries. Yet, there was no trace of worry on Uchiha Yao's face. Instead, a faint confidence radiated from him. "Let us proceed to the training ground." The atmosphere in the expansive arena was tense. The 20 members of the security team had already formed ranks, with the 5 leading jonin bearing grave expressions. "Lord Fagaku, is Elder Yao being overly audacious?" Indeed, with 5 jonin and 15 elite chunin working in perfect synchrony. Doubts murmured quietly among the elders. Uchiha Fagaku remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Yao. "Begin." At the command, the 20 security members surged forward in an instant. The 5 jonin led the charge from 5 distinct directions, akin to fierce tigers descending from the mountains, while the chunin behind swiftly formed hand seals, preparing for a barrage of fire-style attacks. This was the security team's most frequently employed and effective encirclement strategy. However, they faced Uchiha Yao's guard. In that fleeting moment as the opponents charged, the 12 guards sprang into action. Yet, they did not engage nor disperse. 4 of them formed dozens of different seals in an instant. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jinjutsu, dark pursuit. A tempest howled, instantly disrupting the formation of the security team, momentarily stalling their advance. A robust earthen wall erupted, perfectly blocking their subsequent fire-style ninjutsu. Most peculiarly, the silent jinjutsu ensnared several less skilled chunin, plunging them into darkness and causing them to stumble. In the midst of this brief chaos, another 8 members of the guard, like phantoms, sliced into the disordered formation of the security team from 4 directions. They operated in flawless pairs, one launching a frontal assault to draw attention, while the other silently appeared in the enemy's blind spot, deftly pressing a shuriken against the adversary's throat. With swift precision, 6 chunin were rendered unconscious in mere moments. The elders atop the platform rose in shock, their faces etched with incredulity. "What coordination is this?" The 5 jonin of the security team finally reacted, bellowing as they sought to regroup. Yet the guard offered them no respite. The remaining 6 members, having completed their initial assault, immediately engaged the 5 jonin. The battle transformed into an overwhelming encirclement of superior numbers. One jonin had just unleashed the great fireball technique when he was met with a combination of water dragon and wind blade techniques. The water augmented the wind, creating a formidable composite ninjutsu. Boom! A massive explosion of steam erupted, sending the jonin hurtling away in disarray. Meanwhile, another jonin, adept in taijutsu, found himself entangled by 2 guards. Both possessed the Sharingan, each a 2-tomo variant, and flawlessly anticipated his every attack, countering with minimal effort. What frustrated this jonin even more was the feeling of battling a single opponent. As one forced him back, the other sealed off all avenues of retreat. Their coordination was impeccable. The tide of battle had clearly turned in favor of the guards. Suddenly, a member of the 12 guards experienced an unexpected breakthrough amidst the clash with a Jonin. One Tomo evolved into two. His chakra surged, reaching Jonin levels. A profound silence enveloped the platform. All elders, including Uchiha Fagaku, fixed their gaze on the young man who had just achieved this transformation, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Uchiha Fagaku's expression was grave. As clan leader, he had to acknowledge that the strength exhibited by the guard had surpassed his understanding. The 5 Jonin were swiftly dispatched one by one. In the conference room, no one dared to voice any further opposition. The elder who had previously expressed doubt now hung his head, lacking the courage to meet Uchiha Yao's gaze. I propose we implement this efficient training model across all elite squads of the security team. Uchiha Yao's voice shattered the silence. Agreed. Uchiha Hakudai was the first to express his approval. Agreed. Uchiha Yen followed suit. Agreed. One elder after another rose, bowing their once proud heads towards Uchiha Yao. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Uchiha Fagaku. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the struggle had faded, leaving only profound resignation. Agreed. Chapter 49. The third Hokage's choice in the Hokage's office. White smoke wafted through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined a top-secret dossier from the Umbu. Uchiha Yao. This name had been appearing with alarming frequency of late. The dossier detailed the revolutionary training exercise at the Uchiha training ground. 12 against 20 elite members of the security team, including 5 seasoned Jonin. The outcome was a resounding victory, characterized by seamless coordination, unconventional composite ninjutsu, and the Uchiha clan member who had achieved a breakthrough mid-battle. All signs pointed to Elder Uchiha Yao. Another document came from his old friend, Shimura Danzo, who had escalated the threat level posed by Uchiha Yao to the highest degree. He recommended immediate action for elimination. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the pipe to his lips, inhaling deeply. He was undoubtedly concerned. The power and cunning displayed by Uchiha Yao had exceeded anyone's expectations. However, as Hokage, he considered not just the gains and losses of a single village, but the equilibrium of the entire chessboard. The Uchiha represented a force that needed to be contained. Yet, Danzo's roots were akin to a ferocious beast confined within a cage. Over the years, Danzo's power had expanded too rapidly. Uchiha Yao's formidable rise had introduced new fractures within the Uchiha clan, creating rifts between Yao and Fagaku, between the leader and the elder, between the new and the old. This internal strife was precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen relished. A united Uchiha would pose the greatest threat to Konoha. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yao was enough of a concern to keep Danzo at bay, preventing him from acting recklessly. The advisors, Mito and Konoha, entered with equally solemn expressions. What do you intend to do about the Uchiha situation? That young man, Uchiha Yao, is far too radical. The reform of the guard's training model is entirely based on the standards of warfare. We can no longer remain indifferent. Fagaku has been completely sidelined, Mito added. Currently, the Uchiha clan is almost entirely under Yao's influence. This is perilous, Hiruzen. Sarutobi slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. So what do you propose? Should we directly suppress them? He countered. Under what pretext? By what means? Forcing our intervention into the internal affairs of a clan will only unite them further against us. The office fell into silence. It was indeed a conundrum without a clear solution. After a long pause, Hiruzen finally spoke. The guard seeks practical combat training, does it not? Then let us provide them with that opportunity. Recently, there have been constant skirmishes along the borders with Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Tasks in the village have also piled up. He gazed out at the bustling village. Mito's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped the Hokage's intent. You mean to send them to complete border missions? Precisely. You know full well the dangers of border missions. Konoha responded, her worries dissipating significantly. This is indeed a splendid plan. It allows the Uchiha to distance themselves from the power center of the village, preventing them from exerting further influence internally, while simultaneously depleting their active strength. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. The youth's fervor is commendable. As elders, we must provide them with a platform to showcase their abilities. As long as they fight for the glory of Konoha, there is no issue. So long as the Uchiha do not raise the banner of rebellion directly, threatening the Hokage's dominion, let them stir and contend with external foes. Hiruzen was more intrigued by the internal power struggle within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yao, Uchiha Fagaku. The new versus the old. This struggle would ultimately determine the fate of the Uchiha. He merely needed to remain a quiet observer. As night deepened, after seeing off the two advisors, Hiruzen did not rest. He awaited another visitor. Knock, knock. A soft rap echoed, and a figure silently emerged from the shadows of the office. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee. Rise, Itachi. Hiruzen's voice softened significantly. You have worked hard. Now, tell me the outcome of your encounter with Elder Yao. Itachi's body trembled imperceptibly. He paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I lost. Thoroughly. Itachi recounted the battle's progression. From the suppression of taijutsu to the clash of ninjutsu, culminating in the moment that shattered his convictions. He was immune to my Tsukuyomi. There was an air of incomprehensible confusion in Itachi's voice. Amaterasu's black flames could not harm his Susanoo. Upon hearing the names Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, Hiruzen's expression turned grave. His greatest fears had indeed materialized. Itachi, he has awakened those eyes, he pressed. Elder Yao possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan? Yes, another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi confirmed. And it belongs to Uchiha Yao, a Uchiha beyond my control, possessing the utmost power. This revelation disrupted all of Hiruzen's plans. The threat level had escalated from high to lethal. Are you certain? Hiruzen asked urgently. I witnessed it with my own eyes. His ocular power surpasses mine. What is the ability of his Mangekyō? This was the crucial question. An unknown Mangekyō represented an unpredictable and significant risk. Itachi shook his head. I do not know. Elder Yao merely activated his eyes, countering my Tsukuyomi. It seemed he did not employ any ocular techniques, more akin to a natural talent. Amaterasu was easily blocked by his Susanoo. Talent? Hiruzen's unease intensified. Itachi, I need you to employ every means possible to uncover the true capabilities of his Mangekyō. For the sake of the village, and for the Uchiha. This is a matter of utmost importance. Itachi bowed deeply. Yes, Hokage-sama. His silhouette melted back into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Chapter 50. The overbearing Uchiha and the forceful suppression of villagers. The lights in the Hokage's office remained illuminated well into the night. Hiruzen's figure appeared somewhat blurred amidst the swirling smoke. After Itachi's departure, the phrase his ocular power surpasses mine echoed relentlessly in Hiruzen's mind. Another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, manifesting in a Uchiha Yao who was entirely beyond his grasp, beyond his comprehension. This was no longer merely a threat. It was a sword poised over Konoha, ready to fall at any moment. Hiruzen massaged his throbbing temples. He instinctively glanced at another document on his desk, one submitted by Danzo, elimination. Perhaps Danzo's methods were the simplest and most effective. This thought flickered briefly before Hiruzen forcefully suppressed it. No, that course of action could not be taken. Uchiha Yao was now the spiritual pillar of the Uchiha clan. To act against him would be to ignite an explosion within the entire clan. Such an internal conflict would be unbearable for Konoha. Alternative methods must be sought. The following day, the streets of Konoha bustled as usual. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. However, the air carried an unusual scent. Have you heard? That newly appointed Uchiha elder. Uchiha Yao. They say he harbors grand ambitions, wanting to separate the Uchiha from the village. Not just that. I heard that the Ninetales incident is closely related to him. The Uchiha clan has long wished to rebel. At the entrance of a ramen shop, several housewives gathered, lowering their voices but unable to conceal their excitement, fervently discussing the topic. A patrolling Uchiha guard, Uchiha Sanmu, happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. His expression turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? Sanmu charged forward, his voice booming with anger. Elder Yao is the hero leading the Uchiha toward strength. I, Uchiha Sanmu, will not tolerate such ignorant slander against our elder. The women were startled by the menacing aura radiating from Uchiha Sanmu, but the leading, portly woman quickly regained her composure. What did I say? We were merely chatting. Is the guard going to control everything, even this? You are spreading rumors, defaming our Uchiha elder. Spreading rumors? The voice of the elderly lady suddenly rose in pitch, capturing the attention of more passersby. Who doesn't he know about the Uchiha clan? Each and every one of you holds your heads high. That one called Uchiha Yao. Isn't he just relying on a bit of strength? I see him as nothing but a transformation of the Ninetales fox. You. The Sharingan and Uchiha Sanmu's eye flared uncontrollably. What? Do you intend to strike? The elderly lady, undeterred, leaned closer, exuding a defiant demeanor. Come on, let everyone see. This is how you Uchiha suppress us, ordinary villagers. The surrounding villagers whispered among themselves, casting scornful glances at Uchiha Sanmu. Humiliation, rage, powerlessness. This reminded Sanmu of someone. Konoha's white fang, Tsukuyomi Hatake. Wasn't he that former hero of Konoha similarly driven to despair by rumors? Would Elder Yao also tread the same path? No, absolutely not. At that moment, a cold and steady voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. What is happening here? The crowd instinctively parted to form a pathway. Uchiha Yao approached slowly, flanked by the expressionless Cien Air and Shani. The arrival of Uchiha Yao immediately cast an invisible pressure over the entire scene. A member of the guard unit, seeing Yao, felt a surge of hope and hastily reported the events as they unfolded. Yao listened, his expression unwavering. His gaze fell upon the still defiant elderly lady, hands on her hips. Is it you who claim that Uchiha Yao is a transformation of the Nine-Tails Fox? The lady felt a shiver run down her spine. But her words remained defiant. Yes, it was I who said that. I do not believe you dare. Her words trailed off as Uchiha Yao tilted his head and issued a command to Cien Air behind him. For openly slandering a Konoha Jonin and a member of the guard, spreading harmful rumors that jeopardized the village's peace and unity, arrest her. Sentence her to 15 days of imprisonment in the guard's prison. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. What did you say? You dare to arrest me? Cien Air's figure flickered, appearing behind the elderly lady, a cold kunai pressed against her neck. Please, do. Murder. Uchiha is killing in the streets. The elderly lady's screams echoed, attempting to incite greater chaos. Uchiha Yao furrowed his brow slightly. Too loud. He stepped forward, delivering a precise strike to her neck, silencing her cries. Cien Air dragged the unconscious lady away like a lifeless dog. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept over the stunned villagers. He recalled the tragic end of Tsukuyomi Hatake, who abandoned a mission for the sake of his comrades, only to be condemned by both villagers and allies, ultimately choosing to end his own life amid relentless slander. How tragic, how foolish, to entrust one's fate to a group of ignorant and unworthy individuals. That is the behavior of the weak. And I, Uchiha Yao, never place my hopes on the understanding or charity of others. Reputation is the shackle of the weak. Within half a day, a raucous crowd of over 100 villagers gathered at the entrance of the guard unit, led by the elderly lady's family, vociferously accusing the Uchiha of tyranny. Among the crowd, hidden instigators stirred the flames of discord, attempting to escalate the situation. Down with Uchiha oppression. Return our justice. Uchiha, get out of Konoha. The crowd was seething with fury. Several guard members attempted to restore order, but were shoved aside by the enraged mob. Inside the guard building, a somber Uchiha Jonin reported to Uchiha Yao. Elder Yao, the crowd outside is very agitated, and there are many unidentified instigators among them. They might be from the root. Should we retreat for now? Release them to quell the situation? His words carried a hint of hesitation. This was the habitual thinking of the Uchiha when facing the village over the years. Compromise, retreat. Retreat? That word does not exist in my dictionary. Uchiha Yao stood up and walked to the window, gazing down at the clamorous crowd below. Do they think that loud voices equate to righteousness? Do they believe that the law does not hold sway over the many? Truly naive. Cien Air, Shun-E. Here, lead the elder guard to apprehend all the ringleaders and any suspicious instigators in the crowd below. Leave no one behind. Yes. 12 figures swiftly dashed out from the guard building. Below, the chaotic crowd continued to shout. The members of the elder guard charged into the throng with an almost brutal demeanor. The leading instigators were subdued in an instant. In the blink of an eye, over 20 individuals were effortlessly dragged out by the guard members and tossed onto the steps of the guard unit. The once boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Uchiha Yao's figure emerged at the entrance. Is there anyone who objects to my decision? No one dared to respond. Not a single person had the courage to shout or even meet Uchiha Yao's gaze. Remember this. In Konoha, the guard is the law. Those who dare to provoke will face the consequences. With that, he turned away without casting another glance at the crowd, returning to the building. This scene ignited fervent admiration in the eyes of the younger Uchiha clan members. This was the leader they desired. Strong, dominant, capable of defending the dignity of the clan in the most direct manner. Long live Elder Yao. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon a thunderous wave of cheers erupted. Chapter 51. The compromise of Uchiha Fagaku. The residence of Uchiha Fagaku lay deep within the clan's territory. Uchiha Yao walked along the stone path leading to the clan leader's abode. Along the way, clan members, whether patrolling guards or ordinary women and children, would stop in their tracks and bow respectfully upon seeing him. Their eyes brimmed with fervent admiration. Finally, Uchiha Yao arrived at the heavy wooden door. The two guards, upon noticing him, instinctively tensed, then respectfully opened the door. "Elder Yao, the clan leader has been awaiting your arrival. Please, have a seat." Fagaku gestured for Uchiha Yao to sit down. Yao did not hesitate, taking a seat directly opposite Fagaku, locking eyes with him. "Yao, have you been overly aggressive in recent days?" He referred to Yao's iron-fisted actions of apprehending individuals in public and capturing all the instigators. The villagers' slander and the guards' immediate suppression had never occurred in Konoha's history. This could exacerbate our conflicts with the village, making the Uchiha's position even more precarious. Fagaku attempted to use his authority as clan leader and the past experiences of the Uchiha to rein in this almost uncontrollable young man. "I hope you can temper the reform of the guard and adopt a gentler approach towards the villagers. This is for the stability of the clan." Uchiha Yao lifted the teacup before him, yet did not drink. He merely savored the warmth radiating from the cup's surface. "Stability? Clan leader Fagaku, is your notion of stability merely allowing rumors to spread among the common folk, tarnishing the Uchiha name and undermining our foundation? Is your so-called stability allowing our clan members to be subjected to unfounded accusations, forced into silence like shikaku, and perhaps even leading to their ruin? Shikaku is a taboo that cannot easily be mentioned in Konoha. I have no interest in debating these ethereal principles with you." Uchiha Yao interrupted Fagaku, withdrawing a scroll from his robe and gently placing it on the tea table, pushing it forward. "This is the report of achievements I have made in training the guard unit over the past month." Fagaku's gaze fell upon the scroll, hesitating for a moment before extending his hand to unfurl it. The elite team of the guard unit has seen an average increase of 15% in chakra levels. 37 Chunin, through an efficient training regimen, have approached the threshold of Jonin. 26 clan members have awakened their Sharingan, a 5-fold increase compared to the same period last year. Most crucially, over 90% of the guard unit now obey my commands alone. The loyalty and sense of honor among the clan members have reached their peak since the Nine Tails incident. Clan leader Fagaku. Uchiha Yao's unwavering gaze instilled an unprecedented pressure upon Fagaku. "These are the results reaped from what you deem radical measures. Do you still wish for me to slow down?" Uchiha Fagaku fell silent. He found himself at a loss for words. The authority he prided himself on as clan leader was rendered fragile in the face of these indisputable facts. The greatest tragedy for Uchiha Fagaku was placing his hopes in the mercy of his enemies. This applied not only to the higher-ups of Konoha, but also to himself. Uchiha Fagaku always believed that compromise and concession would yield peace and tranquility. Little did he know, in the eyes of wolves, such behavior merely appeared as weakness, sharpening their fangs even further. It is no wonder that Uchiha Fagaku ultimately met his demise at the hands of his own favored son, Uchiha Itachi. Such indecision might suffice for leading a modest family, but destined to be a tragedy when governing a prominent clan like the Uchiha. After a long pause, Fagaku felt a sense of defeat, as though his very essence had been drained, slumping against the back of his chair. He realized that the moment Uchiha Yao overpowered the elite guard unit with the 12 guardians in the meeting, he had already lost. To prevent the clan from fracturing in internal strife, he had no choice. In the future, Fagaku sighed bitterly. You may participate in decision-making regarding the mobilization of the guard unit, the management of clan finances, and the formulation of external strategies. With that, Fagaku rose and approached a bookshelf deep within the room, activating a mechanism. The bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a hidden compartment containing several scrolls. These were the most vital secret techniques and historical records of the Uchiha clan, entrusted solely to the clan leader. You may review these as well. Fagaku handed the scrolls to Uchiha Yao. This gesture was tantamount to personally relinquishing the entire authority of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yao accepted the scrolls. Ding. Host has suppressed Uchiha Fagaku, becoming the de facto leader of the Uchiha. Reward granted. Honor points 100,000. Significant enhancement of Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo development progress increased. A surge of pure energy flowed into his eyes, and Uchiha Yao felt a qualitative leap in the power contained within his Mangekyō Sharingan. Just as Uchiha Yao prepared to depart, Fagaku called out to him. Yao. Fagaku's voice carried a note of pleading. Even so, I still hope you can find a path for the Uchiha, for the village, where we can coexist. Please, do not allow it to come to that. This was his final and most powerless insistence as clan leader. Uchiha Yao halted, turning around. Clan leader Fagaku. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Yao's tone softened. I acknowledge that you have endured humiliation and hardship over the years, and through compromise and concession, you have indeed secured a brief respite for the Uchiha. Under the circumstances of that time, it may have been the only choice. Fagaku was taken aback. He had not anticipated Uchiha Yao's affirmation. However, that era has passed. The period of dormancy you sought has reached its conclusion. Uchiha Yao's voice carried an assertive tone. Because I, Uchiha Yao, have arrived. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan shall no longer bow before anyone. The dignity we have lost must be reclaimed by our own hands. The position of Hokage in Konoha should also be occupied by one of our Uchiha. With these words, Uchiha Yao no longer lingered and turned to leave. For Uchiha Yao, the position of clan leader was within reach. Chapter 52. Convening the elders, preparing to remove Uchiha Fagaku. Uchiha Yao slowly closed his eyes. A far purer and more powerful ocular energy flowed quietly within the depths of his eye sockets, nurturing the Mangekyō Sharingan that harbored forbidden power. Susanoo development progress increased. This was a reward previously granted by the system. Uchiha Yao could sense that his advancement in Susanoo had reached the third stage, with the complete form of Susanoo not far off. In Uchiha Yao's mind, a colossal energy framework exuding an ominous aura erupted from the ground, blood and flesh rapidly adhering to it. Soon after, a dark purple Tengu armor enveloped his entire body, a fearsome mask shielding his ethereal visage. A gigantic arm rose, grasping a chakra sword entwined with lightning. Third form of Susanoo. Susanoo artifact, Sumigari. This was the confidence that empowered Uchiha Yao to challenge the so-called evil eye, Uchiha Fagaku. The position of elder was far from sufficient for Uchiha Yao. The Uchiha clan must, and can only have one voice, that of Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao's figure vanished from the rooftop. In a dim chamber, candlelight flickered. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Yen had long awaited there. It was Uchiha Yao who summoned these two hawkish and dovish elders. Upon seeing the two elders, Uchiha Yao wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. I require your support to remove Uchiha Fagaku and assume the position of clan leader. I agree. Uchiha Hakadai immediately responded without hesitation, readily supporting Uchiha Yao's decision. Compared to Uchiha Fagaku, the hawkish elder preferred Uchiha Yao to lead the Uchiha. Fagaku is too weak. He will only lead the clan to ruin. Yao, only you can lead us Uchiha in reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Turning to Uchiha Yen, the elder's lips parted slightly, and his hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. Yao, is this not too hasty? The Uchiha clan leader, Fagaku, despite his revered status, faces the imminent threat of being forcibly removed from his position. A move that could incite chaos within the clan. Uchiha On, filled with trepidation, recognizes this precarious situation. This turmoil is precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen desires to witness. Uchiha Yao coldly remarks, do you believe that our recent assertiveness has escaped the attention of the third Hokage? He eagerly anticipates a fierce clash between me, the emerging elder, and Fagaku, the relic of a bygone era. A fractured Uchiha, embroiled in internal strife, is the ideal scenario in his eyes. He can comfortably maintain his position as Hokage while watching us self-destruct. The more we fight, the more secure he feels. Fagaku's compromises will not usher in peace, nor will Shisui's sacrifices yield understanding. The mention of Shisui's name sends a shudder through Uchiha On, whose heart is heavy with anguish and conflict. Shisui represents the last flicker of hope for their faction and marks the beginning of their disillusionment. Once, they envisioned reconciliation with the village under Shisui's leadership, striving for harmony. Yet the result was tragic. Shisui, seen as a bridge for communication, was betrayed by the village and callously abandoned, ultimately driven to take his own life. Do you still wish to entrust the fate of the Uchiha to the mercy of our adversaries? Uchiha Yao stands, casting a domineering gaze upon Uchiha En. I am not here to discuss matters with you. I am here to inform you. The Uchiha can no longer afford to wait. The era of Fagaku must come to an end. Only a unified and powerful Uchiha, heeding a singular voice, deserves to contend with the likes of the third Hokage and Danzo. I am the one destined to lead the Uchiha. His tone is unequivocal. Uchiha N recalls the memories of Shisui and the humiliation endured by their clan members when ostracized. He reflects on the burdens borne by the Uchiha over the years. Is compromise truly effective? After a prolonged silence, Uchiha N lowers his head slowly. I understand. We shall follow Elder Yao's arrangements. Uchiha Yao resumes his seat. Excellent. I will outline the specific plans. Your role is to support my resolutions at the Elder meeting. Fagaku will acquiesce. If he does not, I shall compel him to. Uchiha Yao is confident. Whether through voluntary concession or forced abdication, Fagaku's position as clan leader is untenable. The outcome is already predetermined. As the meeting concludes, the two elders depart, burdened with complex emotions. In the dimly lit chamber, only Uchiha Yao remains. He raises the now cold cup of tea to his lips and drinks it in one swift motion. The removal of Fagaku is merely the first step. What lies ahead is the entire power structure of Konoha, along with the formidable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the shadowy figure of Danzo lurking in the darkness. In the underground meeting room of the Uchiha clan's Nana Shrine, Uchiha Yao once again convenes numerous elders and key members from both the Hawk and Dove factions. Without notifying Fagaku of the assembly, Uchiha Yao occupies the seat of honor, flanked on his left by Hawk Elder Uchiha Hakadai, whose eyes shimmer with barely contained excitement, and on his right by Dove Representative Uchiha On. The most pivotal members of both factions are present. Esteemed colleagues, Uchiha Yao begins. The purpose of this gathering is singular. He pauses, surveying each individual present. The Uchiha clan requires a new leader. Under the oppression and scrutiny of Konoha, we stand on the precipice of ruin. Fagaku's compromises and concessions have not fostered peace. Rather, they have led to intensified isolation. We can no longer entrust the fate of our clan to a leader who only knows how to endure. Uchiha Yao rises, and his aides, Kinji and Shinichi, promptly step forward, unfurling several thick scrolls upon the long table. This is the result of my year-long stewardship of the guard. Patrol efficiency has increased by 40%, while the village's crime rate has decreased by 20%. The total assets of the clan's various enterprises have grown by over 25%. Most importantly, Uchiha Yao's gaze settles on the scroll detailing the new generation's burgeoning power. In the past year, 38 young clan members have awakened their Sharingan, a sum greater than that of the previous 3 years combined. Among them, 7 have activated their Tsukuyomi. These statistics represent a brilliance unprecedented in the decades under Fagaku's leadership. I require your support. Uchiha Yao resumes his seat, his gaze once more sweeping across the assembly. At the clan meeting in 3 days, we shall remove Uchiha Fagaku from his position, and I will assume the role of clan leader. Thanks to prior discussions with Hakadai and In, the process proceeds smoothly. Hakadai is the first to voice his support, with Uchiha In quickly following suit. With the backing of these two elders, the remaining elders and elite members of the Uchiha clan choose to endorse Uchiha Yao's ascension to clan leader. Chapter 53. A brief confrontation between Uchiha Yao and Fagaku on the stone path leading to the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Yao walks once more, but this time, his intentions are starkly different. He has come for the final negotiation, or rather, the ultimate ultimatum. Should he succeed in persuading Uchiha Fagaku and facilitate a smooth transfer of power, he could circumvent considerable complications. In the study, Uchiha Fagaku sits regally at the head of the table, a finely crafted tea set steaming before him. Please, take a seat. He beckons Uchiha Yao. Yao complies, taking his place opposite Fagaku, their eyes locking. Fagaku, you must comprehend my purpose here. Uchiha Yao speaks plainly, without circumlocution. After a moment of silence, Fagaku lifts his teacup and savors a sip. He places the cup down. Yao, you have performed admirably. The efficiency of the guard, the clan's assets, and the awakening of those children, all of these changes have exceeded my expectations. Uchiha Yao remains silent, patiently awaiting Fagaku's next words. However, the position of clan leader is different. Fagaku's tone grows somber. I cannot entrust it to you. The reason? Uchiha Yao inquires, straightforward and direct. Because it is the honor of the Uchiha lineage, a legacy passed down by our ancestors, Fagaku asserts. I can tolerate you undermining my authority and allowing you to implement your reforms, but this position symbolizes the Uchiha's legitimacy. I cannot abandon this honor while it is still in my hands. Fagaku's dark eyes fixate on Uchiha Yao, a palpable pressure seemingly coalescing within them. Uchiha Yao merely chuckles softly, the sound resonating with clarity in the stillness of the study. Honor, a clan leader, manipulated by the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf. Unable even to protect his own kin, how can he speak of glory? Fagaku, your era has ended. Uchiha Fagaku slowly shook his head, his gaze becoming deep and complex. Do you truly comprehend the weight that comes with the title of clan leader? Do you believe my years of concession stem solely from weakness? A flicker of an unfathomable light passed through Fagaku's eyes. To safeguard the family, certain powers cannot be wielded lightly. Some sacrifices are beyond your imagination. Yao, you are far too radical. You have only perceived the changes brought by power, yet you remain oblivious to the abyss that could engulf the entire clan. Stand down, before you irreparably drive the Uchiha to ruin. This counsel, offered by Uchiha Fagaku as clan leader, was his final warning. Fagaku's presence surged with authority, an invisible pressure enveloping the study. Yao, as clan leader, I am not without my trump cards. Therefore, maintaining the current state is beneficial for both you and me. In the instant those words left his lips, Fagaku's eyes underwent an astonishing transformation. Within his pitch-black pupils, 3 tomo spun rapidly, ultimately merging into a brand new kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The air in the study seemed to freeze in that moment. Yao, you are too young. As those words echoed, the world around Uchiha Yao twisted violently, collapsing. The study vanished. The fragrant tea and the scent of wood dissipated entirely. Uchiha Yao found himself within a grand, almost oppressive hall. Beneath his feet lay cold, smooth black stone tiles, surrounded by towering statues, each intricately carved to represent an ancestor of the Uchiha lineage. Countless crimson eyes opened in the shadows of the hall. This was Uchiha Fagaku's world of ocular techniques, an absolute domain forged from his will. Here, I am the law. Kneel. Bow before the bloodline and glory of the Uchiha. An overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, attempting to shatter Uchiha Yao's resolve. Yet, Uchiha Yao merely stood in silence. His body remained unshaken, not a single expression betraying his thoughts. Uchiha Yao raised his head and let out a derisive laugh. Is this all? Fagaku, your capacity, your vision, is limited to this? Is this truly your concealed trump card as clan leader, hidden for decades? Truly lamentable. In Uchiha Yao's eyes, 3 dark tomo whirled frantically, ultimately coalescing into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Buzz. This is impossible. Crack. The fissures rapidly spread, culminating in a thunderous shatter. Immediately, flames soared, remnants of walls scattered, accompanied by the terrified screams and dying wails of clan members. Uchiha Fagaku was horrified to realize that he was no longer the lofty judge, but rather stood at the center of this hell on earth. His wife, Uchiha Makoto, lay at his feet, a cold dagger embedded in her chest, her lifeless eyes gazing skyward. His clansmen, those who once pledged loyalty as guards, those who greeted him warmly on the streets, now lay as cold corpses. No, no. Fagaku let out a scream filled with excruciating despair, more tormenting than any torture. He longed to touch his wife's face, only to find his hands stained with the blood of his kin. See clearly, Fagaku. The voice of Uchiha Yao echoed hauntingly in Fagaku's ears. At some point, Uchiha Yao had appeared before Fagaku. This is the future I discerned in your eyes. Your so-called restraint, your so-called protection, will ultimately yield this very outcome. Your weakness, your compromise, your naivety, will inevitably lead the entire clan into an abyss of no return. The illusionary Uchiha Yao slowly extended his hand, gently resting it on Fagaku's shoulder. Your kaleidoscope sees only a decayed past. My eyes, however, foresee an inescapable future. Now, will you still attempt to thwart me with your hidden card? Boom. The entire illusory realm collapsed at that moment. Light and shadow twisted, sounds reverberated. The study returned to its former state. The cup of tea on the table remained warm, emitting wisps of steam, as if the harrowing ocular battle had merely been a fleeting dream. Ugh! Uchiha Fagaku abruptly spat a mouthful of blood, staining the wooden tea table before him. Fagaku clutched his eyes tightly, blood seeping uncontrollably through his fingers, dripping onto the precious tatami mat. Uchiha Fagaku was aghast, realizing that the ocular technique he had employed was utterly ineffective against this young man. It was easily seized, invaded, rewritten, and turned against him. You, Uchiha Yao slowly rose, looking down upon this man who had lost all pride and power. 3 days hence, a clan meeting. Make a dignified choice, willingly relinquish the position of clan leader. Otherwise, Uchiha Yao paused. I do not mind providing you with a semblance of dignity in front of the many clansmen." With that, Uchiha Yao turned away, not casting another glance at Fagaku. After a long while, dignity? Uchiha Fagaku gradually rose, meticulously wiping the blood and tea stains from his hands with a piece of white silk cloth. I, Uchiha Fagaku, as clan leader, have presided over the Uchiha clan for over a decade. I require no one to grant me dignity. An invisible aura of authority began to rise once more from this man. This was the final pride of one who possesses the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Chapter 54. The Uchiha clan meeting. An era approaches. What has Uchiha Fagaku endured throughout his life? For the sake of the clan's survival, he willingly endured suspicion from the village's higher-ups and misunderstanding from his own kin. He suppressed the radical hawks, attempting to find a fragile balance between Konoha and the Uchiha. Uchiha Fagaku even harbored unrealistic dreams of peace for his son, Uchiha Itachi. And what came of it? All his efforts, in Uchiha Yao's eyes, amounted to nothing more than cowardice leading to the clan's destruction. And it seemed that reality was indeed corroborating this notion. Uchiha Fagaku closed the door to the study. Alone, he ventured into the depths of the estate to the ancestral hall. Here, the tablets of the Uchiha clan's ancestors were enshrined. Wisps of smoke curled in the dim hall, illuminating the names on the tablets with a solemn grandeur. Ancestors, I, Uchiha Fagaku, have led the Uchiha clan, perhaps indecisively, perhaps missing opportunities. Yet, I have never harbored even the slightest intent to betray my clan. Perhaps Yao is right. Power is everything. Without the strength to instill fear in the world, any peace or dignity is mere illusion. 3 days hence, the clan meeting. To voluntarily cede my position? No, that is not the dignity of Uchiha Fagaku. He will stand before all his clansmen, facing his fate as a clan leader, even if it means death in battle. Uchiha Yao emerged from the Uchiha Fagaku estate, basking in the afternoon sunlight. He sensed that Uchiha Fagaku would not submit easily. This was something Yao had anticipated. After all, he was a man known for his fierce eyes. Furthermore, a man capable of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan would undoubtedly possess his own pride. My lord Yao. The figures of Sienna and Chunin silently appeared behind him. How are the preparations coming along? Without turning, Uchiha Yao inquired, Is everything ready? All is prepared, Sienna replied solemnly. The Elder Guard is fully on standby. For the clan meeting in 3 days, we will take complete control of the venue inside and out, ensuring that no unexpected incidents arise. Excellent. Uchiha Yao halted his steps and turned to face them. Remember, our objective is to smoothly take over the entire Uchiha clan, not to incite internal strife. Fagaku is the clan leader. Even as he approaches retirement, he must be afforded the respect he deserves. However, a glint of icy coldness flashed in Yao's eyes. But if certain pests from outside the clan dare to exploit the transition of Uchiha power to create disturbances, they shall be eradicated without exception. Yes. Sienna and Chunin knelt on one knee. Uchiha Yao waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. He raised his head, gazing towards the Hokage rock. Dismissing Fagaku was merely the first step. Next, Uchiha Yao would confront the formidable system carved into the mountain, known as Hokage. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, your time will soon come. Once I become clan leader, my strength will undoubtedly surge, rendering any plots or schemes from Sarutobi or Danzo futile in the face of absolute power. In the training field, countless shuriken and kunai were embedded in the target, creating a relentless pattern. Uchiha Itachi paused, his chest heaving violently. He was acutely aware of the conflict between his father and Elder Yao. The tyranny of Uchiha Yao had already sealed their fate. Moreover, Uchiha Yao's formidable strength, coupled with the yet unknown Mangekyō techniques, filled Itachi with worry. Should Uchiha Yao ascend to the clan leadership, the possibility of peace for the Uchiha clan and the village would be utterly extinguished. Caught between the family that raised him and the village to which he had sworn allegiance, Itachi found himself unable to choose. Itachi, a gentle voice broke through his turmoil. Uchiha Makoto approached, holding a tray of rice balls, smiling warmly. Don't overexert yourself. Mother. Itachi accepted the rice balls, though he felt no hunger. Observing the anguish in her son's eyes, Makoto sighed softly. She reached out, brushing aside the unruly strands of hair from Itachi's forehead. No matter what happens, your father merely wishes to protect this family in his own way. To protect all of us. Itachi's body trembled imperceptibly. If his father felt this way, what about himself? What choice should he make? To side with the clan or the village? Thoughts of his younger brother Sasuke filled his mind, and deep within, a resolute belief emerged once more. For Sasuke's sake, he must endure. On the final night before the deadline, the moon hung like liquid silver, quietly illuminating Uchiha Fagaku's courtyard. Fagaku donned a black ceremonial haori, reserved for the most formal of festivals, adorned with the grand Uchiha fan crest on his back. He sat quietly in the corridor, gazing at the waning moon on the horizon. Have you made your decision? Mikoto appeared silently behind him, draping a cloak over his shoulders. Yes. Fagaku did not turn, merely responding softly. I have led the Uchiha for over a decade. There must be a fitting conclusion. His voice was calm, bearing the composure of one witnessing the curtain fall on an era. Mikoto refrained from further persuasion. She simply sat beside her husband in silence, resting her head gently on his shoulder, just as she had done for countless nights over the past decade. As the night deepened, the following morning dawned. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the ancient eaves of the South Shrine, the entire Uchiha clan awakened. Countless Uchiha clansmen, dressed in formal attire and bearing solemn expressions, converged from all directions towards the shrine that would determine the fate of their clan. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Dressed in black, Uchiha Yao approached slowly, flanked by the Elder Guard. Almost simultaneously, at the other end of the shrine, Uchiha Fagaku appeared. Alone, he exuded a sense of solitude, yet his steps were steady, embodying the dignity of a clan leader. Their gazes met in the crisp morning air. There were no sparks, no killing intent, yet all present felt an invisible storm brewing, a culmination of an era and the dawn of a new one. Today marked the turning point. Chapter 55, Two Pairs of Mangekyō. Fagaku challenges Yao. The clan meeting commenced amid a silent standoff. Uchiha Yao stepped forward. Esteemed elders, he wasted no time on preambles. The Uchiha have reached the precipice. Under the scrutiny and oppression of Konoha, we have been marginalized and isolated. The compromises and concessions advocated by clan leader Fagaku have yielded not understanding from the village, but rather intensified oppression. How can a clan, where its members are watched even while walking the village streets, claim honor? Siener and Chunin stepped forth behind Uchiha Yao, unfurling a series of hefty scrolls upon the long table. During my tenure managing clan affairs, the crime rate in the village has decreased by 20%, and the efficiency of the guard patrols has improved by 40%. The total assets under the clan's name have surged by over 25%. But most importantly, Uchiha Yao's voice rose sharply. In the past year, 38 young clan members have awakened their Sharingan, equivalent to the total of the previous 3 years. Among them, 7 have unlocked the Tsukuyomi. This proves that retreat does not lead to the awakening of our clan members. Retreat only causes the Uchiha to sink further. Only by reclaiming the glory that belongs to the Uchiha can we strengthen our clan. Uchiha Yao's gaze finally settled on the seated Uchiha Fagaku. Therefore, I propose a change in leadership. The Uchiha require a leader who can guide us in reclaiming everything. All eyes of the clansmen turned towards Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku. The next moment, I agree. Elder Uchiha Hakudai, representing the Hawk faction, was the first to voice his support for Yao. As a staunch supporter of Yao, he proclaimed, Fagaku's weakness will only lead the clan to ruin. I support Elder Yao as well. Following suit, another representative from the Dove faction, Uchiha En, added, For the future of the Uchiha, I too support Elder Yao's proposal. With the backing of these two core elders, the remaining elders and elites had no further hesitation. I stand in support of Elder Yao. We can no longer afford to wait. Elder Yao, please lead us. The voices of support surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Only a few neutral elders remained silent, their murky eyes filled with apprehension towards the unknown. In the face of such overwhelming sentiment, Uchiha Fagaku slowly raised his hand, pressing it downwards. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. At that moment, the authority of the clan leaders still prevailed. Yao, you have done well. Yet, what you perceive is merely the facade brought forth by power. My restraint is not a manifestation of weakness, but a measure taken to protect our clan from the backlash of such overwhelming strength. Uchiha Fagaku stepped forward, an invisible pressure emanating from his being. The moment his words fell, his eyes, with 3 spinning tomo, rapidly transformed into a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The legendary eyes, which were said to embody the forbidden power inscribed in the ancient stone tablets of our clan, had appeared before them. Fagaku had concealed his strength for far too long. Those who had just fervently supported Yao now gazed at Fagaku with a renewed sense of awe and fear. Their clan leader was not weak. He was a lion who had hidden his claws and fangs deep within to safeguard his kin. This is Uchiha, a clan that venerates strength above all. Fagaku, with these eyes. Have you altered anything? Uchiha Yao posed a soul-searching question. Indeed, possessing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet having hidden them for so long amounts to nothing. Fagaku, do you remember the name Uchiha Shisui? His voice echoed. Shisui possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan that rivaled yours. Shisui believed in compromise and peace more than anyone present. And what was the outcome? Uchiha Yao pressed forward, his aura imposing. What did his compromise yield? Betrayal by Danzo, the humiliation of losing an eye. What did his loyalty bring? A tragic end, driven to despair by the village, ultimately leading him to take his own life in the river. Fagaku, I ask you, when Shisui was cornered, where was that kaleidoscopic Sharingan you so proudly claimed existed to protect the clan? Did your restraint save him? Each word struck deep. The truth remained that Uchiha Fagaku's hidden kaleidoscopic power had served no purpose. His expression darkened ominously. A leader unable to protect the clan's most exceptional genius. Your trump card is not a deterrent. It is a jest. Under the watchful eyes of all the clansmen, Uchiha Yao's eyes transformed as well. 3 pitch-black tomo spun wildly, ultimately coalescing into a pair of kaleidoscopic patterns, entirely distinct from Fagaku's. A powerful force of ocular energy surged forth, eclipsing Fagaku's might. Such overwhelming ocular pressure. Some ordinary clansmen fell to their knees, trembling violently from sheer exhilaration. 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. My heavens! We are Uchiha. Uchiha Yao turned his gaze toward Fagaku and spoke slowly. Clan leader, the era has changed. 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, one representing the last dignity of an old era, the other heralding the audacious dawn of a new one. Yao's piercing words echoed relentlessly in Fagaku's ears. When Shisui was cornered, where was that kaleidoscopic Sharingan you so proudly boasted protected the clan? Indeed, where? His cherished restraint and misguided guardianship, in the face of harsh reality, became a complete farce. Uchiha Fagaku inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the kaleidoscopic pattern had vanished. The Uchiha clan has never revered reason. It is power, absolute power capable of crushing all and altering everything. Yao, you speak the truth. The era has indeed transformed. Thus, further words are futile. Fagaku's gaze swept across the gathered clansmen, observing their expressions of awe, fervor, and fear. The future of the Uchiha should not be determined by verbal skirmishes. It ought to be decided by strength. Fagaku fixed his gaze back on Uchiha Yao, a warrior's spirit igniting within him. I, Uchiha Fagaku, as the current leader of the Uchiha clan, challenge you to a duel. Upon uttering these words, gasps filled the air among the Uchiha present. The leader intends to publicly duel Elder Yao. This has never been seen in Uchiha history. Chapter 56. Fagaku's Last Dignity. Yao's overbearing conditions. Uchiha Fagaku paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him and continued. One day hence, at the training grounds of the Southie River, a decisive duel will unfold in the presence of all clansmen, determining the future of our clan. The victor shall become the new leader of the Uchiha, guiding the clan along the path they choose. The loser will relinquish everything. This is not a clandestine power struggle. It is a rightful and open challenge. Uchiha Fagaku aims to defend his final dignity as a clan leader in this manner. Even in defeat, he desires to lose like a true Uchiha. He wishes to demonstrate to all clansmen that he, Uchiha Fagaku, is not weak. He merely chose a different path. And now, as this path reaches its end, he dares to confront the ultimate judgment with life and honor. All eyes were suddenly fixed upon Uchiha Yao. In the face of this unexpected, audacious challenge, how will this young Uchiha respond? Uchiha Yao smiled. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Fagaku is, after all, a Uchiha worthy of respect. I accept. Uchiha Yao stepped forward, his own ocular pressure once more enveloping the space. However, I have a condition. Uchiha Fagaku met Yao's gaze and replied. This duel will not only determine the position of clan leader. Uchiha Yao's eyes swept across the gathered clansmen. It will determine the singular will of the Uchiha. The loser shall be entirely expelled from the core of power, pledging in the name of Uchiha to support the victor's every decision for life, without any dissent. What I desire is not a fragmented clan, but a unified Uchiha that heeds a single voice. one that is absolutely powerful. This is a bid to consolidate all power into one pair of hands. What audacity! What ambition! Uchiha Fagaku fell silent, gazing at Uchiha Yao before him, as if witnessing a young, purer, more rational, and far more formidable warlord than even Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fagaku understood that this was the final responsibility he must shoulder as the clan leader for the family, regardless of who emerged victorious. The Uchiha could no longer afford internal strife. After a long pause, he spoke in a deep voice, "I promise you." Following this battle, the Uchiha would only have one voice. The agreement was reached. Ding! The host is about to face the ultimate showdown to unify the Uchiha, achieving an epic accomplishment. Stage task released. Battle of the clan leader. Task requirements. Defeat Uchiha Fagaku in front of the entire clan. Task rewards. The clan meeting dispersed. The clan members left, each carrying an unspoken sense of shock and confusion. 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A public challenge that would determine the fate of the clan left many ordinary members in doubt. Would Uchiha Yao, representing the new generation, or Uchiha Fagaku, embodying the old era, triumph in this contest? Everything remained uncertain. Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the clan meeting, in the shadows beneath the eaves of the Nana shrine, a leaf slightly twisted before returning to its original form, as though nothing had occurred. A few minutes later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, was sorting through a mountain of paperwork. Knock, knock. A light rap at the door. Enter. A member of the Umbu, wearing a raccoon mask, appeared, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi paused, raising his head with a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. Speak. The Uchiha clan convened today, and both Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku activated their kaleidoscopic Sharingan simultaneously. With a snap, Sarutobi's pipe broke in two. The Umbu member lowered his body slightly, and the gentle aura of Sarutobi vanished, replaced by a terrifying pressure akin to a collapsing mountain. What did you say? Repeat that. Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku have both activated their kaleidoscopic Sharingan. They have agreed to a public duel tomorrow at Nanha River, with the victor becoming the sole leader of the Uchiha clan. Under immense pressure, the Umbu member reiterated each word deliberately. The sole leader. Sarutobi leaned back against his chair, his aged face devoid of its usual composure. A public duel that would determine the Uchiha's fate. What could he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do? Send the Umbu to intervene? That would only solidify the upper echelons of Konoha's oppression of the Uchiha, pushing the entire clan firmly toward Uchiha Yao's side. To turn a blind eye? Regardless of the outcome, a unified Uchiha, led by a powerful wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, would pose an unprecedented threat to Konoha. Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. For the first time, he realized that as the third Hokage, having governed Konoha for decades, he could only stand as a spectator, watching events unfold in the worst possible direction. At the same time, deep within Konoha's underbelly, in the dim and damp root base, a root ninja silently appeared before Danzo. Lord Danzo, speak. After the root ninja delivered the report, Danzo slowly stood, his bandaged right arm bulging with veins, trembling not from fear, but from intense anger. Sarutobi, you fool. This is the outcome of your so-called policy of appeasement, allowing the Uchiha to grow powerful. And now they have become a significant threat capable of destabilizing the village. Danzo had always observed Fagaku's restraint with satisfaction, believing a divided and weak Uchiha would make his task easier. However, he never anticipated that beneath that seemingly docile exterior lay a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What unsettled Danzo further was Uchiha Yao. This young Uchiha had thwarted his 2 assassination attempts and had now awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, potentially poised to become the clan leader. This was beyond Danzo's expectations. Uchiha Yao must die. The murderous intent was evident in Danzo's eyes. Fagaku could remain. A defeated Uchiha with lost honor would become the perfect tool. But Uchiha Yao was a different matter. He could only be dealt with using Shisui's ocular techniques. Killing Uchiha Yao would be no easy feat unbeknownst to Danzo. The ultimate trump card he sought, Kotoeme Tsukumi, had already been rendered ineffective against Uchiha Yao. Danzo had lost his best opportunity. The current Uchiha Yao was not someone he could easily manipulate. At the Hyuga clan's main residence, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Hyuga Hizashi knelt at the head of the table, with representatives from the branch family and several main family elders before him. 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Hyuga Hisashi softly uttered these words. As one of Konoha's 2 prominent ocular clans, no one understood better than the Hyuga what this signified. It was an extraordinary power capable of altering the course of war. The power of the Uchiha clan has severely disrupted the balance of the village. An elder spoke with concern. Once they complete their consolidation, our position in the Hyuga clan. Hisashi raised his hand, interrupting. Disseminate orders. From today onward, the Hyuga clan will enhance security. All clan members on external missions must avoid any conflict with the Uchiha unless absolutely necessary. We will observe the situation. All that Hyuga Hisashi could do was watch and wait. The young man named Uchiha Yao had declared his existence to all of Konoha in the most direct and forceful manner. Hisashi's gaze unconsciously drifted to the courtyard. What future awaited the Byakugan? Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clan leaders convened urgently. The impending confrontation of the Uchiha clan had already unleashed a storm sweeping across the entirety of Konoha village. At the center of this tempest stood Uchiha Yao, alone atop the security team's headquarters, surveying the clan grounds. Siener and Chunin stood like statues behind him, not daring to make a sound. Uchiha Yao aimed to ensure that all of Konoha would clearly witness the emergence of a new Uchiha. He intended for everyone to understand that the era of the Uchiha being easily manipulated was irrevocably over. Fagaku. Uchiha Yao softly uttered the name. After tomorrow, the ninja world would once again remember the terror imposed by the Uchiha. Chapter 57. Dual Kaleidoscopes. The battle for the Uchiha's destiny. The massive training ground was densely packed with people. The Uchiha clan was almost entirely present. No one raised their voices. Even whispers were kept to a minimum. Countless gazes converged at the center of the field. This was an unprecedented event since the founding of the Uchiha clan. A public duel that would determine the fate of the entire clan. Lord Yao will surely win. Of course, only Lord Yao can lead us, the Uchiha, to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. The Uchiha clan leader, Fagaku, is too feeble. His era should have long since concluded. Whispers, hushed yet unable to conceal their fervor, surged like an undercurrent through the crowd. Uchiha Fagaku stepped forward slowly, adorned in the black patterned haori that signified his status as clan leader. Even in defeat, he would stand tall. This was the last semblance of dignity for Uchiha Fagaku as the clan leader. Almost simultaneously, as Fagaku took his position at one end of the arena, a more intense commotion erupted at the opposite end. The figure of Uchiha Itachi emerged, contrasting starkly with Fagaku's solemn demeanor. Clad in a simple black outfit, Itachi casually strolled with hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of ease as if taking a leisurely walk in his backyard. His gaze remained serene, not immediately directed at Fagaku, but rather sweeping over the throng of dark-clad clansmen. Wherever his eyes settled, the youthful Uchiha members stood taller with excitement. Itachi's calmness was, in itself, a manifestation of supreme dominance, an embodiment of unwavering self-confidence. 1,000 meters beyond the clan's territory, amongst the lush canopy of an unnoticed ancient tree, several figures clad in pure white animal masks remained motionless. The lead figure, donning a raccoon mask, lowered a specialized telescope from his eyes and subtly signaled to the companion beside him, who wore a cat mask. Target is all set. Their singular task was clear: to document. Regardless of the unfolding events, they were to record. This was the only command issued by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a sleepless night. Meanwhile, on the other side, several root ninjas received a more direct order from Danzo. Observe Uchiha Itachi and seek out any weaknesses in his Sharingan abilities at any cost. If Fagaku is defeated, extract him before Itachi can deliver a fatal blow. A disgraced Sharingan leader, to root, was a more valuable asset than a mere corpse. At the same time, in every corner of Konoha, tensions simmered. In the residence of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga sat on a tatami mat, eyes shut, yet the veins on his forehead throbbed with agitation. The clan had received news from the branch family that the Uchiha confrontation was about to commence. An elder from the main family reported in hushed tones, barely concealing his tremor. "To Sharingan," Hayashi whispered, the words dripping with bitterness. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans gathered in the back mountains of the Nara clan. Shikaka Nara, cigarette in mouth, gazed towards the Uchiha territory, lost in thought. What a troublesome situation. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Regardless of the victor, the Uchiha will produce an unprecedentedly powerful leader. Akiyoshi Akimichi crossed his arms, speaking in a somber tone. This power will directly challenge the authority of the Hokage. The expression of Inuzuka Kiba was the most grave. I attempted to sense the area. It feels terrifying, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. What should we do, Shikaku? Nara Shikaku crushed the cigarette, but on the stone table. Do nothing. Any action now will be perceived as choosing sides. We can only wait. In a corner of the crowd, in the least conspicuous spot, Uchiha Sasuke tightly grasped his brother's hand, his youthful face etched with confusion and curiosity. He looked up at the two men confronting each other. One was his usually stern yet loving father. The other was Itachi, who often brought him sweets and taught him shuriken techniques. Brother, Sasuke whispered, why are father and Itachi fighting? Uchiha Itachi's expression was complex beyond measure. Feeling the warmth of his younger brother's hand, he pondered what he could say. Should he mention that their father's stubbornness led to this situation? Or that Itachi's dominance could plunge the family into an irretrievable abyss? Itachi could not utter a word. He merely tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand. As time ticked away, Elder Uchiha, trembling, approached the center of the arena. He surveyed his surroundings, glancing at Fagaku, then at Itachi, and finally at all the clansmen. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to project his voice, resonating in every ear. This battle will determine the next leader of the Uchiha clan. The victor shall be the sole leader of the Uchiha. The defeated must swear a blood oath to uphold the decisions of the victor for life, without dissent. This is the will of the Uchiha. Uchiha gradually stepped back, leaving the arena to the two men who would shape the future of the Uchiha. In the next moment, without any forewarning, Fagaku's eyes transformed, three tomos swirling chaotically, ultimately coalescing into a complex and eerie pinwheel pattern. A heavy, oppressive aura, as formidable as a mountain, descended upon the arena. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's attributes: strength, Kage level, capable of competing with seasoned Kage. Skills mastered: ninjutsu, proficient in all fire release techniques, lightning release Chidori, lightning release chakra mode, slightly surpassing the Raikage mastery, lightning fire dragon breath, S-rank. Lightning fire spiraling sphere, some basic skills hidden. Taijutsu, mastery of Uchiha style Taijutsu. Jinjutsu, Sharingan Jinjutsu, advanced Jinjutsu dispelling, Jinjutsu rebounding. Bloodline limit, Mangekyō Sharingan. Dojutsu, Mangekyō Sharingan, left eye temporal rewind, right eye technique augmentation, where temporal rewind provides a preliminary grasp of time manipulation, allowing the user to rewind both themselves and their enemies. Clan status: Uchiha Elder, Hawk faction, actual power holder, prestige has significantly surpassed that of the clan leader. Clan strength value, clan honor value, 200,000, with expenses for training clan members, remaining honor value. Loyal clan members, over 350, combatants only. Overall clan strength assessment, Kage level. Chapter 58, Mirror Flower versus Temporal Rewind, the absolute suppression of Dojutsu. In an instant, Uchiha Fagaku completed 12 intricate hand seals. His movements so swift they left a trail of afterimages in the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fagaku inhaled sharply, his chest visibly swelling as he expelled a torrent of chakra mixed with air. Boom. A colossal wall of flame erupted, akin to a scorching tsunami. The flames towered over 10 meters in height, engulfing half the arena, incinerating the ground into charred glass, and distorting the air with unbearable heat, emitting a cacophony of distress. The onlooking clansmen recoiled in shock. The searing heat waves, even at a distance of hundreds of meters, scorched their faces painfully. This was the might of the Uchiha clan leader, standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, faced with this formidable jutsu capable of obliterating an army. Uchiha Itachi finally withdrew his hands from his pockets, performing hand seals faster than Fagaku. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Yao, employing the same technique as Fagaku, gently exhaled. A more substantial flame, deep in hue and nearly dark red, erupted from his mouth. The two flames collided violently at the center of the training ground. Contrary to expectations, there was no fierce explosion. Yao's dark red flames effortlessly tore through Fagaku's fiery tsunami, cleaving it in two. The torrent of flames whirled past Yao's sides, crashing heavily against the distant wall of the training ground, leaving behind two unfathomably deep charred marks. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Utilizing the same ninjutsu, yet yielding entirely different outcomes. It transcended mere skill disparity. This was a matter of chakra nature, an absolute dominance in levels of power. Fagaku's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He could not comprehend why Yao's flames possessed such terrifying penetration and temperature. Once more, Yao's voice resonated, this time taking the initiative. With hands moving in a fluid, mesmerizing flow, he swiftly formed seals. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. A roar echoed as several fierce dragon heads surged forth from Yao's mouth, composed of intensely compressed dark red flames, each carrying the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all. They rushed toward Uchiha Fagaku from various angles. What immense power! Fagaku's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a formidable threat. He summoned his decades of battle instincts to their utmost, his body weaving and dodging. Boom, boom. The dragon heads grazed past him, crashing heavily into the ground behind him, unleashing a series of explosions that birthed numerous deep craters, connecting to transform much of the training ground into a charred wasteland. Yao! Fagaku bellowed, his kaleidoscope eyes spinning rapidly. A vast torrent of ocular power enveloping the entire arena. Before Yao, reality twisted and collapsed. The training ground vanished, the surrounding clan members faded away, and the sky and earth transformed into countless shattered fragments, reassembling amidst chaos. Illusionary mirror flower. This was Fagaku's kaleidoscope technique, capable of creating illusions so close to reality that they utterly distorted the opponent's senses, manipulating their perception of reality. Before Yao, hundreds of Uchiha Fugakis appeared, each mirroring the expressions, breaths, and chakra flows of the original, making it impossible to discern truth from illusion. Boom. Countless Fugakis simultaneously formed seals. A torrent of shurikens and fireballs surged from all directions, sealing off every avenue of escape for Uchiha Yao. Yao stood still. The shurikens, capable of rending steel, passed through him silently, as if they were phantoms in water. The searing fireballs engulfed him entirely, yet not a single thread of his clothing was singed. Fagaku's voice echoed from all around. Before my eyes, reality and illusion are defined by me. I can reverse the harm I receive into an illusion, and transform the illusions you perceive into real suffering. As his words fell, the most genuine Fagaku, armed with a kunai, stealthily appeared behind Yao, thrusting it fiercely toward his back. In the realm of illusion, facing that lethal strike aimed at his back, Yao did not even turn. Is this all? Fagaku, your capacity, your vision, is limited to this. In the next moment, the kaleidoscope in Yao's eyes shifted. A surge of power, more magnificent and vast than Fagaku's ocular strength, imbued with a sense of law, soared upward. Left eye, time reversal. Time, at that moment, seemed to be rewound. The kunai, just a centimeter from Yao's skin, abruptly halted, then began to retreat in an uncanny manner. The assailing Fagaku was helplessly propelled backward. The fireballs and shurikens spiraled back, reverting to chakra and dissipating into the air. This is impossible. Fagaku roared in fury, sensing his control over this world being violently stripped away by an irresistible force. Your kaleidoscope sees a past long decayed. Yao's voice, laced with mockery, reverberated throughout the illusionary realm. My eyes behold the inevitable future. Now, the game is over. Crack, crack. Fagaku's pride, the illusionary world of mirror flower, shattered under the weight of this power, emitting a mournful cry as countless cracks appeared, swiftly spreading. Ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 59, Overwhelming Susanoo. Beyond S-Class, Lightning Fire Dragon Breath. Boom. The illusionary world shattered. The training ground remained unchanged. Yah! Uchiha Fagaku spat a mouthful of blood. The kaleidoscope technique had been forcibly shattered, the backlash nearly tearing his brain apart. You! Fagaku lifted his head, horrified as he gazed at the unscathed Uchiha Yao before him. The surrounding clan members stood stupefied. In the span of mere seconds, their clan leader had spat blood? The clash within the illusionary world may have felt prolonged, yet in the realm of reality, it lasted only moments. Now, Uchiha Fagaku was gravely wounded. This left the Uchiha clan members in a state of bewilderment. It is not over yet. Yao, allow me to demonstrate my true capacity. Uchiha Fagaku roared, unleashing the full extent of his ocular power. Blood-red chakra, akin to boiling magma, erupted from Fagaku's form, instantly enveloping him. Ribs, then arms, then spine. A blood-red skeleton rose from the ground, encasing Fagaku at its center. Susanoo. An elder gasped in astonishment. It was a power that existed only within the ancient inscriptions of their clan, a divine force. Soon, veins and muscles rapidly adhered to the skeleton, followed by heavy, solid armor. A colossal figure, akin to a demonic deity, wielding two enormous chakra blades, took form. Third stage Susanoo. The overwhelming pressure, suffocating in its intensity, made every Uchiha clan member feel their very souls tremble. They instinctively retreated, drawn back by the presence of this divine being, feeling as insignificant as ants. Yao. Within Susanoo. Fagaku's voice echoed, "Behold my Susanoo." As his words fell, the massive arm of Susanoo rose abruptly, its chakra blade slicing down toward Uchiha Yao with a piercing shriek that tore through the sky. The blade had not yet descended. Yet the terrifying pressure it exerted had already caused the ground beneath Uchiha Yao to collapse with a thunderous roar. In the face of this apocalyptic strike, a subtle change finally flickered across Uchiha Yao's visage, a look of intrigue. How fascinating. Just as the blade was about to fall, a blinding flash of purple lightning, resembling countless frenzied serpents, suddenly enveloped Uchiha Yao's entire being. Lightning released chakra mode. In the final millisecond before the blade touched the ground, Uchiha Yao transformed into a streak of violet lightning and vanished abruptly. Boom. The massive sword struck the air with a resounding impact. The entire training ground shook violently. A terrifying chasm, 100 meters long and bottomless, appeared before all eyes. The might of a single strike was utterly fearsome. "Can I evade it?" Fagaku roared madly, manipulating Susanoo, as another great sword swept towards him at an acute angle. The purple lightning flickered once more. Uchiha Yao's figure reappeared on the opposite side of Susanoo, effortlessly dodging the devastating slash that could level mountains. In the ensuing seconds, the training ground transformed entirely into a stage for gods and mortals. The Crimson Demon swung its colossal blade with reckless abandon, each attack leaving harrowing scars upon the earth. Yet the purple lightning danced like a specter amidst the torrential onslaught, moving with graceful ease. Every evasion by Uchiha Yao was impeccably timed, each movement exuding an effortless grace, resembling not a frantic escape, but rather a sublime dance. The Uchiha spectators outside had completely lost their capacity for rational thought. In their eyes, only the world-shattering crimson and the blindingly swift purple remained. Enough. At the moment when Fagaku's rhythm of attack showed the faintest pause, Uchiha Yao's voice resonated clearly across the battlefield. He ceased his evasions, standing defiantly against the towering demon. Tired of the game, it was time to bring this farce to a close. Uchiha Yao swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a swirling mass of dark red flames and flickering purple lightning in his palms. Two utterly distinct natures of chakra began to merge in an unfathomable manner. Lightning Fire Dragon Breath. A fearsome, roaring dragon composed of intertwining dark red flames and purple lightning materialized before him. Yet, this was not the end. The kaleidoscope in Uchiha Yao's right eye began to whirl madly. Technique amplification. A surge of invisible power coursed into the dragon of lightning and fire. The already ferocious dragon expanded several times in an instant. Its arcs of electricity and flames became denser and more profound, radiating an aura capable of obliterating all. Originally, Lightning Fire Dragon Breath was an S-rank technique. Through the enhancement granted by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it had undergone a qualitative transformation, transcending the boundaries of S-rank ninjutsu. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, Uchiha Yao unleashed the transcendent Lightning Fire Dragon Breath upon Uchiha Fagaku. The colossal dragon roared with a sound that shook the heavens, crashing into the massive Susanoo. "Block it for me." Fagaku poured every last drop of chakra into Susanoo, crossing the two great swords in front of him, forming the most formidable defensive stance. Yet, it was futile. In the face of absolute power, all defenses were rendered meaningless. Boom. The Lightning Fire Dragon collided heavily against Susanoo's armor, producing a thunderous explosion and a sharp cracking sound. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the seemingly indestructible armor of Susanoo, with crimson light bursting forth from the cracks. Within mere moments, the embodiment of Uchiha's ultimate power, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, shattered before the horrified gaze of all its clan members. As Susanoo crumbled, Fagaku was laid bare to the aftermath of the Lightning Fire Dragon. At that moment, the kaleidoscope in his eyes dimmed completely. His chakra had been entirely depleted. He could only watch helplessly as the dragon, capable of annihilating everything, surged towards him. Am I to perish? The faces of his wife, smiling gently, Itachi's serious demeanor, and Sasuke's innocent smile flashed through Fagaku's mind. Perhaps this is for the best. Dying here would preserve his last shred of dignity. Uchiha Fagaku slowly closed his eyes, calmly awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Time seemed to have been paused in that moment. The devastating torrent of lightning and fire halted abruptly, mere centimeters from his face. Uchiha Yao had appeared before him, a hand gently resting on his shoulder. Left eye time rewind. To Fagaku's astonishment, the dragon, capable of vaporizing him in an instant, began to retract in a manner that defied logic, shrinking until it transformed into a gentle ball of chakra, dissipating in Uchiha Yao's palm. You. Fagaku stared incredulously at Uchiha Yao. What incomprehensible, otherworldly power is this? To kill and to save, all hinge upon a mere thought. This is no longer mere strength. This is mastery. Leader Fagaku. Uchiha Yao's voice was calm and gentle. I have stated that my goal is to smoothly take over the Uchiha clan, not to incite internal conflict. Your blood should not be spilled here. According to our agreement, lend me your full support, and the Uchiha will, under my guidance, stride towards unprecedented glory. Fagaku's body trembled imperceptibly. Gazing at Uchiha Yao, he finally understood. The other possessed a power far beyond his own, yet maintained an air of restraint. He glimpsed a future further than Fagaku could envision, choosing the most radical, yet potentially life-giving path. Uchiha Fagaku. Having presided over the Uchiha for over a decade and never having bowed to anyone, slowly bent forward before all the clan members. I, Uchiha Fagaku, acknowledge your might. Yao. From this day forth, you are the rightful leader of the Uchiha. Chapter 60. From today, the Uchiha will prohibit external forces from prying into our affairs. At the same moment of the confrontation between Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku, on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kenji did not witness the duel that would determine the clan's fate. For Lord Yao had entrusted Kenji, along with the Elder Guard team behind him, with an equally vital task. This was a silent war waged in the shadows. Boom. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by intense chakra fluctuations emanating from the direction of the training ground. That was the fire release of the Uchiha clan leader. The deafening sound marked the commencement of a fierce battle between Lord Yao and the clan leader, as well as the signal for their hunt to begin. With precision, over 50 members of the guard dispersed to various corners of the clan territory, launching their assault almost simultaneously. Beneath the walls of the southern district, an inconspicuous thicket stirred slightly. A root ninja, concealed within, was caught off guard and had no time to react before a pair of crimson Tomo-patterned Sharingan reflected in his gaze. The Jinjutsu technique ensnared him, rendering his body rigid and his mind ensnared in illusion, leaving him unable to emit even a single cry of anguish. In the next instant, a kunai silently sliced through his throat, blood gushed forth, and within moments, the root ninja succumbed to death. Elsewhere, more than 10 Uchiha members surrounded several root ninjas. Without uttering a word, the leader, Uchiha Shun, initiated the attack. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Uchiha, the root ninjas were swiftly exterminated. In another location, a masked Umbu operative, clad in a tanuki mask, was intently observing the training grounds through a specialized telescope. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past him. His instincts, honed by being part of the Hokage's direct Umbu, compelled him to activate the body flicker technique. However, it was too late. A hand, akin to an iron claw, gripped his shoulder. You have crossed the line, a young, indifferent voice whispered in his ear. The Umbu's heart plummeted. He whirled around to find 3 Uchiha ninjas, each adorned with 3 pitch-black tomos swirling in their eyes. We are the Hokage's direct Umbu. Under orders, he began, but one of the Uchiha impatiently interrupted him. Lord Yao's command is to escort all unrelated personnel out of the clan territory. The emphasis on escort was unmistakable. If you cannot comply, the young Uchiha grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. We shall break your limbs and cast you out. Enraged, the tanuki-masked Umbu retorted, How dare you? Are the Uchiha plotting a rebellion? In response, a swift kick landed with a resounding crack, echoing the sound of bone fracturing. Clutching his mangled arm, the Umbu let out a pained wail. Meanwhile, 2 other Umbu lurking nearby attempted to assist, but were effortlessly subdued by several newly appeared Uchiha. Informed the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Kenji declared, gazing down at the convulsing Umbu on the ground. This is a matter for the Uchiha clan. From this day forth, this land shall not welcome any prying eyes. Expel them beyond the Uchiha territory. The same scene unfolded repeatedly across various corners of the Uchiha domain, as those hidden in the shadows were eradicated in the most brutal and complete manner. They had no chance to convey any thoughts of rebellion against the Uchiha. The Umbu, affiliated with the Hokage, faced a similar fate, being humiliated and cast out of the Uchiha territory, their limbs broken. For Uchiha Yao, the existence of root ninjas was no longer necessary. They would be eliminated without hesitation. As for the remaining Umbu, once Uchiha Yao ascended to the Hokage position, they would be disbanded and allowed to return to their daily lives, contributing value to the village. Meanwhile, a member of the Hyuga branch family, situated 1,000 meters from the Uchiha territory atop an ancient tree, activated his Byakugan, peering into the distance. Cold sweat beaded on his brow as he observed the chakra points belonging to the Umbu and roots swiftly extinguishing one by one or being forcibly displaced beyond the clan's borders. An enormous, invisible net spread rapidly from the Uchiha territory, isolating the area from the outside world. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. "Hyuga friend, it is getting late. You should return to rest." The Hyuga member stiffened and turned, only to find an Uchiha ninja had quietly approached him without notice. The Uchiha bore a polite smile, yet his Sharingan held no hint of mirth. "We have matters to attend to within our clan. It is not convenient for visitors." The Hyuga swallowed hard, acutely aware of the disparity in power. He had no doubt that if he refused, his fate would mirror that of the Umbu. "I apologize for the intrusion," he replied, retracting his Byakugan and gracefully leaping from the tree, vanishing into the night. The Uchiha watched him depart, his smile gradually fading. The cleansing continued unabated. The Uchiha clan operated like a precisely calibrated war machine, ruthlessly purging and isolating from the outside while engaging in a decisive internal confrontation. Suddenly, a staggering surge of chakra erupted from the direction of the training grounds, overwhelming in its intensity. Blood-red, violent, and ominous, the presence caused all executing tasks to momentarily freeze, their gazes drawn towards that direction. Kenji's pupils constricted as he witnessed a colossal 30-meter-tall crimson deity rise from the ground. It was Susanoo, the legendary power said to be unleashed only by those who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was the Susanoo of clan leader Fagaku. A fleeting moment of astonishment and doubt surged within Kenji's heart. Could Lord Yao contend with it? After all, it was Susanoo. However, his moment of uncertainty lasted less than a second, as an even more terrifying force soon erupted. A massive dragon, entwined with lightning and flames, roared as it charged toward the towering crimson deity. In the subsequent instant, the seemingly indestructible Susanoo shattered before the onslaught of the thunderous dragon. Everything came to an end. The chakra fluctuations from the training grounds gradually subsided. Kenji slowly straightened, his chest heaving. Shock, excitement, fervor, an amalgamation of emotions swirled within him, ultimately coalescing into a near-religious, absolute reverence. He deeply bowed towards the training grounds, then commanded the surrounding guards, maintain the blockade. From this moment forth, without the orders of the newly appointed clan leader, not even a fly shall enter. In the darkness, dozens of voices, stifling their excitement and fervor, responded in unison, yes. From this night onward, no external forces would be permitted to spy upon the Uchiha clan. Chapter 61. The newly appointed clan leader's overwhelming declaration. Fagaku took a deep breath and announced to the surrounding clansmen, "I have lost." The voice of Fagaku resonated with an unprecedented calmness. The might of Yao eclipsed my own. After speaking, Fagaku, in full view of all present, unsheathed the black blade from his waist, a symbol of the Uchiha clan leader's power. He then produced a seal crafted from a special stone of fire, inscribed with the Uchiha crest, the mark of the clan leader. Holding these two significant artifacts, he approached Uchiha Yao and solemnly presented them. "From this day forth, they belong to you." In the gaze of the multitude, Fagaku leaned slightly forward and whispered, a voice meant only for their ears, "Yao, the future of the Uchiha rests in your hands. I hope you will lead our clan to discover true brilliance. Let the Uchiha rise to greatness once more." Uchiha Yao silently accepted the sword and seal, then turned to face the assembled clan members. At that moment, an intangible aura emanated from him, commanding more respect than any dazzling ocular technique could inspire. It was the dignity of the new clan leader. After a brief silence, a voice erupted from the crowd. Lord Yao. Another followed, clan leader Yao. Uchiha, Uchiha, Uchiha. A deafening roar of applause erupted from all corners of the training ground. The young members raised their arms, their faces flushed with excitement, shouting Yao's name with all their might. Amidst this fervent cheer, numerous elders navigated through the throng, arriving before Uchiha Yao. Leading them were Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha En, who bowed deeply. I, Uchiha Hakadai, pay my respects to the new clan leader. I, Uchiha En, pay my respects to the new clan leader. We all pay our respects to the new clan leader. At that moment, Uchiha Yao was officially recognized as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Yao slowly raised a hand. With this simple gesture, the thunderous applause abruptly subsided in mere seconds. All clan members held their breath, their fervent gazes fixed upon their new leader. Yao's eyes scanned the crowd. Just moments ago, at this decisive moment where we Uchiha determined our own fate, countless eyes lurked in the shadows surrounding our territory. There were the Umbu directly under the Hokage, and also the root of Shimura Danzo. Humiliation, surveillance, injustice, the anger that had simmered within all Uchihas for years ignited in an instant. Observing the rage and humiliation on the faces of his clan, Yao's tone shifted to one of satisfaction. However, those rats lurking in the gutters have received their due fate. All infiltrators among us have been dealt with by my guards. None escaped. A profound silence followed, succeeded by an overwhelming euphoria. Oh, well done. It was about time. Those damned roots. The resentment, suppressed for decades and even generations, erupted with fervor. Yao quietly observed it all, and once the uproar eased, he continued. As for the Umbu of the Hokage, out of respect for our shared village, I merely ordered the elder guard to incapacitate them and then cast them out like refuse. These words ignited an even more uproarious laughter from the crowd. Awe, fervor, and adoration filled the atmosphere. The new leader of the Uchiha clan possessed not only overwhelming strength, but also the audacity to confront the entirety of Konoha with unyielding dominance. Now, as your new leader, I shall declare my first order. Yao's voice rose suddenly, imbued with undeniable authority. From this day forth, I declare, the Uchiha territory is sacred and inviolable. Any unauthorized intrusion or external surveillance will be regarded as an act of war against the Uchiha clan. From this moment, any mouse daring to tread upon this forbidden ground. Yao activated his Sharingan, a powerful and domineering aura radiating outward. We have the right to apprehend them on the spot, even to eliminate without question. After a pause, Yao's voice resonated once more. This land is our home. Yet, this is not enough. The glory of the Uchiha should not, and must not, be confined here. I declare my second order. From today forth, any Uchiha, whether walking in the village or on a mission, if any Umbu or root shadow dares to spy, follow, or surveil. The many clan members were filled with anticipation, gazing at Yao with fervent expectations. The guard will no longer merely serve as enforcers of village security. Their primary duty is to uphold the dignity of the Uchiha. I hereby grant the guard the highest authority to arrest any Umbu or root ninja daring to surveil our clan members on the spot. Bring them back to our territory. Should they resist, eliminate without hesitation. A roar erupted from the crowd, unable to be contained. Yao raised his hand, once more quelling the tide of enthusiasm. After their capture, the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo must personally come to the Uchiha gate and provide an explanation. Otherwise, those captured shall never see the light of another day. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant ultimatum directed at the highest echelons of Konoha's power. In the corner of the crowd, Uchiha Itachi trembled uncontrollably. He gripped Sasuke's hand tightly. It's over. Everything is over. Uchiha Yao is leading our clan toward a complete rupture with the village. The prospect of a forceful confrontation or even a coup loomed ominously. Brother, you're gripping my hand too tightly, Sasuke whispered, pain lacing his voice. Yet his eyes sparkled with pure admiration for the figure at the center of it all. Lord Yao, you are so impressive. In that moment, Uchiha Yao appeared more admirable in young Sasuke's eyes than even Fagaku or his brother Itachi. Remember my words today. What belongs to the Uchiha, we will reclaim with our own hands. The era of enduring humiliation and subservience ends now. Uchiha Yao raised the black blade, a symbol of the clan leader's power, pointing its tip toward the heavens. From this moment, with me, Uchiha Yao, standing here, it is over. Chapter 62. Itachi, The clan leader has decreed, no one shall be absent. Following the incapacitation of the Hokage Zumbu, panic quietly spread through the undercurrents of Konoha village. The Uchiha clan was undergoing a transformation. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was graver than ever. This is madness. The advisor slammed his palm heavily on the table. His wrinkled face contorted with barely concealed fury. The blatant expulsion, the grievous injury inflicted upon the direct division of the Hokage, and the declaration of the clan's territory as a no-go zone. It transcended mere provocation. It was tantamount to a declaration of war against the entirety of Konoha. That incompetent Fagaku. Beside him, Danzo's gnarled cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. I have long asserted that the Uchiha clan is akin to a pack of wolves that cannot be tamed. Fagaku, though indecisive, could still be restrained through political maneuvering. Now, with such a young and arrogant brat at the helm, are we destined to witness a tragic repetition of Uchiha Madara's fate? Danzo's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, there can be no further hesitation. We must mobilize all forces immediately to completely seal off the Uchiha and capture that boy, Uchiha Yao, in public. Otherwise, Konoha is in peril. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond immediately. He merely inhaled deeply from his pipe, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Capture? With what means? Uchiha Yao has already ascended to the position of clan leader. To apprehend him now would be to drive the Uchiha directly towards insurrection. Gather all Jonin and elevate the village to its highest state of alert. However, no one is permitted to approach the Uchiha territory. Danzo's single eye widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from its socket. Hiruzen, you are being indulgent. You are nurturing a tiger that will become a threat. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Hearing Hiruzen invoke his authority as Hokage, Danzo's temper flared, and he stormed out in anger. I am attempting to avert a catastrophic civil war that Konoha cannot withstand at this juncture. Our understanding of Uchiha Yao is woefully insufficient. We know virtually nothing of his strength or hidden cards. Until we ascertain these matters, any rash actions could plunge Konoha into an irreversible abyss. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, gazing at the shadowy figure of an Umbu agent kneeling behind him. Immediately, elevate the threat level of the Uchiha clan to its highest tier. I want every piece of information regarding Uchiha Yao since his birth laid upon my desk. As night deepened, outside Konoha, in a secluded training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed all guards, standing alone beneath the cold moonlight, awaiting a specific individual. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, Uchiha Itachi. Hokage-sama. Itachi. Hiruzen slowly turned, his tone devoid of interrogation, instead infused with a deep sigh, his eyes reflecting the sorrow and concern of an elder. It must be exceedingly difficult for you. Caught between family and village. Itachi's body subtly stiffened, remaining silent. My apprehension does not stem from a lack of trust in the Uchiha. It is rooted in concern. Hiruzen's gaze softened with a profound compassion, as if peering through Itachi to glimpse the future of the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi, you are unlike the others of your clan. You have inherited the true will of fire. You understand better than anyone how hard-won peace is for this war-torn village. Hiruzen took 2 steps forward, gently placing his hand on Itachi's shoulder. This young man, Yao, possesses overwhelming power and acts with extreme measures. I fear that his unyielding dominance may lead the entire Uchiha and your beloved family down a path of destruction. Hiruzen refrained from condemning Uchiha Yao, instead positioning himself as an ally seeking the Uchiha's welfare. I do not wish to see the Uchiha repeat past mistakes, nor do I want to witness the village descend once more into the blood-soaked chaos of internal strife. Itachi, do you understand? Perhaps only you can avert this tragedy. Hiruzen was not commanding Itachi to become a traitorous spy, but rather bestowing upon him a noble and solemn mission to save his clan from impending doom. Itachi's mind briefly flashed to the training ground, where Yao had crushed the Susanoo with a colossal dragon of thunder and fire. And then to the moment when Yao had withdrawn his attack, calmly stating that his blood should not be shed here, his eyes fathomless. Powerful, domineering, yet restrained. Hokage-sama. Itachi struggled to articulate. The strength of clan leader, Yao may indeed forge a new path for the Uchiha. A new path? Hiruzen shook his head, the pity in his gaze intensifying. A path paved with war and bloodshed? Itachi, that is not a path. It is a descent into the abyss of hell. I require your assistance, not for Konoha, but for the Uchiha behind you, for Sasuke, and for those clan members who remain oblivious to the future. Watch over him, and also keep a vigilant eye on your family, while there is still a chance to amend things. Itachi slowly bowed his head. Hiruzen observed Itachi's lowered gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. It is settled. In that moment, Hiruzen's aged voice softened, akin to that of a true elder worried for the future of his kin. Itachi, I understand that this choice is painful. Yet sometimes, to protect what is most important, we must bear burdens that remain unknown to others. Hiruzen stepped closer, resting his hand once more upon Itachi's somewhat frail shoulder. An invisible weight bore down heavily upon Itachi's heart. Return now, my child. As usual, let nothing transpire. Simply relay what you see and hear to me, for the future of the Uchiha, and for Sasuke. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Hokage-sama, why have you summoned the young genius of our clan at such a late hour? Hiruzen spun around abruptly. Itachi froze in place. Beneath the moonlight, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees. Clad in Uchiha's black attire, it was Uchiha Kenji. Uchiha Kenji regarded Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, the clan leader has issued orders. The clan meeting is commencing now. All Jonin must gather at the South Heg Shrine within 10 minutes. Kenji paused, his gaze landing on Hiruzen's hand still resting on Itachi's shoulder, his tone turning slightly frigid. No one is to be absent. Chapter 63, The Hokage's Shadow? I present you with two choices, Itachi. Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly, yet his expression remained composed, a smile gracing his features. His countenance was a masterclass in concealing emotion. As the third Hokage had perfected this art, Hiruzen observed Itachi's rigid form, caught in a dilemma. To attend would signify a choice of family before the Hokage. To abstain would mean openly defying the newly appointed clan leader's first summons. Go, Itachi. Hiruzen broke the stifling silence, his voice gentle, wearing a kind smile, embodying the understanding elder. Family matters take precedence. Itachi's body relaxed marginally. He cast a deep glance at Hiruzen, bowing in respect before turning to Kenji, responding in a hushed tone, I understand. With that, Itachi did not linger, his form vanishing into the night as he swiftly departed. Kenji offered a bland bow to the Hokage before also turning to leave. On the training field, only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained, standing alone beneath the cold moonlight. The smile on Sarutobi's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound apprehension towards Uchiha Yao. The newly appointed head of the Uchiha clan, Yao, needed not to appear in person. Merely dispatching a subordinate was sufficient to effortlessly dismantle the intricate plans that Sarutobi had painstakingly crafted, placing him, the Hokage, in an exceedingly awkward position. At the named shrine, deep within, Uchiha Yao sat majestically upon the stone chair that symbolized his position as clan leader. Beside him stood Uchiha Fagaku, a step behind. This subtle shift in stance proclaimed an undeniable truth to all present. The core of Uchiha power had been irrevocably transferred. All the elite shinobi had assembled, yet Uchiha Itachi was conspicuously absent. However, Uchiha Yao showed no intention of waiting. His gaze swept across the assembly, landing first on the former vice-captain of the guard. Uchiha Dato. Dato, you have served the guard valiantly for many years. Effective immediately, you shall resign as vice-captain and be elevated to the position of Uchiha Elder, assisting me alongside Elder Fagaku. Dato's head snapped up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features before yielding to understanding and reverence. It was a covert demotion, trading the tangible authority in his hands for an empty title of elder. Yet, Dato harbored no thoughts of resistance. Having witnessed Uchiha Yao's overwhelming power, he comprehended that submission was his sole option. Yes, I understand, esteemed leader. Dato deeply bowed. Yao's gaze then shifted to another individual, Uchiha Tetsuhiko. Tetsuhiko. Yao began with a smile. When I was merely a squad leader, you were already a captain, never using your position to intimidate others, but rather showing kindness. I have always remembered this goodwill. Tetsuhiko's heart raced at the unexpected public recognition from the new clan leader. I, Uchiha Yao, never shortchange my own people. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of vice-captain of the guard. I require the guard to become a truly sharp blade, solely belonging to the Uchiha. Can you accomplish this? This pronouncement left Tetsuhiko momentarily stunned. To leap from a captain to vice-captain was a remarkable testament of trust and promotion. His body trembled with excitement, and he suddenly knelt, striking his chest with his right hand. I, Uchiha Tetsuhiko, Vow to serve the esteemed leader with my life. I shall not fail your expectations. Excellent, Yao nodded approvingly, finally turning his attention to 3 young men who had followed him since his days as a squad leader, Rin, Tetsu, and Kai. At this moment, they stood upright, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration for Uchiha Yao. Under his careful mentorship and the allocation of resources, they had transformed, each possessing the strength of a newly appointed elite shinobi. Rin, Tetsu, Kai, I appoint you 3 as captains within the guard. I need you to be my most reliable eyes and arms, executing my will throughout every corner of the guard. Yes, they chorused in unison, betraying no hint of their loyalty. In the presence of the Uchiha elite, they witnessed the decisive nature of the new clan leader's methods. Just then, a figure appeared at the shrine entrance, Uchiha Itachi. Upon entering the shrine, Itachi quickly sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere. All gazes converged upon him. Steeling himself against the pressure, he silently walked into the crowd and found his place. Itachi, Yao's voice rang out from the stone chair. You are late. Itachi stiffened, lowering his head in response. I apologize, esteemed Yao. I was engaged in a confidential meeting with the Hokage, was I not? The air within the shrine plummeted to a frigid chill. The expressions of most present turned hostile. A secret meeting with the Hokage? At this sensitive juncture for the clan's fate, Itachi's heart sank. He had not anticipated Yao's interrogation to be so direct and merciless. I was merely reporting on my mission to the Hokage. Itachi's defense sounded painfully feeble. At that moment, Fagaku unexpectedly interjected. Itachi, do you still not grasp the situation? Fagaku's gaze was fixed on his eldest son. I command you, withdraw from the Umbu tomorrow. Sever all ties with them. From this point forward, your loyalty and strength shall belong solely to the Uchiha. This declaration darkened Itachi's countenance immediately. He instinctively sought to retort, to voice the Hokage's words about peace and righteousness. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with his father's stern expression and the cold, scrutinizing stares of the clan members around him. Fagaku's command is my command, Yao stated, rising slowly, looking down at Itachi. The Umbu is the Hokage's blade. As Uchiha, we shall never become anyone else's weapon. I present you with 2 choices. First, immediately withdraw from the Umbu and devote your loyalty entirely to the clan that birthed and nurtured you. Second, forfeit all identities and powers as an Uchiha shinobi and leave this land. From this day forth, you shall be branded a traitor to the Uchiha. Itachi's body trembled imperceptibly. Gazing into Yao's unyielding expression, he understood that the man was not jesting. Should he refuse, he would indeed be cast aside by the entire clan, becoming a homeless wanderer. The thought of Sasuke flitted through Itachi's mind. He could not lose Sasuke. The words of Sarutobi, about protecting what was truly important, echoed in his ears once more. Perhaps he could feign compliance for the time being. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Itachi ultimately made his decision. Slowly, he knelt on one knee, concealing all his emotions. I understand, esteemed Yao. Father, I shall comply with the clan's will. Tomorrow morning, I will submit my resignation to the Hokage. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Fagaku's face. The scrutinizing gazes of the clan members began to soften. Only Uchiha Yao concealed a trace of undisguised mockery and amusement that no one else could perceive. Well performed. Alas, before one endowed with the perspective of a deity. Your every guise appears as mere childish play. However, this shall suffice. Uchiha Yao thought with a cold smirk. When you and the old dog Danzo emerge to enact your plans for extermination, I will possess ample justification to uproot you both. At that time, not a single one shall escape. Uchiha Yao spoke softly. Remember the words you uttered today. Dismissed. With his command, all the high-ranking shinobi bowed and, like a receding tide, exited the south shrine in an orderly fashion. Soon, the once bustling shrine was left in solitude, occupied solely by Uchiha Yao. He slowly closed his eyes. System. Task rewards calculation. The rich rewards for becoming the Uchiha clan leader had long been anticipated by Uchiha Yao. Chapter 64, System Rewards. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the complete body Susanoo unlocked. As Uchiha Yao spoke, the system materialized, beginning to tally the rewards. Ding. A clear prompt resonated within Uchiha Yao's mind. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Uchiha clan leader, achieving the core accomplishment, unification of the Uchiha. With undeniable force and strategy, you have garnered the absolute support of the entire clan, fully mastering the will of the Uchiha. Core achievement rewards are being dispensed. In that instant, an indescribable and colossal power surged from the deepest recesses of Uchiha Yao's consciousness. The enhancement commenced. First and foremost, it was Uchiha Yao's pair of Mangekyō Sharingan that underwent transformation. This was the source of the Uchiha clan's power. The Mangekyō Sharingan was merely the beginning. And now the system was fortifying these eyes. What once brought a slight sting and a sense of obscurity after each use of ocular power was now being thoroughly cleansed by a warm and vast energy. Uchiha Yao's Mangekyō Sharingan spun at high speed, deconstructing and then recombining in a manner that was more profound and perfect, reconstructing itself. It was a qualitative elevation. What once drained his ocular power and slightly diminished his vision was fully restored. In its place was an unprecedented, inexhaustible sense of fulfillment. Uchiha Yao understood without needing the system's prompt. This was the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Originally, to elevate the Mangekyō Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it required the fusion with another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan from a close relative. However, with the system's might, Uchiha Yao ascended to the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan without needing another pair. Reward 1. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has been granted. The host is now immune to the risk of blindness, and the limit of ocular power has received an epic enhancement. Next came a detailed explanation regarding ocular techniques. Ocular technique enhancement, temporal reversal, against foes, can force the target's time to rewind by 2 seconds under a full ocular power state, usable 6 to 7 times. For oneself, can instantly recover all injuries, chakra, and all negative states under a full ocular power state, usable 3 times. Note, the consumed ocular power can be slowly restored through rest. However, this was merely the beginning. The system's rewards were far from over. Just as the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan stabilized, another distinct force began to emerge within Uchiha Yao. A powerful vitality surged within him. A tremendous strength filled Uchiha Yao's being. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing. Chakra transformed from a trickling stream into a vast ocean. His muscles, bones, and meridians were tempered by this force, becoming more resilient and imbued with explosive power. Reward 2. Sage Body, preliminary, has been granted. The host has acquired the purest vitality and chakra of the Senju clan, which will continue to enhance over time with further development. The Sage Body, though still in its preliminary fusion, the enhancement provided to Uchiha Yao was substantial. The most immediate manifestation was in his chakra, which was now comparable to that of most tailed beasts. The rewards continued. Boom. An invisible and terrifying aura erupted centered around Uchiha Yao. Within the ocean of his consciousness, the Susanoo, constructed of lightning and flame, let out a deafening roar. Its armor shattered piece by piece while its size surged uncontrollably. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. Higher. Upon its fierce skeletal frame, flesh and tendons rapidly spread, ultimately forming a set of armor reminiscent of a celestial warrior's, a black Tengu armor. Behind it unfurled a pair of colossal wings that obscured the sky. Reward 3. Susanoo development progress enhanced. 4th form. Complete body, Susanoo, unlocked. The power exceeded the 3rd stage, an unprecedented might. The 4th stage, the complete body Susanoo, was immensely powerful. Its sheer size was enough to instill fear across the shinobi world. Uchiha Yao quietly felt the world-destroying energy within him, his heart racing with excitement. System notification. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has preliminarily fused with the Sage Body, resulting in a fundamental enhancement of ocular power. The host is now immune to the vast majority of conventional genjutsu, with significantly increased resistance to mental attacks. With a mere thought, Uchiha Yao could distinctly sense that his 2 primary ocular techniques, temporal reversal and technique amplification, had undergone a qualitative leap. The potency of his techniques had multiplied. Slowly, Uchiha Yao opened his eyes. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan vividly manifested. At this moment, Uchiha Yao's power had far surpassed any definition of a Kage, quasi-super Kage. This was the most accurate assessment provided by the system. Uchiha Yao raised his hand, and a phantom panel appeared before him. Uchiha Yao, power, quasi-super Kage. The fusion of the Sage Body and Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan has granted you the capability to triumph over any Kage-level opponent. The designation of power as quasi-super was due to the recent acquisition of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the Sage Body was still in preliminary fusion. Thus, his strength was in a transitional phase, but he would soon break through to Super Kage. Mastered skills. Ninjutsu. Mastery over all fire release techniques. Lightning release. Chidori. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Complete control, surpassing Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. Lightning fire dragon breath. S rank. Lightning fire spiral sphere. Physique. Sage body. Preliminary fusion. Jinjutsu. Immune to conventional Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu rebound. Enhanced by Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Bloodline limit. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Ocular techniques. Temporal reversal. Enhanced. Technique amplification. Enhanced. Complete body Susanoo. Clan status. Uchiha clan leader. Absolute control. Clan honor points. 500. 000. Loyal clan members. 95. Combat personnel. Overall clan strength assessment. Pinnacle of Kage level. Chapter 65. Danzo's poisonous plot. The annihilation plan preparation commences in the high-level conference room of Konoha. A dossier was forcefully slammed onto the table by Shimura Danzo. Hayashi, you two should take a look as well. This is the most comprehensive intelligence transmitted back by the root regarding that brat named Uchiha Yao. The gazes of advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamen were immediately drawn to the dossier. Uchiha Yao. Threat assessment. Extreme danger. A youth, barely in his 20s. Has decisively defeated Fagaku, who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo's fingers rhythmically tapped against the intelligence report, while he battled Fagaku. The infiltrators from Root were nearly all annihilated, with only 2 returning to the base. The Umbu of Hiruzen Sarutobi were cast out of the Uchiha clan, like refuse. He declared the Uchiha territory a forbidden zone, stating that any intruders would be dealt with mercilessly. This is not a warning, Hiruzen. Danzo's voice dripped with unmasked malice. This is a declaration of war. It is a trampling of your Hokage authority. It is a blatant betrayal of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Under the leadership of that young boy, the Uchiha clan is no longer the proud, yet suppressible family we once knew. The expression on Tsunade's face darkened. Danzo was right. Hiruzen, the power of the Uchiha clan has spiraled out of control. That boy, Uchiha Yao, shows no respect for the village whatsoever. Mito Gate-in also solemnly concurred. The power of the Sharingan has always been ominous. While Fagaku was indecisive, Uchiha Yao is a ferocious tiger, fully aware of his fangs and unwilling to retract them. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. He lifted his pipe and took another deep draw. How do we counter this? Do we pit the entire Umbu against the Uchiha? Against Uchiha Yao's Susanoo? That is not warfare. It is merely sending Konoha's finest into an abyss with no bottom. So what do you suggest? Hiruzen finally spoke. Fatigue etched across his features. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Danzo's single eye. He understood that Hiruzen's facade of peace was crumbling under the weight of an absolute threat. A forceful approach would only ignite a devastating civil war, a cost we cannot bear. Danzo's tone unexpectedly softened. However, we can consider an alternative. A knife that is too sharp and refuses to be wielded by its master should not be broken. Rather, it should be allowed to corrode from within, to deteriorate on its own. Danzo's gaze swept over the 3 present. He then uttered a name, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is devoted to the village. He embodies the true will of fire. He yearns for peace more than anyone and cannot tolerate the onset of war. We can offer him a choice. A choice that must be made to safeguard the peace of the village and to avert a coup d'etat by the Uchiha that could lead to all-out war. The implications of this so-called correct choice were understood by all present. Danzo elaborated on his plan. In essence, it entailed having Uchiha Itachi personally execute the clan extermination mission to completely annihilate the Uchiha family. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. This is too much. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. Danzo scoffed coldly. Such naive compassion. What if Itachi refuses? Hiruzen countered. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Danzo's mouth. Itachi loves his brother. A child as endearing as Sasuke should grow up carefree in a peaceful village, should he not? A blatant threat, devoid of any pretense. Using a child's life to coerce his elder brother into slaughtering his entire family. Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. Strain etched into his aged face. As if he were enduring the heaviest torment of existence. Hiruzen was weighing the potential devastation of a civil war against the obliteration of a prominent clan. Ultimately, the scales of authority, named Hokage, unsurprisingly tipped towards the latter. The legacy of the will of fire sometimes necessitates hidden sacrifices. Hiruzen's voice bore a poignant sorrow. To protect the great tree of Konoha, it is a necessary act of a guardian to prune away the already decayed branches. Hiruzen opened his eyes. In his murky, aged gaze, all struggle had dissipated, leaving only the undeniable resolution of a shadow. He acquiesced. He consented to this most sanguinary and cruel conspiracy proposed by Danzo. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances. For the stability of the village. To suppress the pair of Sharingan that instilled fear within them. This plan must be executed. A glimmer of victory shone in Danzo's solitary eye. He understood that Hiruzen was still the man willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good. Hiruzen's voice resonated once more. However, Danzo, I have one condition. Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Danzo. After the massacre, the life of Uchiha Sasuke must be spared. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. An orphan of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen, to uproot is to eradicate completely. No. Hiruzen shook his head. Sparing Sasuke holds significant meaning. This perspective distinguishes Hiruzen, as Hokage, from Danzo's political vision. Externally, we can proclaim that our target is the rebellious faction of the Uchiha, not the entire clan. An orphan child protected by Konoha serves as the finest testament. Internally, Hiruzen's voice lowered further, audible only to the four of them. A child with Uchiha blood flowing through his veins, yet grateful to Konoha, may one day become a crucial pawn in our hands. In that moment, Hiruzen revealed the coldest aspect of his identity as Hokage. He was not passively accepting a tragedy. Rather, he was calmly laying the groundwork for the next decades-long political game atop the ruins of this tragedy. Danzo scrutinized Hiruzen deeply. From those murky eyes, he perceived a shared, insatiable yearning for power. Danzo concealed his true thoughts behind a stiff smile. Very well. Let it be as you say, Hiruzen. Everything, for the sake of Konoha. A consensus quietly formed among the four highest authorities of Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, the intelligence Danzo received was intentionally leaked by Uchiha Yao, who had commanded the escape of a key informant. Uchiha Yao's motive was simple, to exert pressure on the third Hokage and Danzo. Should Danzo take action, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate the entire Root division and obliterate Danzo completely. Chapter 66. Bearing the burden of guilt, wielding the knife against one's kin. Nightfall enveloped the village. A rich scent of tobacco lingered in the Hokage's office. A figure silently materialized in the center of the room. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee, bowing to the third Hokage and Danzo. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama. Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth and let out a heavy sigh. The sigh seemed laden with resignation. Itachi, lift your head. My child, you have endured much. We all know you are unlike the other Uchihas. Within your heart, the true essence of the will of fire burns fiercely. You are acutely aware of how hard won peace is for this war-torn village. Beside you, Shimura Danzo emits a disdainful grunt, his patience wearing thin. Itachi, there is no need for further frivolous discourse. Danzo forcefully slams a dossier onto the table, producing a sharp crack. Itachi, behold. The document is thrust before Itachi, titled Confidential Investigation Report on Uchiha Yao's intent to collaborate with Mist and Stone's defectors to overthrow Konoha. This is forged evidence meticulously crafted by Danzo's subordinates. Itachi's pupils constrict sharply as he trembles, extending his hand to peruse the contents. The dossier is detailed, containing forged letters, complete with Uchiha Yao's purported signature, meticulously documented meeting records, precise to the very minute, and a so-called coup plan that elaborates on how the Uchiha will seize control of the Nine Tails, demolish the Hokage's office, and establish a reign of terror ruled by the Sharingan. All of this leads to an undeniable conclusion. Uchiha Yao, the newly appointed young clan leader, is a thorough madman. An ambitious threat far more perilous than Uchiha Madara. How could this be? Itachi's voice quivers with disbelief. He recalls the battlefield, where Uchiha Yao crushed the Susanoo with a colossal lightning dragon, and remembers Yao's calm assertion that your blood should not spill here. Could this powerful, domineering, yet restrained Uchiha truly commit such lunacy? Nothing is impossible. Danzo's voice interjects. The power of the Sharingan is inherently entwined with a curse. Uchiha Yao's ambition has swollen to the point of threatening the entire shinobi world. Becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan is merely the first step. Next, he seeks to forcibly seize Konoha, leading the Uchiha down the path of insurrection. His declaration of the Uchiha clan's territory as a forbidden zone is merely the clarion call before the coup. This facilitates his clandestine plans to usurp Konoha. Should he be allowed to prepare unimpeded, Konoha will face devastation, and the Fourth Shinobi World War will erupt due to the Uchiha's selfishness. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjects, Itachi, I do not wish to witness this scene. I do not want to see our village engulfed in a sea of internal strife. I also do not wish to see your beloved Uchiha clan led down a path of self-destruction by your new leader. Perhaps only you can avert this tragedy now. Itachi's body freezes in place as realization dawns upon him. This summons in the dead of night is not a mere inquiry or a discussion. It is the final judgment upon the entire Uchiha clan. Danzo continues, echoing Hiruzen's sentiments. Uchiha Itachi, the village needs you now to execute the mission of eradicating the Uchiha. To prevent matters from spiraling beyond control, we must act decisively. Danzo's gaze is fixed on Itachi as he speaks slowly. But why me? Itachi questions. Because you are an Uchiha, yet your heart lies with Konoha, Hiruzen answers plainly. This is your destiny, and it is a responsibility you must bear for the village. Itachi's mind is a tempest of confusion. His father's gaze, the fervent support of his clan, Uchiha Yao's formidable Mangekyō Sharingan, and Sasuke's innocent smile flood his thoughts. Sasuke. What will happen to him if war breaks out? Will he perish in the flames of conflict like countless innocent children? No, absolutely not. I can bear the weight of all sins. I can descend into the abyss of despair. But I cannot allow Sasuke to suffer even the slightest harm. I understand. Itachi slowly raises his head, the Mangekyō Sharingan having activated unbeknownst to him. Tears silently cascade down his cheeks. For the village, for peace. A flicker of something imperceptible glints in Hiruzen's eyes. It is settled. Hiruzen steps forward, placing a gentle hand on Itachi's trembling shoulder. Itachi, we promise you. After you complete your mission, Konoha will ensure the absolute safety of Uchiha Sasuke. He will receive the finest training, removed from all this turmoil, growing up healthily in a peaceful village. This is the final and most devastating straw that breaks Itachi's resolve. I will carry out the mission. However, I have one condition. Uchiha Yao's power is formidable. I do not even know where his limits lie. And my father has also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Alone, I cannot prevail against them. A fleeting smirk of conspiracy crosses Danzo's face as he responds, you need not worry about that. We will procure sufficiently powerful assistance for you. Danzo deliberately pauses, gauging Itachi's reaction. That night, my route will seal off the entire Uchiha territory, cutting off all possibilities of external contact, ensuring not even a fly can escape. Barriers will rise, and route will be on standby outside. Any Uchiha attempting to flee or seek help will be swiftly eliminated. This will be a silent cleansing. Itachi, you and your allies need only focus on the primary targets, Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku. As for the remaining women and children, along with the ordinary clan members, we will handle them cleanly, leaving no trouble for the village. You need only execute your mission. With a heavy heart, Itachi departs from the Hokage's office. He understands that from the moment he steps through that door, he is no longer Uchiha Itachi. He is the center of the Uchiha, destined to walk eternally in darkness. Chapter 67. The man who calls himself Uchiha Madara, a figure leaps and traverses the rooftops. Freshly emerged from the Hokage's office, Uchiha Itachi feels the crushing weight of destiny. A burden that could topple anyone. He leaps to a high tower on the edge of Uchiha territory, gazing down upon his clan's domain. Familiar figures stroll the streets. Smiles adorning their faces, a reflection of the new clan leader's influence. Itachi's heart is tumultuous. It won't be long before this place becomes desolate. At that moment, a peculiar distortion appears in the space beside Itachi, without warning. A man wearing an orange spiral mask silently manifests beside him. What a touching scene. The masked man speaks in a mocking tone, as if relishing a tragedy whose conclusion he already knows. For the peace of the village, to protect your foolish little brother, you would transform into the demon that slaughters your entire clan. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are a good dog, inheritor of the will of fire. Instantly, Itachi's body tenses. His Mangekyō Sharingan activates in an instant, pivoting to face the masked man, the tomo spinning wildly, radiating an icy murderous intent. Who are you? The masked man does not respond, continuing to speak to himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have offered you an irresistible reason. I, on the other hand, can present you with a possibility to fulfill your mission. Itachi's heart sank abruptly. This man possessed an uncanny awareness of the top-secret conversation held within the Hokage's office. Why should I trust you? Itachi's voice was icy, his short blade slipping into his grasp, the edge glinting ominously under the moonlight. Simply because of this. The masked man chuckled lightly. His form began to rotate and distort, centered around his singular eye, as if being drawn into an invisible vortex. A space-time ninjutsu, he declared, one that Itachi had never before encountered, and it was exceedingly sophisticated. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Uchiha Madara. The name resonated like thunder. Uchiha Madara, the legendary progenitor of the Uchiha clan, a figure synonymous with the Shura of the ninja world, equated with the first Hokage. But he perished in the Valley of the End, did he not? Are you surprised? The man, self-identified as Madara, spoke with a tone laced with derision for the shifting tides of fate. I am but a weary soul, disenchanted with this hypocritical world. The masked figure spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire night. I have long seen through the facade of so-called peace, merely a prelude to the next war. The so-called will of fire is nothing more than a farcical means of turning individuals into tools. Itachi, can you see it all now? Itachi remained silent, his grip tightening around the blade. I can assist you, aid you in executing a massacre that you alone could never achieve. A gleam of omniscience shone from Madara's solitary eye. I am aware of your apprehensions. That boy named Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a prodigy. His strength surpasses the realm of logic, so much so that even your father, Uchiha Fagaku, awakened the Mangekyō. Relying solely on yourself and that shadowy old rat Danzo to confront two Mangekyō users is sheer folly. Madara scoffed. You are not on a mission, you are courting death. Itachi had to concede. The opposing claim held merit. He had personally experienced the formidable power of this new clan leader, Uchiha Sasuke. Alone, or even with Danzo's hired help, it was uncertain whether he could indeed defeat Sasuke. What is your objective? Itachi finally spoke, compelled to discern the other's intentions. Objective? Madara leaned forward slightly, his single eye drawing near to Itachi, his voice laced with seduction. My goal is genuine peace. A perfect world devoid of war, sacrifice, and suffering. I refer to it as the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara laid out for Itachi a grandiose, almost frenzied vision, harnessing the power of all-tailed beasts to cast the most potent genjutsu, plunging the entire world into an eternal dream. In that dream, the deceased could be revived. Regrets could be mended, and all that was lost would be reclaimed. Your sacrifices and your suffering will serve as the foundation for this magnificent plan. The sins you bear will find ultimate redemption in that world. Itachi gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, his heart embroiled in a fierce conflict. Reason urged him to recognize the man as a complete lunatic. Suddenly, Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes welled with blood tears as black flames materialized from nowhere, engulfing Madara in an instant. Yet, in the following moment, the black flames appeared to burn in vain, passing through Madara's form and leaving an indelible scorch mark upon the wall behind him. Madara emerged unscathed. Futile. In the face of my Tsukuyomi, your every assault is rendered meaningless. Itachi's pupils constricted to their utmost. Was this the power of Uchiha Madara? Such an ability to disregard attacks was nothing short of invincible. Now, do you believe in my capacity to assist you? Madara's voice brimmed with unwavering confidence. Itachi fell into silence. He had to acknowledge the depths of this man's power. With him, alongside the assistance Danzo procured, perhaps it truly was possible to overcome Uchiha Sasuke. To achieve this nearly impossible task, for the sake of Sasuke, a glint of resolve flickered in Itachi's eyes. What are your terms? Madara appeared pleased with his approach. Quite simple. After the massacre of your clan, join my organization, Akatsuki. Gather intelligence on the tailed beasts for me. In return, I will ensure your secrets remain safeguarded. And I will keep a watchful eye over your brother. That final statement was the true ace up his sleeve, deftly striking at Itachi's vulnerability. Itachi slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, all traces of struggle and anguish were buried deep within. I accept your terms. Excellent, Madara chuckled. Now let us settle the finer details. On the night of the full moon, 3 days hence, that day shall mark the demise of the Uchiha clan. I will take care of the rabble, creating an opportunity for you. I will also keep Uchiha Sasuke occupied. Madara's gaze drifted towards the brightly lit Uchiha district. Go then, sever your ties with your own hands. The agreement was sealed. Itachi's figure vanished into the night. Standing atop a towering structure, Obito, donning a swirling mask, observed Itachi's departing silhouette, a glimmer of triumphant scheming flickering in his singular eye. Uchiha Itachi, the most advantageous pawn, had finally fallen into his grasp. Everything lay within his control. Chapter 68. Orochimaru and Kakuzu enter the game. In the deepest recesses of the root, Shimura Danzo sat in a chair carved from black stone, his form nearly melding with the encompassing darkness. Enter. A root ninja, adorned with a blank mask, silently knelt before Danzo. Deliver this scroll to the serpent's lair. Danzo retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, its surface adorned with a drawing of an Ouroboros rendered in special ink. Upon success, those eyes shall belong to me. The root ninja silently accepted the scroll, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Uchiha Sasuke is a monster. Therefore, to deal with a monster, one must summon another creature that holds no reverence for life. Orochimaru is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Yet, that alone is insufficient. Although Orochimaru is a seasoned powerhouse of the elite, relying solely on him may not guarantee the capture of Uchiha Sasuke. For safety's sake, an additional strong ally must be sought to act in concert with Orochimaru. Go to the black market and locate that mercenary who only recognizes currency. Inform him that for this task, I am offering this amount. Danzo extended 5 fingers, a gesture representing a sum vast enough to make any bounty hunter's heart race. I want him to cleanse the Uchiha clan for me. The second root ninja similarly received orders, vanishing from sight in an instant. Danzo's gaze slowly turned to his remaining confidants, Yamashiro Aoi and Yuhi Kurenai. You two, gather all the elite from root. A palpable aura of murderous intent began to coalesce around them. 3 days hence, when the slaughter commences, your task is not to engage but to wait. The body of the wind upon the mountain trembles uncontrollably. Should Itachi, accompanied by the 2 aides I have summoned, gain the upper hand, you are to join forthwith, extinguishing the remnants of the Uchiha clan as one would snuff out embers. Remember, leave none behind. All Sharingan must be retrieved intact. Understood? Yet, if the situation deviates, and that individual named Uchiha Yao wields power beyond our expectations, your directive is to retreat immediately, preserving the living strength of the root. As for Itachi, the serpent, and the revenant, they are to be disregarded. Understood, Lord Danzo? In a clandestine subterranean cavern, an unusual scent pervades the air. Within massive glass vials, various grotesque and distorted biological tissues are submerged, while green liquid intermittently belches forth murky, viscous bubbles. Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, observes the vials with keen interest, his golden serpent-like eyes glimmering with fascination. At that moment, a subordinate enters, accompanied by a ninja from the root. The root ninja kneels, presenting a scroll adorned with an Ouroboros. Orochimaru does not turn. A small purple snake emerges from his sleeve, curling its tongue around the scroll, respectfully delivering it to Orochimaru's presence. Unfurling the scroll slowly, the reward from Danzo is revealed. Uchiha Fagaku's Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru chuckles, his laughter escalating until it resembles that of a madman. What power, what truths lie concealed within those Mangekyō eyes? Danzo, this transaction is one I cannot refuse. Inform your master. I shall arrive punctually in 3 days. I eagerly anticipate the chance to pluck those perfect eyes. In the underground exchange, the most sordid yet genuine place within the ninja world exists devoid of nations or ethics. Only the cold, hard currency and all that it can procure, including life itself. A root ninja, donning a conical hat, weaves through the raucous crowd, entering a secluded chamber reserved for elite clients. At its center sits a tall figure, adorned with a forehead protector and a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes aglow with an eerie green light. Kisame. Renowned for having faced the first Hokage, he stands as the strongest bounty hunter in the ninja realm. Speak, what is the task and how much? The root ninja refrains from pleasantries, pushing a heavy box before Kisame. The box opens, revealing not cash, but a neatly stacked collection of high-purity gold bars. The golden gleam instantaneously illuminates Kisame's greedy gaze. The target, Konoha, the Uchiha clan. The root ninja states succinctly. Kisame's actions pause momentarily. The Uchiha? This is no ordinary assignment. It entails executing a maneuver within the heart of Konoha capable of stirring ripples throughout the entire ninja world. The risk is considerable. Yet, Kisame's gaze remains fixated on the dazzling gold. Not enough. Kisame coldly utters. The root ninja seems prepared for this, placing another scroll atop the box of gold. This is a down payment. Upon completion, there will be quadruple the reward. Kisame extends his hand, interwoven with sutures, and takes hold of the scroll. He emits a discordant laugh. Excellent. For this price, I would not only contend with one Uchiha, I could entertain all 5 great ninja villages. Kisame rises slowly, his imposing figure casting a shadow of formidable pressure. Inform your employer. I shall arrive punctually. As night descends, the streets of the Uchiha district illuminate gradually, sketching the warm outlines of each home. Uchiha Sasuke sits on the steps before his house, hugging his knees, his small face flushed with displeasure. He has been waiting here for quite some time. At last, a figure emerges at the end of the street, elongated by the dim glow of the lanterns. Brother! Sasuke leaps to his feet, all displeasure dissipating in an instant as he rushes toward the approaching form. Itachi pauses, gazing quietly at his brother rushing toward him. You're out late again. Sasuke reaches Itachi, tilting his head up with a tone brimming with childish complaint. Unlike his usual demeanor, Itachi does not dismiss him, but instead reaches out, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. This gesture takes Sasuke aback. Today, his brother seems somewhat different. Practice shuriken with me, right now. Sasuke tugs on Itachi's sleeve, vigorously shaking it in an attempt to pull his brother toward the training ground. Yet, Itachi remains unmoved, slowly withdrawing his hand. Sasuke. Itachi's voice is soft, yet carries an undeniable calm. Do you hate me? This unexpected question leaves Sasuke utterly bewildered. Huh, what nonsense are you speaking? I admire you the most. I want to become a ninja as formidable as you. Sasuke puffs out his small chest, filled with pride and longing. Itachi regards him, a fleeting shadow of indescribable sorrow passing through his eyes. Is that so? It seems he merely asks in passing. Of course. So hurry up, let us train. Sasuke reaches out again to tug on Itachi. This time, Itachi raises 2 fingers. Sasuke instinctively closes his eyes, anticipating the familiar, albeit slightly painful, tap on his forehead. However, the expected blow does not descend. He opens his eyes in confusion, seeing Itachi's fingers hovering before his forehead, neither descending nor retracting. Brother? Sasuke queries softly. Eventually, Itachi's fingers do fall, but not in a strike. Rather, it is a gentle touch. His fingertips are icy, bearing a subtle tremor. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi's voice is so faint it seems to be whisked away by the wind. Sasuke gazes at him in confusion, utterly failing to grasp the meaning of those words. In the next breath, Itachi withdraws his hand, and that oft-repeated phrase echoes once more. Next time. With that, Itachi turns, not casting another glance at Sasuke. Next time. Sasuke shouts at his brother's retreating figure, his voice imbued with grievance and dissatisfaction. You always say that. Itachi's footsteps do not falter. His silhouette resolutely melds into the boundless darkness, leaving Sasuke standing in place, vexed as he rubs his forehead. Chapter 69. The Crisis of Annihilation? Merely a post-meal entertainment. In the Uchiha Guard Department, Uchiha Yao inscribes his signature upon a document. All is in perfect order. Suddenly, an alarm blares within Yao's mind. Warning. An extinction-level threat targeting the Uchiha clan has been detected. Mission triggered. Alter fate to prevent the Night of Annihilation. It has begun. Uchiha Yao set down the pen in his hand. The curve of his lips bore no trace of tension. Rather, it radiated a hint of exhilaration. This day had been long awaited. From the moment he traversed into this realm, initially fearing the night of extermination, he now found himself eagerly anticipating it. This transformation was a testament to his burgeoning power. Uchiha Yao now possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to thwart the so-called night of extermination and to subdue those who coveted the Uchiha clan, pressing them into the ground. Before him, the system's interface unfurled, displaying a clear list of impending adversaries. Threat source identified. Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyō Sharingan. Threat source identified. Orochimaru, S-rank rogue ninja. Threat source identified. Kakazu, S-rank rogue ninja. Potential greatest threat. Masked man Uchiha Obito, Mangekyō Sharingan. Space-time ninjutsu. A slight arch appeared at the corner of Uchiha Yao's brow. To his astonishment, it seemed that Danzo had summoned both Orochimaru and Kakazu due to his influence. Orochimaru and Kakazu were both seasoned, Kaga-level powerhouses, ultimately leading to the inclusion of characters that should not have appeared in this timeline. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it. A mere group of insignificant beings daring to challenge a god. Uchiha Yao rose and moved to the window. Relay my orders. Assemble the 12 guardian ninjas and vice captain of the guards, Uchiha Tiehua, At the first training ground for an emergency meeting. Within 5 minutes. At the first training ground. Where yellow sand blanketed the ground beneath the blazing sun, the 12 guardians, led by Uchiha Kenji and Uchiha Shunin, were already kneeling like 12 silent statues. Beside them, Vice Captain Uchiha Tsukuyomi also knelt, his demeanor grave. An unusual weight hung in the air. The urgency of the clan leader's summons indicated a matter of utmost importance that could shake the very foundation of their clan. Uchiha Yao's figure appeared before them. Rise. The 13 of them stood in unison. In 3 days, a war of extermination will be waged against our Uchiha clan. Yao's words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the 13 loyal subordinates. Extermination. The mere utterance of those 2 syllables instantly hardened their gazes. Who dared to come to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Such audacity. An uncontrollable wave of murderous intent surged from them. Who is it? Uchiha Tsukuyomi, as vice captain of the guards, was the first to question, his voice tinged with profound fury. Is it the higher-ups of Konoha? That old dog Danzo. The participants include Danzo's root and 3 S-rank rogue ninjas, along with our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. Each name intensified the bloodlust emanating from those present. Particularly, the mention of Uchiha Itachi incited feelings of deep-seated shame and anger. As a member of the Uchiha, how could he betray his own family? That traitor. How dare he turn against his clan? Uchiha Yao raised his hand, gently pressing downwards. Instantly, all commotion and fury evaporated. I summoned you not to march to your deaths. Yao's gaze slowly swept across each face. Your sole task is this. When night falls in 3 days, coordinate the entire guard to escort the clan's elderly, women, and children to the underground shelter. No one is to leave until the signal for the end of battle is given. This is a supreme order. Vice Captain Uchiha Kenji immediately grasped the clan leader's intent. Clear the battlefield. He intends to face all the enemies alone? Clan leader. Kenji could no longer maintain his composure and stepped forward urgently. The purpose of the 12 guardians is to serve as your sword and shield. Faced with such formidable foes, we will fight alongside you, even if it costs us our lives. Fight alongside me. Uchiha Yao chuckled. Kenji, you have misunderstood. This is not a battle of equals. To me, it is merely a postprandial diversion. In that instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Uchiha Yao. The 13 elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan began to tremble uncontrollably. Their Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, spun wildly. Their legs weakened. Thud, thud, including Uchiha Kenji and Shunin. All 13 top-tier experts fell helplessly to their knees. Now, do you understand? Uchiha Yao slowly withdrew that oppressive aura. The 13 subordinates gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning. We understand. Kenji's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the clan leader's words. Indeed, before such power, the so-called S-rank rogue ninjas were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Go execute the command. Uchiha Yao turned, presenting his back to them. Remember, protect our kin. Once I have cleared the trash, I will personally retrieve them, returning to a revitalized Uchiha. An Uchiha that no one would dare provoke again. Yes, the 13 figures transformed into shadows, vanishing from the training ground. The training ground was left with Uchiha Yao alone. Now, it was time to discuss the specifics with the former clan leader. As another top-tier combatant of the Uchiha, Uchiha Fagaku must not be left idle. The night of extermination might still offer a glimpse of the poignant scene of father and son, Fagaku and Itachi, playing out their tragic roles. Chapter 70, The Cruelest Truth. The end of father and son. Uchiha Fagaku's residence, as the former clan leader, remained a symbol of power within the Uchiha clan, despite having relinquished authority. Since the defeat in the martial arts arena, Fagaku's heart had never truly found peace. Uchiha Yao's series of assertive actions were indeed gratifying. Yet the situation he now faced might prove even more dire. Regardless of what lay ahead, Uchiha Fagaku vowed to honor his commitment and lend his utmost support to the new clan leader, striving to restore the Uchiha's glory and elevate them back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. He poured a cup of tea for Uchiha Yao. Clan leader, is there something urgent you require my assistance with? Fagaku, Uchiha Yao began slowly. I have come to notify you of a matter. Fagaku raised the teacup, gesturing for Yao to proceed with utmost humility. Uchiha Yao fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Fagaku. In 3 days, it will be the night of extermination for the Uchiha. Crack. The ceramic teacup in Fagaku's hand shattered at the sound. Clan leader, what did you say? Are you certain you are not jesting? The voice of Fagaku was filled with incredulous astonishment. Annihilation of a clan. Those two words were not to be uttered lightly. To eradicate the Uchiha clan, even with the full might of Konoha, was no easy feat. The higher echelons of Konoha could no longer tolerate the existence of the Uchiha, and Danzo had devised a meticulous plan, tacitly approved by the third Hokage. On the night, 3 days hence, a thorough cleansing of the Uchiha clan would commence. Impossible. How could the third Hokage commit such an act? It would shake the very foundations of Konoha. Uchiha Yao cast a fleeting glance at Fagaku. Therefore, they had found a perfect executor, someone who could accomplish the task while shouldering all the blame, allowing Konoha to distance itself from the bloodshed. Fagaku's breath quickened. Who? Although he had a faint suspicion, he still asked, unwilling to accept the truth. Your eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Boom. Fagaku felt darkness envelop him. He staggered back 2 steps, his back crashing heavily against the wall, emitting a dull thud. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him, and he slowly slid down the wall to the ground. No, it couldn't be. Fagaku trembled, still struggling to believe that his own son would betray the Uchiha, becoming the very blade wielded against his kin by Konoha's upper echelons. Itachi loved his family, cherished his village. How could he possibly raise a blade against his own people? Uchiha Yao did not engage in argument. He understood how cruel it was for a father to acknowledge that his son was the perpetrator of such a massacre against their clan. Uchiha Yao merely regarded the disheveled Fagaku with calm eyes. I did not come here to persuade you. I merely offer you an opportunity. An opportunity to personally prevent this tragedy or, indeed, to enact justice upon the traitor. Fagaku's head snapped up, his Mangekyō Sharingan manifesting uncontrollably under the weight of his tumultuous emotions. If Itachi truly betrays the Uchiha, it will be you, Uchiha Fagaku, who must stop him. As a father, as the former clan leader of the Uchiha. Fagaku's chest heaved violently, his heavy breaths resonating starkly within the stillness of the study. After a prolonged silence, a resolute sorrow gradually replaced the despair in Fagaku's gaze. Very well. Uchiha Fagaku struggled to utter the word. If Itachi truly betrays the clan, I will personally make him atone for the Uchiha. Uchiha Yao nodded in satisfaction. However, he is not the only executor. Uchiha Yao revealed the intelligence he had gathered. To ensure absolute certainty, Danzo had enlisted several accomplices. The S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, the legendary bounty hunter, the immortal Kakazu, who supposedly once clashed with the first Hokage. Fagaku's expression darkened further. Each name represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the ninja world. Formidable entities capable of causing great distress to entire nations. And there was also the one who orchestrated the Nine Tails incident, the masked Uchiha. Fagaku's body trembled once more. That man, the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident, would also be present. So many powerful adversaries. Worry laced Fagaku's voice. We must mobilize the entire clan immediately. No need for that. Uchiha Yao directly interrupted Fagaku. Too many people would hinder my performance. Fagaku was taken aback. He looked at the new clan leader, momentarily at a loss for words. Hinder his performance? But those were Orochimaru, Kakazu, 2 seasoned powerhouses, along with an unfathomable masked man. This was a terrifying force capable of altering the course of a battle. Especially Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3, Uchiha Fagaku was acutely aware of the opponent's strength. How could Yao possibly contend with them alone? As if reading Fagaku's doubts, Uchiha Yao countered. After our encounter, you should be most aware of my capabilities. Trust me. Fagaku's mind instantly flashed back to the training ground, where a colossal dragon of thunder and fire had torn through his Susanoo. That cataclysmic power ignited a flicker of reassurance within Fagaku's heart. Yet, it was but a flicker. After all, the enemies were far too numerous and overwhelmingly strong. Observing the lingering concern etched on Fagaku's face, Uchiha Yao smiled. Fagaku, your Susanoo is at the 3rd stage, correct? Fagaku nodded instinctively. His Susanoo had indeed reached the 3rd stage. Uchiha Yao slowly stood and approached the window, pushing it open. Without turning back, he uttered a statement that sent shivers down Fagaku's spine. Your Susanoo is at the 3rd stage, while mine is complete. Fagaku's body froze entirely. His mind became a blank slate. A complete Susanoo? What was that? It was a state achieved only by Uchiha Madara, as recorded in the Uchiha tablet, an ultimate realm. A divine power capable of standing toe-to-toe with the sage of the 6 paths, Senju Hashirama. Fagaku could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic force that could entail. After seeing Uchiha Yao off, Fagaku stood alone at the door for a long time. The night breeze was cold, brushing against his face, bringing a biting chill. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards. In days past, this tranquility would have brought Fagaku solace. Yet, at this moment, it felt like the harbinger of an impending storm. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the street corner, slowly approaching him. It was Itachi. Upon seeing his father standing at the door, Itachi momentarily hesitated, then quickly walked over. "Father." Fagaku lifted his gaze to meet Itachi's. He sought to discern even the slightest hint of betrayal on the face he had known for over a decade. Yet, there was none. Fagaku's body quivered. He wanted to inquire, "Are you truly going to betray the clan and slaughter all our kin?" Why? Countless questions lodged in Fagaku's throat. He dreaded hearing an answer he could never accept. Itachi seemed to sense his father's unease. "Father, what is the matter?" Itachi's tone carried a hint of concern. At that moment, Fagaku found it increasingly difficult to breathe, nearly suffocating. He opened his mouth. Ultimately, all the tumultuous emotions coalesced into a resigned sigh. "It's nothing. You've worked hard." A flicker of barely perceptible confusion crossed Itachi's eyes, but he did not press further. Itachi merely inclined his head slightly. "I will go in first." With that, he brushed past Fagaku, opened the door, and stepped into the warm light. Fagaku did not turn back, silently standing in place. I listened to the faint sound of the door closing behind me. "Itachi, if you truly betray the Uchiha, how shall I face you?" Chapter 71, The Gathering of Traitors. The night of annihilation approaches. Time swiftly passed to the third day. Sunlight streamed through the enormous windows of the Hokage's office, casting bright patches of light upon the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his back to Itachi, a pipe clenched between his teeth, smoke swirling around him. "Itachi, take a look once more." Sarutobi's voice carried a hint of weariness. "Observe this village. The villagers walking the streets, the laughter emanating from the ninja school. This is the peace we strive to protect with our very lives. It is the will of fire of Konoha." Itachi stood behind Sarutobi, his gaze surpassing the shoulder of the third Hokage, directed at the village both familiar and foreign to him. Yes, peace. For this word, he, Itachi Uchiha, would drag his entire clan into the depths of hell. Simultaneously, it was also for Sasuke. Sasuke, the only one Itachi could not leave behind. "Third Hokage, how can we ensure Sasuke's safety?" Sarutobi slowly turned to face him, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Do not worry, I have made arrangements. Tonight, the ninja school will host a special exchange event, and all students will remain at school to participate. With the dual protection of the Umbu and the barrier class, there will be no issues." Itachi nodded. As long as Sasuke was safe, that was enough. At that moment, the office door creaked open. Shimura Danzo appeared at the threshold. "It's about time, Hiruzen." Hiruzen nodded, shifting his gaze away from Itachi. "Itachi, go with Danzo. Your associates have arrived." The root base. Danzo led the way, Itachi following closely behind, his steps heavy. They arrived at a vast underground platform. In the center stood over 20 figures. The two foremost figures emanated an overwhelming presence even before they approached. One of them extended his long tongue, leisurely licking his lips, his gaze shamelessly roving over Itachi. It was Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. The other, adorned with a headband and a black mask, revealed only a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light, exuding a miasma of decay. He was Kakuzu, the legendary bounty hunter. Behind Orochimaru and Kakuzu stood more than 20 formidable ninjas, each brimming with a fierce aura. Every one of them was a notorious A-rank rogue ninja on the bounty lists of various hidden villages. Is this the genius of the Uchiha? Orochimaru mused, his gaze examining Itachi with keen interest. What a perfect body, perfect eyes. I would love to personally pluck those exquisite eyes from your face. His words were laced with unabashed greed. Orochimaru held a profound fascination for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and his desire for the Mangekyō Sharingan was a greed that could not be contained. Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly turned toward Orochimaru, the dark tomo spinning madly, infused with a chilling murderous intent. Speak when you have the life to claim them. Oh, Orochimaru's smile widened. The excitement in his eyes was palpable. How intriguing. Such an interesting little boy. Enough. Danzo's cold voice interrupted the standoff. Orochimaru, sheath your desires. Once the mission concludes, I will not meddle in your grievances. But for now, you are allies. Danzo surveyed all present, including the 20A rank rogue ninjas. Tonight's objective is the Uchiha clan. Apart from our designated targets, any dissenters are to be eliminated without exception. Upon completion of the mission, each of you will receive double the promised reward. Money is not an issue. Kakuzu's voice finally sounded. I only wish to know who claims Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku. They are to be dealt with by us together. As for who ultimately acquires their eyes and hearts, that shall be determined by skill. Orochimaru and Kakuzu exchanged glances, both perceiving a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent and greed in each other's eyes. Danzo regarded the scene before him with satisfaction. 2S rank rogue ninjas. Over 20A rank rogue ninjas alongside Itachi Uchiha and the awaiting root ninjas. Such a formidable assembly was capable of launching a surprise attack on any ninja clan and eradicating it entirely. Uchiha Yao, even if you are truly a monster, before such absolute power, you will only be ground to dust. This night, the Uchiha will be thoroughly erased from the map of Konoha. Evening. On the rooftop of the Uchiha guard building, the wind howled. The setting sun bathed the entire Konoha village in a hue of tragic crimson. Uchiha Yao stood at the edge of the rooftop, his black combat attire fluttering in the wind. He gazed down at the Uchiha clan grounds, his expression calm. Steady footsteps approached from behind him. Uchiha Fagaku ascended to the rooftop, similarly clad in dark battle gear. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and that masked man, along with Itachi. Fagaku's fists clenched involuntarily within his sleeves, worry etched upon his face. Yao, are you truly confident? Perhaps Root will also join the fight. After all, there is only one Uchiha Yao, while they have so many shadow-level powerhouses. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. The legendary bounty hunter, Kakuzu. Even the instigator of the Nine Tails chaos, and possibly the Root ninjas. There are too many enemies. Uchiha Yao slowly turned his head, casting a glance at Uchiha Fagaku. Fagaku, my strength is sufficient to contend with them. They should be concerned about whether they can retreat unscathed. Do not worry. I can handle these individuals. Instead, you, Fagaku, will face only one opponent tonight. Your eldest son, Itachi Uchiha. As a father, draw a line on this misguided bond. Can you do so without hesitation? Fagaku's chest heaved violently. The image of Itachi's once innocent face flashed in his mind once more. After a long moment, the struggle in Fagaku's eyes dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination. Clan leader, I understand. At that moment, the last rays of the sunset sank below the horizon. Night had arrived. Chapter 72. Orochimaru's covetous gaze, a truly perfect work of art. The night consumed the last remnants of light from the Uchiha clan grounds. The only sounds that filled the air were the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. Over 20 figures stealthily dispersed, infiltrating the area. These A-rank rogue ninjas, driven by the lust for money and slaughter, were like hungry hyenas. At the forefront stood a rogue ninja known as the Demon Blade Kenpachi, once a member of the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village, renowned for his unparalleled silent blade techniques, with a bounty reaching an astounding 40 million ryo. Humph. The Uchiha clan is nothing remarkable. Kenpachi licked his cracked lips, already savoring the intoxicating aroma of mingled blood and gold. With such lax defenses, it seemed that the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Yao, was merely a brash youth with a silver tongue. Beside him, a stout rogue from the Hidden Stone Village chuckled, rubbing his hands together. No matter who he is, Lord Danzo has promised a handsome reward for every Sharingan. Tonight, we shall amass our fortune. After this job, we will live lavishly for quite some time. However, as they kicked open the first door of a residence, what awaited them was not the terrified screams or desperate resistance they anticipated, but rather an eerily vacant room. No one. The Hidden Stone rogue paused, bewildered. Kenpachi furrowed his brow, his form flickering as he instantly appeared in the courtyard of another house. Still empty. The third, the fourth, after investigating a dozen homes. The result was invariably the same. The furniture was neatly arranged, with some tables still bearing unfinished meals, yet the inhabitants had seemingly vanished into thin air. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. Something is amiss. Kenpachi's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the short blade at his back. They are on guard. Everyone, be cautious. This deathly silent street now appeared to them as a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, ready to devour its prey. At that moment, a faint sound, akin to raindrops falling upon stone, echoed from the heart of the district. All rogue ninjas were instantly drawn to it. There, at the edge of the guard headquarters rooftop, Two figures quietly materialized. One was tall and imposing, clad in black that rustled in the night breeze, Uchiha Yao. The other bore a solemn expression, the former clan leader, Uchiha Fagaku. They descended gracefully from the towering rooftop. Finally, they have arrived. Uchiha Yao's voice resonated. 2. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the hidden stone rogue was initially taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Is there no one left in the Uchiha? They have only sent two to their demise. One is an ousted old man, and the other, a mere child. Do not waste words with them. In Kenpachi's eyes, only Uchiha Yao's contempt remained. This disdain ignited a fury within Kenpachi. How many years had it been since anyone dared to belittle him so? This Uchiha brat had crossed a line. Today, he would ensure he learned the consequences of underestimating the great Kenpachi. Eliminate them. Then we shall drag out all those hiding like rats. As soon as Kenpachi's words fell, his form transformed into a blurred afterimage, vanishing from sight. Silent blade technique. Kenpachi's target was the seemingly least threatening Uchiha Yao. He intended to use the head of this new clan leader to proclaim the commencement of this hunt. What awaited Kenpachi was not the fearful gaze he anticipated, but a blinding flash of blue-white lightning. Chatter. The sound was as if 1,000 birds were shrieking in unison beside his ear. Uchiha Yao's right hand had, unbeknownst to him, gathered a tempestuous surge of lightning. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Uchiha Yao's movements were swifter than Kenpachi's blade. Just as the short knife was half an inch from Uchiha Yao's throat, that hand, entwined with lightning, struck unimpeded against Kenpachi's chest. A muffled sound followed. The sickening noise of flesh being pierced. The cruel smile on Kenpachi's face froze in an instant. He looked down to find a fist-sized, charred hole in his chest. Blood, before it could even flow, was entirely vaporized by the ferocious lightning. How is this possible? Kenpachi's body slumped helplessly backward, his eyes reflecting shock and bewilderment. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted his right hand, having dispatched a rogue ninja, without even activating his Sharingan. The first, Uchiha Yao uttered coldly. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. The previously boisterous hidden stone rogue was now drenched in cold sweat, trickling down his plump cheeks. Dead. The speed-renowned demon blade Kenpachi was killed in an instant. He didn't even see how the other struck. The most alarming fact was that this Uchiha hadn't even used his Sharingan. This young man was no mere brat. He was a monster. All at once, a voice, filled with desperation, roared, "Kill him! Avenge Kenpachi!" The instinct for survival and greed for wealth overwhelmed their fear. More than 20 figures lunged at them from all directions. Like enraged beasts. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water chaos waves. Various elemental jutsu erupted simultaneously, a chaotic mixture of mudslides, gales, and tumultuous waves surged towards Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Fagaku. In Fagaku's eyes, 3 tomos spun rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a kaleidoscopic pattern. Yao, be careful. Fagaku stepped forward, chakra surging as he prepared to summon the skeletal form of Susanoo to defend against the onslaught. Fall back. Uchiha Yao commanded, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Yao took a deep breath and then exhaled forcefully. In the next moment, a towering inferno erupted, transforming into a tidal wave of flames that obscured the sky. The ninjutsu unleashed by the rogue ninjas was instantly reduced to mere steam beneath Uchiha Yao's flames. The foremost rogue ninjas had no time to react, utterly consumed by the inferno, leaving not even a complete skeleton behind. From afar, upon a higher rooftop, 4 figures silently observed the unfolding chaos. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, a sickly fervor gleaming in his golden snake-like eyes. How exquisite! Such immense chakra, such perfect fire release. This body is truly a work of art, born for ninjutsu. I desire you more and more, Yaokuin. Beside Orochimaru, Kamui, with his eerie green eyes, bore a serious expression. Given the prowess displayed by Uchiha Yao, he was on par with most Kaga-level warriors. The target is quite formidable. It seems that after this, I must negotiate a higher bounty with Danzo. I must ensure Danzo pays dearly. However, the heart of such a powerful individual as Uchiha Yao would surely be a splendid addition to my body. Kakuzu's eyes glinted with avarice. Chapter 73, Itachi. You are now expelled from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yao's strength was terrifyingly formidable. The remaining rogue ninjas immediately split into two factions. 5 individuals lunged towards Uchiha Fagaku, while a greater number of rogue ninjas dispersed into formations to besiege Uchiha Yao. In their eyes, the initial greed had long since dissipated, replaced by a profound trepidation towards Uchiha Yao. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Wind style, Great breakthrough. Water style, Water dragon bullet technique. Massive earthen walls erupted from the ground, seeking to imprison Uchiha Yao. The howling winds transformed into blades, descending from above. A roaring water dragon surged forth, sealing the last remaining gap. Various elemental ninjutsu clashed within the confined space, weaving an inescapable net of death. Die! One rogue ninja, madness flickering in his eyes, slammed his hands onto the ground. Explosion release, landmine fist. Explosive seals, invisible to the naked eye, spread beneath the ground in a radius of several dozen meters around Uchiha Yao. The moment his feet touched the earth, he would be obliterated. Yet, unfazed by the onslaught, Uchiha Yao maintained his composure. A blinding blue lightning bolt surged forth from his palm, instantly extending to a length of 5 meters. Chidori Sharp Spear. The lightning spear tore through the air, piercing the throat of a rogue ninja in the midst of forming hand seals with a speed that defied perception. Blood mixed with electrical sparks erupted forth. The second, lightning release, chakra mode activated. At some point, a rapidly spinning energy sphere had appeared in Uchiha Yao's right palm, crashing into a rogue ninja's chest at point-blank range. Rasengan of lightning fire. It was too swift to be captured. Another rogue ninja fell lifelessly. The third, boom. The deafening sound of an explosion rang out. From the very beginning, this battle had been a one-sided massacre. The rogue ninja's proud techniques appeared trivial before Uchiha Yao's unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, atop the guard forces building, a figure adorned in an orange vortex mask materialized, coldly observing the slaughter unfolding below. Oh, Uchiha Obito's tone carried an almost imperceptible amusement. This Uchiha Yao is quite intriguing. His decisive killing intent, coupled with his exquisite manipulation of ninjutsu, far exceeded Obito's understanding of the Uchiha clan. Just as Obito watched with interest, Uchiha Yao, engaged in the massacre below, suddenly paused. Warning. High-threat target detected. Masked man Uchiha Obito, Mangekyō Sharingan, space-time ninjutsu. Obito had arrived. Uchiha Yao's gaze turned icy in an instant. This individual's might posed a significant variable. Should Obito bypass him to directly assault the hiding place of the clan, the consequences would be dire. The time for play had ended. A swift resolution was imperative. In that moment, Uchiha Yao's murderous intent boiled over. He held nothing back. Chidori flow. Electricity surged forth with a piercing hum, wildly sweeping in all directions. Lightning release. Chakra mode at maximum power. The remaining rogue ninjas, sensing imminent doom, turned to flee, only to find their bodies rendered immobile. Uft, uft, uft. Within mere seconds, these rogue ninjas lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any life signs. On the other side, the rogue ninjas entangled with Uchiha Fagaku were left horrified at the sight. Their will to fight evaporated as they screamed and scattered in various directions. Enough games, Fagaku. Uchiha Yao's voice echoed. The main event was about to unfold. Uchiha Fagaku's expression grew serious. I understand, he growled. 3 tomo swirling frantically in his crimson pupils, ultimately merging into a pair of sinister, 3-bladed shuriken. Mangekyō Sharingan, activate. A formidable and chilling power erupted. A colossal Susanoo emerged. Susanoo. Its immense skeletal arms swung down with unmatched force, obliterating 2 rogue ninjas into a blur of blood and flesh. Another slash followed, eliminating the fleeing rogue ninjas. The battle was over. Over 20 notorious A-ranked rogue ninjas had been completely annihilated. The air was thick with the lingering scent of blood. All right, warm-up is done. Soon. Light footsteps echoed from the end of the street, and 3 figures emerged from the darkness. The foremost figure, clad in standard attire of the Konoha Anbu and wearing a raccoon mask, was Uchiha Itachi. To Itachi's left stood a man with skin as pale as paper, golden vertical pupils glowing eerily in the night. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. To the right was a figure adorned with the forehead protector and mask of Takigakure, the legendary bounty hunter, Kokuzu. Fagaku's breath caught at the sight of the leading figure. Although he had anticipated this moment, the arrival of Itachi filled Uchiha Fagaku's heart with indescribable sorrow. Itachi slowly raised his hand and removed his raccoon mask. Itachi. Fagaku's voice was laden with grief. Why? The three Tomo in his Mangekyō Sharingan spun violently due to his overwhelming emotional turmoil. Why betray our family? Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained devoid of emotion. He regarded his father, consumed by fury, observing the Tomo that mirrored his own yet were distinctly different. His tone was devoid of warmth. Father, your perspective is too narrow for the long-term peace of the village. The existence of the Uchiha has become an obstacle that must be eliminated. You treacherous wolf! Fagaku roared, veins bulging from his neck, his entire being trembling with rage. I admit, I once harbored unrealistic fantasies regarding the third Hokage. For the sake of so-called peace, I made decisions detrimental to the family's interests. But I, Uchiha Fagaku, have never contemplated betraying my own family. Never have I thought to raise a blade against my own kin. Itachi remained silent. He refrained from rebuttal. Within Fagaku's heart, the last remnants of hope that perhaps Itachi was coerced or had his reasons shattered in that moment. The figure standing before him was no longer his son, but an enemy intent on erasing the entire Uchiha clan from existence. Uchiha Yao stepped forward, gazing at Itachi with a cold demeanor. Uchiha Itachi, you have colluded with outsiders and forsaken your bloodline. I, Uchiha Yao, in my capacity as the current head of the Uchiha clan, hereby declare the rebel Uchiha Itachi permanently exiled from the Uchiha clan. Your name shall forever be inscribed on the Uchiha's pillar of shame. All Uchiha clan members shall bear you in disgrace. Chapter 74, Arrogance? No, this is the strength of the new clan leader. The three Tomo and Itachi's eyes abruptly shifted. The Mangekyō Sharingan activated. A chilling and formidable ocular force bore down upon Fagaku. The sorrow in his eyes dissipated. The three-bladed pinwheel pattern within his gaze spun wildly, fiercely clashing with his son's own power in the air. Orochimaru watched this spectacle with keen interest, the sickly excitement glimmering in his golden serpentine eyes. What a splendid family drama unfolds. A father and son turned against each other, all within the realm of the Uchiha's kaleidoscope. It seems, Itachi, that your mission has encountered a slight complication. Kakuzu, however, appeared somewhat impatient. Enough with the idle chatter. The heads of Uchiha Itachi and Fagaku hold considerable value. Kakuzu's gaze fixated intensely on the standing Uchiha Itachi. To him, this newly appointed clan leader represented the greatest variable of the night. In the face of the unabashed murderous intent emanating from the two S-rank rogue ninjas, Uchiha Itachi did not flinch in the slightest. He released his own aura, colliding it with that of Orochimaru and Kakuzu. Casting a glance at Fagaku and Itachi, he addressed them, stating, "This place is not suitable for our performance." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a more playful smile gracing his face. "Are you speaking to us, little one?" Kakuzu's murderous intent had coalesced into something tangible. "It seems you are eager to meet your end." Uchiha Itachi ignored Kakuzu's provocation and continued, "Let this space belong to you two. After all, this was a matter between father and son. As for you two," Uchiha Itachi displayed a disdainful expression. "If you seek death, do so in a more spacious setting. I fear the commotion may disturb them." Arrogant. Such hubris. Orochimaru's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling and intense murderous intent. Kakuzu was seething with rage. How dare this brat provoke both of them simultaneously? On the rooftop of the guard force building, Obito, donning a spiral mask, turned his attention entirely towards Uchiha Itachi. This new clan leader of the Uchiha was far more intriguing than Obito had anticipated. Just as Orochimaru and Kakuzu were on the verge of unleashing their fury, a resounding boom echoed as Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, unleashing a powerful surge of ocular energy directed at Orochimaru and Kakuzu as a taunt. Orochimaru and Kakuzu froze momentarily. "Follow me," Uchiha Itachi uttered calmly. Without casting another glance at them, he turned and leaped towards the clan's training grounds, exposing his unguarded back to the two S-rank rogue ninjas. Such confidence. Orochimaru fixated on Itachi's retreating figure, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips, this time his eyes reflecting not greed, but a thrill of meeting an equal. "I shall see what kind of monster you truly are." Kakuzu snorted disdainfully. "You're far too arrogant." The two no longer hesitated. In a flash, they transformed into fleeting shadows, trailing behind Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, The once tense street was left with only Fagaku and Itachi, father and son, along with the masked man on the rooftop, lost in contemplation. After a moment of thought, Obito activated Kamui, heading towards Uchiha Itachi's direction. Fagaku observed the retreating figure of Itachi, realizing that there was no exaggeration in his earlier words. He truly possessed the absolute confidence required to confront Orochimaru, Kakazu, and the instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. Thus, he could no longer afford to hinder him. Fagaku retracted his gaze, turning back to his son, a cold, murderous intent surging forth. Itachi, let us, father and son, conclude this matter with these cursed eyes. Susanoo. At the root base, Shimura Danzo sat upon a stone seat. What is the situation? Danzo's voice resonated. Report to Lord Danzo. The bait has lost contact entirely. Danzo's left eye narrowed slightly. Entirely? Yes. Over 20 A-rank rogue ninjas have been obliterated. Was it Itachi? Indeed, a root ninja confirmed. According to our infiltrators, Uchiha Itachi single-handedly eliminated the majority within 3 minutes, with the remainder dealt with by Fagaku's Susanoo. What of Orochimaru and Kakazu? They have engaged with Uchiha Itachi as planned. Itachi is also confronting Fagaku. Danzo nodded. Excellent. Orochimaru, Kakazu, and a Mangekyō Sharingan wielding Itachi. Now, this is the true main course. Deep within the Uchiha clan grounds, in a vast underground refuge, the Uchiha clansmen gathered, their faces marked by fear and unrest. The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. It's the tremors of battle. Silence. A steady voice quelled the chaos. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha En soothed the clansmen. What is there to fear? Have you forgotten the words of our clan leader? Tonight, regardless of what you hear or see, do not panic, do not venture outside. Our clan leader will resolve everything. But, Elder, can Lord Itachi truly handle this? Trust in Itachi and Fagaku. Their eyes embody the divine power of the Uchiha clan. The battlefield was divided into 2 arenas. Fagaku's Susanoo loomed like an ancient demon rising from the depths of hell, its colossal skeletal form radiating immense power. A similarly massive Susanoo ascended behind Itachi, confronting Fagaku's monstrosity from afar. Itachi. Fagaku's voice echoed from within the ribcage of Susanoo. Are you truly willing to go this far? The chakra sword in Fagaku's hand hummed ominously, yet he hesitated to strike. That hesitation, belonging to a father, presented a fatal flaw on the battlefield. Itachi's response was a merciless strike. Susanoo's arm swung violently, the massive Tenjin sword tearing through the air, aimed directly at Fagaku's Susanoo. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated through the night sky. The fierce battle had commenced. Chapter 75. Uchiha Itachi. Is that all the prowess S-rank rogue ninjas possess? Fagaku instinctively raised his chakra sword to block. The collision of their immense powers generated shockwaves that sent the surrounding debris flying, reducing it to dust. Father, your hesitation will only bring you more suffering. Itachi's voice bore no trace of emotion. To protect the great tree of Konoha, it is necessary to prune the branches that threaten to wither. The Uchiha must exit the stage of history. Fagaku's chest heaved violently, the kaleidoscope in his eyes unleashing a terrifying ocular power due to his overwhelming fury. Be silent. What you protect is merely the power of Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. What you sacrifice is your bloodline, your family. Uchiha Fagaku roared, brandishing his long sword and launching a counterattack. However, every strike from Uchiha Fagaku veered off course, deliberately avoiding the core position of Itachi. His intent was to subdue his son, not to kill him. Yet Itachi aimed for lethal precision. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Uchiha Yao stood at the center. The silence was first disturbed by Orochimaru's sinister laughter. What a splendid stage. Yaokoin, have you brought us here to witness your true power? Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes greedily scrutinized Uchiha Yao. Less chatter, Kakuzu interjected, displaying palpable impatience. Let us finish this quickly. I have another bounty to collect. Naturally, the target Kakuzu referred to was Uchiha Fagaku. Uchiha Yao calmly regarded the 2 S-rank rogue ninjas before him. Let us begin. Show me what the legendary S-rank rogue ninjas are truly capable of. You arrogant brat. Kakuzu was thoroughly incensed. His black cloak billowed dramatically as 4 masked monstrosities detached from his back, landing heavily on the ground. Allow me to demonstrate my might. Without hesitation, Kakuzu unleashed a lethal attack. The wind and fire masks behind him opened their mouths simultaneously. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, great fireball technique. A ferocious whirlwind merged with a colossal fireball in an instant, creating a fiery tempest that engulfed half the training ground, surging toward Uchiha Yao. The intense heat warped the air around them. Orochimaru, intrigued, stepped back a few paces, crossing his arms as he observed the unfolding battle. He was eager to see how this enigmatic new leader of the Uchiha clan would respond. Yet, Uchiha Yao did not budge an inch in the face of this formidable combined ninjutsu. His jet-black pupils reflected the approaching sea of flames. A hint of mockery gracing his lips. Playing with fire before an Uchiha? How foolishly amusing. He swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply as his chest visibly swelled. Fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames, even more immense, intense, and savage than Kakuzu's fiery tempest, erupted from Uchiha Yao's mouth, manifesting as an overwhelming wave of deep crimson flames. Boom! The two infernos collided midair. Kakuzu's firestorm, capable of incinerating a forest, was reduced to nothing more than a trickle, merging into an ocean of flames that was Uchiha Yao's creation. It was effortlessly consumed, assimilated, and extinguished without a trace. The terrifying crimson wave surged forth, its momentum unabated, growing more furious as it devoured the opposing flames, rolling back toward Kakuzu. What? Kakuzu's pupils dilated in shock as he quickly reacted. The earth element mask behind him immediately shielded his front. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu was encased in a layer of impenetrable black rock. Crash! The crimson wave struck Kakuzu with tremendous force, completely engulfing him. The entire training ground was shrouded in blinding flames. Orochimaru watched with an even broader grin, his golden serpent-like eyes gleaming with fervor. What an astonishing display of fire release. Yao-kun, your chakra is not only vast, but has reached an astonishing quality. As the flames gradually dissipated, Kakuzu reappeared, his rocky armor scorched and covered in spiderweb-like cracks, emitting wisps of smoke. Although the Earth Grudge Fear technique had spared him from fatal injury, Kakuzu's wariness of Uchiha Yao had escalated to an extreme level. Not yet finished. A chilling voice whispered in Kakuzu's ear. Alarm bells rang in his mind, leaving him no time to turn around. He instinctively maximized his body's hardness. Sizzle! A fist, crackling with violent lightning, struck solidly against Kakuzu's back. The powerful impact left a deep imprint on his iron-like back, sending countless fine cracks radiating outward. Kakuzu grunted as he was propelled forward several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard stone floor. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted his fist. Kakuzu struggled to straighten up, acutely aware that his once strong rocky armor had completely shattered. Even the black tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear felt sluggish as they attempted to mend the fractured pathways. Ha! Orochimaru's sickly laughter rang out. What an extraordinary performance. Yao-kun, your perfect physique is becoming increasingly fascinating to me. With such power, it's no wonder you have become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fagaku seems like a pitiful coward in your presence. Kakuzu's expression darkened further at Orochimaru's praise. Enough of your taunts, Orochimaru. I admit, I underestimated you. The three masked creatures behind Kakuzu floated back into position, their eyes gleaming ominously as they locked onto Uchiha Yao. But you will need far more than this to kill me. I have seen more battles than you have had meals. Kakuzu roared. Today, I shall claim your head for the highest bounty. In the face of Kakuzu's threat, Uchiha Yao merely shook his head in resignation, his demeanor indifferent. Is this truly the extent of an S-rank rogue ninja? Then let us conclude the warm-up. Next, Chapter 76. Your summoning beast is impressive? My Susanoo is taller. Kakuzu's voice lost its previous arrogance. You. But Uchiha Yao did not grant Kakuzu the chance to recover. In the next instant, a faint afterimage of Uchiha Yao remained where he once stood. He was too fast. So swift that even Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines, could barely catch a blurred outline. Kakuzu's battle-hardened instincts screamed a warning. The lightning element mask behind him opened wide, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning, sweeping toward Kakuzu like a whip. He aimed to envelop himself in an attack, forcing his foe to retreat. This technique had served him well against speed-oriented ninjas in the past. However, this time, he miscalculated. Uchiha Yao's figure did not appear in any of the positions Kakuzu had anticipated. Above you. Uchiha Yao's voice rang out directly above Kakuzu's head. Kaku raised his head abruptly, only to see Uchiha Yao, who had appeared above him, his body parallel to the ground. Uchiha Yao's right hand was raised high, a dazzling orb of blue-white lightning coalescing in his palm. Without granting Kaku any time to react, that hand, entwined with lightning, transformed into a blade that cleaved through the night, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! A massive, charred hole was pierced through Kaku's back. The lightning-infused mask he had just used was utterly shattered. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Kaku's throat, a delayed outcry of agony. One heart had been destroyed, his first heart. Uchiha Yao floated gracefully to the ground nearby. As he observed Kaku writhing in pain, Yao prepared to approach and claim the second heart. Suddenly, the hidden shadow snake hands technique was unleashed. Several menacing snakes burst forth from the earth, striking at Uchiha Yao's limbs from various angles. Orochimaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally took action. Such a body, such power, it was truly perfect. Only by becoming my vessel can it be of any use. Uchiha Yao caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A surge of intricate, serpentine electricity erupted around him. The approaching snakes stiffened upon contact with the current, convulsing before dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Is that all you have? Uchiha Yao slowly turned to face Orochimaru. Seizing the opportunity, Kaku struggled to rise, panting heavily while utilizing secret techniques to recover. Uchiha Yao was undeniably powerful. Kaku understood that he alone was no match for him. Together now, Kaku roared, and three masks simultaneously opened their mouths. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Water release, water chaos wave. Three distinct elemental jutsu converged from different directions, forming an encompassing attack network that sealed off all escape routes for Uchiha Yao. Meanwhile, Orochimaru pressed his hands against the ground. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, the ground beneath Uchiha Yao transformed into a viscous mire, dragging him downward. A net of heaven and earth, a deadly trap. Yet, in the face of this seemingly insurmountable barrage, Uchiha Yao's expression remained devoid of any hint of panic. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Lightning release, lightning shadow clone technique. Bang! A lightning clone identical to Uchiha Yao materialized beside him. The moment the clone appeared, it leaped willingly into the fiery tempest and the crashing waves. Boom! A violent explosion of lightning erupted within the clone, generating a devastating shockwave that shattered Kaku's three jutsu. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yao's body was enveloped in a deep, skeletal blue chakra. Susanoo. The pulling force of the yellow spring swamp could not so much as budge this absolute defense composed of pure chakra. The game is about to level up. Orochimaru's expression turned grave as he witnessed the blue skeletal layer manifesting around Uchiha Yao. He understood that ordinary jutsu would be utterly ineffective against this Susanoo. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb, formed hand seals with remarkable speed, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! A colossal plume of smoke erupted into the sky, larger than all previous techniques combined. The ground shook violently. A malevolent, brutal aura seeped from the smoke. A massive purple serpent emerged on the training ground, its girth exceeding that of the tallest buildings, its scales shimmering with a cold, metallic sheen under the moonlight, and its golden eyes radiating arrogance and disdain. Orochimaru's signature summoning beast, Manda. Manda's voice boomed, filled with displeasure. You better be prepared with 100 living sacrifices. Otherwise, I will be the first to devour you. Orochimaru licked his lips, pointing toward Uchiha Yao in the center of the training ground, his voice laced with temptation. Manda, do you see that little brat? His chakra is more delectable than 100 sacrifices. Manda's gaze shifted slowly to Uchiha Yao, a flicker of disdain flashing in its enormous eyes. Just this little thing? Yet, facing this terrifying beast capable of effortlessly obliterating a small town, Uchiha Yao exhibited no signs of fear. In the next moment, the blue rib-like chakra enveloping Uchiha Yao began to extend outward, growing. First, it enveloped his arms, then his spine, and finally, a complete, colossal upper body of skeletal form emerged. Flesh, veins, armor, layer upon layer continuously covered him. A giant of deep blue chakra, more massive, more imposing, and more oppressive than Manda itself, rose from the ground. The third stage of Susanoo. Uchiha Yao did not activate the fourth stage. It would be beneath him to reveal his complete form with just these two spectators present. The third stage would suffice to contend with a summoning beast like Manda. Uchiha Yao stood within the diamond crystal on the forehead of this blue demigod, gazing down upon everything. He had precisely controlled the height of his Susanoo to hover just above Manda's head. This height was perfect. Manda's arrogant eyes momentarily froze. It sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the blue giant before it. Orochimaru. Manda suppressed a trembling roar. What kind of monster have you provoked? Manda's pride prevented it from showing weakness, yet the fear within its voice was unmistakable. Chapter 77. Itachi. You complete lunatic. The streets had been utterly transformed into a coliseum for giants. The two towering Susanoo stood silently, like gods from mythology, locked in a standoff amidst the ruins of collapsed structures. The wind had stilled. Itachi, Fagaku bellowed. I shall ask you one last time. Will you also kill your mother? Uchiha Makoto. Within Susanoo, Itachi's handsome yet cold visage finally exhibited a trace of subtle emotional fluctuation. Then, in response to Fagaku's inquiry, Itachi's reply was a strike that tore through the night. The colossal Susanoo's arm swung fiercely. The Tenkyuken, without a hint of hesitation, cleaved downwards. Clang. Fagaku's Susanoo raised its chakra blade, perfectly blocking this lethal blow. The two divine weapons, forged from pure chakra, collided violently, sending a visible wave of circular shockwaves radiating outward from the point of impact. The few remaining houses lining the street stood no chance against the onslaught of this unstoppable wave of power, crumbling to dust like castles made of sand. At the moment of collision, Fagaku's body trembled violently. Through the connection of Susanoo, he could sense the ferocity of the force opposing him, an unwavering, pure intent to kill. Itachi truly intended to take his life. A torrent of emotions, anger, sorrow, disappointment, swirled within Fagaku's chest, ultimately coalescing into a heavy sigh. After all, Itachi was his son. Fagaku's roar, infused with profound rage, drowned out the clashing of weapons. His Susanoo's muscular arms bulged as he forcefully pushed the Totsuka blade away. Are you really willing to sever the bonds with the one who gave you life, all for your laughable peace? Utilizing the recoil, Fagaku commanded his blue Susanoo, wielding twin blades to launch a counterattack. The glimmer of swords transformed into a swirling tempest, enveloping Itachi's Susanoo. Yet, at the moment when his blades were about to strike the Crimson Giant's core, Fagaku hesitated. The trajectory of his blades instinctively diverted from the fatal target. He could not bring himself to kill Itachi. This paternal mercy became the most lethal flaw on the battlefield. Itachi's Sharingan keenly captured this moment of hesitation. Father, your indecision is the fate of the Uchiha. Itachi's Susanoo did not retreat. Instead, it advanced a step forward. A brilliant shield adorned with intricate patterns suddenly manifested upon its left arm. The Yata mirror. Clang, clang, clang. Fagaku's tempestuous strikes fell upon the Yata mirror, all his power absorbed and nullified. Meanwhile, Itachi's right hand moved. The previously deflected Totsuka blade, angled in a peculiar manner, surged upwards. Fagaku's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an irresistible sharp force flash past his Susanoo's left arm. That indomitable blue arm, composed of chakra, along with the wrist gripping the long blade, was severed at the root by the Totsuka blade. The blue chakra, like a breached dam, erupted violently from the wound, transforming into a myriad of luminous points in the air. A pained groan escaped Fagaku's lips, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The massive Susanoo stumbled backward, losing its balance, as its enormous feet left deep impressions in the ground. Personal emotions paled in comparison to the safety of the village. Itachi's voice, devoid of emotion, resounded once more. It is precisely because we cannot relinquish these meaningless bonds that the Uchiha marched toward destruction. Father, your capacity determines your fate. Silence. Fagaku bellowed in fury. My capacity is to protect my family, my clan, not to act as a butcher's knife for those who drive us to the brink. With a roar, Fagaku's Susanoo unleashed another fierce strike. Itachi, controlling his Susanoo, slowly raised his left arm. The Yata mirror once again stood before him. Boom! The strike collided heavily against the Yata mirror, yet Itachi remained unscathed behind it. It ends here. Father, Itachi's voice drifted through the air. His three-tomo Sharingan suddenly focused intently. Fagaku felt as if he had locked eyes with those crimson pupils, and then the world began to spin uncontrollably. Black and white inverted. Sounds, lights, and sensations all receded from him. Tsukuyomi, he murmured. Fagaku's Susanoo dissipated, leaving him half kneeling on the ground. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Itachi, Must you also kill your only brother, Sasuke? Fagaku's final question echoed. In response, Itachi seized his silence. His gaze fell upon Fagaku's fading consciousness. Sasuke will survive. He will harbor hatred for me, and with that hatred, he will strive to grow stronger, ultimately seeking to kill me and take my eyes. Fagaku's pupils constricted once more. He understood. In an instant, he comprehended Itachi's twisted and frenzied plan. To sow the seeds of hatred with the blood of the entire clan. To provoke that pure pair of eyes through the deaths of parents and brothers. Madman, Fagaku whispered. You are a complete lunatic. With his last ounce of strength, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. That is not strength. It is a curse. It is a shackle. A Sasuke who has lost his family and all who loved him. Even if he gains power, will merely become a tool for revenge, blinded by hatred. A pitiful pawn easily manipulated by anyone. Is this the final gift you leave to your brother? Have you asked Sasuke if this is truly what he needs? Is this your love for him as an older brother? Itachi, facing his father's anguished inquiry, provided his final answer. Love will render him weak. Hatred will drive him to seize power at any cost. In this world, only strength can ensure his survival. So Fagaku's voice echoed, his consciousness beginning to fade. Is this your answer? To pave your brother's path to power with the destruction of the entire clan? To nurture the hatred in his eyes with the blood of our parents? It is the path I have chosen for Sasuke, Itachi murmured softly. A solitary road to supreme strength. He will become the last glory of the Uchiha. Chapter 78. Pretending to be weak, can it lure out Obito? As night deepened, the scene in the training ground was striking. A colossal Susanoo opposed by a massive purple serpent, creating a visually arresting tableau. The air had grown stagnant. The wind ceased to flow. The serpent's enormous golden vertical pupils focused intently on the towering Susanoo. Its inherent arrogance for the first time replaced by a grave sense of seriousness. As a powerful summoned beast, the dignity of the serpent forbade it from retreating without a fight. Combat was inevitable. Rather than being passive, it would take the initiative. Roar. The serpent sprang into action. It eschewed foolish frontal assaults, instead moving with an uncanny swiftness that belied its size, gliding along the ground. The hard stone beneath its scales shattered like tofu. Its form left behind purple afterimages in the training ground as it sought the Susanoo's vulnerabilities. Uchiha Yao stood calmly within the crystal forehead of the Susanoo, arms crossed, having already discerned all of the serpent's movements. Too slow. As the myriad serpents slithered to the rear of Susanoo, opening their gaping maw in preparation for a lethal strike. The colossal figure of Susanoo stirred. With an angle that defied the laws of physics, its gigantic arms swung forcefully backward. Bang! The enormous palm struck the side of the serpent with uncanny precision, producing a sound akin to a mountain collapsing. The vast head of the serpent was sent hurtling away by this irresistible force, crashing heavily into the nearby ruins and stirring a cloud of dust. A pained hiss emerged from the haze. Kakuzu began to discreetly retreat, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Orochimaru's expression was grave. It was astonishing that such a formidable summoning beast had been swatted aside so effortlessly. As the dust settled, the serpent, dazed, shook its head and stood once more. One side of its face was now marred with shattered scales, purple blood oozing from the wound. At that moment, its serpent eyes were filled with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. You have provoked my wrath. It roared, opening its massive jaws. This time, it did not unleash a physical attack. Instead, a torrent of acrid venom, akin to a high-pressure water jet, surged towards Susanoo. The air crackled and hissed as the venom coursed through, eroding the ground beneath it into deep ravines. However, Uchiha Yao merely raised his arm, meeting the oncoming flood with his thick chakra armor. The corrosive venom splashed against the armor, releasing clouds of white smoke, yet it was futile. The venom could only erode the surface while the interior remained unharmed. The serpent was bewildered. This was not a battle. It was a chasm of difference in power. It realized it could not shake Uchiha Yao's Susanoo. The game is over, Uchiha Yao declared, announcing the impending conclusion. The giant stepped forward, extending its massive hand to grasp the serpent. The serpent attempted to flee, but under the giant's grip, escape was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the blue hand descended, seizing the serpent's vital point. A desperate shriek echoed as the serpent's enormous body writhed and twisted in a futile attempt to break free. Yet all was in vain. Uchiha Yao manipulated Susanoo, lifting the howling serpent into the air as one might lift a mere eel. Then, with great force, He slammed it down to the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The hardened stone surface of the training ground shattered and collapsed, forming a massive pit. Then, Uchiha Yao's Susanoo slowly raised its hand. Light swirled, and a weapon enveloped in lightning and storm materialized. The Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The serpent's instinct for survival finally overwhelmed its dignity as a summoning beast. It could not perish here, not now. Just as the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi was about to descend, a resounding explosion of white smoke erupted. The serpent's vast body vanished in an instant, forcibly severing its summoning contract and retreating to the dragon cave. The sword cut through the air, leaving a terrifying scar. A deep gash stretching for 100 meters across the ground. Orochimaru's face was one of disbelief. His summoning beast had fled in the face of danger. At that moment, the towering blue giant began to flicker violently. Its brilliance dimmed rapidly, and its massive form dissipated into a shower of luminous particles, returning to nothingness. Uchiha Yao reappeared in the center of the training ground. It was time to test his acting skills. Uchiha Yao stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground, bracing himself on his knee as he gasped for breath. Simultaneously, his expression darkened, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Warning: the host is engaging in a high-risk tactical disguise. Please remain vigilant. High-threat target Uchiha Obito's emotional state is exhibiting severe fluctuations. Threat level elevated. The system's prompt flashed briefly in Uchiha Yao's vision before quickly disappearing. Success. A cold smile crept across Uchiha Yao's mind, though he maintained an appearance of weakness. In this situation, only by feigning vulnerability could he lure Obito out from the shadows. If Obito remained hidden, Uchiha Yao would have no means to draw him out. The system's location tracking could only provide a rough estimate. If Obito remained within the Kamui dimension, there was no way to reach him. Only by pretending to be weak could he entice Obito to emerge for a surprise attack. Uchiha Yao raised his head, adopting a convincingly feeble demeanor as he glanced at the now-stunned Orochimaru and Kakuzu nearby. Consider yourselves fortunate. Now it is your turn. The threat inherent in those words, rather than instilling fear, instead led Orochimaru and Kakuzu to believe Uchiha Yao was nearing his limit. This monster was utterly exhausted. However, before they could act, a strange, spiral-shaped distortion of space suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Yao. A figure clad in a swirling mask stepped forth from the void, brandishing a pitch-black dagger that pierced directly toward Uchiha Yao's defenseless back. The timing was impeccable. The angle was cunning. The speed was lightning fast. This was a strike meant to end it all. Chapter 79. Your life is now mine. Depart. Under the spiral distortion of space, the figure with the swirling mask emerged. Orochimaru's expression tightened. Was this fellow employing space ninjutsu? When had he been lurking nearby? Kakuzu was equally bewildered. The sudden appearance of a supposed ally to ambush Uchiha Yao. Was this a stroke of good fortune? The brat shall meet his end, Obito declared with murderous intent, thrusting the dagger toward Uchiha Yao's seemingly unguarded back. The timing was perfectly orchestrated. At the very moment Uchiha Yao had exhausted his chakra in repelling the serpent, his body was at its weakest, and his spirit most relaxed. This strike was guaranteed to land. Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Yao was an exception. First, Uchiha Yao had long anticipated Obito's actions, and second, his feigned weakness was merely a ruse. Just as Obito's dagger was about to make contact, Uchiha Yao's seemingly crumbling body erupted with a blinding blue-white electric light. Crackle! Violent lightning enveloped Uchiha Yao's form, forming a crackling, flowing armor. In the same instant, his figure transformed into a blur, an electric afterimage darting sideways. Obito's dagger pierced through the dissipating afterimage, striking nothing but air. A missed strike. Finally, you dare to crawl out from your rat hole. The figure of Uchiha Yao reformed 10 meters away. At this moment, the handsome countenance of Uchiha Yao bore no trace of weakness. Instead, it was replaced by a mocking expression directed at Obito. The man who had been covertly observing from the outset could no longer restrain himself. Everything was proceeding as planned. Obito slowly sheathed his short blade. You should not exist in this world, Orochimaru quipped, extending his long tongue. Yet another intriguing character has emerged. This is becoming increasingly exhilarating. Kakuzu cast a glance at the masked Obito and the nearby Orochimaru. 3 against 1. This brat, as monstrous as he might be, was undoubtedly doomed. The advantage lies with me. Kakuzu emitted an eerie laugh. Kid, it's 3 against 1. What do you plan to win with? Wouldn't it be better to stand still and await your demise? In that instant, the three formed a tacit temporary alliance, their common objective being the elimination of Uchiha Yao. Then let us engage together, Uchiha Yao declared, arms crossed, gazing at the three before him. It saves me the trouble of seeking each of you out. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous blast. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, initiating the attack. Seeking death, Kakuzu roared. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Flames and gales merged once more, transforming into a roaring inferno that blocked Uchiha Yao's advance. Simultaneously, Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dozens of vividly colored venomous snakes surged forth from the shadows, lunging toward the streak of lightning. The slicing winds howled as they hurtled toward Uchiha Yao. Obito's body began to contort bizarrely. Kamui. He intended to completely draw this troublesome individual into another dimension. This time, Uchiha Yao's speed surpassed his previous swiftness. The lightning traced an incredible zigzag in midair, deftly avoiding the core of the fiery tempest. Unperturbed by the attacking serpents, Uchiha Yao evaded the gusts of wind with ease. Faced with Obito's space-warping ocular technique, Uchiha Yao merely cast a sidelong glance. The kaleidoscope in his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. A vast surge of ocular power collided silently with the force of Kamui in the air. Obito's movement faltered. In the duel of masters, a single moment could determine life or death. It was this fleeting hesitation that allowed Uchiha Yao to breach all barriers and appear before Kakuzu. His target had always been crystal clear, to incapacitate this most bothersome mobile artillery first. What? Kakuzu's pupils constricted suddenly. He barely had time to react, relying solely on instinct to accelerate the hardening of his earth spear to its utmost. Crack! Uchiha Yao's right hand coalesced a dazzling blue-white electric light. Chidori. He braved the onslaught from behind without flinching, thrusting the hand enveloped in violent lightning forcefully through Kakuzu's chest. Sizzle. The hardened earth spear crumbled before the overwhelming penetration of Chidori, as fragile as decayed wood. The wind attribute heart mask that had just granted Kakuzu strength was instantly shattered amidst the chaotic lightning. Arg! Kakuzu emitted a piercing scream. His body propelled backward by the immense force. However, Uchiha Yao's back was also met with the attacks of the other two. Yet, he paid them no heed. The lightning at his feet flickered again as he pursued the retreating Kakuzu. The lightning fire spiraling sphere formed in Uchiha Yao's hands. With one in each hand, he hurled them at Kakuzu. Sizzle. Kakuzu's water attribute heart shattered once more. No. Despair etched across Kakuzu's face. This madman, Uchiha Yao, was completely disregarding the attacks from the other two, prioritizing his intent to kill him first. Uchiha Yao's figure closed in on Kakuzu for the third time. His hand rested upon Kakuzu's final heart, the one that was also Kakuzu's lifeline. The mournful cry of Chidori echoed once more in Uchiha Yao's palm, the blue-white electric light raging uncontrollably. Yet, Uchiha Yao halted. He paused just an inch from Kakuzu's chest, refraining from progressing further. Kakuzu felt the chilling breath of death so close that it seemed to freeze his very blood. He could not comprehend why. Uchiha Yao gazed at Kakuzu's face, which was marked by fear and confusion, and the murderous intent in his eyes receded. This living treasury would be too great a loss to eliminate. Kakuzu was indeed a capable individual when it came to managing finances. Once he became Hokage, he could easily recruit Kakuzu as his finance minister. Remember, your life now belongs to me, Uchiha Yao. When the time comes, I will seek you out. For now, leave. Uchiha Yao's voice carried an undeniable command. Before I change my mind, Kakuzu was momentarily stunned. He struggled to utter. The instinct for survival ultimately overwhelmed everything. Without a shred of hesitation, Kakuzu summoned his last vestige of strength, rolling and scrambling into the darkness, desperate to escape. With only one heart left, he knew that if he did not flee, he would truly perish. Chapter 80. Orochimaru's Retreat. Next, prepare to expose Obito's true identity. Kakuzu's departure did not ease the atmosphere in the training ground. On the contrary, his exit intensified the tension. Uchiha Yao, Orochimaru, and Obito formed a silent, delicate equilateral triangle. Spiral waves rippled silently at Obito's right eye. In the blink of an eye, Obito vanished from his original position, only to reappear at Uchiha Yao's left side. Would release. cutting technique. Uchiha Yao anticipated Obito's move, leaping to evade the attack, and swiftly closed in on Obito, his fist crackling with lightning. Uchiha Yao's fist effortlessly passed through Obito's head. The two brushed past each other. Useless. Obito's voice rang out, laced with condescension. Your attack is ineffective against me. In this state, you cannot touch me. Uchiha Yao was well aware of the situation. Forget it. Let me deal with Orochimaru first. Uchiha Yao's gaze locked onto the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, not far away. Orochimaru felt a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. This brat dared to make him the primary target of his assault, while being restrained by that mysterious masked man. How audacious! How utterly dismissive of his own worth. Hee. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed once more, yet this time it was laced with an icy intent to kill, deeply offended. What a fascinating little imp. Uchiha Yao paid no heed to the menacing presence of Uchiha Obito beside him. With a crackle of lightning at his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Orochimaru. Your incessant prattle is tiresome. Uchiha Yao's hands moved swiftly, weaving intricate seals mid-attack. In his left hand, a deep crimson flame flickered. In his right, a ferocious blue-white lightning crackled. These two starkly contrasting, yet equally destructive chakras coalesced violently in his palms. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito's figure appeared in Yao's path, thrusting a short blade directly at him. Without a glance, Yao executed an incredible evasive maneuver mid-air, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Madman! Orochimaru gasped in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a reckless fighting style. Sensing the formidable jutsu about to be unleashed by Uchiha Yao, Orochimaru hastily performed hand seals. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Boom. A colossal gate, adorned with a grotesque, demonic face, rose from the ground, heavily blocking his front. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Second Rashomon. Third Rashomon. Boom. Boom. Two identical demonic gates materialized behind the first, forming an impenetrable fortress of defense in the ninja world. At that very moment, Uchiha Yao's technique reached its zenith. He thrust forth the orb of fire and lightning with tremendous force. Thunderfire Dragon Breath. A deafening roar resonated through the night sky. A monstrous dragon. Its skeletal structure forged from lightning and its flesh composed of flames surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction, crashing violently against the first Rashomon. In the face of the Thunderfire Dragon, the gate crumbled like paper, unable to endure even a second before being instantaneously pierced, vaporized, and reduced to nothingness. The Thunderfire Dragon's momentum remained unabated. The second Rashomon shattered. The third Rashomon, after letting out a mournful cry under the strain, also erupted with a resounding explosion. Orochimaru's pallid visage drained of color, leaving only an overwhelming, incredulous horror. His strongest defense had been shattered. The cataclysmic torrent of thunder and fire surged through the remnants of the three Rashomon gates, engulfing him entirely. A chilling scream echoed from the heart of the flames and lightning, only to cease abruptly. Beside them, the masked man's crimson Sharingan contracted sharply. This power transcended the realm of conventional ninjutsu. As the flames gradually dissipated, a vast, terrifying pit with glassy edges remained on the ground. Orochimaru's figure had vanished. Dead? No. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept toward a fragment of stone beside the pit. Beneath the shadow of the rubble, a charred arm suddenly emerged, pressing against the earth. Soon after, a figure, blackened and resembling charcoal, struggled to crawl out from the ground. Orochimaru. He was not dead, yet his appearance was utterly grotesque. Cough, cough, cough. He opened his mouth, expelling black smoke laced with embers. Truly remarkable power. A sickly, exhilarated smile adorned his face. This version of you makes me yearn for you even more. He opened his mouth wide. A completely new, unscathed Orochimaru, with fair skin, slithered out of that charred shell, as if shedding skin. However, before Orochimaru could regain his footing, Uchiha Yao appeared before him. A hand, crackling with lightning, gently pressed against Orochimaru's chest. The smile on Orochimaru's face froze entirely. In the next instant, his entire body suddenly softened, disintegrating into hundreds of small white snakes, each the size of a finger, frantically fleeing in all directions. Uchiha Yao's Chidori managed to incinerate the majority of the snakes into charred remains. Yet, there remained one inconspicuous little snake that slipped into a crevice in the ground, vanishing from sight. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted his hand, choosing not to pursue the escaping snake. A living Orochimaru holds far greater value than a mere corpse. Uchiha Yao's gaze calmly shifted towards the last adversary on the training field, the masked Uchiha Obito. Observing the pretentious air that Obito exuded, Uchiha Yao contemplated allowing him to bask in his delusions for a moment longer before exposing his true identity. That scene would undoubtedly be spectacular. Uchiha Yao. Strength. Super Shadow. Capable of overwhelming any shadow-level ninja. Possessing the strength to single-handedly combat an entire village. Skills mastered. Ninjutsu. Mastery over all fire release techniques. Lightning release. Chidori. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Complete mastery. Thunder Fire Dragon Breath. S rank. Thunder Fire Rasengan. Fusion Eye technique. Under development. Taijutsu. Uchiha Flow Taijutsu. Master level. Sage Body. Beginning. Jinjutsu. Immunity to conventional Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu Rebound. Eternal Mangekyō Enhancement. Bloodline Limit. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Eye Techniques. Temporal Rewind. Enhanced. Jutsu Amplification. Enhanced. Complete Body Susanoo. Clan Status. Uchiha Clan Leader. Absolute Control. Clan Honor Points. 200,000. Loyal Clan Members. Entire Clan. Combat Personnel. Chapter 81. Obito's Identity Exposed. One sentence shatters his mental state. Uchiha Yao stood at the center of the training ground, his chest gently rising and falling, revealing several deliberate wounds that displayed vulnerability. His handsome face bore a hint of fatigue. Opposite him, Uchiha Obito, adorned with a whirlpool mask, stood silently. A tense standoff ensued. Finally, Uchiha Obito broke the silence. What a splendid performance. His voice dripped with unabashed condescension. To face two opponents and repel the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and the immortal Kikuyu, Uchiha Yao. Your name will resound throughout the ninja world after tonight. Yet, alas, all splendid performances must reach their curtain call. Forcing oneself to exceed one's limits and repeatedly employing such powerful composite techniques, you are now at your limit. Uchiha Yao offered no retort. Instead, as if drained of all energy, he posed a single question. Who exactly are you? This inquiry elicited maniacal laughter from the masked man. Who am I? Uchiha Obito took 2 deliberate steps forward, exuding an air of self-importance. I am the savior bringing ultimate peace to this cursed world. I am the one who severs all hypocritical ties and guides humanity towards true happiness. I am the specter of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. If it were anyone else, the mere mention of that name would undoubtedly evoke an unparalleled shock. Uchiha Madara, a name that epitomizes the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, a legendary figure. Yet, on Uchiha Yao's face, there was no trace of the anticipated astonishment. He merely listened in silence, and then a smile emerged upon his lips, one filled with derision and pity. Uchiha Madara? Don't be ridiculous. The likes of Uchiha Madara would never don such a laughable mask. You can't even begin to imitate Madara. A counterfeit. Uchiha Obito's body instantaneously stiffened slightly. What was happening? Why did his usual display of bravado fail against Uchiha Yao? Uchiha Yao shook his head in dissatisfaction. Your clumsy performance might fool those naive little characters, but spare me here. With a dismissive laugh, Uchiha Yao declared, You are not Uchiha Madara. Your name is Uchiha Obito. Boom. The moment the name Uchiha Obito was uttered, the masked figure trembled violently. Beneath the mask, the crimson Sharingan pupil constricted to an extreme. How is this possible? That name. It should have been buried beneath the ruins of the Kamui Bridge, completely forgotten by the world. How does Uchiha Yao know? The only one aware of this secret, apart from himself, is Zetsu. Impossible. His plan was flawless. It seems I was right. Uchiha Yao stepped forward, his overwhelming presence soaring. He offered Uchiha Obito no respite or time to contemplate, relentlessly launching verbal assaults. Previously, you orchestrated the Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha, did you not? When Uzumaki Kushina, your mentor's wife, had just given birth, at the moment when the seal was most unstable, you appeared. You used your ocular technique to control the Nine-Tails, forcibly extracting it from your mentor's body. Uchiha Yao directly inflicted a soul-stirring indictment upon Obito. You caused the death of your mentor's wife. You also killed the teacher who nurtured you. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Yao's voice brimmed with contempt. You could even turn against your own mentor and his wife. You are far from a savior. Given how well Minato and Kushina treated you, you are nothing but a ravenous wolf. You are merely a scoundrel, lower than a beast. Shut up. A roar, suppressed to the utmost extent, erupted from beneath the mask. Uchiha Obito's body trembled violently. Yao's words tore away his facade, igniting a fierce anger within him. The air around them distorted due to Obito's uncontrolled chakra. What do you know? Obito's voice, no longer a facade, returned to its original clarity, tinged with youthful fervor. This world is the true hell. War, hatred, death, separation. Everything here is filled with suffering. What I seek is to end all of it. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, there is no pain, no sorrow, and Rin is still alive. That is true peace. True happiness. Uchiha Obito spread his arms wide. Any sacrifice is worth it to create that perfect world. You, a fool lost in a false reality, incapable of seeing the essence of the world, have no right to judge me. Uchiha Yao listened quietly to Obito's outburst. In the next moment, the six-pointed star kaleidoscope in his eyes abruptly accelerated its rotation. Kaleidoscope technique, temporal rewind. Visible to the naked eye, Uchiha Yao's minor wounds vanished in an instant. The chakra he had previously expended restored itself to its fullest capacity. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, Uchiha Yao returned to his prime state, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the astonished Uchiha Obito. Beneath the mask, Obito's expression was filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Uchiha Yao not only healed his injuries, but also restored his chakra to its zenith. What have you done? What is this strange ocular technique? Is it an illusion? No. My Sharingan would never fail to see through. What is it? Uchiha Yao offered no answer. This enigma was far more potent than a direct response, capable of shattering a person's mental defenses. Uchiha Yao gazed calmly at Obito. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke languidly. Speaking of which, I must commend the fourth Hokage. This abrupt topic momentarily stilled Obito's thoughts. As a common ninja, he truly was a genius. His talent, character, and understanding of the will of fire were impeccable. Unfortunately, Uchiha Yao's gaze turned sharp. He encountered a ravenous wolf like you. Today, Uchiha Yao stepped forward once more, his aura surging again. I shall avenge those you have harmed, Minato and Kushina. Uchiha Yao paused, as if contemplating. Oh right, and Naruto. Let me educate you, my misguided disciple. Chapter 82. Uchiha Obito, your abilities are not invincible. Uchiha Obito's body ceased its tremors. He merely stood there stiffly. A world without Rin is a world of despair. Yes, indeed, I aim to create a world with Rin. Uchiha Yao, what do you understand? This decaying ninja world holds no hope. I shall forge an eternally beautiful world. Free from war, a world with Rin. Without Rin, there is no reason for existence. Uchiha Yao today. The Uchiha clan is destined to be buried in the annals of history. No matter how powerful Uchiha Yao is, I still possess intangibility. As long as my attacks do not connect, everything is meaningless. As long as I remain intangible, I am invincible. Uchiha Obito's breathing gradually steadied. Do you think that just because you possess an ability that can penetrate all, I am without means to deal with you? Obito waved his hand. Indeed. Uchiha Yao, you will never harm me. That may not be the case. In the next moment, Uchiha Yao's aura shifted. Zzz. Lightning released chakra mode. However, this time, there was something different. Uchiha Yao amplified his ocular technique's effects. The air vibrated with a piercing hum, strained under the immense lightning chakra. Debris on the ground began to levitate uncontrollably, then was pulverized into dust by an invisible electric field. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense that the lightning release chakra mode activated by his opponent this time was at an entirely different level compared to before. My technique amplification. Come, let me witness whether your reflexes are swifter or if my speed surpasses yours. His words lingered in the air, yet Uchiha Yao's figure had already vanished from sight. There were no afterimages, no sounds, not even a whisper of wind. He simply disappeared into thin air. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan spun wildly. Kamui. In an instant, his body transitioned into a state of intangibility. Just as he became intangible, a fist crackling with countless lightning serpents abruptly appeared before him, then effortlessly passed through his intangible head. A strike, a miss. Uchiha Obito's heart momentarily settled. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Yao had already materialized behind him. Another punch. Swift. So swift that Uchiha Obito's dynamic vision could scarcely perceive it. He could only rely on instinct to maintain his intangible state. The fist once again passed through his body. Immediately following, Uchiha Yao's figure transformed into streaks of blue and white lightning, untraceable. surrounding Uchiha Obito in a tempest of indiscriminate attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of fists piercing the air resonated throughout the training ground. Each punch precisely penetrated Uchiha Obito's body, each time landing in empty space. Standing at the center of the storm, beads of cold sweat dotted the face concealed beneath his mask. Though he suffered no physical harm, the oppressive force of Uchiha Yao's onslaught was overwhelming. Uchiha Yao was searching for the fleeting imperfection between his intangibility and corporeality, that infinitesimal fraction of a second. Futile. Uchiha Obito roared. I told you. Your attacks. His words were abruptly cut short as Uchiha Yao's assault ceased. The chaotic lightning reformed into a humanoid shape 10 meters away. What's wrong? Not going to strike? Then I suppose it's my turn. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō activated, distorting space in an instant. However, just as the space around his right eye began to ripple with spirals, the moment his body was on the verge of materializing, a bolt of blue-white lightning appeared before him at a speed that transcended thought. Too fast. So fast that Uchiha Obito's mind couldn't issue any commands. His body lingered at that blurred threshold between intangibility and corporeality. A fist, enveloped in lightning and magnified 1,000-fold, filled Uchiha Obito's entire field of vision. And then crack. A crisp sound echoed. The orange whirlpool mask on Uchiha Obito's face fractured from the point of contact, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Following that boom, an uncontrollable, violent force erupted. Uchiha Obito was sent hurtling backward, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Do you believe that as long as you remain intangible when I attack, you will never be harmed? Uchiha Yao's voice resonated ominously. But have you considered that your intangibility has a time limit? Moreover, when you intend to strike me or wish to use Kamui to draw me in, you must materialize. Uchiha Yao extended a finger. In that fleeting moment, brief enough to not even reach 1,000th of a second, Uchiha Yao revealed a confident smile. For me, that is sufficient. Uchiha Yao slowly withdrew his fist. As long as my speed surpasses your reaction time, I can strike you. Boom. Obito's body crashed heavily against the edge of the training ground, creating a shallow pit in the hardened earth. Debris scattered. Obito felt a coppery taste rise in his throat. He nearly spat out blood but forced himself to swallow it back. The orange whirlpool mask lay in ruins, revealing the right half of his face, marred by gruesome scars. How could this be? How is this possible? This sensation is all too familiar. Wasn't he at the same way Minato Namikaze shattered his own intangibility? Back then, he had been so contemptuous, allowing that kunai to pierce his head. Yet the next moment, Minato appeared behind him, imprinting a Rasengan directly on his back. Likewise, in that instant of transitioning from intangibility to corporeality, his opponent had precisely pinpointed his flaw at a speed that surpassed reaction limits. The outcome was determined in that fleeting instant. The voices of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Yao overlapped in Obito's mind. Uffed. His thoughts were dragged back to reality, and Uchiha Obito could no longer suppress it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This man is even more terrifying than Minato. Chapter 83, Shattering Kamui. Obito's most humiliating defeat. Uchiha Obito knelt amidst the rubble and dust. One hand pressed against the ground, the other painfully clutching his shattered whirlpool mask. Crack. Pain. A searing agony radiated from Uchiha Obito's face, coursing through every nerve in his body. It was not merely physical pain, but the disorientation that followed the unraveling of his ability. He had lost. Under the very intangibility he had once prided himself on, he was decisively defeated by Uchiha Yao. Sweat trickled down the sides of his face beneath the mask. Struggling, Uchiha Obito lifted his gaze to the figure standing a short distance away, silently towering like a deity. Uchiha Yao. Fear began to burgeon within Uchiha Obito's heart. If I linger here any longer, I may truly be killed by Uchiha Yao. No, I cannot die. I absolutely cannot perish here. The Eye of the Moon plan remains unfulfilled. The world with Rin has yet to be created. Escape. I must flee immediately. Uchiha Obito's singular thought was to activate Kamui and hastily depart. Gritting his teeth, he felt chakra surge violently toward his right eye. The air around him began to visibly twist in spirals centered on his right eye. Wanna run? Uchiha Yao's voice drifted from across the way. Uchiha Obito ignored it, pushing his ocular power to its utmost. The spiraling spatial ripples were about to engulf him entirely. Almost. Just a second. No, merely half a second, and he could, however, Just as a glimmer of hope flickered within Uchiha Obito's heart, the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Yao suddenly accelerated its rotation. An invisible force enveloped Uchiha Obito. Dojutsu, temporal rewind. Target, Uchiha Obito. Time, rewinding 2 seconds. Obito felt as though the entire world was being played in reverse. The nascent spatial vortex rapidly contracted and rolled back in a manner utterly contrary to logic, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. What is happening? My Kamui has failed to activate? How can this be? What has Uchiha Yao done, and why has my technique failed? Obito's mind fell into utter confusion. This bizarre and incomprehensible phenomenon left him completely bewildered. Chirp, chirp. In that fleeting moment of Obito's days, a piercing wail jolted him from his profound shock. Instinctively, he lifted his head and beheld a blindingly brilliant bolt of blue and white lightning coalescing before his chest. Chidori. It was the last thought that flickered through Obito's mind. At such a close distance, with his mind momentarily unguarded, there was no escape for him. Just as Uchiha Yao's Chidori was about to pierce Obito's heart, a mass of pitch-black substance erupted without warning from the shadow beneath Obito's feet. This material instantaneously transformed into an irregular black shield, intercepting Chidori's direct path. Sizzle. Chidori's formidable penetrating force collided violently with the eerie black shield. The shield was swiftly pierced, yet it ultimately bought Obito a fleeting moment of survival. A chilling scream echoed through the night sky. Obito's body was hurled backward by an immense force, his right arm severed at the shoulder by Chidori's furious lightning. The dark entity that had saved Obito emitted a chilling sound in midair. An unforeseen variable had emerged. Without hesitation, it enveloped the severed arm and the screaming Obito, swiftly merging into the ground and disappearing from sight. Yao cast his gaze upon the spot where Obito had vanished. After this encounter, his well-meaning kin would surely be left with a psychological scar. He would likely remain hidden in his burrow for some time. Thud. Obito's body was flung from the earth by an unseen force, crashing heavily onto the cold, rocky ground. He struggled to rise, propping himself up with his remaining left hand. A beast-like roar escaped Obito's lips. Defeated so thoroughly, so disgracefully, even fleeing required the intervention of Kaguya. Calm down, Obito. Kaguya's half-black, half-white figure gradually materialized from the nearby rock wall. Your emotions are too volatile. Obito shot up, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated on Kaguya. How could he know my name? How could he possibly decipher my Kamui? And what of that final technique? Why did my Kamui fail to activate? Kaguya regarded Obito silently. I witnessed it. Before your Kamui activated, his kaleidoscope spun. Then, your nearly completed spatial ninjutsu vanished, as if played in reverse. It felt less like a counter and more like the moment you initiated your jutsu was erased. Time. Obito was taken aback. Impossible. Ninjutsu cannot interfere with time. Kaguya slowly placed the severed arm before Obito. White material, infused with Hashirama's cells, surged forth, beginning to envelop the severed limb and Obito's wound, initiating a gradual reattachment. Obito, until you discover a means to counter his strange dojutsu, you are not to appear before him again. The Eye of the Moon plan cannot afford any further complications. Obito remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on his arm, which was regrowing. Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Yao. Why? Why must there always be those who can shatter his Kamui? Why does his self-proclaimed invincibility become so laughable before these individuals? This world must be destroyed. A world devoid of Rin but inhabited by monstrosities like Uchiha Yao holds no value. Kaguya looked at Obito and spoke gravely. Tend to your injuries. The Akatsuki's actions need to be accelerated. We require even greater strength. Kaguya's figure melded back into the shadows of the wall. Chapter 84. A brutal assault on Uchiha Itachi on the other side of the battlefield. The once fierce clashing had faded into an eerie silence. Uchiha Fagaku knelt on the ground, his vision blurring. He never anticipated Itachi could be so ruthless. He had lost, completely, not through strength, but through the weakness of a father's heart. Uchiha Fagaku hesitated, only to be met by Itachi's merciless intent to kill. The child who once timidly called him father had grown into a son capable of wielding the blade against him without hesitation. Itachi's footsteps, laden with murderous intent, approached slowly. Fagaku struggled to raise his head, his blurred vision revealing Itachi's expressionless face and the cold, gleaming kunai in his hand. Is it to end here? Perhaps dying at the hands of his son would be a form of release. Just as the kunai was about to pierce his heart, time seemed to hit a pause. Uchiha Yao stood between Fagaku and Itachi, having appeared unbeknownst to them. Itachi stared intently at this man who should not have been there. Impossible. Orochimaru, Kakaku. And that masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. How could Uchiha Yao have dealt with them so swiftly? Itachi began to question. But Uchiha Yao had no intention of engaging in dialogue. For traitors, he only employed the most direct method to declare his judgment. Chirp, chirp. An even more resplendent and ferocious blue-white lightning erupted than before. Lightning release, chakra mode. Uchiha Yao did not grant Itachi a moment to react. His words had not even left his lips before his figure vanished from sight. Swift. So exceedingly swift. Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan barely caught a fleeting glimpse of a blurred electric afterimage. His mind had no time to issue any commands. In the next instant, an irresistible and ferocious force struck Itachi squarely in the face. Bang! This was not a technique, nor was it a display of fanciful skill. It was a pure, unrelenting iron fist. Itachi's typically stoic visage contorted in an instant. Boom! He was sent crashing into the nearby ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Uchiha Yao turned to gaze at Uchiha Fagaku, who remained kneeling on the ground. Stand up. You are still a member of the Uchiha clan. Do not remain here like a dog. Uchiha Fagaku's body trembled violently, a surge of long-buried blood coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise once more. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing emanated from the rubble. Itachi clawed his way up from the debris, spitting out several teeth. Yao's brutal blow had left the left side of Itachi's face swollen, and a few of his teeth had been knocked out. Itachi had never encountered such a profound humiliation. Yet, Uchiha Yao offered him no respite. His figure transformed once again into a streak of lightning. Itachi's words were forcefully driven back into his gut by another heavy punch. Bang! This strike landed squarely on Itachi's abdomen. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp, nearly expelling his last meal. Following this was a kick infused with the power of thunder, striking harshly against his side. Crack! The sound of a rib breaking resonated sharply in the stillness of the night sky. Then came elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and powerful punches. Uchiha Yao's assault rained down like an unrelenting storm, with no respite whatsoever. In truth, Uchiha Yao could have swiftly defeated Itachi, but that would have been too merciful. For this treacherous wolf, a thorough beating followed by a slow dismantling, culminating in his public humiliation before the entire clan, especially in front of Sasuke, would be the ultimate punishment. Itachi yearned to resist, yet he found himself utterly unable to evade or counteract under Yao's overwhelming speed and strength. Yao's lightning chakra mode had far surpassed that depicted in the original narrative of the Reikage. Itachi's Sharingan could not keep pace with movements that transcended the limits of visual perception. Itachi attempted to form hand seals and unleash ninjutsu. But each time he raised his hand, he was mercilessly interrupted by even heavier strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Itachi became a mere human punching bag, enduring Yao's relentless onslaught. No, I cannot fall like this. For Sasuke. For the village, for peace. Boom. A massive surge of chakra erupted from Itachi's battered body, akin to a volcanic eruption. Seizing the moment he was sent flying, he summoned Susanoo. Chakra rapidly coalesced, first forming a colossal crimson skeletal frame, followed by tendons and flesh. Susanoo, a towering red giant, rose up, enveloping Itachi's diminutive form at its core. Itachi gasped for breath, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. Susanoo? Before me, it is nothing. Uchiha Yao closed his eyes. In the next instant, he opened them abruptly. Technique amplification ZZZ. The violent blue-white lightning enveloping Yao intensified in an instant. The warm-up was over. It feels exhilarating to beat you down. Uchiha Yao's voice resonated clearly in Itachi's ears. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring skyward to confront the massive Susanoo. Fool! Itachi roared, commanding Susanoo to wield its 10 fists and strike at Uchiha Yao. However, Uchiha Yao's speed eclipsed Itachi's. Before the giant's sword could descend, Yao's fist struck forcefully against Susanoo's chest armor. A crisp sound, akin to shattering glass, echoed. From the point of contact, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the entire Susanoo. 1 second. In but a single second, the embodiment of Uchiha's ultimate power, the Susanoo, crumbled under Yao's blow. Countless shards of energy burst forth like cherry blossoms dancing in the night sky before fading into nothingness. How could this be? The Susanoo was shattered by a single punch? This reality was far beyond Itachi's comprehension. No, I have not lost yet. I still have my final trump card. Kodoame Tsukumi. I have Shisui's entrusted eye. Kodoame Tsukumi. This is the last and strongest ocular technique that can reverse everything. Yes, if I can control Uchiha Yao with Kodoame Tsukumi, everything that transpired today will cease. With this most powerful jinjutsu, I shall rewrite Uchiha Yao's will, transforming him into a loyal protector of the village willing to sacrifice for peace. Then, all shall return to the right path. Chapter 85, Seizing Kodoame Tsukumi. Shisui's strongest jinjutsu is mine. Uchiha Itachi activated his final trump card. A hoarse, ominous caw echoed as a pitch-black crow suddenly took flight. It circled in the air before locking onto Uchiha Yao not far away. In the next moment, a crimson light flashed in the crow's left eye. The Sharingan emerged, spinning furiously to transform into the kaleidoscopic pattern of Uchiha Shisui. By the will of my dearest friend, I command you, Uchiha Yao, from this moment on, relinquish all resistance and devote yourself entirely to protecting Konoha. It worked. Once Kodoame Tsukumi was activated, no matter how monstrous the man before me, he would become Konoha's most loyal dog. A flicker of maniacal fervor passed through Itachi's eyes. However, as the power capable of rewriting the will of the strong washed over Uchiha Yao, it collided with an indomitable barrier. Yao's gaze showed no sign of change. He regarded Itachi as though he were a mere jester. Is this your final trump card? To place your hope in Shisui's eyes? Uchiha Itachi, how tragically pathetic you are. Mental barrier perfectly immunizes Kodoame Tsukumi. Jinjutsu Kodoame Tsukumi rendered ineffective. At that moment, Itachi's mind went blank. It failed. Kodoame Tsukumi has actually failed? This is impossible. This cannot be. The crow, having completed the release of Kodoame Tsukumi, was about to return to Itachi. Trying to escape? Uchiha Yao chuckled lightly, his figure flashing into position before the crow in an instant. With a gentle clasp of his fingers, Uchiha Yao did not crush it. Instead, he deftly flipped his hand, revealing a blank sealing scroll that had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Seal. The simple syllable fell, and a raven emitted a mournful cry before being drawn into the scroll by a powerful suction, transforming into a sealing technique. The eyes of Shimizu were designed to control disobedient individuals like Orochimaru, who were always scheming. Uchiha Yao turned his gaze back to Itachi. It seemed you have no further tricks up your sleeve. In the next moment, Uchiha Yao's hand had firmly grasped Itachi's throat. A sensation of suffocation enveloped him instantly. Itachi was hoisted into the air by Yao as if he were a mere chick, his limbs struggling and flailing. The so-called will to protect the village. Uchiha Yao whispered coldly into his ear, a voice only the two could hear. Before me, it is nothing but a jest. You are no hero. You are merely a cowardly traitor. With those words, Uchiha Yao violently slammed Itachi to the ground from midair. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. A colossal humanoid pit formed suddenly in the ruins. Itachi lay at the bottom, feeling as though every bone in his body had been crushed. Devoid of the strength to even move his fingers, the nightmare had only just begun. Uchiha Yao placed a foot upon Itachi's chest. The sound of cracking ribs was unmistakable. Blood spurted from Itachi's mouth once more. Then, Uchiha Yao raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on Itachi's left leg. A resounding crack echoed in the air. A suppressed, heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Itachi's lips. Next, he targeted the right leg. Crack. Then the left arm. Crack. Uchiha Yao showed no mercy, systematically breaking each of Itachi's limbs one by one. What Uchiha Yao sought was not merely physical destruction, but a complete mental annihilation as well. Stop, please. Itachi's consciousness began to blur. How does it feel to be tortured? Uchiha Yao leaned down, seizing Itachi's right arm. With this hand, you wielded the knife against your father. A flash of pure terror crossed Itachi's eyes as he sensed the impending doom. No, please. Huh. This hand is unworthy of you, Uchiha Yao declared with a cruel laugh. With a swift motion, he wrenched Itachi's right arm off at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Itachi let out a heart-wrenching scream. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Flee. I must escape this demon. With the last ounce of his strength, Itachi bit down on his tongue. A charred wooden stake appeared in the pit, but Itachi's true form had vanished from the spot. However, Escape was merely a futile hope. Uchiha Yao appeared before Itachi in an instant, kicking him squarely in the back. Itachi's face slammed into the ground, filled with debris and dust. Before he could struggle, a foot pressed down on the back of his head, slowly applying pressure. Grinding, rotating, and rubbing. Cracking sounds echoed as Itachi's once handsome face met the ground's jagged stones. His skin was torn, bloodied, and mangled. The excruciating humiliation of being pressed down and degraded felt 1,000 times worse than death. Uchiha Yao looked down at the once proud Uchiha Itachi, now reduced to a pitiful state, gasping for breath in the dirt. You should understand now. In the face of absolute power, your so-called will, your so-called sacrifice, your so-called peace, all of it is utterly meaningless. At that moment, Fagaku's voice echoed softly. Yao. The sound caused Uchiha Yao to momentarily pause in his actions. He turned toward the source of the voice. Grant him a swift end, Fagaku pleaded. As the former clan leader, I implore you. Uchiha Yao slowly lifted his foot from Itachi's head. However, he did not grant Itachi the mercy Fagaku desired. A swift end? Uchiha Yao chuckled mockingly. Fagaku, have you misunderstood something? Does he, Uchiha Itachi, deserve such release? Death would be far too lenient for him. What I seek is not his life. I desire to publicly judge his crimes before all the Uchiha. No, please. Fagaku gasped, instinctively murmuring. Especially Sasuke. I want Sasuke to witness how his revered brother kneels before the clan like a dog, confessing his sins. I want Sasuke to hear how his beloved brother betrayed the entire family for a hypocritical village, raising the knife against his kin. I will ensure Uchiha Itachi completely loses Sasuke as a brother. Suddenly, an idea struck Uchiha Yao, and he bent down to grasp Itachi's chin. Excellent. Now you cannot take your own life. Rest assured, I will make your existence a living hell, and only then will you realize that death is a luxury for you. Chapter 86. Itachi, I will safeguard your eyes. Uchiha Yao gazed down at Uchiha Itachi, the once exalted genius of the Uchiha clan, now reduced to faint breaths. Since you cherish sacrificing yourself for the village so dearly, allow me to take custody of your eyes that betrayed your kin and the Uchiha. You are unworthy of possessing these eyes. Your very existence is a desecration of their brilliance. These eyes held immense power and were a rare treasure. For a traitor like Itachi, utilizing them to their fullest extent was his final value. No. Itachi, lying on the ground, emitted a hoarse, dissonant sound. These eyes are my last glory. Fear engulfed him. The torment of having his limbs severed and his arm ripped apart paled in comparison to the despair of losing his eyes. For the Uchiha, the eyes represented everything. Uchiha Yao's fingers brushed against Itachi's damp eyelids, causing Itachi's body to convulse violently. Meanwhile, over at Uchiha Obito's location. Ugh! He clutched his arm, letting out a pained groan, his body trembling uncontrollably from the agony. Uchiha Yao, curse you! I want you dead. Obito, your condition is quite dire. The chilling voice of Kaguya echoed from the shadows nearby. However, this is not the time for you to succumb to fear. Obito abruptly lifted his gaze. What has transpired now? Obito, Itachi is on the brink of death. The mere mention of that name caused Obito's movements to falter momentarily. Just moments ago, Itachi had his limbs shattered by Uchiha Yao, who had also torn off one of his arms. Now Yao was in the process of gouging out Itachi's eyes. Those Mangekyō Sharingan are crucial to our plan of capturing the tailed beasts. We cannot afford to lose him. Obito's breath quickened, and the image of Uchiha Yao resurfaced in his mind. A profound dread enveloped his heart once more. It would be futile for me to intervene. That monster has completely nullified my abilities, Obito stammered. Kaguya seemed to have anticipated Obito's reaction. I do not require you to engage him in battle. You merely need to activate Kamui from a distance and retrieve Itachi. The entire process will take no longer than a second. Your Kamui is a space-time ninjutsu. As long as you do not make direct contact, he won't have time to react. You do not even need to appear within his line of sight. Once we save Itachi, we will leave immediately. Kaguya's words held a semblance of logic. Yes, merely to rescue a life, not to fight. Activate Kamui from afar, seize Itachi, and depart. No matter how formidable that monster may be, he cannot possibly traverse that distance in an instant to thwart me. As long as my body does not enter his attack range, I will be safe. The scales of indecision began to tilt violently within Obito. Abandoning Itachi would mean a severe blow to the Moon's Eye plan. To save Itachi would require him to once again confront the man who instilled in him endless terror. Think carefully, Obito. Kagaya emphasized. That world with Rin. For the sake of that goal, what is a little risk worth? Rin. The name struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing the softest yet most obstinate part of Obito's heart. Yes, for Rin. For that perfect world. He could not falter here. The fear in Obito's eyes gradually transformed into a frenzied obsession. He struggled to rise from the ground. Very well. I shall go. Just as Uchiha Yao's fingers were about to plunge into Itachi's eye socket, at that moment, system notification. High-intensity space-time energy fluctuation detected. Coordinates locked. Target. Uchiha Itachi. Space-time ninjutsu. Kamui. User. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Yao shook his head in resignation. Truly fearless, aren't you? Uchiha Obito. This rat shows no signs of giving up. The next second, the space near Itachi began to twist in a spiral without warning. A dark vortex quickly formed, its powerful suction enveloping the barely conscious Uchiha Itachi lying at the bottom of the pit. You think you can snatch him from me? Obito, who gave you the courage? The Mangekyō Sharingan in Uchiha Yao's eyes began to spin rapidly. Eye technique, temporal rewind. Target, Uchiha Obito. The vortex, on the verge of consuming Itachi, was suddenly rewound as if someone had pressed the rewind button, rapidly retracting in a manner that defied the laws of physics. After a slight ripple, it vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, Obito, who was hiding behind a broken wall and preparing to activate Kamui to extract Itachi, found himself completely frozen in place. His singular eye was filled with incomprehensible horror. Failed. Again. My Kamui has failed once more. Why? What kind of eye technique is this? Just as Obito's mind was reeling, his thoughts blank, Uchiha Yao's voice resonated in his ear. The same trick won't work on me. Obito snapped back to reality. A surge of lethal danger coursing through him. Instinctively, he attempted to activate Kamui to escape. However, it was too late. Uchiha Yao had already appeared before him. A sphere of swirling energy entwined with lightning and flames crackling ominously in his palm. The Rasen Shuriken. Consider this your second gift. Boom. The raging energy erupted against Obito's chest. He was instantly propelled away by the overwhelming force, his torso collapsing inward. Oh, another injury. A fierce survival instinct squeezed the last remnants of strength from Obito's body. He could not afford to save Itachi, nor could he contemplate anything else. Flee. Escape from here. Escape from this demon. The battered remnants of Obito's body were once again engulfed by twisting space. The dark vortex completely consumed his nearly lifeless form. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled. Uchiha Yao's gaze returned to Itachi. Good. Now, there are no interruptions. Tsukuyomi, a finite technique. It is unfortunate that those who wield it often think of such foolish sacrifices. Uchiha Yao ceased his prattling. With a swift motion, a sound like flesh being pierced echoed in the air. Uchiha Itachi's body tensed abruptly. Agonizing pain surged throughout him as Uchiha Yao forcibly extracted one of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Warm blood gushed from the hollow eye socket. Uchiha Yao placed the eye into a glass vial filled with medicinal liquid. His gaze returned to Itachi's remaining eye. Do not rush. Uchiha Yao gently patted Itachi's cheek. It will soon be symmetrical. Chapter 87. Uchiha Jonin assemble, announcing the plan to exterminate the root. Uchiha Yao's fingers once again approached Itachi's eye. No, ugh. Without a modicum of hesitation, Uchiha Yao's fingers accurately plunged into Itachi's eye socket. Then, with a forceful twist, another Mangekyō Sharingan was extracted by Uchiha Yao. He placed the eye into the glass vial and sealed it with a sealing scroll. After completing these actions, Uchiha Yao kicked the now bloodied and hollow-eyed Itachi towards Uchiha Fagaku, who stood nearby. Take care of your good son. Uchiha Fagaku trembled, staring at the figure that had rolled to his feet, gasping and bloodied, unable to decipher whether his heart was filled with hatred or sorrow. Uchiha Yao paid no mind to the familial drama unfolding. He raised his head to the pitch-black night sky, lifted his hand, and fired a red flare. Whoosh. Boom. The red flare exploded in the night sky. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, a deep-seated anxiety flickering in his eyes. The tobacco in the pipe had long extinguished, the cold mouthpiece clenched unconsciously between his teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited a conclusion. Suddenly, a shadow clad in a beastly mask knelt silently in the center of the office. Hiruzen's heart raced. Report, Third Hokage. The voice of the Umbu captain trembled with an uncontainable quiver. All root ninjas surrounding the Uchiha clan had retreated. Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. The Umbu inhaled deeply and continued the report. According to the infiltrator's observations, the invading rogue ninjas had been either repelled or eliminated. Uchiha Itachi had been confirmed defeated and captured. Hiruzen found it increasingly difficult to breathe. But what of Uchiha Sasuke? The Umbu captain lowered his head further. Uchiha Sasuke was unscathed. Hiruzen's hands fell limply to his sides. Everything had spiraled out of control. Simultaneously, at the root base, Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, standing quietly in the shadows. He too was waiting. A root ninja appeared behind Danzo. Lord Danzo, he said, the plan has failed. The invaders have been annihilated. Uchiha Itachi has been captured. No one from the Uchiha clan has perished. Danzo's body remained motionless, yet the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the cane tightly. What of Uchiha Sasuke? Unharmed. Crack. Danzo's wooden cane splintered under the strain of his grip. What was believed to be foolproof had crumbled into nothingness. Amidst the ruins, a dozen agile figures raced forward, ultimately surrounding Uchiha Sasuke. They were the 12 Elders Guard. Lord Sasuke. The 12 knelt in unison. Sasuke's gaze swept over them. Send Uchiha Fagaku for treatment. Yes, this traitor is to be imprisoned deep within the dungeon, under strict surveillance, awaiting the judgment of the clan. Yes, convey my orders. All Uchiha Jonin are to assemble immediately at the main training ground. Yes, the 12 guards hesitated not, transforming into shadows as they leapt away. Next, it was time to eradicate the root. At the Uchiha main training ground, over 100 figures stood resolutely in the open expanse. They comprised the Uchiha clan's most elite force, each possessing Jonin-level prowess. Sasuke's eyes scanned the crowd. Just moments ago, a number of S-class rogue ninjas led by Uchiha Itachi had united with the root to launch a surprise attack on the Uchiha. That scoundrel Itachi. How dare he? How dare he betray the family? And that old dog Danzo from the root. I knew he would never relinquish his desire to destroy the Uchiha. Roars of indignation surged. Pairs of crimson Sharingan spinning furiously in the night, fueled by rage. The invaders had been completely repelled, and the principal offender, Uchiha Itachi, had been captured. A hot-headed Uchiha Jonin stepped forward. Lord Clan Leader, why are we not allowed to join the battle? We have been in the shelter, listening to the sounds of the conflict outside. We could have rushed out at any moment and torn those scoundrels to shreds. His inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present. Sasuke regarded him calmly and replied, because dealing with such scum does not require the full might of the Uchiha. There is a far more significant battle ahead that requires your strength. All breath caught in their throats. A more crucial battle? Could it be? Since Shimura Danzo and his root dared to extend their claws towards the Uchiha, we shall eradicate this malignant tumor targeting our clan. I declare a comprehensive eradication operation against the root. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. The training ground fell into a profound silence. To eradicate the root? This was no simple act of vengeance. It was akin to wielding a butcher's knife against the highest echelons of Konoha. In the midst of the silence, a hesitant voice emerged. An older Jonin, once aligned with the doves, spoke with a pale face and trembling lips. Lord Clan Leader, please reconsider. The root is, after all, an organization tacitly permitted by the Hokage. If we act rashly, could it not incite civil war within the village? He did not finish his sentence. Sasuke's gaze had already fixed upon him. Sasuke slowly advanced a step toward him. I ask you this. If tonight I had not thwarted them, if it were your wife, your children, your defenseless family who faced slaughter, would you still be here debating with me about caution and civil war? The double-lined Jonin stiffened, the color draining from his face. Sasuke's voice cut through again. What are you waiting for? For others to place a blade at your wife's throat before you resist? For others to murder your son before you feel rage? Or are you waiting for our clan to be entirely annihilated, leaving you alone in this world, before you finally deem it acceptable to disregard notions of peace and the greater good? Sasuke's words ignited the fury of all Uchiha clansmen. Indeed, what are we waiting for? Must we truly wait until our families are shattered and everything is irretrievable before we think to resist? The double-lined Jonin opened his mouth but could not utter a single word, shame washing over him as he lowered his head. Yes, the clan leader is right. Peace is not something to be obtained through subservience. Dignity must be carved out through steel and blood. Sasuke observed the reactions of his clansmen, nodding with satisfaction. Now, heed my command. All Jonin, disperse. Form groups of 3, freely combine, with the objective of targeting the root's headquarters. I intend to erase the very word root from the lexicon of Konoha before dawn. Yes. A thunderous chorus of responses resonated throughout the training ground. Leave a portion of Jonin to assist the guard in securing the clan grounds, protecting our people just in case. The remaining ordinary clansmen are not to leave the safe shelter until the alarm is lifted. Once the operation commences, we will accept no surrenders from the root and leave no survivors. Understood? Yes. More than 100 Uchiha Jonin's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Very well. Then, let the hunt begin. In that instant, the command was given. Nearly 100 shadowy figures vanished without hesitation, instantly transforming into streaks of light that melded into the vastness of the night. Soon, only the remaining Jonin remained on the training ground. Chapter 88, Kakashi Hitaki. Are you still serving the third Hokage? In a valley outside the root base, numerous Uchiha Jonin gathered. From this moment forth, passage within a radius of 5 kilometers centered on the root base is strictly prohibited. Uchiha Yao turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over several elite Jonin in the ranks. U-20 will form the first line of defense, sealing off the periphery. Any spies attempting to approach, whether from the Umbu or other clans, must be subdued and detained. I do not wish for our operations to be disturbed by irrelevant spectators. Understood. 20 figures instantly morphed into afterimages, disappearing into the shadows flanking the valley. Uchiha Yao's gaze returned to the concealed entrance to the darkest depths of Konoha's underground. The rest, follow me. There must be more than one entrance and exit in the route. If any fish slip through the net and escape, eliminate them on the spot. Understood. Dozens more figures scattered to monitor the entire region surrounding the route. An operation aimed at cleansing the route commenced. A team composed of elite Uchiha Jonin began to infiltrate the periphery of the route base, targeting root ninjas for annihilation. The complex layout of the route was unfamiliar to the Uchiha, and the best strategy was to force the root ninjas out. Clear the outskirts first, then employ fire attacks to drive out all the rats within using thick smoke. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly rose from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? A large-scale battle has erupted in the direction of the root base? An Umbu, kneeling, reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, Lord Third. According to the Censor Team's report, chakra signatures in that area are immense, with at least over 100 Jonin present. Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed slightly, steadying himself by grasping the table. It has come. The situation he dreaded most had finally arrived. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Immediately send Kakashi Hitaki to lead a team for reconnaissance and negotiation. Remember, no conflict must arise. The gravity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice intensified. Understood. The figures of the Umbu vanished into the air. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped into his chair, feeling utterly drained. On the battlefield's periphery, the shadows of trees danced. Kakashi Hitaki, accompanied by 3 Umbu, swiftly navigated through the forest. Suddenly, Kakashi halted abruptly. A figure appeared without warning on a tree trunk before them, clad in Uchiha guard uniform, his cold 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on them. Umbu, this area is off limits. Kakashi felt a weight in his heart. We are here on the third Hokage's orders to investigate unusual circumstances, he stated solemnly. Please do not interfere with our duties. The Uchiha Jonin scoffed, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. Duty? What we Uchiha are doing tonight is the greatest duty of Konoha. Before his words faded, 4 or 5 more Uchiha figures emerged from the surrounding shadows, completely encircling Kakashi's team. Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan not belonging to him, spun wildly. He understood that this battle was inevitable. Captain, what should we do? One of the Umbu whispered behind him. Kakashi did not respond. He slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson eye. Engage. With a command from the leading Uchiha Jonin, battle erupted instantaneously. Kakashi Hitaki, renowned for his even odds, held his ground against the elite Uchiha Jonin, exchanging blows with tenacity. Earth release. Earth wall blocked the incoming fireball. Raikiri's sharp crackle repelled the Uchiha's fluid technique, attempting to close in. His short blade clashed against the opponent's katana, producing dazzling sparks in the air. Yet, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. His 3 teammates soon found themselves overwhelmed by the Uchiha's relentless assault, retreating under pressure. Beads of cold sweat formed on Kakashi's brow. This was untenable. They could not contend against so many Uchiha. A retreat was imperative. Kakashi feigned an attack. Using a shadow clone to mislead his opponent's strike, while his real body swiftly retreated, seeking distance. However, just as Kakashi took 2 steps back, he felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. No, it was not a wall. It was a person. Kakashi spun around abruptly. Before him stood a pair of Sharingan that were entirely distinct from the others. It was Uchiha Yao. Want to escape? In the next instant, Kakashi felt the world before him blur. Uchiha Yao vanished. An irresistible, terrifying force struck him squarely in the abdomen. Kakashi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a sturdy tree trunk before crashing heavily to the ground. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, a streak of black lightning descended before him. Uchiha Yao loomed above, surveying Kakashi with disdain. Kakashi Hitaki, are you still serving the village that abandoned your father? What nonsense are you spouting? Uchiha Yao slowly crouched down. Your father, Konoha White Fang, Tsukuyomi Hitaki, forsook his mission to save his comrades and was ultimately driven to death by the village's slander. Do you think those rumors appeared out of thin air? Kakashi's breath quickened. The painful memories he had buried deep within resurfaced suddenly in his mind. It was Danzo. He orchestrated that campaign against your father's character assassination. No, that's impossible. Kakashi's voice trembled. The third Hokage the third Hokage? Uchiha Yao scoffed, filled with disdain and mockery. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew everything from the beginning. Yet, he chose silence. Your father was too remarkable. A deceased White Fang served his interests as Hokage better. Your father was merely a pawn they sacrificed. Is that really how it was? Though Kakashi did not entirely believe Uchiha Yao, doubt began to gnaw at him regarding the third Hokage. This was precisely the effect Uchiha Yao sought to achieve, planting a seed of doubt in Kakashi's heart. The subsequent arrangements concerning Sarutobi Hiruzen hold significant implications. Rest well, Kakashi. By the time you awaken, Danzo and his roots will be mere dust of history. A dull thud resounded. Kakashi's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 89, Danzo. Allow me to demonstrate the meaning of brute force. Deep within the earth, Shimura Danzo sat quietly. A shadow clad in black appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Danzo's solitary eye slowly turned to rest upon the newcomer. Speak. Lord Danzo, our base has come under attack. Danzo's body swayed slightly. Attack? Who dares? It is the Uchiha. Uchiha Yao leads the Uchiha clan. Currently, the first floor of the base has been seized by the Uchiha. Danzo abruptly rose from his throne, striking the armrest with great force. Crack. The armrest immediately fractured, resembling a spider's web. The Uchiha. Uchiha Yao. How dare they? This is outright rebellion. A blatant betrayal of Konoha. Danzo's fury echoed relentlessly within the confines of the underground space. He had completely forgotten that not long ago, he had been plotting how to utilize Itachi Uchiha to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, sparing not a single soul. In Danzo's twisted rationale, he, Shimura Danzo, was justified in eradicating any potential threat for the greater good of Konoha. The Uchiha's audacity to resist his cleansing made them deserving of the harshest punishment, branding them as irredeemable traitors. Yamanaka Fu and Yuhi Kogen emerged from the shadows. Lord Danzo. Danzo gasped heavily, his initial rage gradually replaced by a sinister cunning. Relay my orders. All combat personnel immediately enter a state of heightened alert. Activate all defensive mechanisms, barriers, and traps. Yes, responded Yamanaka Fu and Yuhi Kogen solemnly. Kogen, select 50 elite personnel at once and have them break through from emergency exit 3. By any means necessary, at any cost, they must breach the Uchiha's blockade. Go to the Hokage's building and inform Hiruzen. Tell him the Uchiha clan has rebelled. They are slaughtering the root ninjas loyal to the Hokage. Urge him to mobilize all Umbu, to seal off the entire area and classify the Uchiha as a rebellious clan, to be exterminated on the spot. What Danzo sought was not merely assistance. He aimed to push the Uchiha to the brink of rebellion, to rally all of Konoha in their eradication. Yuhi Kogen paused momentarily, then nodded emphatically. Understood. Danzo's gaze shifted back to Yamanaka Fu. Fu, how many operatives do we have remaining for our ground camouflage? Yamanaka Fu replied immediately, 12 teams, totaling 36 members. Excellent. Pass down the order. They need not disguise themselves or hide any longer. Ignite the forest with the largest scale fire jutsu possible. The larger the flames, the better. I want the entire Konoha to witness the Uchiha set ablaze with the fires of destruction. Yamanaka Fu instantly grasped Danzo's intent. Once the inferno ignited, its flames reaching skyward, the entire Konoha would be stirred. In such chaos, who would discern who had initiated the fire? All would see the Uchiha and the root battling amidst the inferno. They would instinctively believe it was the Uchiha, long regarded as proud and unruly, who had launched this dreadful assault. At that moment, public opinion would sever the last ties between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shimura Danzo would emerge as the tragic hero, bravely confronting the rebels in a time of crisis. Danzo resumed his seat. He could envision Hiruzen's anguished face, contorted in turmoil, yet compelled to make a choice upon receiving the news. Uchiha Yao, Danzo murmured. Do you believe that with a mere display of brute force, you can overturn the chessboard? Foolish. In the realm of true political maneuvering, you and your clan shall ultimately be reduced to the dust of history. The valley winds carried the searing heat of sparks. The once tranquil forest was now engulfed in roaring flames. The blazing light transformed the dark night into an ominous orange hue. My lord Yao, this is Danzo's scheme. They seek to frame us. Should we extinguish the fire? A Uchiha Jonin materialized at Uchiha Yao's side, his voice laced with suppressed fury. It matters not. Since Danzo wishes to play, let us change the game. I had initially intended to flush these rats out with smoke, but my patience has waned. Uchiha Yao had grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. Since the rodents refused to emerge, he would force them out with greater ferocity. Relay the order. All Uchiha, retreat from the root base. Understood. Soon after, all Uchiha Jonin withdrew from the root base. Uchiha Yao's Mangekyō Sharingan began to spin. A colossal surge of chakra erupted from within him. Boom. First, an enormous ribcage constructed solely of pure chakra materialized, enveloping Uchiha Yao. Next, veins and flesh proliferated at a visible pace, adhering to the skeletal frame. Finally, a suit of armor gleaming with a metallic sheen formed around him. Susanoo, third stage. Uchiha Yao stood within the diamond-shaped crystal atop Susanoo's forehead, gazing down at the mountains housing the root. Buzz, a Susanoo artifact, forged from chakra, emerged in the hands of the Susanoo giant. The sword of Tatsuka. With a swing, Susanoo wielded the long sword, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that sliced through the mountains housing the root as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. 1 second, 2 seconds. Crack. A resounding fracture echoed. The once indomitable mountain revealed a gigantic, mirror-like fissure at its center. Uchiha Yao swung the long sword once more, a cross slash. Boom. The mountain crumbled. The earth trembled. Numerous, unfathomable, massive cracks spread across the mountainside like a spider's web. The peak housing the root base began to shake violently and collapse. Deep underground, the entire root trembled violently. Shimura Danzo's face displayed incredulity and horror. What is happening? Danzo roared, gripping a nearby stone pillar to avoid being thrown off balance by the violent tremors. Above him, the ceiling, over several meters thick, began to crack incessantly. Countless shards of stone and dust cascaded down. A root ninja stumbled into the chamber where Danzo was situated. Lord Danzo, the mountain is collapsing. The base is about to be buried alive. Just as the words left his mouth, a deafening roar, more terrifying than any before, erupted from above. The root ninja looked up in horror, his pupils reflecting the rapidly expanding cracks of a spiderweb. He opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something more. Crack. A massive boulder, weighing several tons and carrying the force of annihilation, crashed down with thunderous intensity. Blood splattered instantly across the entire chamber. Debris and dust cascaded from the enormous gash in the ceiling like a waterfall. The subterranean space wailed and groaned, heading toward utter destruction. Evacuate. All emergency exits. Break through at all costs. Danzo's roar was drowned out by the cataclysmic noise of the collapsing mountain. The elder, who had spent a lifetime steeped in darkness, now wore no semblance of calm, calculated strategy. Before the absolute power of Susanoo, all notions of cunning seemed laughable, utterly fragile. Boom. Another violent tremor shook the ground. The once sturdy passages crumbled like brittle cookies, mercilessly crushed, twisted, and shattered. Countless root ninjas let out their final wails in the desperate darkness. Outside, Uchiha Yao stood calmly within the crystal of Susanoo, gazing down at the mountain crumbling beneath him. Manipulating hearts? Framing others? Uchiha Yao chuckled softly. Since the rules of the game are stacked against me, let us overturn the table along with all the self-important players, wielding the purest and most absolute power. Simple, brutal, effective. The Uchiha Jonin behind Uchiha Yao watched the mountain, now nearly leveled to the ground, their throats involuntarily tightening. Chapter 90. Is one death insufficient for Danzo? Then let us ensure you have no life left. Boom, boom, boom. As the mountain was completely reduced to a pile of rubble, several intense explosions erupted from various directions within the ruins. Earth and stone were blasted apart by ninjutsu, sending dust swirling. Figures, disheveled and panicked like frightened rats, scrambled from the blasted openings. They were covered in dirt and blood, many bearing visible injuries, with numerous missing limbs. These root ninjas coughed violently, greedily inhaling the fresh air above the ground. Then came the loudest explosion yet. The center of the ruins erupted violently. Shimura Danzo, assisted by Fu, an oil woman, stumbled out. His once meticulously wrapped bandages were now disheveled, his black robe in tatters. Danzo raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, fixating on the figure not far away. Uchiha Yao. Danzo's voice brimmed with malice. At this moment, Uchiha Yao had dispelled Susanoo, arms crossed, watching Danzo and the beleaguered root ninjas with keen interest. Surrounding them, the Uchiha Jonin formed a tightening encirclement. When the root ninjas looked up and beheld the scene before them, their relief at surviving transformed into chilling dread. Nearly 100 crimson Sharingan eyes coldly scrutinized them from all directions. A perceptive root ninja, pale-faced, leaned close to Danzo, his voice trembling with fear. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage is bringing the Umbu at full speed. In 5 minutes at most. This statement injected a surge of hope into Danzo's heart, which was nearly filled with despair. 5 minutes. If they could hold out for that long. If Sarutobi arrived, the situation would be reversed in an instant. He would still be an elder of Konoha, while Uchiha Yao and his clan would be branded as traitors attacking their comrades. Danzo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, his scarred old face once again displaying the authority befitting a Konoha elder. Leaning on a half-broken stick he had scavenged, he stepped forward and barked. Uchiha Yao, do you know your crime? How dare you lead your clan to openly assault Konoha's direct department and slaughter those loyal to the Hokage? This is treason. This is a blatant betrayal of the village. I, in the capacity of an elder of Konoha, command you to immediately lay down your weapons and surrender. However, Uchiha Yao merely gazed at Danzo, as one would observe a clown. The nearly 100 Uchiha Jonin behind him let out unabashed laughter. That laughter struck Danzo's old face like a series of stinging slaps. His complexion turned an ashen hue. He understood identity, power, righteousness. None of it held any value before these Uchiha. His mind raced. If force wouldn't work, perhaps a softer approach would. Yaokuin. Danzo even altered his form of address. I know there have been many misunderstandings between your clan and me, and I admit my past actions against the Uchiha were somewhat extreme. But my intention was for the stability of Konoha. As he spoke, Danzo leaned heavily on his stick, trembling as he inched closer to Uchiha Yao. Let us end this here. If you all cease hostilities now, I can assure the Hokage that there will be no further grievances. From now on, the root will never target the Uchiha again. We might even become the strongest allies. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Just a little closer. If the arrogant Uchiha Yao showed any sign of weakness, victory would still belong to him. Beneath his wide sleeves, Danzo had already quietly grasped a poisoned kunai. Just as Danzo prepared to launch a surprise attack, Uchiha Yao finally moved. He did not utter a single word, for there was no need to waste breath on a corpse. Zap! Brilliant blue-white lightning erupted explosively from within Uchiha Yao. Lightning release, chakra mode. Activate. Danzo was alarmed. This is bad. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Uchiha Yao's figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, Uchiha Yao appeared before Danzo. Thud! The lightning-release Chidori pierced cleanly through Danzo's chest. It was too fast. He could not react in time before being struck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Danzo lowered his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted his arm. Thud! Danzo's body collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. Fu, oil woman, and many Uchiha and root ninjas stood frozen, their minds blank. Is it over? Is this how it ends? The figure who lay in the shadows of Konoha for decades, plotting against countless powerful foes, even instilling trepidation in the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, has been slain by a mere Chidori? Yet, on the countenance of Uchiha Yao, there is no trace of victorious elation, for he knows that Danzo is not truly dead. Izanagi. Danzo possesses an abundance of resurrection coins. Uchiha Yao merely gazes calmly at the cold corpse on the ground. In the next moment, an eerie spectacle unfolds. The lifeless body of Danzo, which should have succumbed to death, begins to contort violently. The massive gaping wound in his chest, which penetrates from front to back, heals at a visibly rapid pace. In but a second, Shimura Danzo stands once more, unscathed. However, on his right arm, one of the numerous scarlet Sharingan has forever lost its light, completely sealed shut. Izanagi. At the cost of one eye, any harm inflicted upon the caster, including death, is transformed into nothingness. Revived, Danzo gasps for breath, his face stripped of all pretense, leaving only boundless resentment towards Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao, strength, super shadow, possessing power that can crush any shadow-level opponent and single-handedly contend with an entire village. Mastered skills. Ninjutsu, mastery of all fire release techniques. Lightning release Chidori, lightning release chakra mode, complete control, lightning fire dragon breath, S rank, lightning fire spiral sphere, sage body, 50 fusion, Jinjutsu. Immunity to conventional illusions. Jinjutsu rebound, Eternal Mangekyō enhancement, bloodline limit, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, eye techniques, temporal reversal, enhanced, technique amplification, enhanced. Complete body Susanoo, family status, Uchiha clan leader, absolute control. Family honor points, 200,000, loyal clan members. Entire clan, combat personnel. Chapter 91. The despairing Shimura Danzo cannot escape. The sensation of being reborn is far from pleasant. Shimura Danzo gasps for air. Although the heart that Uchiha Yao pierced is now intact, it still echoes with the pain of that violent assault. At the cost of one eye, he has regained life. Uchiha Yao's words plunged Danzo's heart into despair once more. Shimura Danzo, do you think this arm is sufficient for you to die multiple times? Danzo's scarred visage contorts in terror. Everyone. Danzo unleashes a frantic roar. Break through. At all costs. Push forward. Buy me time. Danzo has abandoned all illusions of overcoming this monstrous opponent. His only chance of survival lies in delay, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrive. Yes, the remaining root ninjas immediately execute Danzo's orders. They are the root, tools that would lay down everything for Lord Danzo. Wind, take root. Danzo bellows fiercely. Kill him. Yamashiro Kaze and Oil Woman Torian. The two most loyal shadows of Danzo hesitate not for a moment. In an instant, they transform into two streaks of lethal light. One to the left and one to the right, lunging at Uchiha Yao. Yamashiro Kaze swiftly performs hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead. Mind transfer technique. This is the Yamashiro clan's most elite secret art. Simultaneously, Oil Woman Torian's body trembles violently. A swarm of nearly invisible black nano-level poison bugs, like a plague unleashed, forms a deadly black mist, enveloping Uchiha Yao completely. ZZZ. The ferocious blue-white lightning erupts once more from within Uchiha Yao. Lightning release chakra mode. The mental assault from Yamashiro Kaze, upon contact with Uchiha Yao, is immediately repelled by Yao's formidable mental fortitude. Thud. Yamashiro Kaze's body stiffens. Crimson blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Mental backlash. The proud mental strength of Yamashiro Kaze crumbles before Uchiha Yao like fragile parchment. How is this possible? So strong. Yamashiro Kaze, still reeling from the mental recoil, finds Uchiha Yao already before him. Attempting a mental assault against me? You have chosen the wrong opponent. Swish. A hand, sharp and enveloped in the form of Chidori, slices through Yamashiro Kaze's neck. A head, adorned with an expression of disbelief, soars skyward, facing the fog of nano-poison bugs. Uchiha Yao unleashes the lightning fire dragon breath. Under Uchiha Yao's precise control, the lightning fire dragon devours the insect mist entirely. Under the violent, high-frequency lightning fire, the poison bugs are vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. Oil Woman Torian instinctively attempts to retreat, yet the lingering power of the lightning fire dragon breath arrives in an instant. Before her body can react, she is engulfed by the residual force. Boom. In an instant, Oil Woman Torian's form is reduced to a pile of ash. In the face of absolute power, Yamashiro Kaze and Oil Woman Torian are no different from mere weeds by the roadside. Meanwhile, the remaining root ninjas meet their doom. Nearly 100 Uchiha Jonin. What a terrifying sight. The fate of these root ninjas is grim indeed. An utterly one-sided massacre begins. In mere moments, the root ninjas suffer heavy casualties. They are no match for these Uchiha Jonin, thoroughly crushed. Within minutes, the battle concludes. Amidst the ruins, all that remains are the Uchiha clan members. Not a single root ninja stands. Simultaneously, several kilometers away in the forest, numerous figures traverse swiftly. Leading them is Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed closely by Nara Shikaku, Yamashiro Hichi, Akimichi Choza, and Hinata Hizashi, along with nearly 100 of Konoha's elite Umbu and Jonin. In preparation for the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has brought along everything he could and summoned the clan leaders. Suddenly, over a dozen dark figures appear on the tree branches ahead, blocking their path. At the forefront stands a stern-faced Uchiha Jonin. Hokage-sama, the clan leader commands. Those unrelated to this matter, halt. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens instantly. Insolence. A nearby Umbu squad captain exclaims sternly, "Do you Uchiha intend to rebel?" However, the Uchiha Jonin merely scoffs. Rebel? When Danzo's claws reach for the Uchiha, where were you? Now, we come to reclaim our blood dead, and you dare to lecture us about rules? I'm afraid that's not possible. Above the ruins of the root base, Shimura Danzo's face is now completely overtaken by terror. Yamashiro Kaze is dead. Yonu has perished, along with all the root ninjas. None remain. Now he is utterly alone. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Instead of attacking, Danzo directed this formidable wind technique behind him, creating a tremendous thrust. He then executed the body flicker technique to its utmost potential. He must escape. If he can reunite with Sarutobi Hiruzen, there remains a chance for reversal. However, as Danzo propelled himself forward, having performed the body flicker technique several times, Uchiha Yao swiftly blocked his path. Where do you think you are going? Danzo's pupils constricted sharply, witnessing Uchiha Yao extend his hand toward him. In the next moment, a powerful grip seized Danzo's face, lifting him off the ground entirely. You still have 9 lives left. With that utterance, a resounding crack echoed as Uchiha Yao forcefully slammed Danzo's head into the ground, the sound of shattering bones reverberating through the air. Danzo's body collapsed limply, his head twisted at an unnatural angle against the cold earth. Moments later, his form reappeared intact several meters away. A commendable forbidden technique, Uchiha Yao remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Alas, employing it on a wretch like you is a sheer waste. Uchiha Yao advanced leisurely towards the now thoroughly panicked Danzo. You have 8 lives remaining. Wind release, vacuum waves. Danzo rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp compressed wind blades aimed at Uchiha Yao. Simultaneously, he executed the body flicker technique to escape in another direction. I told you, a chilling voice resonated in Danzo's ears, you cannot elude me. His body stiffened abruptly. Boom. Lightning engulfed everything. Once again, Danzo was obliterated by Uchiha Yao. Chapter 92, The End of Danzo. He could no longer be resurrected. Danzo stood up again and scathed. The agony of each death was indelibly etched into his soul, pushing him to the brink of madness. Do you know, Danzo? Uchiha Yao's voice echoed. I could have severed your arm that bore the implanted Sharingan from the very beginning. In that case, your resurrection technique would have been rendered ineffectual. Danzo's body stiffened once more. Indeed, why hadn't he done so? However, Uchiha Yao cruelly smirked. That would have been too merciful. I intend for you to taste death repeatedly, to perish in endless despair. Danzo completely shattered. He gazed at Uchiha Yao, all his schemes and machinations dissolving into the primal fear of death. Boom. Uchiha Yao transformed into lightning once more. For the 5th time, Danzo's form was torn to shreds by the raging lightning release ninjutsu. Buzz. Danzo's silhouette rematerialized. Yet this time, he hesitated not at all, tearing away the bandages from his right eye. Revealed was a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, starkly different from the 3 tomo on his arm. Uchiha Shisui's eye. Ha ha ha. The survivor Danzo erupted into manic laughter. Uchiha Yao. It is over. This is Uchiha Shisui's eye, the mightiest of Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. You shall become my most loyal hound. You and the entirety of the Uchiha clan shall serve me. This was his trump card for a comeback. Danzo firmly believed that before Kodoame Tsukumi, no one could resist. Once he controlled Uchiha Yao, he could turn this dire situation around. Victory still belonged to Shimura Danzo. He channeled the power of his right eye to its utmost limits. Kodoame Tsukumi, a terrifying force capable of rewriting 1S, will envelop Uchiha Yao in an instant. The surrounding Uchiha elite displayed expressions of concern. However, at the center of the illusion, Uchiha Yao merely stood quietly, not even the slightest change in his gaze. Danzo's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. His expression froze. What is happening? Why are you unaffected? Kodo Amatsukami could permanently rewrite the will of an unsuspecting target. Indeed, it was rightfully the strongest genjutsu. Unfortunately, Uchiha Yao gently shook his head, his tone laced with unmasked pity. It is ineffective against me. You have disappointed me. Your final card holds no weight before me. Danzo's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. His strongest card, his sole hope for a comeback, had utterly failed? I nearly forgot. Uchiha Yao's gaze fell upon the exposed kaleidoscope of Danzo's eye. Shisui's eyes should not be wasted on an old dog like you. The moment those words fell, Uchiha Yao's eternal kaleidoscopic pattern spun violently. The overwhelming power of his gaze descended like thunder. Danzo perceived the world before him bloom into chaos. Everything around him twisted and shattered. His body stood rigid, his expression vacant and hollow, resembling a marionette devoid of a soul. Uchiha Yao approached him with measured steps. With a swift motion, Uchiha Yao's finger pierced Danzo's eye socket, gently prying out Shisui's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Now, both of Shisui's eyes were in Uchiha Yao's possession. Uchiha Yao sealed Shisui's eyes away before dispelling Danzo's genjutsu. Danzo's vacant gaze refocused. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his right eye. Ah, my eye. My Kodo Amatsukami. The kaleidoscope, which Danzo treasured, was gone. He was utterly shattered. Boom. A flash of lightning struck. Danzo's voice was abruptly silenced. On his right arm, yet another Sharingan, closed forever. You have 4 lives remaining, Uchiha Yao pronounced with finality. Please. No. The words of plea barely formed on Danzo's lips before he swallowed them back. He understood that begging for mercy was futile. Uchiha Yao would not spare him, nor would the Uchiha present. All that remained was an endless fear of death. Danzo sought to escape, yet nearly 100 Sharingan bore down upon him, along with the terrifying presence of Uchiha Yao, whose speed was unparalleled. There was no chance of evasion. Satsa. Once again, the head of Shimura Danzo was mercilessly trampled into the ground by Uchiha Yao. A hum of resurrection echoed through the air, signaling he still had 2 lives left. Each demise was an excruciating torment, while every revival plunged him deeper into despair. Shimura Danzo, the notorious tyrant who had stirred the winds of fate in the shadows of Konoha for half a century, now resembled a wretched dog, repeatedly battered. He was incapable of even a semblance of resistance. Only 1 life remained. Uchiha Yao's voice resonated like the final judgment. Danzo's body quivered violently as he gazed at the last of his opened, crimson Sharingan on his right arm. This was his final glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Danzo erupted in a frenzied laughter, a cacophony filled with despair and malevolence, akin to a fish ensnared in a net. Uchiha Yao, even if I perish, you shall not find solace. Rather than retreating, Danzo lunged at Uchiha Yao, invoking the 4-symbol seal. He violently tore open his garments, revealing a chest adorned with sinister inscriptions. A destructive, terrifying chakra erupted from within him, as the black sigils surged forth like living entities, spreading wildly around him. This was his ultimate gambit, a forbidden jutsu that would seal everything around him within his own lifeless form at the cost of his life. Yet, Uchiha Yao merely observed Danzo in silence. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. Instantly, Danzo's 4-symbol seal reversed, returning to him. In the next moment, a hand pierced through Danzo's back with precision. Uchiha Yao crushed Danzo's heart. The final Sharingan on Danzo's right arm lost its brilliance and closed forever. This time, there would be no chance of resurrection. Chapter 93, Severed Head before the 3rd Hokage. Danzo had become somewhat incoherent. Sarutobi will come to save me. You kill me, and you will not escape. The 3rd will never let you go. It was laughable that at this juncture, Danzo placed his final hope in the very friend he had schemed against for a lifetime, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yao did not act immediately. He gazed into the distant forest. Indeed, Uchiha Yao murmured, he is coming. The aura of the 3rd Hokage was rapidly approaching. At most, a minute remained. Your last life must have a witness of significant weight. Otherwise, it would be too lonely. Your old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen will personally bid you farewell. You should feel honored. These words utterly shattered the last vestige of Danzo's spirit. He finally comprehended that his opponent not only intended to kill him, but to do so in the presence of the 3rd Hokage. No, with his final ounce of strength, Danzo attempted to distance himself from Uchiha Yao. However, Uchiha Yao's kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated once more. A vast mental force enveloped Danzo instantly. He collapsed to his knees, his limbs rendered immobile, unable to utter a sound. Yet his mind remained intact, fixated on the direction from which Sarutobi Hiruzen was rushing toward him. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, a throng of figures emerged. An aged, yet powerful voice thundered through the night sky. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's form shot forth from the forest like a cannonball, followed closely by the Umbu, numerous Konoha Jonin, and clan heads. Upon seeing the scene atop the ruins, a collective shock rippled through them. Nearly 100 Uchiha, their Sharingan activated, surrounded the lifeless bodies of root ninjas. The most shocking sight was that of the kneeling Shimura Danzo, the dark ambition of the ninja world. Hiruzen's heart plummeted. Uchiha Yao, I command you to cease this at once. He bellowed, attempting to wield the authority of Hokage to halt the impending tragedy. However, Uchiha Yao remained unfazed by Hiruzen's roar. In Danzo's eyes, the rushing figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen was reflected, igniting a flicker of hope. Just then, Uchiha Yao slowly raised his hand. In it, a blade appeared. The Uchiha clan leader's sword. No. A soft, sickening sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Hiruzen's steps came to an abrupt halt, standing frozen as he beheld an unbelievable scene. A head, bearing an expression of disbelief, soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before rolling to Hiruzen's feet, the unblinking eyes staring directly at him. Hiruzen's body trembled violently, his mind went blank. Danzo was dead, decapitated before his very eyes. The Shimura Danzo he had known for over half a century had completely vanished from this world. An inferno of rage erupted from Hiruzen's chest like a volcanic eruption. Uchiha Yao. His eyes, usually known for their wisdom, were now bloodshot. I command you to stop. Did you not hear me? Hiruzen's voice reverberated, shaking the very air around them. Uchiha Yao slowly retracted the long blade and turned to face the frenzied third Hokage. A hint of regret flickered across Uchiha Yao's face. Ah, he said nonchalantly. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I slipped. Perhaps I despised this fellow too much. I lost control of my strength for just a moment, and, well, you know the rest. Slipped? Lost control? Everyone present, whether Uchiha clan members or Konoha ninjas, stood in disbelief, questioning their own ears. In front of the third Hokage, he had slain his lifelong friend, Shimura Danzo, and then casually remarked, I slipped? This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant trampling of the Hokage's dignity before the entire Konoha hierarchy. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage, pointing at Uchiha Yao, yet found himself at a loss for words, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Nara Shikaku, standing behind Hiruzen, furrowed his brows deeply. He glanced at the seemingly innocent-faced Uchiha Yao, then at the lifeless Danzo. This was trouble, immense trouble. The Uchiha had changed. Or rather, the newly appointed head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yao, has utterly transformed the Uchiha legacy. Rebellion. At last, a captain from the Umbu, donning a monkey mask, could no longer contain his fury and shouted vehemently, Uchiha Yao, you led an assault on the route, massacring fellow villagers, and brazenly murdered a Konoha elder in front of the Hokage. Do you Uchiha intend to openly rebel? The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if the very air was charged with impending conflict. All present, including the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans, held their breath, fixated on the black-clad youth at the eye of the storm, awaiting his response. Confronted with the accusation of rebellion, Uchiha Yao merely scoffed. Rebellion? Hokage-sama, esteemed guests. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. It was not we who attacked the route, but rather Danzo who struck first against us Uchiha. We acted solely in self-defense. Nothing more. Self-defense? Nothing more? The fury of Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly enough to consume his reason. Self-defense? Is that what you call the slaughter of the entire route? Is that what you call the murder of a Konoha elder before my very eyes? Hiruzen's voice trembled. Yet, in the face of the third Hokage's inquiry, Uchiha Yao's expression remained unchanged. He even took 2 steps forward, approaching the lifeless head of Danzo. With a nonchalant kick, he sent the head rolling aside as if it were mere refuse. This action made Hiruzen's eye twitch violently. Hokage-sama, do you truly believe that the Uchiha instigated this conflict? Uchiha Yao lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Hiruzen's eyes. Chapter 94. Either we go to war or settle this once and for all. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He forced himself to suppress the raging storm of anger within. Even if Danzo was at fault, you should have reported the evidence to the village, allowing me and the Konoha leadership to conduct a proper trial. not resort to vigilante justice and cruelly execute an elder who has contributed significantly to the village. Why kill him? Why? Hiruzen's last words nearly erupted as a roar. Uchiha Yao smiled, a smile brimming with unabashed derision. Judgment? Hokage-sama, your so-called judgment is akin to that of your disciple, Orochimaru, who, despite conducting inhumane human experiments, was repeatedly permitted to act freely until he ultimately defected from the village. Hiruzen's expression darkened at the mention of Orochimaru, who he had indeed allowed to escape. Uchiha Yao slowly approached Danzo's corpse, kicking it over to reveal Danzo's right arm. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, faces contorted with disbelief and revulsion. Hokage-sama, you asked me why I killed him. Allow me to provide an answer. Uchiha Yao nudged the grotesque arm with his foot, because he deserved it. I believe I need not elaborate on the transplanted Sharingan. Hiruzen opened his mouth, but found himself rendered speechless. He had no retort. That arm stood as the most damning evidence. Uchiha Yao surveyed the gathered Konoha shinobi. Esteemed clans, do you all remember Orochimaru? Let me reveal to you a secret that the Hokage has concealed for many years. The greatest collaborator of Orochimaru, providing funding, facilities, and experimental materials for his endeavors, was none other than Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept over the clan leaders present. What kind of man was Danzo? I trust those present understand better than I. With a single sentence, he implicated Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and others, thrusting them into an awkward position where they must declare their stance. To defend Danzo, that arm, embedded with dozens of Sharingan, stood as irrefutable proof. Whoever defended him would be deemed an enemy of the Uchiha. Moreover, many of their clan members had been forcefully conscripted by Danzo into the root, becoming tools under his command, ultimately perishing in obscurity. Yet, to side with Uchiha Yao would mean openly opposing the Hokage. Silence enveloped the assembly, which in itself was a tacit acknowledgement. Hiruzen felt his body sway. He could not allow Uchiha Yao to continue speaking. Enough. Hiruzen's furious shout shattered the heavily charged atmosphere. Even if Danzo is guilty beyond redemption, even if he has committed heinous crimes, it is not for you, nor the Uchiha, to carry out judgment. Konoha has its own laws. The Hokage has his own will. You, Uchiha Yao, do not possess that authority. This was his final bastion, the last shred of dignity maintaining the Hokage's and the village's order. However, Uchiha Yao merely shook his head gently, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Authority is not bestowed upon you. It is seized through one's own strength. Uchiha Yao's gaze turned icy as he addressed Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, if you demand an explanation, then let us go to war. The Uchiha do not fear battle. Alternatively, you may face me in combat. If you emerge victorious, I shall accept your judgment. As the words fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Uchiha Yao. Surging skyward, behind him, nearly 100 Uchiha elite shinobi unleashed their crimson Sharingan, spinning wildly in unison. A powerful wave of hostility swept across the arena, solidifying the atmosphere. The Konoha Umbu and Jounin instinctively tightened their grips on their kunai, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Under the weight of such terrifying intent, even breathing felt laborious. Civil war loomed on the horizon. Hiruzen stared intently at Uchiha Yao, his hands trembling violently. Fight? With what? Hiruzen's mind raced frantically. Would he gamble the future of all of Konoha against this elite squad of nearly 100 Sharingan users? Even if victorious, Konoha would surely suffer irreparable damage, relegating it to the lowest tier among the 5 great villages. And what is more, victory was far from guaranteed. To abstain? Today, the face of the 3rd Hokage would be trampled into the ground before the village's leadership by Uchiha Yao, utterly shattered. From this day forth, the Hokage's commands would be rendered meaningless before the Uchiha clan, and his authority would vanish without a trace. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the venerable leader of the Hidden Leaf Village for decades, found himself ensnared in a predicament he had never before encountered. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumult of anger and astonishment surging within him. He understood that Uchiha Yao was not speaking in madness. This was a calculated maneuver, one that had pushed him to the precipice of despair. As Sarutobi Hiruzen wrestled with his turmoil, a figure emerged from behind him, slowly stepping forward. It was Nara Shikaku. Lord Hokage, Nara Shikaku's voice was low and grave. Once full-scale war breaks out, regardless of the outcome, the Leaf Village will be doomed. We must confront Uchiha Yao directly. Otherwise, there will be no resolution. This was the sole method to contain a conflict that had the potential to annihilate the village within the smallest confines possible. Tightening and then loosening his fists, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a single word with gravitas. All right. He stepped forward, addressing Uchiha Yao. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice regained its former composure. I accept your challenge. However, let it be known that this battle will only determine victory or defeat, not life or death. A subtle smile crept across Uchiha Yao's lips. Agreed. What Uchiha Yao sought was not the death of the third Hokage, not at this moment, at least. For someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who valued the title of Hokage and his reputation above his very life, the gravest punishment would not be a swift execution. It would be to first vanquish him, the so-called strongest Hokage, and then expose his misdeeds, leading to his utter disgrace. That, indeed, would be the most profound retribution for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for his life, there would be ample opportunity to send him to meet Danzo once Uchiha Yao assumed the mantle of Hokage. Chapter 95. Stand and let me strike. Is this the full extent of the ninjutsu professor's prowess? Centered around Uchiha Yao and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the surrounding ninjas, be they from the Leaf or the Uchiha clan, instinctively retreated, clearing a vast battlefield. Nara Shikaku observed the two adversaries with a furrowed brow. Hyuga Hizashi's face displayed visible tension, the veins around his white eyes bulging. The Byakugan activated. With a 360-degree perspective, he scrutinized every fluctuation of chakra on the battlefield. Yaokuin, come forth. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen rapidly formed hand seals. Inhaling deeply, his chest expanding. In the next instant, dozens of highly compressed air spheres shot forth, akin to a machine gun's barrage, accompanied by a piercing whistle, raining down upon Uchiha Yao. It was the third Hokage's furious strike, aiming to seize the initiative. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Uchiha Yao remained unperturbed. With a resounding boom, a massive ribcage of pure, blood-red chakra manifested, enveloping him perfectly. Susanoo. The sound of relentless impacts echoed as those formidable vacuum spheres collided with the chakra ribcage of Susanoo. When the dust settled, Uchiha Yao emerged unscathed. What is this? Gasped a young Leaf Jonin in astonishment. His senior companion gripped his shoulder firmly. Silence. That is the Uchiha clan's ocular technique, legendary Susanoo. Indeed, a power beyond comprehension. Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan observed with acute clarity. Uchiha Yao is unfathomably strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized Susanoo, yet Uchiha Yao's composure incited an internal frown. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yao's voice echoed calmly. Is this the extent of your attack, merely a tickle? This is the esteemed ninjutsu professor, the strongest Hokage of all time? You disappoint me greatly. You are even less formidable than that old fool Danzo. Fury ignited within Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. His hands moved with blinding speed as he formed seals. A fierce fire dragon and a murky earth dragon roared from opposite directions, aiming to devour Uchiha Yao. This was a masterful coordination, using the earth dragon's impact to restrict his opponent's movement, followed by the fire dragon's lethal strike. Now this is intriguing, Uchiha Yao chuckled lightly. Yet, still insufficient. Rapidly forming seals, Uchiha Yao opened his fingers toward the roaring fire dragon. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of flame, even more colossal and ferocious than the fire dragon, erupted from Uchiha Yao's mouth. In an instant, the fire dragon was entirely consumed, vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the earth dragon met a fierce response. The lightning chakra within Uchiha Yao erupted violently. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. A concentrated blue-white lightning spear streaked through the air, piercing through the earth dragon's head. In a swift follow-up, the raging lightning obliterated it into a shower of rubble. With ease, Uchiha Yao had countered Sarutobi Hiruzen's two A-rank jutsu combinations. All the Leaf ninjas regarded Uchiha Yao with the eyes of one beholding a monster. Fire release and lightning release. Each exhibited power far surpassing that of the Hokage. How could they possibly continue this fight? Cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Let us no longer squander each other's time. Third Hokage, reveal your true abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Since conventional ninjutsu proved ineffective, he had no choice but to resort to that ultimate technique. His hands began to form seals at a bewildering speed. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey rat. Each seal represented the culmination of a chakra attribute's ultimate transformation. Simultaneously, 5 distinct chakra auras surged from him. The 5 fundamental chakra natures began to merge in an esoteric manner under his command. Narashikaku's expression turned grave, unprecedentedly so. "It's coming," he murmured softly. The strongest ninjutsu of the third Hokage, the combined ninjutsu, 5 release, great multi-shadow clone technique. With the final seal completed, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the skies. Boom. Now, witness the power that has earned me my renown. The 5 release, great multi-shadow clone technique. Within the eye of the storm, Uchiha Yao finally displayed a hint of interest. "Now this feels like something," he whispered. His Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan spun wildly. Yet, still, it was not enough to impress him. With a resounding boom, the blood-red chakra ribcage surrounding him began to grow at a visible rate. Meridians, flesh, armor, within the span of an instant. A towering giant of nearly 100 meters. The god of war rose from the ground. "Come forth, third Hokage. Let me witness the true strength of the so-called strongest Hokage." In the next moment, a devastating 5-element barrage technique, embodying the power to annihilate all, struck fiercely against Susanoo. Boom. A sound more terrifying than any before erupted. The shockwave transformed into visible white air currents, spreading wildly in all directions. Numerous ninjas were swept away by this force, thrown into disarray. Dust and smoke clouded the sky. All eyes were fixated on the heart of the battlefield. What was the outcome? Could Uchiha Yao withstand it? As the scene in the center of the battlefield gradually cleared, Uchiha Yao, along with Susanoo, stood unharmed upon the earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed, nearly losing his balance. The 5-element barrage technique had been so effortlessly deflected by the opponent. "Do you wish to continue, Hokage? It is not over yet." He gritted his teeth and slammed his hand against the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, revealing an ancient and imposing figure beside him. "Sarutobi, which fool requires my intervention?" This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast. "Is that Susanoo? And of this magnitude? There is no time for explanations." Hiruzen's voice was filled with urgency. "Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang." "Hey, Sarutobi, have you lost your mind? That kind of thing. This is an order." The monkey sage sighed heavily at the resolute gaze of Hiruzen. "Sigh, this old man is truly impossible." Its muscles began to shift and contract, ultimately transforming into a shimmering, metallic black staff that fell into Hiruzen's hands. The Rui Jingu Bang. In the 96th chapter, the dignity of the Hokage? Worthless in the face of absolute power. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. The black staff emanated a cold, hard metallic sheen. "Yao, you are indeed formidable. However, the dignity of the Hokage cannot be provoked." The moment his words fell, Hiruzen moved. His aged body unleashed a terrifying speed unbefitting his years. The Rui Jingu Bang extended in an instant, aimed directly at Uchiha Yao's towering Susanoo, where Yao's true form resided. "Oh," Uchiha Yao raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." In response to this precise and swift strike, the massive Susanoo lifted its arm. Clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the ruins. The tip of the Rui Jingu Bang struck precisely against Susanoo's arm. The violent force created visible ripples in the air. Yet, the colossal arm, composed of chakra, merely bore slight cracks before swiftly returning to its original state. What? Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own power. Even a small mountain could be pierced through. Yet, the opponent had merely blocked it with their arm? "I am not finished." Hiruzen roared, chakras surging once more. Vajra prison. The Rui Jingu Bang instantly multiplied into countless replicas, forming a massive cage that enveloped Susanoo, rapidly constricting in an attempt to imprison and crush it. Simultaneously, he leapt high atop a Rui Jingu Bang, grasping the original staff, and aimed to smash it down from above. "Is this all you have, third Hokage? The game is about to end." In that moment, as the cage composed of countless Rui Jingu Bangs was on the verge of closing, a second arm of Susanoo moved. A colossal sword, glimmering with a chilling light and forged from crimson chakra, materialized in its hand. Tengaku no Tachi. The instant the sword appeared, a sharp radiance, capable of cutting through anything, spread forth. Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan perceived the phenomenon clearly, He observed how the space around the sword seemed to warp slightly. Is this the divine weapon of Susanoo? Cut. A cold word escaped Uchiha Yao's lips. Swish. With a sweeping motion, crack, crack, crack. The seemingly indestructible Vajra prison crumbled before the Tengaku no Tachi, collapsing like paper, disintegrating into motes of light that vanished into the air. Hiruzen's vigorous strike from above also fell short. He watched helplessly as his ninjutsu was dismantled, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This is bad. Hiruzen attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. The blood-colored warrior merely turned its body. The enormous Tengaku no Tachi did not strike with its blade, but rather with its broad body, swatting at Sarutobi Hiruzen as one would swat a fly. In Hiruzen's vision, that vast shadow instantly encompassed his entire field of view. Boom. Hiruzen's body was sent flying backward at a speed faster than his advance. He coughed up a mouthful of hot blood. The Rui Jingu Bang slipped from his grasp, rolling across the ground before reverting to its true form as the monkey sage, struggling to rise. The monkey sage found its entire body ached as if its bones were about to shatter, grimacing in pain. This monster. The monkey sage gazed at the towering Susanoo, filled with awe. Meanwhile, Hiruzen crashed heavily into the ruins, producing a muffled thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the ninjas of Konoha or the Uchiha clan members, all were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Defeated? The man hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, who had presided over Konoha for decades, the so-called strongest Hokage. Had he truly fallen so easily, cast aside by a single strike, as if swatted away like a fly? Uchiha Yao slowly dispelled Susanoo and approached Hiruzen, looking down upon him. Hiruzen coughed blood, lifting his head, his aged face etched with unwillingness and humiliation. He had lost. Thoroughly. Without a shred of dignity. Hokage. Uchiha Yao's voice was calm, devoid of any turmoil. Now, can we have a proper discussion? Hiruzen opened his mouth, spitting blood. And with all his strength, he managed a nod. I have lost. Those 3 words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Struggling. He was barely able to stand with the support of 2 umbu. He trembled as he approached the lifeless, mangled body of Danzo. This elder, who had served as Hokage for decades, now bore no trace of the sharpness befitting a formidable warrior or the imposing dignity of a ruler. Instead, he was enveloped in profound sorrow. He crouched down and extended a slightly trembling hand, wishing to close the unyielding eyes of his lifelong friend and rival. Yaokuin. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around, his voice tinged with a plea. Could you entrust Danzo's remains to me? Regardless of the sins he has committed. He was ultimately a ninja of Konoha, my comrade. I wish to at least erect a tombstone for him. Uchiha Yao shook his head. No. Hiruzen's movements froze. He slowly turned to face the young, indifferent visage of Uchiha Yao. Why? When a person dies, their debts are forgiven. Can we not grant him this final semblance of dignity? Dignity? The elder's words were met with scorn. Lord Hokage, when he extracted our Uchiha clan's eyes, one by one, and transplanted them into his own arms, did he ever afford us any dignity? This corpse, along with this arm, is the spoils of our Uchiha clan. We will take him back to the South He Shrine and make him kneel before the memorials of those he has wronged, to repent for eternity. Uchiha Yao, power, Super Kage, capable of overwhelming any Kage level, with the strength to single-handedly combat an entire village. Skills mastered. Ninjutsu, mastery of all fire release techniques. Lightning release, Chidori, lightning release. Chakra mode, complete control, lightning fire dragon breath, S-class. Lightning fire spiraling sphere, physical techniques, sage body, 50. Jinjutsu, immune to conventional Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu rebound, Eternal Mangekyō enhancement, bloodline limit, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, eye techniques, temporal rewind, enhanced, technique amplification, enhanced. Complete body Susanoo, clan status, Uchiha clan head, absolute control, clan honor points, 200. 000, loyal clan members, entire clan, combatants all above 80. Chapter 97, The Descent of Divine Power. This is the true strength of the Uchiha. Hiruzen's body trembled slightly. He gazed at Uchiha Yao, a flicker of struggle flashing across his aged eyes. Yaokuin, his voice was hoarse and dry, we can negotiate. Konoha can offer the Uchiha a resolution. Any terms, as long as they are for the peace and stability of the village, can be discussed. Hiruzen sought to salvage his remaining dignity, attempting to frame this utter defeat as a negotiable political event. In response, Uchiha Yao scoffed. Negotiate? Third Hokage, have you not yet awakened from your slumber, speaking such nonsense? It appears the recent battle has not granted you a clear view of reality. Yao surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the Konoha ninjas who still harbored resentment. It seems you have misunderstood my power, the strength of my Uchiha clan. You appear to think that it is you who stands atop the heights, bestowing us leftovers. Since you have yet to realign your perspectives, it is necessary for me to demonstrate what true power is, what despair truly means. As his words settled, Uchiha Yao's Mangekyō Sharingan began to spin wildly. A surge of terrifying, immense ocular power erupted, surpassing anything witnessed before. Technique amplification. Susanoo. Buzz. Ribs. Vessels. Flesh. Armor. The colossal Susanoo, recently vanished, rose once more from the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The already formidable Susanoo began to expand at a pace defying the laws of physics, towering higher and higher. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. The ground trembled as onlookers scattered, gazing in horror at the towering giant. With each increment in height, the earth groaned in lament. Ultimately, a colossal figure, 500 meters tall, stood resolutely, shimmering under the moonlight with an aura of terrifying dread. Before it, all present appeared as insignificant as mere ants. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upward, astonished at the terrifying giant summoned by Uchiha Yao. His mouth hung agape, his mind blank. What is this? Susanoo? No. Even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo does not exude such overwhelming pressure. This transcends the ordinary. This is the power of a deity. Narashikaka's mind ceased to function for the first time. His cherished intellect seemed trivial and laughable in this moment. Calculation? Analysis? In the face of such absolute, unreasonable power, any strategy lost its significance. All he could do was feel the suffocating pressure emanating from the giant, and then smile wryly. Trouble? No. Narashikaku silently corrected his judgment. It is over. The old era of Konoha has come to a complete end. Hyuga Hisashi, as the leader of one of Konoha's two great clans, had completely lost his former composure. Is this the limit of the Uchiha? His voice dripped with bitterness. Meanwhile, those who had followed the third Hokage, the Umbu and Jonin of Konoha, reacted in a far more visceral manner. Thud. A young ninja, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was neither the first nor the last. Thud. 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 The sounds of ninjas succumbing to the ground echoed one after another. They were not cowards. They were Konoha's elite, warriors who had faced countless life and death battles. However, the sight before them had utterly shattered their morale. Nearly 100 Uchiha Jonin gazed up at the towering, majestic figure of their clan leader. In their eyes, there was no fear, only fervor. This is their Uchiha clan leader. This is their Uchiha power. What Hokage? What Konoha higher-ups? Before this force, they were mere chaff. Long live the clan leader. It was unclear who first summoned the strength to roar. In the next instant, a thunderous cheer echoed through the night sky. Uchiha, long live. Clan leader, long live. Uchiha Yao stood amidst the crystal at the forehead of the fully manifested Susanoo, towering 500 meters high. He lowered his head, gazing down at the figures below. So small they seemed like mere dust, those of the villagers of Konoha. Now, Hokage-sama, have you come to terms with reality? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his throat dryly constrict. He wished to utter something, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. Recognizing reality? The reality was a towering Susanoo, 500 meters high, looming over him. This terrifying entity could crush him underfoot at any moment. The titles of Hokage and renowned ninjutsu instructor had become mere jest in the face of such power. Behind Sarutobi, Narashikaku took a deep breath. He stepped forward, approaching the dazed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, it is time to abandon your futile rhetoric. This is not a moment for negotiation, but one for obedience. Sarutobi's body jolted in disbelief as he turned to his most trusted advisor. Obey. He, the esteemed third Hokage, was to heed the commands of an Uchiha? Narashikaku recognized the reluctance in Sarutobi's eyes and offered a wry smile. What other choice do we have? Do you intend to let this colossal being trample the Hokage rock, or would you prefer all of us to be cleaved in two by its blade? We have no options. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. Indeed, there were no options. Within the Susanoo, Uchiha Yao's voice resounded once more. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan will no longer accept any form of surveillance or isolation. The Konoha police force shall reclaim all its original powers. Its jurisdiction will extend over every inch of Konoha. Uchiha Yao paused momentarily before delivering the most critical statement, including the Hokage's direct umbu. Boom. This declaration detonated in the hearts of Konoha's higher-ups like a bombshell. What does this mean? The police force overseeing the umbu? This was no longer a challenge to the Hokage's authority. This was a blatant usurpation of power. The umbu were the Hokage's sharpest and most secretive blade, a direct extension of his will. Should the umbu fall under the police's jurisdiction, the Hokage would be akin to a toothless tiger, devoid of any deterrent power. Uchiha Yao, you have gone too far. A sharp rebuke rang out from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was Tsunade Koharu, the hastily arrived Hokage advisor. Her face pale as she pointed an accusatory finger at Uchiha Yao in the sky. You seek to overturn the order of Konoha. Do you aspire to become the second Uchiha Madara? Mito gate and also stepped forward, his expression grave. The authority of the Hokage is sacred and inviolable. The umbu answer only to the Hokage as commands. This was the rule established by the first Hokage. They invoked the names of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, attempting to suppress Uchiha Yao with notions of righteousness and history. This was their typical tactic. Chapter 98. The dominant and commanding Uchiha Yao. Uchiha Yao stood at the brow of the 500-meter Susanoo, surveying the two raucous elders below. His gaze reflected that of a giant observing two flies buzzing at his feet. The first Hokage? Uchiha Madara? What anachronism to invoke these long-dead relics. Uchiha Yao was neither the naive saint like Senju Hashirama nor the idealistic madman like Uchiha Madara. He was simply himself, a pragmatist who sought to control his own destiny and eliminate all who stood in his way. Silence. The words resonated from within the Susanoo, each syllable crisp and imbued with unmasked disdain. The next moment, boom. The colossal deity of war stirred. It slowly raised its right hand, casting a shadow that loomed over Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate in like an impending doom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his injuries, rushed forward to intervene. Stop. However, the massive hand merely shifted slightly, the pressure of its movement akin to an invisible wall that slammed into Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thud. Once again, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying. In the face of absolute power, even the so-called strongest Hokage lacked the qualifications to draw near. The enormous hand continued its descent, the shadow of death completely engulfing the two elders. Mito Gate-in, who had just moments ago been chastising Uchiha Yao, now found his complexion drained of color. The instinct for survival kicked in, prompting him to form hand signs and prepare a body flicker technique to escape. But Tsunade Koharu, beside him, was frozen in fear. This pampered elder stared up, transfixed by the enormous hand descending to obliterate everything in its path. Her mind was blank. How dare he? How dare he attempt to kill me? I am a Hokage advisor. I am an elder of Konoha. These thoughts flashed through her mind in the last fleeting moment. The giant hand fell. Splat. The sound echoed like a ripe tomato being crushed. The earth trembled slightly. The hand lifted, leaving behind only a blurred, red-white mixture of flesh and clothing fragments. Tsunade Koharu, Konoha's advisor elder, was dead. Mito Gate-in appeared in the distance, disheveled and gasping for breath, having narrowly escaped the fatal blow with the body flicker technique. Cold sweat drenched his robes. He turned back in horror, just in time to witness the remains that had once been Tsunade Koharu. A chill shot up his spine. At that moment, the terrifying deity of war turned its head slowly. Two crimson, blood-like eyes locked onto his position. A cold, indifferent voice echoed from the heavens, as if delivering divine judgment. Mito Gate-in, do you wish to dance as well? His body trembled violently, his legs buckling under him as he collapsed to the ground. Warm liquid spread rapidly beneath him, a pungent odor filling the air. This elder of Konoha was paralyzed with fear. No, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Mito Gate-in cried, tears streaming down his face as he frantically bowed in supplication. The dignity of a Konoha elder and the pride of a ninja crumbled before the terror of death. Uchiha Yao cast a disdainful glance at the terrified Mito Gate-in before shifting his focus back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar echoed, Uchiha Yao. Why? She merely spoke a few words. Why must you kill Koharu as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimson eyes were fixed intently on Uchiha Yao. A fly buzzed incessantly near his ear. He swatted it away. Uchiha Yao's gaze swept over the puddle of flesh before returning to the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was etched with pain and disbelief. Was a reason truly necessary? The third Hokage's body trembled violently, as if he had aged decades in an instant. My patience is finite. The chilling intent to kill was unmistakable. The terrifying embodiment of martial prowess, alongside Uchiha Yao's words, gradually coalesced into a colossal sword of Tenzo, stretching hundreds of meters long. Its blade pointed directly at Hokage Rock. A threat, raw and unyielding, a lethal menace. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his body quaking uncontrollably. He had no doubt that should he utter a single no, the sword would descend in the next heartbeat, severing him in the village he had devoted his life to protect. All the ninjas of Konoha held their breath, awaiting their Hokage's fateful decision, each second stretching into an agonizing eternity. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly released his tightly clenched fist, summoning every ounce of strength to force out a single word through gritted teeth. I agree. A faint smile graced Uchiha Yao's lips. Excellent. Now, the second demand. Uchiha Yao, high and imposing, continued to declare his will. The position of advisor left behind by Shimura Danzo shall be assumed by me, Uchiha Yao. From this moment forth, all decisions within Konoha shall require my consent. Hokage-sama, do you have any objections? This question struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a resounding slap across the face. The advisor position, an extension of the Hokage's power, a crucial role in balancing the various forces at play, was now being claimed by Uchiha Yao. Not only did he seek to control the enforcement of Konoha's laws, but he also aimed to directly intervene in the highest echelons of the village's decision-making. This was no mere coup. It was an endeavor to render the Hokage a mere figurehead, a puppet devoid of real authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled in fury, struggling to catch his breath as he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. He pointed a shaking finger at Uchiha Yao, his aged face contorted with rage. Hiruzen wished to refuse, to uphold his dignity as Hokage. However, when he beheld the terrifying Susanoo wielded by Uchiha Yao, its blade glimmering with lethal intent, all words caught in his throat. Chapter 99. The Uchiha clan assembly prepares to publicly prosecute the traitor. Dignity was as fragile as gossamer in the face of absolute power. Uchiha Yao regarded the figure before him, who had aged 20 years in an instant, with contempt. This was the stance befitting the weak. Uchiha Yao dispelled the Susanoo, capable of instilling fear in divine beings, and descended to stand before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The oppressive aura remained unchanged. Very well. Now, take your people and leave this place. Everything from the roots buildings to every document and tool within is the spoils of war belonging to the Uchiha. Hokage-sama, surely you have no objections? Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled once more with intensity. This was an eviction order, a public humiliation before all, casting him, the third Hokage, aside like refuse. The humiliation was palpable in his murky gaze, yet he could only nod in acquiescence, yielding to Uchiha Yao's command. We shall depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned with great difficulty, Tu Umbu quickly stepping forward to support his faltering form. The Konoha ninjas followed behind their Hokage, heads bowed like defeated roosters. The terrified Mito Menyen was dragged away, resembling a lifeless dog. No one dared to look back. After this night, the skies over Konoha would be forever altered. The sun rose the following day as usual. The streets of Konoha bustled with life, filled with the aromas of breakfast, the laughter of children, and the hurried footsteps of ninjas rushing to their missions, all seemingly unchanged. Yet for those truly at the heart of Konoha's power, the air was thick with a profoundly different scent. Hyuga clan, main house. Hyuga Hayashi had not slept a wink. He sat quietly in the tea room, the tea before him long since cold. His mind replayed the events of the previous night. The towering Susanoo, 500 meters high. The divine weapon capable of severing all. Uchiha Yao, effortlessly dispatching the Hokage's advisor, trampling the third Hokage beneath his heel. His proud Hyuga clan, the oldest noble house in Konoha. How many strikes could they withstand against such might? One sword? Or merely half? Hyuga Hayashi bitterly realized that the answer might be that they could withstand not even half a sword. The era had truly changed. The old order, maintained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was utterly shattered by Uchiha Yao in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. Father, a soft voice came from outside. It was Hinata. Come in. Hyuga Hayashi's voice was hoarse. Hinata entered carefully, holding fresh tea, acutely aware of the heavy atmosphere surrounding her father. Hyuga Hayashi gazed at his gentle eldest daughter, his expression complex. The time has come to choose sides. The Hyuga clan could no longer afford to maintain their ridiculous airs of neutrality. They must either submit to the new sovereign or, like the likes of Tenten, be mercilessly crushed by that colossal hand. Hyuga Hayashi raised the cup of tea Hinata had prepared and drank it in one go. Similar undercurrents were surging within the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. In the Nara clan's courtyard, Nara Shikaku pondered over a deadlock, having smoked through the night. His ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. Trouble? No, it is over. The era of Sarutobi Hiruzen has come to a definitive close. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi sat across from him, their expressions equally grave. Shikaku, what shall we do now? Choza inquired in his deep voice. Inoichi sighed. The Hokage can no longer suppress the Uchiha. Not merely suppress. Nara Shikaku exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. The Hokage has been trampled beneath the Uchiha's feet. The pressing question now is, what does Uchiha Yao want from us, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi? To obey like dogs. Or, Nara Shikaku left the thought unfinished, yet the implication was clear. Then we wait. Finally, Nara Shikaku moved a piece on the board, placing it in a position no one had anticipated. Awaiting the next move of Uchiha Yao, we must make the choice most advantageous for our three clans. Loyalty? In the face of family survival, loyalty is the least valuable currency. Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer protect them. They must seek a new path for their clan. At the Southern He Shrine, Uchiha Yao convened the first clan meeting after the earth-shattering battle last night. The square in front of the shrine was filled with Uchiha clansmen, the majority of whom were oblivious to the events of the previous night, only aware that the new clan leader had important matters to announce. Confusion was evident on their faces. Standing at the forefront were nearly 100 Uchiha Jonin who had participated in the annihilation of the root organization. Their gazes contrasted sharply with those of the clansmen behind them. There was no confusion or uncertainty, only an overwhelming sense of pride and honor. Uchiha Yao stood on the steps of the shrine, surveying the dark mass of people below. Esteemed clansmen, his voice resounded clearly in every ear. Last night, a dark force from the village stealthily infiltrated our clan's territory. Their objective was to erase the Uchiha clan from this world. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in chaos. The ordinary clansmen, unaware of the truth, displayed shock followed swiftly by uncontrollable anger. What? Someone seeks to annihilate the Uchiha. Who dares? Is it the village higher-ups? Can they never accept us? The fervent cries echoed throughout the square. Uchiha Yao raised his hand, gently pressing downwards. The clamorous square fell silent. All eyes refocused on him, waiting for his next words. However, Uchiha Yao's voice carried a hint of cold amusement. They failed. Under the leadership of myself and the former clan head, Fagaku, our Uchiha elite have utterly crushed this evil force. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the proud faces of the Jonin. And the instigator behind the attempted destruction of our clan, the elder of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, has been slain by my own hands. A profound silence enveloped the square, which was soon ignited by a fervor akin to a tidal wave. Long live the clan leader. Slay that old dog. Well done. Long live the Uchiha. The pent-up resentment found release in that moment. Uchiha Yao observed the thrumming crowd with an impassive expression, waiting until the cheers quieted before raising his hand once more. The square was once again marked by an almost palpable stillness. Yet, this conspiracy unfolded so smoothly, almost pushing us into an irreversible abyss, not merely because of the external enemy Danzo, but because a traitor had emerged within our Uchiha. Traitor. The very word plunged the jubilant clansmen into a sudden heaviness. Seated in a wheelchair, Uchiha Fagaku's expression darkened instantly, his body trembling imperceptibly. All eyes were fixed on Uchiha Yao, anticipating the revelation of the traitor's identity. The air in front of the Southern He Shrine seemed to freeze in that moment. Uchiha Yao's gaze slowly traversed the astonished, enraged, and disbelieving faces below. This traitor was no nameless individual. On the contrary, he had once been the pride of the Uchiha clan, a genius in the eyes of many. Uchiha Yao's gaze ultimately fell upon a slender figure in the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke gazed up at Uchiha Yao with unabashed admiration, dreaming of a day when he too could lead the Uchiha to glory. He remained blissfully unaware that the words to follow would shatter his entire world. This traitor, who has betrayed us all, is none other than Uchiha Itachi. Silence. A deafening stillness lingered for several seconds. Then, like a thunderclap, the crowd erupted. Impossible. A young Uchiha ninja cried out in disbelief. Clan leader, you must be mistaken. How could Itachi-senpai be a traitor? Indeed, Itachi-sama is a once-in-a-century genius of our Uchiha. Sasuke stood frozen, his face pale. He gazed around at the vehemently protesting clansmen. Then back at the impassive Uchiha Yao. No, you are all mistaken. Sasuke shouted with all his might. My brother is not a traitor. You are all lying. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by a greater tide of outrage. Uchiha Makoto trembled, tears spilling uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. No, it can't be. Sasuke could not comprehend why that name would be associated with treachery. It was his brother, the one he viewed as perfect, powerful, and gentle, the pride of the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly be a traitor? Yao, clan leader, have you made a mistake? Sasuke's voice quivered with the innocence of a child, his gaze pleading as he looked up at Uchiha Yao, hoping this was merely a cruel jest. A multitude of bewildered, ordinary clansmen began to murmur among themselves. Uchiha Itachi still held some prestige within the clan, particularly among the younger generation. Uchiha Yao offered no explanation, merely raising his hand to quell the murmurs. Two stern-faced Uchiha Jonin stepped forward, carrying a rough wooden post. Bound to it was a disheveled figure, clad in tattered umbu attire. With black hair matted against a pale face, head bowed, and body tightly bound with coarse rope. Most shocking of all was his face. The once proud eyes that had inspired countless clansmen were now mere hollow sockets, bloodied and grotesque. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Makoto could no longer hold herself together. Collapsing to the ground, hands pressed tightly against her mouth to stifle her sobs. Brother. Sasuke's mind went blank. He stared at the figure bound to the post. At the brother he idolized and revered. An indescribable fear gripped his heart. In a frenzy, he attempted to rush forward. Let me go? That is my brother. Two Uchiha ninjas, expressionless, restrained him from moving another inch. Uchiha Yao stood elevated, his demeanor cold and detached as he surveyed the scene before him. A wooden stake was firmly positioned at the center of the high platform. Once all the clan members regained their composure from the shock, Uchiha Yao spoke once more. Just last night, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru, the legendary bounty hunter, Kamui, and even the enigmatic masked man who instigated the Nine Tails incident and caused the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, they conspired with our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, to invade our territory. Furthermore, Uchiha Yao's voice grew increasingly grave. After the invasion, Uchiha Itachi personally unleashed the Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu upon his own father, our former clan leader, Uchiha Fagaku, Tsukuyomi. Ultimately, he even raised a blade, intent on severing Fagaku's head. The crowd erupted in chaos. Patricide. Such acts are the epitome of a demon's cruelty, igniting the fury of every Uchiha clan member. Had I not arrived in time, our former clan leader's head would have already been claimed by Itachi. All gazes turned towards Uchiha Itachi, their expressions transformed. No longer did they see a wayward clan member, but a wretched traitor who had forsaken family, bloodline, and even sought to slay his own father. At that moment, Sasuke, the lifeless figure on the stake, stirred slightly. His cracked lips parted, releasing a faint, almost inaudible, raspy syllable. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi seemed to murmur in a delirium. Or perhaps he was summoning the last remnants of his strength to call out the name he cherished most. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at his brother atop the platform, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He could not comprehend it. He truly could not understand. Why? How had it come to this? The brother who would gently tap his forehead and say, "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time." The brother he viewed as omnipotent. Why had he committed such an atrocity? Collaborating with the likes of Orochimaru? Using terrifying Mangekyō Jinjutsu against their father? Even raising a blade to take their father's life? I know that some of you still harbor illusions. He did not elaborate further. Instead, he slowly directed his gaze toward Uchiha Fagaku, who sat in a wheelchair. Thus, let the eyewitness, our former clan leader, Uchiha Fagaku, reveal the truth to you. Instantly, all eyes were riveted on Uchiha Fagaku, seated in his wheelchair. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Uchiha Fagaku dared not meet his wife's eyes, nor look at Sasuke. Gradually, he lifted his head. The once mighty gaze was now filled with profound sorrow. His eyes traversed the crowd, landing upon the bloodied figure bound to the stake. That was his son, once his greatest pride. What the clan leader has said is true. Fagaku's voice rasped like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, each word seemingly exhausting his last vestiges of strength. Every statement is factual. The crowd gasped, if doubts and anger had prevailed before. Fagaku's confirmation shattered the final remnants of hope. Last night, Itachi, Fagaku's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. He used the Mangekyō Jinjutsu on me. Itachi ultimately raised the blade. He declared that for the sake of so-called peace, for our Uchiha clan, we must become sacrifices. And he intended to personally draw the curtain on it all. Chapter 101. Itachi's Downfall, Blood, Tears, and Final Apologies. Fagaku closed his eyes, two streams of murky tears cascading silently down his aged cheeks. Had it not been for Yao's timely return to intervene, I would have perished at the hands of my own son. The Uchiha clan would have been utterly annihilated in that conspiracy. As the words faded, a profound silence enveloped the entire South shrine, leaving only the simmering wrath akin to a volcanic eruption. Beasts! To attempt to kill us and then turn against his own father with such malice. He is unworthy of the Uchiha name. No, no, father is lying. You are all lying. Sasuke struggled desperately, his youthful face flushed crimson, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. His brother would never do this. He absolutely would not. He looked towards his father in the wheelchair, to the fierce faces of the clan members surrounding him, and finally to the cold, godlike figure of Uchiha Yao on the platform. He could not believe it. Not a word of it. This must be a dream. It must be a collective nightmare where everyone conspired against him and his brother. Let go of Sasuke. Uchiha Yao's calm voice suddenly resonated. The two jonin holding Sasuke hesitated momentarily, but immediately released their grip. The clan leader's command was absolute. Freed. Sasuke rushed towards the platform without hesitation. He demanded clarity. He yearned to hear the truth from his brother's lips. Uchiha Yao silently watched this unfold. To tear apart the facade of warmth and lay bare the most brutal truth before them was the most profound destruction. He intended for Uchiha Itachi to witness how the last flicker of light he had fought to protect was extinguished by his own hand. He sought to ensure that Itachi would completely lose the brother he cherished most. Brother. Sasuke stumbled to the foot of the stake, gazing upon Itachi's bloodied visage. Staring into the hollow sockets that bled dark crimson, an indescribable anguish gripped Sasuke's heart. Brother, tell them this isn't true. His voice trembled with tears, reaching out with a quivering hand to touch Itachi's face, only to withdraw in fear before making contact. Please, speak. Why won't you explain? Tell them you haven't betrayed the clan. You never harmed father. The silent figure on the stake seemed to awaken slightly at Sasuke's blood-curdling cries. Itachi's head struggled to turn towards the source of the voice. Though he could not see, he sensed that it was his most cherished, foolish brother. His cracked lips parted slightly. Everyone anticipated Itachi would defend himself, perhaps roar in protest. Yet, there was none of that. I'm sorry. A hoarse whisper, nearly inaudible, escaped Itachi's throat. Sasuke. Sasuke stood frozen, as if the tears on his face had solidified. Not that he had not that it was false, but rather. I'm sorry. Why? Sasuke's voice quivered. Why say sorry? What exactly have you done? I'm sorry. Itachi seemed to have expended every ounce of strength, only able to unconsciously repeat those three words. I apologized, Sasuke. This powerless apology, at this moment, has become the most damning evidence of guilt. I understand that you still cling to some illusions. A cold voice echoed from behind Sasuke. Uchiha Yao approached slowly, looking down upon the two brothers from his elevated position. You might think he merely made a mistake, that he was momentarily confused. Well, let me show you what his true intentions were. Uchiha Yao's gaze passed over Sasuke and fell upon Itachi's face, contorted in pain. Sasuke, do you know? The invasion last night was merely the beginning. Your dear brother's real plan was to collude with that masked man to eradicate our Uchiha clan, from the oldest to the youngest, leaving not a single soul behind. Sasuke turned abruptly, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Uchiha Yao. No, that's impossible. Your father, your mother, your uncles, and your childhood companions. Uchiha Yao's voice was frigid. He intended to personally kill them all. Sasuke's mind went blank. He felt as if the entire world was spinning, collapsing around him. Of course, in this massacre, there was one person he was prepared to spare. He would bury his entire family with his own hands, bearing all the sins and hatred, merely to allow that one person to live. To let that person grow stronger amidst his hatred. Uchiha Yao's eyes brimmed with pity and mockery. The sole survivor is you, Sasuke. Silence enveloped the scene. Sasuke stiffly turned back to face his brother, who was still silently weeping blood from the wooden post. So it was like this. His brother intended to kill everyone, leaving only himself, using the blood of their father, mother, and all their kin, to pave a path solely for Uchiha Sasuke to survive. How arrogant. How cruel. That love was too heavy, heavy enough to crush everything. That so-called protection was, in fact, the most selfish act. Sasuke gazed at Itachi, no longer seeing his brother, but rather a monster that had destroyed his entire world. Tears surged forth once more, but this time, they were not of sorrow. They were pure, deeply rooted hatred. I despise you the most, brother. Sasuke shouted with all his might, then turned abruptly, running down from the platform, weeping as he fled the crowd. Upon hearing the words, I despise you the most, Uchiha Itachi's broken body trembled violently. A drop of dark red blood tear rolled down from his hollow right eye socket. Itachi opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But ultimately, he could only weakly lower his head. The world fell into darkness, devoid of any light. Chapter 102, Defiling a Hero? Kakashi's belief crumbles. The square was shrouded in silence. All the Uchiha clan members looked at the once genius, now traitor, with mixed emotions. Pity? No. The moment he raised his blade against his father, the moment he chose to ally with the enemy to attempt the extermination of his entire clan, he had already forfeited the right to be pitted. Uchiha Yao's icy gaze slowly shifted away from Itachi, scanning all the clan members below. The farce has ended. Now, it is time for judgment. Uchiha Yao raised his hand, pointing towards the figure tied to the wooden post, resembling a dead dog. Uchiha Itachi, colluding with outsiders, invading clan territory, betraying his bloodline, plotting to annihilate his clan. In the name of the current head of the Uchiha clan, I hereby declare, I strip Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha surname. To be stripped of his surname means Itachi will no longer be recognized as a member of the Uchiha clan. His name will be completely erased from the clan's records, becoming a wandering soul. Even in death, he will have no right to be buried in the Uchiha cemetery. From this moment on, he is simply Itachi, a filthy, nameless traitor. Uchiha Yao's voice bore no emotion. He stripped him of all the glory and achievements he once earned as an Uchiha genius. He is unworthy of being an Uchiha. His existence is the greatest shame of our Uchiha clan. Below, all the Uchiha clan members instinctively straightened their chests. They looked at Uchiha Yao with fervent eyes. This is the leader they desired, defending the clan's honor, cleansing all stains. As for his punishment, death is too merciful. Let him stand, along with this wooden post, at the South Shrine. Let him be sunbaked to death under the scorching sun. I want all who harbor ill intentions to witness the fate of opposing the Uchiha. Some soft-hearted clan members could not help but gasp in shock. Such a death is too cruel. Uchiha Yao paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd. He turned to the other side. There lay a corpse covered by a white cloth. Shimura Danzo, uncover it. Two Jonin stepped forward and swiftly pulled away the white cloth. Danzo's corpse was exposed to the sunlight, particularly that arm embedded with Sharingan, still radiating a nauseatingly malevolent aura. This old dog. Uchiha Yao's voice dripped with disdain. He, along with his root division, has harmed countless Uchiha clan members over the years, stealing away our eyes. This blood debt cannot simply be forgotten. I will find the finest craftsman, using the hardest rock to forge a statue of him. Let him kneel at the entrance of the South Shrine, eternally bowing in repentance to all the Uchiha souls he has wronged. That arm will also be preserved as a monument to our Uchiha victory, an eternal kneeling, more satisfying than desecration. All the Uchiha clan members felt a surge of fervor. The clan leader is magnificent. Long live the Uchiha. The thunderous cheers erupted once again, shaking the heavens. Uchiha Yao raised his hand to quiet the fervent clan members. Danzo is dead, and Itachi has received his due punishment. However, last night's enemy has not been entirely eliminated. The masked one still roams free. Nevertheless, I have uncovered his true identity. He is not Uchiha Madara. He is merely a wretched creature who has usurped Uchiha power, hiding behind a mask. A hero of Konoha who should have perished but clings to life. A hero of Konoha? Everyone was taken aback. What does this mean? Uchiha Yao's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on a corner. There stood a silver-haired, mask-wearing Konoha Jonin. On high alert. Hatake Kakashi. Bring Hatake Kakashi forward. Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly. Bring him forward? Why? After being captured last night, Kakashi found himself detained by the Uchiha clan. Bewildered, he pondered the sudden summons from Uchiha Yao. Two towering Uchiha Jonin approached him, their expressions cold and devoid of emotion. Kakashi Jonin, the clan leader requests your presence. One of them stated, the tone more of an escort than an invitation. Kakashi inhaled deeply, aware that he had no room for resistance in this moment. Surrounding him were nearly 100 Uchiha elites, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing. On the elevated platform stood the new clan leader, who had just ruthlessly subdued the third Hokage and judged Uchiha Itachi. With heavy steps, Kakashi ascended the platform, amid the mixed looks of curiosity, hostility, and confusion from the Uchiha onlookers. Kakashi, he greeted as he stood before Uchiha Yao, bowing respectfully while striving to keep his voice steady. I wonder what matters bring me here. Uchiha Yao finally spoke, the individual responsible for last night's chaos, the one who caused the Nine Tails incident, leading to the demise of your teacher, Minato Namikaze, and your mentor, Kushina Uzumaki, is a man who calls himself Uchiha Obito. As Kakashi listened to Yao's words, a tempest brewed within him. Yet, he could not dismiss Yao's claims. Uchiha Yao continued, I fought him once, and I sensed that his body was too young. His ocular techniques lacked the legendary destructive power attributed to Uchiha Obito. Thus, I shattered his mask. These words struck Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. Beneath the mask lay a face marred by gruesome scars on the right side. You will remember this face for the rest of your life, Yao asserted. Kakashi's breath hitched. His mind went blank. A name he had buried deep within his memories. One he whispered daily at the memorial stone. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was indeed Uchiha Obito. How could this name escape the lips of the new clan leader? Obito had perished long ago, crushed by a boulder during the battle at the Canopy Bridge, sacrificing himself to save Kakashi. His name was etched clearly on the memorial stone, the very name Kakashi visited every day. You. Kakashi croaked, his voice hoarse and dry. What nonsensical claims are you making? His voice trembled with unrestrained rage, a fury awakened by the violation of an unspoken taboo. Uchiha Yao. Obito was a hero of Konoha. My comrade. His name is inscribed on the memorial stone. What right do you have to tarnish the reputation of a hero in this manner? Kakashi's emotions spiraled out of control. Chapter 103. The instigator of the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Obito. Tarnish the reputation of a hero? Uchiha Yao nearly laughed, observing the trembling Kakashi. He found the scene somewhat absurd. A hero, you say? Kakashi Hitaki, the hero you speak of, summoned the Nine Tails to the center of Konoha. This so-called hero manipulated the Nine Tails, destroying half the village and claiming the lives of countless ninjas and civilians. He caused the death of his own teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his mentor, Kushina Uzumaki. Furthermore, Naruto Uzumaki became an orphan from birth due to him, a vessel for the Nine Tails, despised by the entire village. With each word, Kakashi's complexion paled further. His body quivered violently. Obito, he died long ago. He perished at Canopy Bridge. He died to save me. I witnessed him being crushed by a boulder. His name is on the memorial stone. I carved it myself. How dare you use such lies to insult him? Kakashi removed his eye mask, pointing to his left eye. This eye. It is Obito's legacy. A testament to a hero, not the demon you describe. Kakashi, you are deceiving yourself. I faced him. When I shattered his mask, the face I saw was not mere coincidence. It was the right side, ravaged by a boulder, covered in ghastly scars. I repeat, I fought him. Uchiha Yao's voice was frigid. Not only did I break his mask, but I also confirmed one more thing. He possesses only one Sharingan, residing in his right eye socket. This revelation left Kakashi momentarily stunned. His left eye belonged to Obito. Then, the masked man's right eye. An absurd thought, chilling to the bone, surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. No, impossible. This must be a coincidence. I do not believe a word you say. Kakashi's voice, once filled with fury, dwindled to a hollow, powerless insistence. Is that so? Uchiha Yao snapped his fingers. An Uchiha Jonin promptly emerged from the shrine, presenting a scroll with great reverence. This scroll contained ancient internal Uchiha records. Uchiha Yao unfurled the scroll, tossing it at Kakashi's feet. Attached to the scroll was a black and white photograph of a young boy, wearing goggles and sporting a goofy, radiant smile. Uchiha Obito, Yao observed, looking down at Kakashi. Perhaps he has changed greatly, half his face now marred by scars. But the contours of that face, the essence of that eye. Kakashi Hatake, can you truly not recognize him? Kakashi's gaze fixated rigidly on the photograph, the face he had etched countless times in his memory at the memorial stone. No, this is not evidence. This proves nothing. Kakashi remained unconvinced that Obito could be the instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. Stubbornness is a most frivolous trait. Uchiha Yao seemed to lose his final patience. His eyes narrowed as he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Since you refuse to believe, I shall show you. Kakashi's body stiffened. He felt an irresistible ocular power invade his mind. Before him, a figure materialized. The individual wore the Akatsuki's black robe adorned with red clouds, and an orange spiral mask concealed his face. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. It was him, the one who had incited the Nine-Tails incident, responsible for the deaths of his teacher and mentor. Look closely, Uchiha Yao's icy voice echoed as if from another dimension. In the next moment, the masked man's hand reached up, slowly moving to unveil his mask. A soft click resonated. The mask was removed. Beneath it lay a face that was both familiar and alien to Kakashi. The left side of the face retained the contours of his youth, while the right side was marred by grotesque scars resembling deep ravines, born of relentless pressure. In the right eye socket, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes coldly gazed upon Kakashi. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, leaving Kakashi's mind blank. All his convictions, all his beliefs, and all his self-deceptions crumbled to dust upon seeing that visage. It was not an illusion crafted by Genjutsu. It was Uchiha Obito, who, with his formidable ocular power, projected the reality he had witnessed directly into Kakashi's mind. The illusory images gradually faded, but Kakashi's world could never revert to what it once was. All that remained in his mind was that face, half handsome, half grotesque, belonging to Obito. Memories flooded back to Kakashi, the latecomer who always spoke of comrades. The fool who entrusted his Sharingan to him beneath the boulder. Kakashi, you must protect Rin. The dying words echoed in his ears. Once, he had held dear the belief that those who did not cherish their comrades were the most worthless of beings. Now, that notion pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Obito, have you forgotten? The very words you spoke were your own. What transpired to transform you so? Could it be that fateful night of rain? The nightmare he could never escape? The lament of Raikiri, the warm sensation piercing his chest. Rin, those eyes, filled with disbelief yet tinged with relief. When she fell into his embrace, her final words, Kakashi. Did Obito witness that scene? Was this the catalyst for his vengeance? To avenge himself? To avenge the useless self who failed to protect Rin? To avenge Konoha? Kakashi let out a pained wail. Why? He cradled his head, staggering backward until his knees buckled, collapsing heavily to the ground. He gazed at his hands, stained with the blood of comrades. How did it come to this? On the high platform of the Nana's shrine, Kakashi knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Obito. Yes, it was Obito. Uchiha Obito loomed over him. Now, you believe, his voice resonated. Since you have uncovered the truth, there is no longer any reason for this eye to remain in your socket. Kakashi shot his head up. Take away his eye? No. This eye was given to me by Obito. It is his final bequest. Uchiha Obito sneered. Kakashi Hatake, you still do not comprehend the situation. Uchiha Obito is a traitor to Konoha, a murderer of villagers, a public enemy of our Uchiha clan. His sins are beyond measure. And you, Kakashi Hatake, possess the Sharingan he bestowed upon you. Do you think this is appropriate? From the moment it was transplanted into you, this eye ceased to be yours. It belongs to the Uchiha. Today, I merely come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. A return to its rightful owner. Kakashi's body trembled violently. Reason told him that Uchiha Obito was correct, yet emotionally, he could not accept it. Instinctively, he covered his left eye, retreating defensively. You cannot do this. This is my eye. How absurd. Uchiha Obito's gaze brimmed with pity. Your eye? Kakashi Hatake, do you not feel it? For so many years, this eye has been like a malevolent spirit, parasitically feeding upon your chakra, leaving you depleted. You claim to be the copy ninja, having replicated thousands of jutsu. Yet how many can you wield freely? In a proper battle, how long can you maintain your peak state? Indeed, it is this eye that has caused Kakashi to suffer from chronic chakra depletion. This state of distress has long plagued him. You are renowned for your talent. Yet this eye has been your burden, not your aid. It confines you, shackles you. Uchiha Obito stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that made Kakashi struggle to breathe. Think of your father, the White Fang of Konoha. With his unparalleled swordsmanship, he commanded respect throughout the ninja world. Even the legendary three would steer clear of him. You inherited his gift. Without this Sharingan, if you devoted yourself to mastering the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan, I believe your talents would yield even greater results than now. Your achievements are far from limited. Kakashi recalled his father's silhouette, the short blade known as White Fang. Truly, that was what belonged to him, Kakashi Hitaki. Yet, Obito, Rin. Let it go, Kakashi. The kaleidoscopic pattern in Uchiha Obito's eyes rapidly shifted. An unmatched ocular power erupted instantaneously. Kakashi's body froze, unable to react as a vast mental force overwhelmed him, dragging him into a chaotic darkness. His gaze became vacant, his form akin to a puppet, motionless upon the ground. Uchiha Obito approached him, while two medical ninjas from Konoha stood ready, holding a tray of medical instruments with utmost reverence. Uchiha Obito issued a brief command to the waiting medical ninjas. Proceed. The medical ninjas acted swiftly and expertly. Soon, a Sharingan was extracted from Kakashi's left eye socket and gently placed into a glass vial filled with transparent culture fluid. Uchiha Obito took the vial, retrieved a blank sealing scroll, and skillfully sealed the vial within. Once this was accomplished, he turned his gaze toward Kakashi, still kneeling, his left eye bandaged thickly, blood seeping through. Take him to Konoha Hospital. Yes, Lord Clan Head. Two Uchiha Jonin stepped forward, lifting the unconscious Kakashi, and vanished from the high platform. After handling Kakashi's situation, Uchiha Obito continued. Uchiha Obito, a hero of Konoha who should have perished at the Kanabi Bridge. Not only did he survive, but he transformed into a malevolent specter, donning a mask and, under the name of Uchiha Madara, stirred chaos from the shadows. The QB incident was orchestrated entirely by him. The fourth Hokage and his wife fell victim to his machinations. Countless villagers of Konohagakure perished because of him. Our Uchiha clan has been unjustly blamed and burdened with an immense stigma, enduring the oppression and unfairness from the village's elite. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the title of Leaf Hero shall be stripped from Uchiha Obito. All his accomplishments shall be expunged. His name will be completely erased from the memorial stone. Furthermore, in the name of the entire Uchiha clan, I shall proclaim this truth to the 5 great nations, to the entire shinobi world. I want everyone to know who the true perpetrator of that calamity was. A traitor who betrayed his family, his village, and slaughtered his mentor is unworthy of bearing the Uchiha name. I announce the permanent expulsion of Uchiha Obito from the Uchiha clan. From this day forth, he shall have no ties with us, the Uchiha. In life and death, he is our enemy. Time passed. In the hospital room of Konoha, Kakashi's eyelids slowly fluttered. He gradually opened his right eye. The pristine white ceiling of the hospital came into view. To his left, there was only darkness. Kakashi instinctively raised his hand, wishing to touch it. The sensation of thick bandages met his fingertips. His Sharingan had been removed. Kakashi stared blankly at the ceiling. Obito, his lips silently uttered this name. A long-lost feeling of relief washed over him. The burden of chakra, imposed upon him due to not being of Uchiha blood, dissipated. His body felt lighter than ever before. Henceforth, he was no longer the copy ninja. He was simply Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi slowly lifted his right hand. It was this very hand that had pierced Rin's chest with Chidori. Gazing at his palm, he pondered, Obito, how am I to face you? Chapter 105. The Lies of Madara Exposed. Obito's downfall. Days later, in the Rain Village, within a perpetually shadowed tower, cold rain dripped through the seams of steel. Nagato's slender body was pierced with black rods, his Rinnegan indifferently observing the swirling space-time distortion that appeared before him. Clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, Obito emerged from within. You have arrived. Nagato's voice remained consistently flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Beside him stood Konan, also donning an Akatsuki robe, her cold gaze fixed on Obito. Uchiha Obito, Konan's voice rang out. Obito's body quivered slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. I do not comprehend your meaning. Do not comprehend? Konan scoffed, launching several sheets of paper towards Obito. He raised his hand to catch them. They contained information from various sources. Leaf News. The new Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Yao, publicly judged the traitor Uchiha Itachi at the Nana Shrine and revealed the shocking truth behind the QB incident. Suna Confidential Report. The Uchiha clan identifies the true culprit of the QB incident as the presumed dead Leaf hero, Uchiha Obito. Underground Exchange Emergency Bounty. The Uchiha clan, in a bid to clear their name, offers a bounty of 500 million ryo for the head of Uchiha Obito. Each piece of information bore a similar theme. Uchiha Yao, that scoundrel again. Not only had he severely injured himself, but he had also ruined his intended pawn. Uchiha Itachi. Now, he had publicly revealed his own identity. At that moment, Obito wished nothing more than to rend Uchiha Yao into 1,000 pieces. Without the guise of Uchiha Madara, many of his plans would be put on hold and thrown into disarray. Just nonsensical drivel, Obito disdainfully tossed the information to the ground. The Uchiha clan's attempts to rid themselves of suspicion by casting blame upon a deceased individual are hardly clever. Deceased? Conan's eye sharpened. That Uchiha Yao made it clear. Uchiha Obito are not dead. He also stated that you possess only one Sharingan, while the other resides within Hatake Kakashi. Obito's body stiffened. He ignored Conan's question and turned his gaze to Nagato, the true leader of the Akatsuki, who had remained silent throughout. Do you also believe in such trivial provocations? Nagato's Rinnegan, adorned with swirling patterns, finally displayed a hint of emotion as he slowly raised his head. I shall pose a single question. Who are you truly? This query proved far more lethal than any accusation. Obito fell silent, aware that a mere denial would no longer suffice to gain trust. Uchiha Yao had struck too deeply, too accurately. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, his voice reverting to the original tone of Obito. I am indeed Uchiha Obito. He admitted it. In an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted in Conan's eyes as countless sheets of paper swirled around her, ready to strike. But I am also the will of Uchiha Madara, acting on his behalf in this world. Madara entrusted his plans, his everything, to me. I inherit his legacy, striving to bring true, everlasting peace to this world filled with war and suffering. He deftly intertwined his identity with Madara's plans and the ultimate goals of the Akatsuki, transforming himself from a deceiver into an heir. As for the Kyuubi incident, Obito's tone grew remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of martyr-like solemnity. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. Yet, it was also an essential part of the plan. To reclaim the Kyuubi, to allow the world to truly experience pain. Thus moving toward peace, sacrifices are unavoidable. Even if those sacrifices include my mentor. Obito spoke slowly. Nagato, you should understand best. Without experiencing pain, one cannot comprehend peace. Did not Yahiko's death help you grow into the god you are today? He equated Yahiko's death with that of Minato Namikaze. Both necessary costs paid for the sake of peace. The tower fell silent once more. The sheets of paper surrounding Conan gradually came to a halt. Nagato's Rinnegan, previously filled with intense emotion,